Nine Heavens Killing God. The god of killing, by Qi, treads upon the realm with his sword, contending for the 9 domains and arriving amidst the 4 stars. He needs the stars of the 9 heavens, igniting the essence of the god of killing. In the Yin kingdom, within the Yinzhou prefecture, lies the Luo family. The Luo family is a martial arts lineage, though not particularly renowned throughout the vast Yin kingdom. It holds a notable reputation in Yinzhou. The family head, Luo Lai, is a master who has successfully opened the Ren and Du meridians, possessing unique insights into the family's martial arts. Luo Yanbu and Qi Huanzhang. Luo Lai has no sons, and at the age of 35, he finally fathered a daughter, Luo Xingye, renowned for her beauty throughout Yinzhou and gifted with outstanding talent. Her aptitude test results barely surpassing the upper 5th grade, reaching the lower 6th grade. Luo Lai has 2 younger brothers, both of whom have opened 6 meridians, just a step away from opening the Ren and Du meridians. The second brother, Luo Xiong, has 2 sons, the eldest, Luo Xingyao, and the second, Luo Xingyun. The third brother, Luo Hu, has 1 son named Luo Xinghui. Luo Xingyao possesses an aptitude of the 5th grade, making him second only to Luo Xingye in the Luo family, while Luo Xingyun and Luo Xinghui both boast an aptitude of the lower 5th grade, truly exceptional talents among men. The family employs instructors not only to teach the young masters and mistresses martial arts, but also to educate the Luo family's extended relatives. The Luo family is a prominent clan, residing in Luo Village, which is located 500 miles north of Yinzhou Prefecture, with a population exceeding 8,000, of which 70% bear the Luo surname. Some share a slight blood relation, while many do not. Numerous individuals were granted the Luo surname by the family. They may have once been slaves, exiled criminals, or orphans. In summary, within the hundreds of miles surrounding Luo Village, Luo Lai's Luo family reigns supreme, while others are akin to servants or subjects. 10 days prior, dark clouds obscured the sky, so ominous that Luo Lai sensed an anomaly. Consequently, the village must take action, and the biennial selection of disciples was advanced by a year, culminating 10 days ago. All eligible young men and women with aspirations towards martial arts participated in the aptitude tests. Aptitude is classified into 9 grades, with grades 1 to 3 deemed virtually valueless for cultivation, while only those of grade 4 may be nurtured by the village. In an instant, there were those who rejoiced, and those who despaired. Those who achieved grade 4 aptitude would be prioritized for training as martial disciples, whereas those below grade 4 were. Chapter 2. Cultivating the body. The pages of the book slowly unfurled, and Luo Xiu focused intently on observing them. The surface was devoid of any text, merely marked by lines that separated each page into 10 rows, as if they were meant to inscribe something significant. Luo Xiu felt a sense of bewilderment as he scrutinized the vacant spaces. There was nothing present, yet an inexplicable force seemed to beckon for something to fill those voids. The Black Tome had chosen its master. Luo Xiu was the rightful owner. He sensed that these pages might be intertwined with the essence of soul abilities. Yet he was utterly at a loss regarding the method to unlock their secrets. After a fruitless contemplation, he endeavored to turn to the 2nd page of the Black Book, but it remained obstinately shut. The 3rd page proved equally resistant, leaving him with only the 10 empty rows of the 1st page to ponder. Setting aside the book for now, he resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries at a later time. His immediate priority was to secure his place as a disciple of the Luo family. A martial artist, regardless of innate talent, could not hope to cultivate their abilities without resources. He found himself bereft of any means, reliant solely on the strength of the Luo family. With great effort, Luo Xiu managed to rise and consume a modest meal, regaining a modicum of energy. He resolved to seek another opportunity to test his aptitude for the Dantian. However, the stone tablet required a 2-year interval before it could be activated again, needing the infusion of true essence from the guarding elder. It was improbable that the elder would activate it solely for his benefit. Luo Xiu fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to approach this dilemma. 30 miles beyond the Luo family estate, the spring breeze swept across by Bow Lake, causing the waters to surge and crash against the shores in rhythmic waves. A multitude of young disciples from the Luo family stood bare-chested at the water's edge. Despite the cool weather, beads of sweat streamed down their faces as they relentlessly practiced their punches and kicks. Among them, a stout boy seemed somewhat defiant. "Instructor, Though I may be a bit overweight, my strength is formidable, he declared. The dark-faced instructor merely chuckled coldly, raising a hand to rest upon the stout boy's shoulder. If you can withstand the weight of my arm for 5 breaths, you may remain to continue your training. If not, you are free to leave. The boy's round face flushed crimson, aware that he was no match for the instructor. Yet, he found it hard to believe that he could not withstand just one arm. Come on, Luo-san, show your mettle. Stand firm for the sake of our brotherhood. Cheered his peers. Can you not endure a single arm? If you succeed, the entire group will treat you to roasted wolf legs tonight. All present were youths aged 14 to 15. For it is only after the age of 14 that one's bones solidify, allowing for serious physical training to commence prior to this age. The focus is on building a foundation. Just 10 days prior, they had undergone an aptitude test, and only those who achieved a 4th grade qualification were permitted to train. Today marked the inaugural day of their training, and these youths, unaccustomed to such hardship, harbored dissatisfaction towards the stern instructor. Encouraged by his companions, the stout boy nodded resolutely, his thoughts drifting to the delectable wolf legs, meat from a first-tier ferocious beast. He had only tasted a morsel during a banquet in his childhood, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. With newfound courage, he turned to face the instructor, who said nothing further and began to apply a slight pressure with one hand. The rotund man's face instantly transformed into a crimson hue. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He managed to utter a single cry from his throat, but his knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling under the weight of his instructor's hand, which pressed down upon his shoulder with such force that it brought the seemingly hefty individual to his knees. Remarkably, the instructor appeared to exert little effort in doing so. The sheer magnitude of strength was astonishing. The portly man murmured, attempting to protest, recalling that during the aptitude test yesterday, he had been classified as possessing a 4th grade talent. It is important to note that among the 500 to 600 eligible youths in the Luo family village, fewer than 100 qualified. In light of this achievement, his parents had even hosted a banquet, harboring high hopes for him. Every 2 years, exceptional youths from Yunzhou are chosen to enter the prestigious Sword and Blade sect in the capital of the Yin Kingdom. This sect is divided into the Blade sect and the Sword sect, renowned throughout the entire Yin Kingdom and holding a formidable reputation in the martial world. Nearly every national protector, general, and chief of the imperial guards, as well as even the national master, has emerged from or is associated with the Sword and Blade sect. Thus, it can be said that this sect serves as a crucial pillar of the Yin Kingdom. In this era where martial prowess reigns supreme, even imperial authority relies on the support of advanced warriors. The emperor, too, aspires to wed the outstanding female disciples of the Sword and Blade sect as queens, underscoring the sect's formidable influence. As one of the 4 prominent families in Yunzhou, the Luo family also sends representatives every 2 years to compete with the disciples of other sects and families, selecting a portion of the most exceptional students to attend the selection process for the Sword and Blade sect in the Yin capital, Yinjing. Even if he lacked natural talent and could not be selected for the Sword and Blade sect, remaining within the Luo family to become an official disciple would still hold merit. With a 4th grade aptitude, there remained a glimmer of hope for him to enter the Meridian realm. Once he achieved that, he would be considered a formidable expert. Unexpectedly, all hope dissipated in an instant. The chubby boy attempted to argue, but he soon realized that he had exhausted all his strength. In that fleeting moment, he had overdrawn his potential to resist the instructor's overwhelming force, leaving him utterly speechless. As the chubby boy was carried away, the instructor raised a hand and addressed the remaining students, saying, "Do not be deceived by my slender physique. My weight is not less than that of the chubby boy." "No way. Instructor, we acknowledge your formidable strength, but the chubby boy weighs at least 180 pounds. You appear to weigh no more than 140. The instructor waved his hand dismissively, explaining, in terms of equal volume, muscle weighs 3 times more than fat, and as martial artists, our muscles are denser due to prolonged training. Nearly 40% of a person's body weight consists of muscle. Thus, my muscle mass alone weighs around 70 to 80 pounds. 70 to 80 pounds of muscle? Does that mean the instructor weighs nearly 200 pounds? This seemed utterly inconceivable. At that moment, the instructor flicked his garment, revealing his well-defined, steel-like muscles, causing the disciples below to gaze in awe. By the lakeside, there stood a wooden balance scale, one side bearing a stone weighing 200 pounds, while the instructor occupied the other end. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the scale remarkably achieved a near equilibrium, suggesting that the instructor's weight, while perhaps not quite 200 pounds, was certainly close. Even clothed, he would appear to weigh no more than 140. Stepping down from the scale, the stern-faced instructor proclaimed, "Thus, greater muscle strength can unleash more formidable force. In the future, you will also need to cultivate your tendons and bones, practice the essence and sealing of the meridians, and once you reach the realm of unblocked meridians, your weight will approximate mine. Can we truly reach that state? That is the prowess of the instructor," one student exclaimed. The instructor nodded affirmatively. "Each of you possesses at least a fourth-grade talent. To an ordinary person, you are indeed prodigies, provided you establish a solid foundation. There remains a glimmer of hope for entering the realm of unblocked meridians. However, bear in mind this crucial point. The more of the 639 muscles in your body that you refine, the stronger your future capabilities will be." One disciple raised a question. "Instructor, when you practiced in the realm of muscle refinement, did you manage to temper all your muscles?" The instructor replied, "It is not that simple. Each muscle must endure countless trials to unleash greater power. At that time, I only refined 390 of my muscles. And before entering the realm of tendon cultivation, I could deliver a punch nearing 600 pounds, an impressive feat indeed." As the instructor spoke passionately, a sudden stir erupted among the disciples. "Well, a goddess. So beautiful. That must be the esteemed Miss Luo Xingye. If only I could marry the young lady. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. To merely catch a glimpse of her beauty would suffice, even if I never attained the realm of unblocked meridians." In addition to the female instructor, leading the group was a young lady clad in flowing white garments, her delicate features resembling a painting, exuding an air of freshness and grace. This was Luo Xingye, the esteemed young lady of the Luo family, merely 15 years of age, and the object of admiration for countless young men in Luo village. Since she was 8, numerous families from the martial world had sought to form alliances through marriage with the Luo family, all of which were steadfastly rejected by Luo Lai. Upon witnessing the commotion within the ranks, the instructor scoffed, proclaiming, "Though you have been selected based on your tested qualifications, I advise you not to harbor any illusions. The young lady has formally practiced martial arts for a year, and she has already attained the second realm of muscle refinement, reaching the latter stage of bone tempering. Moreover, her mastery in each realm is exceptionally high, and she possesses a talent of the 6th rank, which is commendable throughout the vast Yin kingdom. Such a remarkable individual may one day transcend the realms of Ren and Du, forging a bridge between heaven and earth. Pray tell, how could you, a mere assembly of toads, dare to aspire to her?" He regarded the disciples with a derisive smile, likening them to a line of toads perched by a pond, gazing up at swans soaring through the sky, mouths agape in drooling envy. Among the group stood a 15-year-old youth named Luo Huan, endowed with a talent of the 4th rank, which placed him among the more distinguished disciples. He had been particularly attentive to the instructor's remarks, as they were directed at him. Feeling somewhat chagrined, Luo Huan scanned his surroundings until his eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. Pointing with his hand, he exclaimed, "Look at that unambitious fellow, Luo Xiao, with a talent of the 3rd rank, who has been infatuated with the young lady since childhood. Now, that is the true toad." As the onlookers followed Luo Huan's gaze, they beheld Luo Xiao, who had been absent for 10 days, standing in the path that Luo Xingye and her companions were about to traverse, with his hands clasped behind his back. His penetrating gaze was fixed upon Luo Xingye's delicate countenance. It was common knowledge among the crowd that Luo Xiao harbored affections for Xingye. However, he had never voiced his feelings in her presence. What could this peculiar behavior signify? Could it be that he, realizing his lack of aptitude and a bleak future, was driven to a desperate confession? The youths, momentarily abandoning their training, regarded the unfolding scene with keen interest. Chapter 3. Luo Xingye. The Luo family was a large one, with numerous orphans among them. Many harbored resentment towards Luo Xiao, the wild child who had been permitted to reside in the Grand Luo estate since childhood. This sentiment was particularly strong among the young men who viewed Luo Xingye as their ideal, especially since she had once gifted Luo Xiao with medicinal ointment for his injuries, which only fueled their jealousy. However, fortunes shifted when Luo Xiao was expelled from the Grand Estate by several young masters, causing him to plummet from grace. Over the years, many took pleasure in his misfortune. Despite his fierce spirit, Luo Xiao had never undergone systematic training, resulting in his lackluster combat prowess, making him a frequent target of bullying. The testing that occurred 10 days prior had only compounded his woes, revealing his third-rate aptitude, which precluded him from accessing the vital pathways of martial arts. Furthermore, the pursuit of martial arts demanded an abundance of resources, elixirs, weapons, talismans, and techniques, all of which required substantial financial investment. As an orphan devoid of both wealth and talent, Luo Xiao was destined to inhabit a realm far removed from that of his peers, which fostered a sense of superiority among the youths when faced with him. Since the completion of his aptitude test, Luo Xiao has not been seen, presumably retreating to his lair to recuperate. It is said that after the test, the second young master of the Luo family, Luo Xingyun, declared that Luo Xiao should avoid crossing paths with him. Otherwise, he would be met with hostility at every encounter. If Luo Xiao possesses any sense, he should hastily gather his belongings and depart from Luo family village. Many are eager to curry favor with the young masters of the Luo family by disparaging Luo Xiao, knowing that these young masters possess fifth-grade aptitude and are likely to ascend into the realm of Ren and Du in the future. In comparison, Luo Xiao is but a mere shadow of their potential. Luo Xingye was jogging, as per the instructor's requirements, when she happened to glance over and spot Luo Xiao standing alone in the distance, an incongruous figure among the crowd. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her beautiful eyes. The boy who once gazed at her with such affection was now the subject of ridicule, and within her heart, she realized that she had come to cherish the memory of him. Should she extend her hand to help him? She understood that a mere encouraging smile from her could uplift him greatly, for he harbored feelings for her, a fact she was well aware of. Yet, contemplating Luo Xiao's third-grade aptitude made her hesitate. Could two individuals from such disparate worlds truly find common ground? Xingye, what are you doing? Her companions called out, reminding her that they were all following her lead, and she must not lose focus. Ultimately, they were not of the same ilk. Perhaps it was best to let the boy's affections drift away with the wind. In Luo family village, Luo Xingye is a legend, having started her martial training last year. She has broken through 2 significant realms in just a year, though she has the steadfast support of the family patriarch. Her achievements are inextricably linked to her own innate talent and relentless effort, making her an idol among the young women of the village, especially this year. The newly arrived Luo Xingye captivated onlookers with her beauty and prowess, igniting a fervent belief among them that she would undoubtedly transcend the realm of bone forging this autumn, entering the domain of visceral refinement and secure a place in the sword and blade sect as a core disciple. As Luo Xingye was about to brush past him, Luo Xiao spoke solemnly. Xingye, I have something to say to you. Luo Xingye paused momentarily, her enchanting gaze lowered. What is it? Luo Xiao hesitated, grappling with 2 matters, one of which was his desire to ascertain Luo Xingye's feelings, a fixation that had taken root in his heart. Throughout his life, Luo Xiao had never relinquished anything. However, this time, he was uncertain whether his persistence was justified. Thus, he felt compelled to test the waters. Scanning his surroundings, Luo Xiao remarked, "Some things are perhaps not convenient to discuss in front of others." The crowd fell silent, the stillness palpable as if a pin could be heard dropping. In truth, everyone was aware that Luo Xingye harbored a semblance of affection for Luo Xiao. Although they mocked him for aspiring beyond his reach, deep down, they were unsure whether Luo Xingye would genuinely reject him. Her response at this moment held great significance. Should she choose to walk alongside Luo Xiao, many youthful hearts present would inevitably shatter. Conversely, if she declined, it would signify that Luo Xiao, the proverbial toad, had indeed fallen from grace, rendered utterly insignificant. Luo Huan clenched her fist in rage. "You fool, Luo Xiao. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Once lady refuses you, you won't even need the young masters to intervene. I shall make you wish you were never born. Count me in. I've long found this pretty boy intolerable." Luo Xingye bit her crimson lip, a faint blush blossoming on her face, as she surmised the forthcoming words of Luo Xiao. She was not oblivious to the kindness the young man bestowed upon her, yet what choices lay before her? Had she not already resolved her stance? Raising her gaze, determination gleamed within her eyes. "Speak your mind here. I must continue my training and cannot afford to be distracted." Luo Xiao anticipated a pang of heartache, an inkling of sorrow, and while there was indeed a trace of it, it was far less acute than he had envisioned. Instead, a wave of relief washed over him. He had reached a decision, having demonstrated through necessity that without strength, even an outstretched hand could not grasp love. Letting go? The first act of relinquishment in his life proved to be less daunting than he had imagined. With a radiant smile gracing his features, he stated, "Though this matter is somewhat delicate to broach, since the situation is thus, I shall speak plainly. I seek your assistance, Mississippi. I wish to undergo another assessment of my aptitude. Might you facilitate a discussion with the elder on my behalf?" If it were merely Luo Xiao undergoing the assessment alone, the elder would hardly expend a significant amount of true essence. However, with Luo Xingye's esteemed status, her mere request would surely elicit compliance from the elder. Luo Xingye was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated that Luo Xiao's purpose in seeking her out was for this matter. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think that the testing stone is as trivial as a cabbage, to be assessed as many times as one desires? What arrogance to flaunt a third-grade aptitude! Fool! The stone does not err. Do you doubt the validity of your own potential? I have encountered many like you, who only blame fate and fail to introspect. You shall not have that opportunity. There is no need for a stone tablet. Once the training concludes, I shall come forth to test you, allowing you to witness the disparity between third and fourth grade talents." Lu Xingye hesitated for a moment before declaring loudly, "This is absolutely out of the question." Subsequently, he rose and sprinted into the distance. As he passed by Luo Shi, he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "The elder guarding the premises is preoccupied with alchemy and is in seclusion for a month. I will have a word with him. A month from now, in the evening, you shall visit the elder, Luo Shi. This is against the rules, but just this once." Lu Xingye dashed away, his implication crystal clear. Such irregularities should not be sought from her in the future. Luo Xiao smiled slightly. After all, it was merely this once. That sufficed. As the female disciples walked away, Luo Huan fixed his gaze on Luo Xiao, a mocking expression gracing his features. "Luo Xiao, has your foolish infatuation finally come to an end? Your days of ease are over. I have officially become a disciple of the Luo family. As a formal disciple, crushing someone as ordinary as you is akin to squashing an ant." Luo Xiao dismissed Luo Huan and the surrounding men, who were evidently envious, with a cold chuckle. "I shall be waiting." He then leapt to seize a tree trunk, hanging his legs from it, head downward, and began performing inverted sit-ups to strengthen his core and abdominal muscles. Though a youth's bones are deemed to have fully developed at the age of 14, Luo Xiao has never neglected the cultivation of his muscles. He is well aware of the essentials of physical training. Initially, his ambition was to refine and compress all his muscles to over 70% before advancing to the stage of sinew condensation. However, his aspirations have since evolved. With 639 muscles to train, the challenge of perfecting each one to the point of compression is formidable, attainable only by those of exceptional talent. A true breakthrough is only realized after the complete refinement and compression of all muscles. Within the Luo family village, the patriarch, Luo Lai, managed to refine and compress a mere 412 muscles in his time. Presently, the highest achiever is Luo Xingye, a prodigious talent who has compressed 466 muscles. Others, like Luo Xingyao, have also surpassed the 400 mark, while the remainder linger below that threshold. The process of refining and compressing involves inducing extreme fatigue in a muscle, subsequently infusing it with energy from the dantian to revitalize it. However, achieving such profound fatigue in the muscles is no simple feat, particularly for those in the neck and head, which are notoriously challenging to train. Only individuals of immense willpower can succeed. Although I have gained insights into energy perception over the years, my innate talent is lacking, and my foundational energy in the dantian is not robust. To date, I have managed to refine fewer than 200 primary muscles in my limbs. Without the support of medicinal potency, further muscle refinement remains elusive. Nevertheless, my innate abilities have significantly improved, and even in the absence of medicinal aid, I should be capable of refining over 300 muscles, though this will require time. The pursuit of skill without focus on the waist is ultimately a limited endeavor. Thus, I shall commence my training with the waist. After enduring 10 days of torment, Luo Xiao now felt a substantial enhancement in the sensation of his dantian energy, enabling him to refine his muscles in greater quantities. Sweating profusely, he executed inverted sit-ups at an astonishing pace, swiftly depleting his muscular strength. Chapter 4. Enhancement of strength. Muscle refinement does not merely lead to excessive muscular development. Rather, it results in a physique that is exquisitely shaped and perfectly proportioned. For instance, Luo Xingye refined 466 muscle groups, yet his form exuded no overt robustness. Instead, he appeared more graceful and alluring, with a lithe figure concealing immense power within a seemingly delicate frame. Luo Xiao had already cultivated his muscles commendably. The only aspect lacking was the compression and refinement of his Dantian energy. Due to insufficient Dantian energy, he required extensive recovery after each refinement session and could only target a limited number of muscle groups at a time. Now, with his innate abilities heightened and a more pronounced Dantian sensation, after nearly half an hour of continuous sit-ups, he began to feel cramping in his waist muscles. It was nearly time. Extreme fatigue was signaled by muscle spasms, and now his abdominal muscles were on the verge of cramping. Yet he pressed on, aware that the intercostal muscles required just a bit more effort. As a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, his abdominal muscles finally succumbed to spasms. But Luo Xiao gritted his teeth and completed 20 more sit-ups, ultimately inducing cramping in his intercostal muscles as well. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Enduring exercise while experiencing muscle spasms was a feat beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Typically, for someone refining their abdomen, reaching the point of six-pack muscle spasms would be considered the limit. After falling from the tree, Luo Xiao quickly seated himself, circulating his Dantian energy to infuse it into the spasming muscles. The breath flows between the waist and abdomen. The fibers of the muscles begin to leap, and a warm current meanders through the core. Compression has commenced. Following the enhancement of his innate abilities, Luo Xiao's total qi within the Dantian has nearly doubled. While he is uncertain of the exact amount of qi at the upper fourth rank, he is aware that the difference between the upper third and upper second ranks is approximately 2/3. Observing the current state of his Dantian qi, it is evident that he possesses at least the qualifications of the upper fourth rank. Should the qi prove insufficient, it would be impossible to achieve compression before exhaustion sets in. Yet now, Luo Xiao is brimming with confidence. He intends to compress both the abdominal and rib muscles in one go. The sensation in his waist and abdomen grows increasingly warm, and the contours of his muscles are subtly transforming. First, the two upper abdominal muscles compress smoothly. The two central muscles encounter little resistance, as the Dantian qi remains abundant. The two lower muscles present slight difficulty, yet he can endure. As he approaches the lowest pair near the pubic bone, beads of sweat appear on his forehead. However, he refuses to yield. He still has the 6 rib muscles to conquer, and he is determined to press on. The Dantian qi swiftly circulates and depletes. Luo Xiao feels as if he has been pulled from water, gritting his teeth and forcing the breath to surge forth. Time passes gradually. Success. After approximately an hour, Luo Xiao suddenly opens his eyes and exclaims. The once remarkably developed muscles of his waist and abdomen have gradually smoothed. Yet an extraordinary internal transformation has occurred. If one were to weigh Luo Xiao's abdominal muscles before and after, they would find that the originally robust muscles now weigh approximately 2 pounds less than their current smoother form. This is the state of muscles after extreme compression. To cultivate muscle strength, one must rely on the energy from the Dantian, compressing the entire body's muscles to achieve a more concentrated force. This accomplishment was previously unimaginable for him. In the past, if his Dantian energy was depleted to this extent, recovering would take no less than 10 to 8 days. Moreover, the amount of muscle that could be refined and compressed in a single session was minimal, which explains the sluggishness of his progress. However, with his current recovery rate, he can restore his Dantian energy in a maximum of 2 days, enabling him to embark on the next round of refinement. This time, he has refined 14 major muscle groups, finally exceeding a total of 200. Previously, his strongest strike could reach a maximum of 270 pounds. He wonders if he can enhance that now. Many people cannot endure the excruciating pain of muscle spasms during training. Those with relatively inferior aptitude may choose to enter the condensing phase at 500 pounds, but breaking through at this weight merely signifies the weakest level of muscle condensation. In Luo Xiao's training room, there is a strength testing stone pillar marked with scales, containing a mercury column inside. When he strikes it with full force, the mercury rises according to the intensity of the impact. Previously, Luo Xiao's strongest strike reached 270 pounds. Approaching the stone pillar, he took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, engaged his core, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The mercury surged, instantly surpassing Luo Xiao's previous record of 270 pounds. 280, 290, 300. After breaching the 300-pound barrier, the mercury rose slightly more, reaching a remarkable 308 pounds. Well, it is satisfactory. I have honed 14 muscle groups, increasing my strength by 38 pounds. Although this may not seem significant, I still have time. When I retest my qualifications a month later, I believe there will be substantial improvement. After completing his assessment, Luo Xiao left the courtyard to procure several roast chickens, 20 pounds of beef, and some vegetables. The consumption of a martial artist is immense. Daily nutrition is absolutely indispensable. After purchasing these items, Luo Xiao patted his wallet and revealed a faint smile of resignation. He had less than 10 taels of silver remaining. Not being a disciple of the Luo family, he was not privy to free meals. Besides training, he must also engage in work, such as foraging for herbs to sell to the apothecary or laboring at the blacksmiths to earn a living. A better option would be to become a disciple of an alchemist, a talisman master, or an apprentice blacksmith. However, such opportunities require aptitude. Otherwise, these coveted positions would be fiercely contested by the residents of Luo village. This is the lament of an ordinary martial artist, lacking wealth, resources, and support. One must rely solely on oneself. With such multifarious demands, how can progress be swift? Nevertheless, if I economize, I can sustain myself for a month. Everything will be addressed after the retest. Luo Xiao focused his mind, shutting out the distractions of the outside world, and devoted himself to training within the courtyard. His Dantian energy recovered faster than he had anticipated, fully restoring in just a day and a half, and even surpassing his prior state. Though the improvement was slight, it filled Luo Xiao with exuberance. Indeed, the Black Book possessed the ability to nourish one's vital energy. This outcome bolstered his confidence tremendously. This time, he resolved to strengthen the muscles of his neck and jawline. Many believe that there is no necessity to train the muscles on one's head, as the power generated in striking with fists and legs does not predominantly rely on these muscles, rendering their contribution negligible. However, Luo Xiao, who grew up amidst the mountains and forests, holds a different perspective. It is crucial to remember that in ancient times, humanity's most fundamental weapon was not the hands or feet, but rather the teeth. Indeed, the strongest muscles in the human body are the jaw muscles. Moreover, each muscle serves its own purpose. While the impact on overall power may be minimal, the cumulative effect should not be underestimated. Once all body muscles are honed, the enhancement in strength becomes significant. Furthermore, upon entering the realm of muscle consolidation, every increment in strength builds upon the existing foundation. The higher the base, the greater the future achievements. This phenomenon explains the disparity in strength among martial artists of the same realm. With a heavy object pressing down on his head and a cloth bag clenched between his teeth, which contained stones, Luo Xiao commenced yet another grueling round of training. After a day, he once again stood before the force measurement stone pillar, unleashing a powerful punch that registered at 320 pounds. Although the training of his neck and jaw muscles only increased his strength by 12 pounds, the defensive capabilities of his head and neck region were significantly enhanced, promising numerous benefits in the future. After swiftly devouring a roasted chicken and taking a brief respite, Luo Xiao prepared to embark on the next phase of his training, the fortification of his back muscles. Simultaneously, the members of the Luo family were not neglecting their martial arts training. With a resounding crash, Luo Huan delivered a powerful punch to the force measurement stone pillar, achieving 530 pounds. The surrounding youths erupted in admiration, with one disciple named Luo Yutong exclaiming, "Brother Huan, you are remarkably strong. After merely 20 days of concentrated training, you have already surpassed 500 pounds of punch force, becoming the first among us to achieve such a feat. Indeed, Huan Gu is the strongest amongst us. While a few of us possess upper-tier qualifications, none can rival Huan Ji's prowess. Huan Gu, with a punch exceeding 500 pounds. You must be on the verge of reaching the stage of muscle consolidation." Luo Huan, feeling a sense of pride, waved his hand dismissively. Reaching muscle consolidation is still a distant goal. A punch force of over 500 pounds is not particularly formidable. I intend to continue refining my muscles until I have strengthened all 380 of them. At that point, my punch force should exceed 600. And entering the realm of muscle consolidation would not render me a weakling. Over 380? That is simply unimaginable. I have only refined 240 and already feel as though the apocalypse is upon me. My entire body is in agony. I estimate that I will not exceed 330 at most. You think you can compare yourself to Huan Gu? Huan Gu is, apart from a few direct descendants of the Luo family, the strongest among us, destined for limitless achievements. You will at best only surpass Luo Xiao by a slight margin. Upon hearing this, Luo Yutong immediately ingratiated himself. Huan Gu, do not worry. Dealing with him is a simple task. Although we cannot directly confront him, he must eat. After all, here's the plan. I will bring along 2 brothers to wait at the entrance of his home, and when he emerges, we will give him a thorough beating. That sounds good. Do not hold back. This fellow is quite despicable. If we were to break a leg or an arm, no one would care. Remember to act decisively. Brother Juan, just you wait and see. I have tempered my 260 muscles, and with a single punch, I can deliver a force of 360 pounds. Dealing with him will be a mere trifle. Go ahead. Inform me of any news. Luo Huan waved his hand, and Luo Yutong promptly departed with 2 companions. Chapter 5. The egg cracked without a trace in the blink of an eye. 25 days had elapsed since the agreement between Luo Xiao and Luo Xingye. Luo Xiao sat cross-legged on his bed, exhaling a breath of turbid air before opening his eyes. After 25 days of relentless training, he had successfully tempered 355 muscles. Moreover, his dantian had expanded somewhat. If tested now, he should be able to reach the 5th grade qualification. However, to complete the tempering of the remaining muscles, relying solely on his home training would yield limited results. It was estimated that in another 2 months, he would not surpass the tempering of 400 muscles. To join the ranks of the Luo family disciples was imperative for accessing the family's resources. Time was of the essence. Over the past 20 days, Luo Xiao had also grown taller, now standing nearly 180 centimeters, a commendable height for a 14-year-old. Approaching the strength testing pillar, Luo Xiao unleashed a full-force punch. Boom. The testing pillar trembled slightly, considering its modest quality. The mercury column swiftly ascended, soon surpassing 300, breaking through 350. The momentum remained formidable. 400. A seamless breakthrough. 450. The mercury column continued to rise. And within Luo Xiao's heart surged a profound excitement as he clenched his fists in silence. Although he had tempered over 300 muscles, several crucial ones related to exertion remained unrefined and compressed. He pondered whether his strength could surpass 500 pounds. Should he achieve this, he would qualify for the breakthrough to the condensing muscle stage. 407, 408, 409, still ascending. It seemed that exceeding 500 was within reach. The mercury column surpassed 500 and did not cease, only slowing its ascent. 502, 503, 505, 506, and then it halted. 563. This was the result of Luo Xiao's utmost effort. It appeared that his aptitude had indeed improved significantly. Even without having refined his largest muscles, he had surpassed 560 pounds, comparable to a mediocre condensing muscle phase practitioner. Of course, this did not account for the factors of martial techniques and skills, which remained his Achilles heel, preventing him from truly competing with genuine practitioners of the condensing muscle stage. Luo Xiao recognized that he had reached a bottleneck. Without the support of medicinal aids or family resources, his progress would be considerably slower. With 5 days remaining until the next evaluation, he knew he must seek a new location for his training, striving to achieve another breakthrough within this limited time frame. He had already decided on a site, the serene Bibo Lake, situated 50 miles from the Luo family village. Originally a training ground for the Luo disciples, the area had been deserted lately due to the inclement spring weather. Due to the fierce winds, the lake's surface was tumultuous, and the impact of the towering waves upon the human body was formidable. Moreover, driven by the gusts, the tides would never cease, rendering it an ideal arena for testing human limits. Rising from the courtyard, Luo Xiao stepped out of the alleyway. There were figures ahead. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. At the intersection stood 3 familiar individuals, with whom he had often interacted, within the Luo family. The individuals who most frequently bullied Luo Xiao were several young masters of the clan, along with the housekeeper and servants of the grand estate. Outside, the one who tormented him the most was Luo Huan. Possessing considerable strength and having mastered martial arts, Luo Huan was far beyond Luo Xiao's capabilities, and he had often suffered injuries at his hands. The 3 individuals before him were cronies of Luo Huan. Whenever Luo Huan harassed him, these sycophants would either join in the assault or stand by, cheering on Luo Huan as he mercilessly tormented Luo Xiao. In this latest test conducted by the Luo family, no significant surprises emerged. Apart from a few direct descendants, the highest qualifications barely reached the upper 4th rank. Even among the upper 4th rank disciples, distinctions were apparent. 4 individuals held this rank, 2 of whom persisted for 37 breaths, 1 for 38, while Luo Huan managed 39, establishing himself as the strongest. With Luo Huan basking in glory, his companions, including Luo Yutang, rose in status, wielding their newfound influence with audacity. Previously, Luo Xiao could at most contend to a draw with two other youths, and he had yet to surpass Luo Yutang. However, today, with an unchanging expression, Luo Xiao strode forward. Upon witnessing Luo Xiao's emergence, Luo Yutang and his companions' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had been waiting here for 3 to 4 days without catching a glimpse of Luo Xiao, their patience wearing thin. However, upon his arrival, they sprang to their feet like flies drawn to blood. The trio surrounded him in a triangular formation, with Luo Yutang resting his chin on his hand. A grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Luo Xiao, you truly are a rare sight. We've been waiting for you for 4 days, costing us precious cultivation time. Now, tell me, how shall we settle this debt?" The younger companion on the left interjected, "Let us do it this way. Seeing as you're a penniless wretch, this shabby abode can only fetch a few coins. Hand over the deed, and we'll transfer it to Brother Yutang's name at the elder's place. Then, you must kneel and bark like a dog 3 times before crawling through our legs, and we shall spare your life." The companion on the right chimed in, "But what if this fool accidentally bumps into my jewels? My jewels are worth far more than his head." Luo Yutang chuckled mischievously, suggesting, "Just let him support you a little, and you won't have to worry about that." The younger companion replied, "I'm not interested. This lad is careless. If only the young lady were to assist me." Before he could finish, Luo Yutang's expression darkened. "Nonsense. The young lady belongs to Brother Huan. Slap yourself 10 times. Realizing his blunder, the young companion's face turned awkward as he prepared to punish himself. Luo Xiao, maintaining a stoic expression, interjected, "Indeed, self-punishment is warranted. However, what is the point of self-inflicted punishment? Allow me to take on that task for you." The young thug was contemplating how to take out his frustrations when he noticed Luo Xiao approaching him willingly, which instantly provided him with an outlet for his rage. He barked, "Are you itching for trouble? Come here, let me loosen your bones." With that, he strode over, jabbing a finger towards Luo Xiao's face and poking it repeatedly. "Who are you raising your voice at? Remember to be more astute in the future." Just as the finger was about to make contact, Luo Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the thug's fingertip. With a powerful snap of his jaws, honed through rigorous training, he shattered the finger with a resounding crack. Before blood could spatter, Luo Xiao swiftly withdrew, spitting out a mouthful of saliva and calmly stating, "Teeth are also a form of weaponry, but I recommend a mouthguard next time. Your hands reek." The thug emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Luo Xiao's mere bite had severed the finger, and he hadn't even felt the contact of Luo Xiao's skin. A testament to the formidable strength of Luo Xiao's bite. My finger," the thug cried, raising his hand only to find it connected by a mere shred of skin, the bone completely shattered. "That's quite a scream," Luo Xiao remarked with a frown before delivering a swift kick to the thug's groin. The thug's cry was cut short as his body was propelled backward, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Luo Xiao smiled faintly, delivering a parting remark just before the thug succumbed to unconsciousness. This decisive kick, which severed the lineage, indeed resolved the troubles of that young man. "You, Luo Xiao, how dare you take action today?" Luo Yutang was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had the mindset of a spectator, allowing his 2 subordinates to engage first, believing he would make his grand entrance last. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had dramatically shifted, and one of his subordinates was rendered utterly incapacitated. Completely incapacitated, while a severed finger could potentially be reattached. A shattered egg was beyond the Luo family's ability to mend. Luo Yutang found himself at a loss for words, in this world where might reigns supreme. There is no need for justification when it comes to violence. Strength alone suffices. With a grim expression, he disregarded the fallen subordinate and barked at the trembling subordinate beside him. "Let us take him down together. Incapacitate this brat." No sooner had his words left his lips than Luo Xiao, like a gust of wind, charged towards another subordinate, delivering a powerful punch. The speed was astonishing. The man before him had once possessed similar strength to Luo Xiao. Typically, when Luo Xiao threw a punch, he could block it and counterattack. Today, he intended to do just that. However, as he raised his arm, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone fracturing echoed. And after Luo Xiao shattered his arm with a single blow, he continued with unrelenting force, striking the subordinate's face. The man fell straight to the ground, his face a gruesome mess, having been knocked unconscious by Luo Xiu's punch. With a single strike, the battle was resolved, and Luo Xiu turned to face the pale-faced Luo Yutong. Now, you may take action. Chapter 6. The Spiral Hidden Force. Observing Luo Xiu advancing towards him with ill intent, Luo Yutong felt a surge of fear. In the past, Luo Xiu was indeed not his rival. However, the extent of Luo Xiu's superiority was limited. He found himself rather unaccustomed to Luo Xiu's reckless and desperate fighting style. Now, after nearly a month apart, this Luo Xiu seemed transformed. Luo Yutang believed himself superior to those two subordinates, yet he could never hope to eliminate his opponent with the same swiftness as Luo Xiu. The current prowess of Luo Xiu was likely on par with Luo Huan. Luo Huan was a master whose muscles had been tempered beyond 300, boasting a barehanded striking force of 530 pounds. In such a brief span, Luo Xiu had astonishingly approached that level. As someone who typically preyed on the weak, witnessing Luo Xiu's formidable strength immediately intimidated Luo Yutang. Luo Xiu, let's talk this over. Don't come any closer. It was Luo Huan who compelled me to act this way. Grievances must be addressed at their source. You should seek him out. At first, Luo Yutang's heart raced with trepidation, but as Luo Xiu advanced with increasing speed, his own pulse quickened in tandem. This was a technique Luo Xiu had mastered in the wilderness. Such an approach instilled immense pressure, even on the fiercest beasts. He had previously used this very tactic to repel countless formidable creatures. As Luo Xiu began to sprint, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing Luo Yutang's legs to weaken, stripping him of the courage to flee. His knees buckled, and he suddenly knelt down. Luo Xiu, I was wrong. Just consider me inconsequential and spare me. I am willing to offer you compensation. Luo Xiu had raised his fist high, but upon hearing the word compensation, he came to a halt. Within the confines of the Luo family estate, combat is permissible among martial artists. However, engaging in life and death struggles is strictly forbidden without the explicit consent of the master or the elders. Moreover, any intentional theft of property is utterly prohibited, with violators facing the dire consequence of severed meridians. Only by executing deeds shrouded in secrecy can one evade these stringent rules. Yet, with individuals like Luo Yutang seeking him out, it is likely that many are already aware of his intentions. He cannot simply eliminate several individuals, but securing a satisfactory compensation would be acceptable, contingent upon whether the recompense is worthy of the price of his 2 eggs. Luo Xiu, with a ravenous appetite for gain, articulated a malevolent thought. Luo Yutang instinctively tightened his legs, glancing at his companion, whose fate had already been sealed in despair. He had no doubt about Luo Xiu's resolve, fear almost overwhelming him. He hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. Rest assured, Brother Xiu, this compensation will undoubtedly meet your expectations. It is a treasured heirloom of my family. Even Luo Huan is unaware of my possession of it. Today, I am prepared to present it to you. Let me see it, Luo Xiu demanded. Trembling, Luo Yutang reached into his bosom and produced a slender bundle. With quaking hands, he unwrapped it, revealing a thin volume. Luo Xiu cast a cursory glance and was taken aback by the title inscribed upon the cover, The 18 Techniques of Enchanting Women. What in the world is this? Luo Xiu fumed. Do not be hasty, Brother Xiu, Luo Yutang implored. This is merely a ruse to mislead prying eyes. Otherwise, I would have long since lost this trinket. When Luo Huan glimpsed this book, he tossed it back to me after a cursory look. The real treasure lies within its pages. Luo Yutang hastily elaborated, cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was in earshot. Only then did he meticulously open the book, tearing away the cover of the final page to extract a concealed sheet of paper from within its folds. Upon a mere glance, Luo Xiu discerned several illustrations upon the paper, seemingly depicting the intricacies of inner force manipulation. He seized the document eagerly, scrutinizing it with great care. The spiral hidden energy. Luo Xiu's eyes brightened. This was indeed a martial technique, and it appeared to be anything but simple. This method elucidated a distinctive way of exerting force in combat, stipulating that the practitioner's striking power must exceed 750 pounds to embark on its cultivation, and it must be undertaken prior to the solidification of tendons. For once a martial artist solidifies their tendons, the formation of their meridians renders the practice of this spiral, hidden energy exceedingly arduous. However, the document appeared to be somewhat incomplete. Luo Xiu surmised that 2 more pages likely followed. Have you ever practiced this spiral hidden energy? Luo Xiu inquired. He nodded slightly. acknowledging that such stringent prerequisites were rarely met by martial artists. Not only was there no one in the Luo clan capable of this feat, but it was doubtful that anyone in the entire Yunzhou prefecture possessed the requisite abilities. If Luo Xingye were to cultivate this technique, given her exceptional talent and her unwavering diligence, there might be a glimmer of hope. What is the rank of this technique? He asked again. This is a family heirloom of mine. It is said to be a technique of the earth level. As for the specifics of its rank, I am unaware. Regrettably, I possess but this single page. My father stumbled upon it and treasured it dearly, eventually passing it down to me. Alas, I am too inept to harness its potential. I am certain that should this technique fall into the hands of Brother Xiao, it would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Luo Yutong effusively showered praises, yet in his heart, he harbored doubts regarding Luo Xiao's capability to cultivate the spiral hidden energy. During the muscle-building phase, a formidable strength of 750 pounds is required. It seems that one would need to refine 500 muscle fibers to achieve such prowess. Luo Xiao, a mere impoverished youth, is unlikely to accomplish such an elevated degree of compression and refinement. Over the years, Luo Xiao has navigated the complexities of life, cultivating a remarkably mature mindset. A mere glance at Luo Yutong's expression reveals his thoughts. However, Luo Xiao remains indifferent to Luo Yutong's opinions, considering him inconsequential. I shall accept this piece of paper, though I was previously unaware of its existence. You too will likely forget it soon. Should it cross your mind again, I may pay you a visit in the dead of night. Please, no need for that. I've had too much to drink today and engaged in a brawl with those two inept fools, leaving my mind in disarray. I've forgotten everything. Perhaps that is for the best. Luo Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Luo Yutong, giving him a pat on the shoulder before striding away into the distance. As Luo Xiao departed, Luo Yutong collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "My goodness! I nearly lost my life." Facing Luo Xiao felt akin to confronting a ferocious beast. What has transpired with this young man? Regardless, he thought it best to report to Brother Huan swiftly. You celestial beings may engage in your battles, but do not let this mere mortal suffer the consequences. Luo Yutong staggered to his feet, leaning on his two subordinates as they left. As for the matter of the pages, he dared not utter a word. Previously, he had concealed the existence of these pages from Luo Huan, and revealing them now would be tantamount to courting death. Luo Xiao understood this well, which is why he felt assured in allowing Luo Yutong to depart. Otherwise, true to his nature, Luo Xiao would prefer to eliminate a few individuals rather than let the secret of the incomplete earth-level cultivation method slip into the open. Emerging from the alleyway, Luo Xiao ventured onto the main road, leaving Luo family village behind. He initially headed south for approximately 10 miles before discreetly circling back north, making a beeline for Azure Ripple Lake. This maneuver was intended to mislead any potential observers, as he desired solitude in the coming days. He sensed that the retest might present challenges and additional strength would serve as a safeguard. After an hour's brisk run, Luo Xiao arrived at Azure Ripple Lake. The lake was of moderate size, its waters originating from the cascading waterfalls of distant Eagle Sorrow Ridge, spanning roughly 30 miles in circumference. Standing on the shore, one could faintly discern a white gleam on the distant horizon, indicative of the Eagle Sorrow Great Waterfall. A robust gale swept across the lake, estimated at force 8. Causing Luo Xiao's garments and flowing hair to dance in the wind. An ordinary individual would struggle to maintain their footing under such conditions. It was precisely due to this that the Luo family had abandoned plans for training by Azure Ripple Lake, as many disciples, with their limited cultivation, found it ineffectual for their development. Luo Xiao did not linger on the immediate shore, but proceeded approximately 10 miles further, reaching a secluded spot behind some shoreline rocks, ensuring he would remain undetected. However, the wind was even more ferocious here, with the lake waters whipped into towering waves, reaching heights of 6 to 9 feet. Indeed, the strong wind and surging water provide substantial resistance. The lake and tempestuous winds present an endless array of adversaries, perfectly suited for my cultivation, Luo Xiao mused. Approaching the lake's edge, Luo Xiao removed his upper garments and trousers, carefully stowing away the incomplete cultivation manual, which he now regarded as his most prized possession. Barefoot, he stepped into the lake, only to be met by a surging wave that knocked him off balance, sending him plummeting into the water. Another wave crashed over him, and he gulped down several mouthfuls of water before struggling back to his feet, expelling the murky lake water from his mouth and wiping his face. What a powerful wave! Yet this also confirmed my lack of stability. Although my core strength has improved, An unstable foundation renders it futile. Thus, this training shall commence from the ground up. Regaining his balance, he sank his center of gravity, channeling his energy into his feet. A massive wave approached, and as he closed his eyes, he felt the force collide with him. With a fierce shout, he exerted himself, anchoring his feet into the sandy shore. The wave passed, and he rubbed his chest, slightly sore from the impact of the water. Though still somewhat disheveled, he had finally managed to stand firm. Chapter 7. Tempering the feet. The muscles around the ankles are notoriously difficult to train. Including both ankles and feet, there are nearly 20 distinct muscles. However, it is exceedingly challenging to induce cramping in all of them, regardless of how many laps one runs. Even if cramping occurs, it typically affects only the 2 muscles of the arch, while the instep, toes, and ankles remain resistant. Consequently, most martial artists focusing on foot muscle refinement tend to concentrate on compressing the arch muscles where the force is greatest, allowing the remaining muscles to be neglected, confident that they can later strengthen and fortify the feet through further training. Luo Xiao held a different perspective. He believed that failing to refine and compress his muscles would render him vulnerable in the future. Given the opportunity before him, he felt compelled to strive for excellence in every aspect. The waves of the lake crashed against him relentlessly, forcing him to maintain his balance. With his feet rooted in the earth, bearing the brunt of the strain, this presented the perfect opportunity to strengthen his legs. Initially, Luo Xiao struggled against the pressure of the water. Being repeatedly knocked down, his body marked with bruises. Had it not been for the commendable compression of his muscles, he might have succumbed by now. Is this all there is to it? He mused. The suffering I have endured surpasses this trivial pain. Luo Xiao was not merely boasting. After enduring 10 days of excruciating pain from the Black Book, he found that ordinary discomfort barely elicited a frown. After countless falls and rises, from noon until dusk, Luo Xiao was drenched, sweat mingling with lake water. However, his diligence bore fruit. He finally managed to withstand the force of the waves, standing firm in the lake. Seizing every lull between the surges to catch his breath, he concentrated all his weight upon his feet, as if he were a nail firmly embedded in the water, unyielding against the tempest. His ankles and soles gradually succumbed to fatigue under the immense pressure. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. This method proved remarkably effective, something unattainable through solitary training at home. Yet mere fatigue was insufficient. He craved pain, cramping, and numbness. He stood from dusk until deep into the night, without consuming a morsel, as his strength steadily dwindled. As the night wind intensified, reaching a force perhaps equivalent to a tempest of 10 on the Beaufort scale. Even in the absence of waves, this scale could easily lift a lighter individual off their feet, coupled with the monstrous waves summoned by the howling wind. Even the resolute Luo Xiao found himself on the brink of collapse. Excellent. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Luo Xiao could already sense the discomfort in his arches, a precursor to imminent cramping. A colossal wave surged forth. His body swayed, yet he managed to remain upright. The force of the impact struck his feet, causing a cramp in his arches. But that was not sufficient. Merely the cramping of his arches would not suffice. Luo Xiao furrowed his brow. Though the cramping in his arches was disconcerting, it was merely an inconvenience, as he could still withstand the onslaught of the waves. As time passed, the waves crashed upon him with relentless fury, and after enduring nearly 6 or 7 hours in this tumultuous sea, Luo Xiao's form began to waver. Yet, after each formidable wave, his unwavering silhouette remained visible. His toes. Splendid. His toes began to cramp. If one were to observe beneath the tumultuous surface, they would witness Luo Xiao's toes involuntarily curling, an uncontrollable response to the muscle spasms. Yet, this alone was insufficient. The muscles in his instep and ankles also required attention. A sheen of sweat began to form upon Luo Xiao's brow. Should he fail to complete the cramping of his feet before the dawn of the eastern morning star, the prolonged spasms in his arches would lead to tissue necrosis. Such a fate would be dire, for the restoration of necrotic muscle necessitated rare and precious elixirs. A risk Luo Xiao could not afford to take. The pressure was still somewhat insufficient, and I must seize the moment. Luo Xiao felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. As he glanced around, he spotted a stone by the shore. Without hesitation, he bent down and lifted the stone, cradling it in his arms. This increased the burden on his body, consequently intensifying the pressure on his feet. A wave crashed down, nearly causing Luo Xiao to stumble. This momentary misstep caused his pace to falter once more, and his foot began to cramp. Splendid. Success was within reach. Feeling the heavy pressure on his ankle, Luo Xiao realized that he was making progress. The stone weighed nearly 100 pounds, and it had to withstand the relentless force of the waves. With this immense burden, the muscles in Luo Xiao's ankle were rapidly depleting their strength, teetering on the brink of cramping. His breaths grew increasingly labored. He was but a man, and such pain was truly unbearable. As time passed, his will began to blur. He relied solely on sheer determination, to the point where he could no longer feel his ankle. All he knew was to persist. After approximately half an hour, as the eastern horizon began to brighten, Luo Xiao finally reached the limits of his endurance. He could no longer hold the stone, and it slipped from his grasp. A powerful wave surged forth, crashing him onto the shore. Yet, he paid little heed to this. His focus remained on his ankle. It had cramped. The notoriously difficult ankle finally succumbed to cramps. Using both hands, Luo Xiao quickly crawled to the shore, exited the water, and sat down on the ground, beginning to channel his energy into his ankle. Due to muscle spasms, at this moment, there exists no will of resistance within the individual. Only then can the energy of the lower dantian merge seamlessly. First, the arch of the foot, which has endured considerable trauma, followed by the toes. Step by step, layer upon layer, muscles swell and then subside, gradually compressed through the relentless tempering of the dantian energy. After an extensive 3 hours, the energy within Luo Xiao's dantian was depleted by more than half. Yet his feet were finally fully compressed. With a sudden exclamation, Luo Xiao opened his eyes and propelled himself off the ground. He leaped over 2 meters solely by the sheer force of his ankles, demonstrating pure explosive power. In a swift motion, he jumped onto the surface of the lake, using the tip of his foot to flick up a stone, then soaring once more, executing a double flying kick in midair, with a resounding impact. The first kick shattered the stone, while the second kick obliterated another large fragment that had not yet fully disintegrated. The stone shards dispersed like dust in the air as Luo Xiao landed gracefully. The perfect amalgamation of force and speed shattered the stones, leaving only a slight discomfort in his feet. Having just completed the training of his foot muscles, he mused that once he masters the techniques of strengthening tendons and bones, kicking stones might feel akin to striking tofu. Furthermore, should he achieve the ceiling of acupoints, he might even be able to create a pit in solid iron. Filled with joy, Luo Xiao reflected that this round of training his feet did not even deplete all of his dantian energy. Although the feet are not the largest muscles, they are certainly more challenging to train than the abdomen, which signifies a slight advancement in his dantian energy. Grateful for the mysterious black book, which constantly nourished his energy perception, he found himself in a state of continuous improvement, accompanied by extraordinary recovery capabilities. I am merely unaware of the extent of my current strength. The testing still requires an evaluation of fist strength rather than that of the legs. Undoubtedly, the power in my legs surpasses that of my fists. Alas, the legs serve merely as an auxiliary. Ultimately, I must hone my weaponry skills, for it is the hands that hold paramount importance. With only 4 days remaining until the test, I find ample time at my disposal. Henceforth, I shall focus on refining the muscles in my hands. Luo Xiao commenced a meditative state, striving to replenish the energy within his dantian. For without this restoration, even if I were to push my hand muscles to the brink of cramping, I would be unable to compress them effectively. Moreover, achieving simultaneous cramping in all the muscles of both hands is an endeavor fraught with difficulty. To my knowledge, no one has ever accomplished the feat of compressing all the muscles in both hands concurrently. By the lakeside, in quiet determination, Luo Xiao's dantian energy gradually began to recover. Within the Luo family estate, Luo Xingye stood hesitantly before the cave designated for the qualification test. Despite her lingering affections for Luo Xiao, she was unsure of the merit in assisting him, as she believed that retesting would yield little benefit. The complication lay in the fact that the elder overseeing the qualification test was not of the Luo clan by blood. This elder, Han Qing, was the sole outsider within the Luo family hierarchy. He had attained the 6th level of meridian opening, having traversed all but the Ren and Du meridians among the 8 extraordinary vessels, and was thus counted among the powerful within the estate. While the 6th level may not seem exceedingly high, Elder Han was also a skilled alchemist, boasting the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist. The path of alchemy is significantly more arduous than that of martial arts. Many martial artists, in addition to their training, also pursue various other professions, such as alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, array formation, or beast taming, among others. It is said that Elder Han is a generation above Luo Lai, the father of Luo Xingye, and he is now over 100 years old. Warriors of the Tongmai realm can expect to live between 150 to 200 years if they successfully open the Ren and Du meridians. However, those who have not achieved this may only live to the age of 120 at best. Elder Han's time is running out, and he once saved Luo Lai's life. The entire Luo family treats him with great respect, making him a person of few demands, apart from elixirs that extend life. Little else can move him. Thus, Luo Xingye feels troubled, for even though she is the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family, she has no absolute confidence in persuading Elder Han. Yet, thinking of Luo Xiu's request, she cannot help but come here. Taking a deep breath, a hint of determination graces Luo Xingye's lovely face. Luo Xiu, I will assist you this once. Whether it succeeds or fails in the future will depend on your own fortune. She raised her delicate hand and gently knocked on the door of the cave dwelling. After a while, silence lingered within. Luo Xingye felt perplexed. She had heard that Elder Han had completed his secluded meditation and had come to check. Yet no one seemed to be inside. She knocked again, this time with a bit more force. Who is it? Luo Xingye's expression tightened. That unmistakably was Elder Han's voice. Yet it sounded so frail and weary. Could it be? Is Elder Han's end nearing? The thought unsettled her. If that were the case, would Elder Han even expend his vital energy to activate the stone tablet and test Luo Xiu once more? Elder Han, I am Luo Lai's daughter, Luo Xingye. Oh, it is you. You little girl, I remember you. What brings you to seek this old man? His voice was somewhat halting and lacked vigor. Xingye had a request. She wondered if she might see Elder Han. After a prolonged silence, Elder Han hesitantly replied, The door is not locked. Please enter. Luo Xingye pushed open the door, which was quite heavy, weighing perhaps 600 or 700 pounds. However, this posed no challenge for Luo Xingye, who had trained for a year and achieved the bone refinement realm. Upon entering, she found herself in a small stone chamber. Beyond this chamber lay a larger stone room, which housed a steel for testing aptitude. Further back was a smaller room, which served as Elder Han's dwelling. Although she had been here for testing before, it was her first time entering Elder Han's quarters. As she stepped inside, a potent scent of herbs assailed her senses. The room was cluttered with numerous jars and bottles, and at its center stood an alchemical furnace, surrounded by several charred remnants that emitted a foul odor, suggesting something had gone awry in the refining process. Not far from the furnace, on a bed, lay a gaunt old man, his hair and beard completely white, with dull, lifeless eyes. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might easily mistake him for a corpse. Upon noticing Luo Xingye's arrival, Elder Han's eyes flickered with a hint of obscured light, and he addressed her. Girl, what brings you to seek this old man? In his youth, Elder Han once cradled Luo Xingye, who has always regarded him as a benevolent figure. Just 10 days ago, during the assessment, Han Qing wore a cheerful smile. However, now, as Luo Xingye gazes into his eyes, an inexplicable sense of dread envelopes him. With a slight bow, Luo Xingye spoke. Elder Han, I have a humble request. Speak freely. My days are numbered, and I fear I may not be of much assistance, Han replied. If it is inconvenient for Elder Han, then I shall refrain. You have come all this way. Do not hesitate. Tell me, perhaps I can be of help. Then I shall disclose. I have a friend who, during the recent assessment, was deemed to possess third-tier aptitude. He believes there is untapped potential within him and has approached me to seek your leniency, hoping for another opportunity to be tested. A dissonant chuckle escaped Elder Han's throat. Are you implying there is doubt concerning my assessment results? I have served in Luo family village for 50 years, and this is the first such occurrence I have encountered. Forgive my impertinence, esteemed elder. I harbor no suspicion against your judgment. However, it is not unheard of for assessments to yield occasional discrepancies. I merely wish to. Elder Han waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, How old is your friend? Is he male or female? Who else resides in his household? He is named Luo Xiu, an orphan. An orphan, possessing third-tier aptitude? He must be around 14. Yes? Indeed. Elder Han subtly nodded and then addressed Luo Xingye. You have come to seek me. Who else is aware of this matter? Strictly speaking, this incident pertains to favoritism, and I would never dare to let my father know. As it stands, only Luo Xiu and I are privy to this information. I understand. Given the bond between myself and your father, I shall assist you this time. However, your father is a man of unwavering principles, intolerant of any impropriety. It is best to keep this matter strictly confidential. What about your health, esteemed elder? Not to worry, a brief respite will suffice. I can still manage another decade or so without issue. Then I am immensely grateful, esteemed elder. I shall inform Luo Xiao to expedite the process as swiftly as possible. Go on. Elder Han waved his hand, signaling for Luo Xingye to depart. Luo Xingye, unwilling to linger in the somewhat eerie chamber, bid farewell to Han Qing and turned to leave the cave, seeking Luo Xiao. After Luo Xingye's departure, a glint of coldness flashed in Han Qing's eyes. At this moment, Luo Xiao remained unaware that Luo Xingye had sought out Elder Han for counsel. He was gripping a thick branch atop Eagle Morning Ridge with both hands, suspended in midair, bearing the weight of over 100 pounds of stones. He had been hanging there for an entire day and night. His palms, backs of his hands, wrists, and even thumbs had begun to cramp, yet he showed no signs of relenting. Releasing his thumbs, he shifted to grasp the branch tightly with the 4 fingers of both hands, concentrating all the weight upon those digits. Sweat cascaded to the ground, forming a small puddle beneath him. With a fierce roar, Luo Xiao resolutely released 3 fingers of his hand, leaving only his little finger firmly gripping the tree branch. That seemingly insignificant little finger had penetrated deep into the bark, the rough surface piercing through the skin of his palm. Blood trickling down his arm in a cycle of both dryness and dampness, a harrowing repetition of experience. With a primal scream, Luo Xiao felt his fingers succumb to numbness. Slipping beyond his control, his body was yanked by the stones, crashing heavily to the ground. It was done. A surge of elation filled him as he realized his hands felt almost foreign. He hastened to channel the energy from his dantian, focusing on refining the muscles in his hands. After 3 hours of intense concentration, he successfully condensed nearly 50 muscle fibers in each hand. As he clenched his fists, a series of sharp cracks echoed around him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! 2 stones shattered into countless fragments. With the completion of this muscular compression, my strength ascended to a new pinnacle, particularly augmenting my striking power significantly. After several days of arduous training, I had refined 458 muscle fibers, second only to Luo Xingye in the entire Luo family village. However, the remaining muscles were either critical areas, larger groups, or simply challenging to train. Even if spasms occurred, the energy from my dantian was insufficient to sustain such large muscle compressions. At this juncture, unless one possessed extraordinary talent, reliance on medicinal aid became imperative. After a moment of calm reflection, Luo Xiao clarified the direction of his next steps. He could only rely on his own strength to reach this point. Beyond this, he must enlist the power of his family to elevate his capabilities further. However, without undergoing a reevaluation, the family would not extend any assistance. Tomorrow marked the day of his agreed assessment with Luo Xingye, and he had but 1 day remaining. Time was of the essence in his training. Even a single day could not be squandered. He sensed that there was something amiss about this upcoming test. Every increment of strength would provide an added layer of assurance. Returning to his chamber, Luo Xiao adjusted himself to peak condition, enhancing his momentum with every step, channeling his power through his waist, culminating in a strike at the very tip of his fist. He unleashed a powerful blow against the sturdy stone pillar designated for testing. The impact reverberated. The pillar, capable of measuring a force of 1,000 pounds, quivered under the force of his strike. The mercury column surged upwards with unprecedented speed, swiftly breaching the 500 mark. 600. It continued to rise. 650. Yet it did not cease. 700. Luo Xiao clenched his fist, astonished by this unexpected result. The mercury column gradually decelerated, yet it continued its ascent. 701. 702. 703. Remarkable. Luo Xiao's fist tightened in triumph. This score was just sufficient for him to practice the spiral dark force. Had it been slightly lower, he would have had to forego this technique for the time being. Chapter 9. Cultivating the Spiral Force. Within the Luo family, cultivation techniques are an exceedingly precious resource, typically reserved for direct descendants. The youth of the Luo family, selected as formal disciples, must distinguish themselves within the clan to convince their kin of their potential to participate in the sword and blade sect selection. Otherwise, the most elite techniques would remain beyond their reach. Disciples deemed to have little potential are typically assigned only mundane tasks. According to Luo Xiao's knowledge, the Luo family possesses no remarkable martial arts techniques. The family heirloom, the Luo Yin Step, is considered a superior technique, while the 7 Illusions Palm is classified as a prime human tier technique. There are no earth tier techniques within the Luo family at all. Yet, It is precisely these exceptional human tier techniques that sustain the Luo family in Yunzhou Prefecture. Thus, it is evident how precious the fragment presented by Luo Yutong is. Regrettably, it is incomplete. Had it been whole, this set of techniques would undoubtedly incite madness throughout the entire Yunzhou Prefecture. The more Luo Xiu examined the text and illustrations concerning the operation of the qi within the dantian on this fragment, the more he sensed its profundity. The notion of condensing qi into sinews, controlling the intensity of qi infusion through the rapidity of breath, this method of infusion seemed rather peculiar, almost as if it intended to distort the meridians. After studying for approximately half an hour, Luo Xiu began to grasp the interplay between breath and dantian qi, initiating the technique as illustrated on the fragment. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. He endeavored to infuse the dantian qi into the meridians of his left hand, only to be met with a sensation akin to a tearing pain, as though his arm were being twisted violently, on the verge of fracturing. It is no wonder this technique is referred to as the spiral dark force. The distortion of the meridians naturally produces a force capable of subtly releasing the dantian qi contained within the fist. The force of this twisting and tearing is likely to inflict substantial internal injuries. No wonder one must achieve a punching force of 750 pounds to practice this technique. Without sufficient strength, one would surely be unable to withstand such tremendous distorting power. The contorted force coursing through his veins rendered Luo Xiu pale and caused his muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his forehead. My greatest asset is not my innate talent, but rather my indomitable spirit. Since childhood, I have never flinched in the face of suffering or adversity. Even the soul-rending power of that dark tome has not compelled me to surrender. Yet, the training of this spiraling force is undeniably excruciating. Though Luo Xiu found himself engulfed in immense agony, feeling as though his entire arm were about to be torn asunder, his expression remained serene. Years of hardship had forged in him an unyielding resolve, akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a tempest, remaining composed even when faced with blades and axes. The principles of the spiraling force are deceptively simple, almost worthless upon superficial examination. However, the rigorous conditions required for its mastery render it exceptionally challenging. Only those endowed with immense willpower and exceptional talent can hope to succeed. For others, the suffering is simply beyond human endurance. That Luo Xiu, a man of nearly cold-blooded demeanor, would deem this cultivation method inhuman speaks volumes of the perverse nature of this spiraling dark energy. Currently, Luo Xiu has refined 458 muscle fibers, second only to Luo Xingye's 466 within the Luo family. However, Luo Xingye, being a woman, is inherently weaker, a fact that cannot be altered. Thus, her absolute strength during the muscle refining phase falls short of Luo Xiu's. Moreover, the pain is even less bearable for a woman, and if Luo Xiu, with his formidable resolve, finds it increasingly difficult to persist, one can only speculate about the plight of others. Damn, I knew that earthly-level techniques were not so easily mastered. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth against the searing pain, channeling streams of force into the meridians of his right hand. According to the instructions on the tattered page, if the spiral force is to be infused into the right hand, it necessitates the distortion of the meridians in 3 intricate bends. After half an hour, Luo Xiu managed to twist the first curve of the meridian. An hour and a half later, the second curve took shape. The sweat rising from his body formed a dense mist, making Luo Xiu feel as though he were seated in a steamer. The individual who devised this spiral dark energy was either a pervert or utterly deranged. Who in their right mind would create such a self-torturous practice? Luo Xiu continuously cursed the originator of this technique in his heart, yet the infusion of energy into his dantian did not cease for a moment. Primarily, he employed this method to vent his agony and divert his focus. The final curve of the meridian proved to be the most challenging to twist. Consider, for instance, a rope. If it is not excessively long, the first bend is easily accomplished, the second requires significantly more effort, and the third undoubtedly demands even greater strength than the second. This inhuman suffering persisted for 3 entire hours. Creak, creak. Luo Xiu could even hear the sound of his meridians twisting and the friction of his muscles against one another. He sensed he had reached a critical juncture. As the meridian bent in an abnormal manner, mere moments away from completion. Now is the time. Luo Xiu gathered the residual energy from his dantian and, with a surge of determination, propelled it forcefully towards the point of curvature in the meridian. Squeak, 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 crack. With a soft sound, The meridian finally twisted into the third curve. It was accomplished. Luo Xiao opened his eyes wide, feeling the transformation within his right hand's meridian. Externally, his right hand appeared soft as jade, yet internally, a monumental change had taken place. The meridians were forcibly distorted by the potent energy from the dantian, resulting in 3 notable twists from the fingertips to the elbow. The energy surged through the meridians, causing the fingertips of Luo Xiao to twitch unnaturally. A manifestation of his eagerness to release this formidable force. I require a suitable location to experiment with the effects. Testing on the stone pillar seems inappropriate. Luo Xiao rose from the bed, glanced around, and ultimately approached the wall dividing his bedroom from the outer room. This shall suffice. I need not exert excessive force lest I collapse the wall. I merely wish to observe the exquisite application of this spiraling energy. With this thought, Luo Xiao exerted approximately 20% of his strength and delivered a punch against the wall. Bang! The impact, neither too harsh nor too gentle, struck the wall. Poof! Dust erupted from the other side of the wall. Is that the conclusion? It appears to be inconsequential. After inspecting the wall for a moment without discovering anything remarkable, Luo Xiao ventured to the opposite side. There seems to be some damage here. I merely tapped the wall lightly, and yet it produced an effect akin to striking a cow from across a mountain. Luo Xiao scrutinized the damaged area, finding little of significance, and could not resist softly blowing on the blemish. Poof! Dust billowed into the air. Caught off guard, Luo Xiao found himself momentarily blinded by the dust. Yet, he paid little heed to the stinging pain in his eyes, tears streaming down, his eyes wide open, fixated on the wall. To his astonishment, in the center of the wall, precisely where he had just punched, a deep little hole had formed. The walls were constructed of stone, coated with a layer of dust. Yet, within the small crevice, the resilient bluestone had astonishingly turned to powder. Could this be the formidable power of the spiral dark energy? It appeared to have inflicted no external wounds, yet it wreaked havoc within. Should this strike land upon an untrained individual, the internal structures would likely suffer irreparable damage. Luo Xiao silently surveyed the destruction he had wrought, deep in contemplation. This martial technique was evidently of immense worth. A common man bears no guilt. Yet possessing a precious treasure often invites envy. He must safeguard this secret. Should it be discovered, it could incite the covetousness of others. Unless engaged in a life-and-death struggle or harboring a deep-seated vendetta, he would refrain from employing this spiral dark energy lightly. Even when he did, he would merely distort the meridians to a degree, minimizing the damage, lest he inadvertently foster a bitter enmity. Luo Xiao felt a swell of joy within. He had finally acquired a commendable martial art, no longer reliant solely on crude methods. His anticipation for the remaining 2 fragments of the spiral dark energy intensified. If time permitted, he would prefer to twist the meridians in both his hands and feet, enabling them to unleash the spiral dark energy at any moment. However, time was of the essence. The day he had arranged with Luo Xingye to assess his potential had arrived. Chapter 10. Elder Han. Just as Luo Xi was about to step outside, a knock resonated from the door. Upon opening it, he beheld Luo Xingye, clad in simple garments, standing at the threshold. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes akin to autumn waters, and a hint of worry danced within her features, reminiscent of a pristine white lotus. "Miss, what brings you here?" Now, in the presence of Luo Xingye, Luo Xiao has acquired the ability to remain composed. In the past, Luo Xingye held a place in his heart that even surpassed his pursuit of martial arts, yet now, that sentiment pales in comparison to his relentless ambition for the martial way. Luo Xingye clenched her teeth and said, "I have been searching for you for several days. You have not been home." I have been training," he replied. "I have already spoken with Elder Han, the one responsible for the testing steel, Elder Han Qing. Although he is not in good health, he has agreed to your request for a retest and has advised you to go whenever you have the time." "Thank you, miss," Luo Xiao expressed, his gratitude deeply etched in his heart, promising to repay her kindness in the future. However, hearing Luo Xiao address her as miss felt profoundly unsettling to Luo Xingye. Previously, when Luo Xiao resided in the Luo family mansion, he would always call her by her name, Xingye, as the elder by a year. She had asked him to call her sister, yet he always refused, which had irked her immensely, making him seem like an incessant shadow. Yet, many things are taken for granted until they are lost, leaving one with a sense of bitter regret. Sensing the faint detachment in the youth's gaze, Luo Xingye felt an inexplicable melancholy. But was this not her choice? Let us not speak of kindness. My assistance was not intended for recompense. However, Luo Xiao, I believe there is little necessity in retesting. The testing steel is infallible. Many outcomes remain unknown unless one dares to venture forth. What remains within the heart is not always as beautiful as one might hope, is it not? Luo Xiao's response was somewhat elusive, and Luo Xingye discerned an underlying meaning in his words. Her beautiful eyes were veiled with a mist as she glanced up at him. Her delicate lips parted slightly. She felt a surge of emotion, yet ultimately she refrained from speaking, turning instead to leave the courtyard, a waft of fragrant air trailing in her wake. Luo Xiao smiled softly and strolled out of the yard. Was Luo Xingye in the wrong? She was not. Had she been in her position, she would have made the same choice. Yet, many opportunities, once missed, remain lost for a lifetime. Now, Luo Xiao was resolute in his pursuit of martial mastery, and these matters could not truly disturb his tranquility. He soon cast aside the tumult of his emotions and made his way directly to the testing cave. Arriving at the entrance of the testing cave, which he had visited once before, he recalled the amiable and cheerful Elder Han. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Elder Han, I am Luo Xiao, here to retake the aptitude test. Miss Xingye mentioned me to you." "Oh, you must be the lad that little girl spoke of. Come in." An elderly voice emanated from within, though Luo Xiao sensed a hint of frailty in its tone. He pushed the door with force, finding it somewhat resistant. Notably, his current strength was at 760 genes, yet he still felt challenged to open the door, indicating that at least 600 genes of force were required to move it. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this and proceeded to enter. Upon hearing the door creak open, Elder Han, reclining on his bed, revealed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. This youth seemed to possess an extraordinary potential. Luo Xiao traversed the stone chamber and once again beheld the immense aptitude test steel. This steel was said to have been left behind by a martial artist of the celestial realm, by infusing one's true essence into it. The user could exert formidable pressure upon the subject being tested, which could only be resisted by harnessing the energy from the Dantian. The cultivation of the body is divided into 6 realms: refining flesh, condensing tendons, forging bones, training organs, sealing acupoints, and nourishing blood. Each small realm is meticulously delineated. For instance, the realm of refining flesh encompasses 639 muscles that require tempering, while condensing tendons comprises 485 tendons. Forging bones involves 206 bones. Training organs consists of 10 internal organs, and sealing acupoints includes 108 major acupoints, among which 36 are fatal. The strength attained after a breakthrough greatly varies according to each individual's level of completion. Upon reaching the 6th stage of body refinement, the Dantian transforms true essence into vital energy, leading into the meridian opening phase. The 8th stage of this phase necessitates the unblocking of the 8 extraordinary meridians, including the Ren and Du vessels. As each meridian is unblocked, the internal true essence grows stronger, varying in magnitude based on the individual's proficiency in clearing the pathways. Excluding objective factors such as martial techniques, it can be asserted that the individual with the most potent internal energy is the preeminent master in the world. Upon unblocking the Ren and Du vessels, one transcends into the Rindu realm, where true essence flows eternally. At this juncture, one must overcome the 12 heavens. The body refinement realm cultivates physical prowess, while the meridian opening realm nurtures internal energy. The 12 heavens requires the simultaneous cultivation of both. Each ascent through these levels results in a comprehensive enhancement of strength, the extent of which depends on the individual's completion of each level. Thus, from the very beginning of refining flesh, the power of each martial artist at every level varies significantly, and it is nearly impossible for 2 individuals to possess identical strength. After breaking through the 12-tiered towers, one can connect the bridge between heaven and earth, thereby drawing the primordial energy of the universe into one's being. However, Luo Xiao was uncertain about what such a realm entailed, merely gazing at the imposing stone tablet left behind by the martial artist of this celestial domain. He could vaguely envision the terrifying power it signified. Standing before the monument, he refrained from entering the chamber of Elder Han, choosing instead to pause at the threshold and respectfully announce, "Senior, I am coming in." Upon receiving acknowledgement, he observed the elderly man's slow and labored steps, a stark contrast to the vigorous spirit he had displayed just over a month prior. Was this truly Elder Han? The elder appeared to be in a dire state. Luo Xiao pondered silently, waiting for a considerable time until Elder Han gradually emerged from within. Upon seeing the frail figure before him, Luo Xiu's gaze sharpened slightly. A month apart had rendered this elder far worse for wear. He seemed to weigh no more than a mere 70 pounds, his body hunched, skin dull and lifeless, sagging heavily. His beard and brows were a tangled mess, dry and even falling out, while he coughed incessantly, dark blood staining the corners of his mouth, suggesting he had recently coughed up blood. Luo Xiu had encountered dying beasts in the forest, regardless of their former strength. They were always shrouded in a faint aura of death. This was a unique skill of his, and the current state of Elder Han evoked a similar sentiment within him. He resembled a dying, ferocious beast. However, Luo Xiu did not overstep. He offered a slight bow and respectfully addressed, "I have the honor of meeting you, Elder Han." Han Qing's murky eyes scrutinized Luo Xiu for a moment before he rasped, "Do you wish to retest your qualifications, doubting the results of my assessment?" Junior would not dare. Luo Xiu replied, "But I felt somewhat out of sorts that day, and this test is of paramount importance to me, hence my rather presumptuous request." "Humph. You acknowledge it as a presumptuous request, yet your actions imply a doubt in my capabilities. Pray tell, if your results mirror those of before, how do you intend to compensate me?" However, the necessity of the test compelled him to press on, and he stammered, "I am utterly impoverished and cannot fathom how to compensate my esteemed senior. Not knowing is of little consequence. Should your qualifications surpass the upper 3 ranks, you may depart unscathed. Yet, if you remain within the upper 3 ranks, you must acquiesce to one of my conditions." "What sort of condition?" "That I shall not disclose just yet. You must agree before we commence the test." Luo Xiu pondered briefly. He was resolute in undertaking this test, and was confident that his qualifications would exceed the upper 3 ranks. As for the condition posed by Han Qing, it seemed of little relevance. With a nod, he affirmed, "I accept." "Good. Then we may begin." Upon finishing his words, Han Qing, unsteady on his feet, approached the side of the testing stone tablet, setting aside his dragon-headed cane, and pressed one hand firmly against the stone. In an instant, the true essence surged within the chamber, causing the elder's hair to stand on end, a formidable aura emanating from him, transforming him almost instantaneously into a different person. As he observed the seemingly frail old man suddenly exude an overwhelming aura, Luo Xiu was both astonished and inwardly vigilant. After all, this was a master who had already reached the 6th level of meridian opening, a disparity akin to that between an elephant and an ant. Caution was paramount. "You may approach," he said. Chapter 11. A new qualification. Luo Xiu glanced at Han Qing, then at the towering stone tablet, his face reflecting a mixture of reverence and trepidation as he slowly made his way toward it. Han Qing, watching Luo Xiu's hesitant steps, grew increasingly impatient and exclaimed, "You insufferable brat, why are you dawdling like a timid girl? Forgive me, esteemed elder. I nearly failed the last test, and I harbor some lingering fears, dreading that I might not pass this time either. Enough with the excuses. Whether you pass or not will only be determined through trial. Do you not see that I am expending my energy to activate the stone tablet for you? Once my energy is depleted, there will be no test to speak of." With that, Luo Xiu nodded, a serious expression settling on his face. He clenched his fists and gradually approached the stone tablet. "Lift your head," Han Qing bellowed. Obeying the command, Luo Xiu raised his gaze, and immediately, that familiar pressure enveloped him. This force emanated from his dantian, no matter how formidable. It would be of little consequence if he did not circulate the dantian's energy to resist it. Fearing that his dantian might shatter under the strain, Luo Xiu promptly channeled his dantian's energy to confront the pressure. As he began to circulate the energy, he instantly felt a measure of relief, though he realized his dantian's energy was rapidly depleting. Previously, he persevered for 39 breaths, which earned him the designation of a 3rd-tier aptitude. This time, he was determined to shatter that record. From the 1st to the 10th breath, Luo Xiu found it effortless, with minimal depletion of his internal energy. However, beginning from the 10th breath, the pressure escalated abruptly, as breaths 1 through 10 were deemed devoid of quality. Only exceeding 10 breaths would signify 1st-tier aptitude. Nevertheless, this pressure did not faze Luo Xiu much. After all, he had managed 39 breaths last time. As 20 breaths passed, the intensity of the pressure increased once more. Reaching 20 breaths corresponded to 2nd-tier aptitude, prompting Luo Xiu to earnestly marshal his internal energy to withstand the challenge, resulting in a more rapid consumption of his reserves. Han Qing, while channeling his energy, observed Luo Xiu intently, nodding subtly to himself. The young man appeared to handle the 20 breaths with remarkable ease. Han Qing recalled that during Luo Xiu's previous visit, He had struggled considerably at the 20-breath mark. Could it be that he was indeed holding back? Such a notion perplexed Han Qing as he pondered silently, feeling his own energy reserves dwindling. The operation of the stone tablet demanded substantial internal energy support. Yet after subjecting numerous disciples to testing, Han Qing found himself exhausted, suddenly aware that his lifespan was alarmingly short. In a state of panic, he had resorted to concocting longevity pills. However, extending one's lifespan was akin to defying the heavens. A warrior's lifespan varied with their cultivation level, yet ultimately, there existed a limit that could not be easily surpassed. Han Qing, lacking confidence in concocting such pills, ended up failing miserably, suffering severe backlash and injuries. His once remaining 5 years of life had dwindled to less than a year. This was the price he paid for his audacious defiance against fate. Thus, his current strength has dwindled to merely 1/10 or 1/12. It becomes increasingly challenging to activate the stone tablet. Soon, 30 breaths of time had elapsed, and Luo Xiu's expression grew solemn. 30 breaths signify a third-tier aptitude, and the pressure intensified once more. Not only did Luo Xiu feel the weight of this pressure, but Han Qing also had to amplify his internal energy output, placing both of them under considerable strain. By the 35th breath, nearly half of Luo Xiu's qi had been exhausted. This realization filled him with resolve. It seemed that enduring until the 40th breath was hardly an issue. Han Qing's gaze remained keenly fixed on Luo Xiu, eager to witness whether a miracle might unfold. 37, 38, 39. Han Qing had anticipated that Luo Xiu would falter once again before reaching 39 breaths, for the stone tablet had never missed a mark. However, Luo Xiu astonishingly persevered. Although he appeared to struggle greatly, he indeed held on. A deep flush spread across his face, prompting Han Qing to silently curse. This wretched boy has truly surpassed 39 breaths. He must have attained a 4th-tier aptitude. I wonder if he has reached the lower or middle 4th tier. Nevertheless, the higher, the better. 40 breaths. A tremendous pressure surged forcefully toward Luo Xiu's dantian. An experience he had never encountered before. This was the kind of endurance only a 4th-tier aptitude could sustain. Luo Xiu had previously contemplated what a 4th-tier aptitude might entail. Yet having faltered at 39 breaths, he now held a profound reverence for the concept of 40 breaths. However, upon experiencing it today, it seemed not as daunting as he had imagined. At least, there were no signs of his dantian collapsing. 44 breaths had passed. The young man is quite impressive. I initially believed he would only reach the 3rd tier, and at best, the lower 4th tier. However, I am astonished to discover he has actually attained the middle 4th tier. Remarkable. Remarkable indeed. Luo Xiu's dantian has finally begun to tremble slightly, yet it remains capable of enduring. 45, 46, 47. This is impossible. This young man has actually reached the upper 4th tier. Had I discovered him sooner, he would undoubtedly have been a key candidate for cultivation in the Luo family estate. Alas, it is too late. Han Qing gazes at Luo Xiu in astonishment, utterly perplexed by what transpired during the last assessment. Could he have been unwell? Did he falter after 39 breaths? At 49 breaths, Han Qing's internal energy is severely depleted. Yet he perseveres, eager to witness whether Luo Xiu can withstand the challenge of 50 breaths. Should he surpass 50 breaths, it would indicate a talent of the lower 5th tier, a remarkable qualification. Over the years, only a handful of direct descendants of the Luo family have achieved such status, and never has a child from outside the grand estate accomplished it. 51 breaths. Faced with a sudden and doubled strain, Luo Xiu finally finds it increasingly difficult to endure. He is uncertain how many more breaths he can sustain, but he yearns to push the boundaries of his limits. Under Han Qing's incredulous gaze, Luo Xiu grits his teeth. 52, 53, 54. The energy within his dantian begins to deplete significantly. If the trial for the upper 4th tier consumed half of his dantian energy, then these few breaths have nearly equaled that consumption. Silently calculating the strength of his dantian energy, Luo Xiu estimates he can last another 4 to 5 breaths. This revelation left Luo Xiu greatly astonished. Now, having persisted for 54 breaths, if he could endure for another 4 or 5 breaths, it would signify reaching 50 breaths. This indicates a qualification of the 5th rank. When he obtained the Black Book, his aptitude had significantly increased, and over the past month, it had further improved. Yet, he never anticipated that he would directly leap across 2 major realms, ascending from the 3rd rank to the 5th rank. Although enhancing one's aptitude becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, with the passage of time, he was certain he could attain the 6th rank, or perhaps even higher. Initially, Luo Xiao had intended to withstand the pressure a little longer, testing whether he could break through the barrier of 60 breaths. However, a glance revealed a glimmer of intense greed in Han Qing's eyes as he looked at him. Danger. Having survived in the mountains since childhood, Luo Xiao possessed an instinctive awareness of peril, a sixth sense that had saved his life on numerous occasions, and he held unwavering faith in his judgment. It seemed that Han Qing harbored ulterior motives. He could no longer hold on. 56 breaths. As Luo Xiao ceased to resist with his Dantian energy, the oppressive force of the stone tablet dissipated automatically. Han Qing's face was drenched in sweat, yet his flushed, aged visage radiated vitality, his lips trembling with excitement. Excellent. Remarkable. You actually possess a mid-fifth rank aptitude, having held on until 56 breaths. Within the Luo family, aside from Luo Xingye, who reached 61 breaths, only that little brat Luo Xingye has a mid-fifth rank aptitude, though he fell slightly short at 55 breaths. You have astonishingly secured the second position in the entire Luo family. Han Qing seemed to sigh in wonder. Looking up to the heavens, there truly is no dead end for humanity. The ancients did not deceive me. I, Han Qing, once believed I would be consigned to the earth, yet today I unexpectedly glimpse a thread of hope. Luo Xiao feigned exhaustion, collapsing to the ground as he addressed Han Qing. Thank you for your praise, Elder Han. But I failed to comprehend the connection between my fifth-grade aptitude and your esteemed self. Han Qing grasped his dragon-headed cane, supporting his faltering form, and with a sinister smile, replied, you remain unaware of the value of a fifth-grade aptitude, do you? The higher the aptitude, the more potent the vitality, and with greater vitality. The elixir of alchemy will provide immense benefits to someone like me, whose health is in dire straits. You speak of alchemy? What are you implying, senior? Luo Xiao's understanding dawned upon him, his eyes widening with disbelief, a look of terror etched upon his face, as if he could scarcely fathom that such words emerged from Han Qing. Chapter 12. The desperate situation. Han Qing let out a cold laugh. You came here to test yourself, and aside from that yellow-haired girl, Luo Xingre, no one else is aware, correct? Luo Xiao felt a heaviness in his heart. Indeed, his instincts had not betrayed him. Luo Xingye knows of my arrival. Yet you dare to act against me without fear of retribution from the Luo family? He inquired. Han Qing chuckled heartily. I would rather not resort to such measures. But those who practice martial arts contend against fate itself. Survival surpasses all else. What if Luo Xingye is aware? In the eyes of the Luo family, you are merely a trifling third-grade aptitude, an inconsequential being. Do not forget, even if I were to eliminate you discreetly, should I boldly petition Luo Lai for your life to prolong my own, he would not hesitate to cast you aside. Compared to an elder's chance at longevity, you are not. Luo Xiao understood well that Han Qing spoke nothing but the truth. Had his fifth-grade aptitude been recognized earlier, the Luo family might have accorded him due attention. However, in the eyes of the world, he was merely a trifling third-grade individual, insignificant enough for the Luo family to care. Luo Xiao was unaware of the vastness of this world, which was said to be boundless. Just within the Yunzhou prefecture, the territory spanned over 100,000 miles. Even in the Luo family's estate, conflicts arose frequently. The silent disappearance of a minor character like him would scarcely matter. In a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme, human life held little value. Only those with potential for cultivation could be deemed worthy. A trace of terror flickered across Luo Xiao's face. If you wish to concoct pills, I can assist you in gathering herbs. Please do not kill me. Han Qing, breathless and in a lamentable state, found his strength diminished to less than a tenth of its peak. The exhaustion from the recent test on the stone tablet only compounded his plight. He had little desire to engage in further dialogue with Luo Xiao. Speaking rapidly, cease your foolish dreams. I shall use your soul as a medicinal catalyst, and your flesh as the primary ingredient to nourish my waning spirit. TSK. With your fifth-grade aptitude, the infusion of your soul may even grant me the possibility of unblocking my meridians and adding 50 years to my lifespan. With that, he leaned heavily upon his cane, advancing towards Luo Xiao. In his eyes, Luo Xiao, a mere novice yet to pass the flesh refinement stage, was an easy target, even in his weakened state. Naturally, Luo Xiao would not resign himself to inaction, like a leaping leopard. He sprang from the ground and launched a punch at the approaching Han Qing. Such laughable speed and strength, merely a desperate struggle. A hint of disdain flickered in Han Qing's eyes as he slightly turned his body. With a swift strike of his dragon-headed cane, he brought it down upon Luo Xiao. Caught entirely off guard, Luo Xiao felt the force of the blow impact his back, causing a spurt of fresh blood to erupt from his lips as he crashed heavily to the ground. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Even in his severely weakened state, Han Qing was not someone Luo Xiao could contend with. Yet, Luo Xiao was not one to concede easily. Lying on the ground, he attempted to retaliate with a sweeping kick aimed at Han Qing. This time, Han Qing did not even bother to evade. Instead, he lifted his leg to meet Luo Xiao's attack head-on. With a resounding thud, pain radiated through Luo Xiao's leg as he felt his bones threaten to shatter from the impact. What a self-inflicted torment you've chosen. You are but a junior in the realm of flesh cultivation, your strength hardly surpassing 400 pounds. Even though my vital energy is currently depleted, I have undergone the trials of sinew and bone refinement, and my physical resilience remains intact. My force and speed vastly exceed yours. It is no jest on my part. With your current prowess, even if I stood idle and allowed you to strike me twice, you would not be able to harm a single hair on my body. So why do you not strike me down? Luo Xiao's complexion was ashen as he trembled while attempting to rise. His injured leg and the gory mess of his back painted a grim picture. Do not rush. Do not rush. Within your very soul, you now harbor a fear of me, having lost the will to resist. The elixir produced under such conditions will possess a lackluster potency and subpar efficacy. I require your defiance. The more you resist, the stronger your will to survive becomes, thereby enhancing the elixir's properties. Do you comprehend? Given this, I shall no longer resist. Could it not provide a glimmer of hope for survival? Luo Xiao seemed to contemplate a means of preserving his life. A defiant, unwilling, and unyielding expression surfaced upon his face, his teeth biting into his lip, drawing forth beads of blood. His gaze remained fixed on Han Qing. Is this it then? Are you preparing to resist to the bitter end? Indeed, a person's destiny can only be wrested through one's own efforts. Come now. The one who seeks your life stands before you. We harbor no enmity, yet I am intent on slaying you for alchemical purposes. Why do you hesitate to strike? But you are an orphan. Do you still cling to the hope of reuniting with the parents who abandoned you in the depths of the underworld? Perhaps you are unaware of your own lineage. Han Qing's words were laced with venom, inciting a surge of fury within Luo Xiao. Anger manifested on his face. Old dog, I shall fight you to the death. Ignoring his injuries, he leapt into the air, executing a flying kick. Bam! Without a doubt, Luo Xiao was once again felled by Han Qing. Rising once more, he launched a fist toward Han Qing's chest. Han Qing remained unmoved, countering with swift precision, delivering a brutal kick to Luo Xiao's waist, sending him sprawling several meters away, his body crashing heavily against the stone wall of the cavern. Blood spewed from his mouth as he collapsed, yet he swiftly regained his footing, charging at Han Qing once more as if possessed by madness. Han Qing was experiencing intense wheezing, and he was far from comfortable himself. However, the elixir for prolonging life was derived from nefarious practices, something he had stumbled upon by chance, yet had refrained from utilizing until now. He had thought he would never need this formula in his lifetime, but unexpectedly, he found himself resorting to it for survival. The most crucial element of this formula was the invocation of the soul, particularly one steeped in negative emotions. The ideal soul would be replete with despair, hatred, brutality, slaughter, and destruction, ensuring the elixir would yield maximum efficacy. Such dark arts required neither light nor joy. The side effects of consuming this elixir were considerable. It was likely that he would be drawn into demonic paths. Nevertheless, in the face of mortality, Han Qing could afford no hesitation. To embrace madness was to live, while to resist meant certain death. He certainly knew which path to choose. Though his body was in a state of extreme decay, he believed he still held the reins of control, recognizing that Luo Xiao's current negative emotions were insufficient. Luo Xiao appeared almost deranged, repeatedly being vanquished by Han Qing, without any semblance of contest, his body marred with injuries, yet rising time and again. He struck with fists and feet, even seizing whatever objects lay at hand to hurl at Han Qing. Alas, none of these actions could inflict any harm upon Han Qing. While Han Qing's movements grew increasingly sluggish in response to the onslaught, he remained well beyond Luo Xiao's reach. As Luo Xiao exhausted all available projectiles, Han Qing shook his head, declaring, "Not enough yet. To medicate you, I must first drive you to madness. Allow me to stoke the flames further." With that, he strode purposefully to Luo Xiao's side, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling before heavily stepping down upon Luo Xiao's left arm. The muscles on Luo Xiu's arms had yet to undergo the rigorous tempering and compression necessary for formidable defense. When Han Qing's foot came crashing down upon him, his bones shattered instantly. Sensing the blazing fury in Luo Xiu's eyes, Han Qing could not help but lean closer, tauntingly. "Young man, I imagine you wish to kill me, don't you? You are filled with hatred and rage, yet you still lack the element of despair. You still have one hand capable of movement. Why not give it a try?" Luo Xiu, perceiving the mockery in Han Qing's gaze, gritted his teeth and retorted, "You old scoundrel, do not think you can succeed. I am aware that even at such close proximity, if you do not wish to be struck, I cannot harm you. So why should I act according to your desires?" Han Qing let out a cold chuckle. "You are not entirely foolish, young one. But rest assured, despite my age, I am not concerned about your feeble attempts at striking me. Feel free to come at me. Remember, this is your only chance for a turnaround." In his attempt to evoke a sense of despair within Luo Xiu's soul, Han Qing was willing to invest heavily in this endeavor. Though he spoke boldly, having lived over a century, he was cautious not to encounter a mishap. While allowing Luo Xiu to attack freely, he remained highly vigilant. "You old fool. You brought this upon yourself." A glint of determination flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes as he raised his right fist and swung it toward Han Qing's chest. Han Qing did not evade the blow but raised his arm to block it. The collision between fist and arm caused Han Qing's limb to tremble slightly. As I anticipated, this young man's punches lacked the ferocity of earlier strikes. This blow carried merely around 300 pounds of force. I shall probe further, ensuring not to plunge him into utter despair, for the elixir I concocted is ultimately not flawless. Han Qing mused, vociferously taunting Luo Xiu to incite him into an unrelenting barrage of punches. Luo Xiu, undeterred, retaliated with curses directed at Han Qing, his right fist striking repeatedly against him. Initially, Han Qing defended himself vigorously, yet as Luo Xiu's blows weakened, he occasionally allowed a punch to land upon him. The impact upon his body bore little lethality, and Han Qing's heart gradually eased. It appeared that Luo Xiu was nearing his limits. Chapter 13. The turnaround. Luo Xiu gazed at Han Qing, who seemed an insurmountable foe. Yet he never entertained thoughts of despair. For Han Qing to evoke a sense of hopelessness within him, it would likely require centuries of cultivation. Upon entering the Luo family estate, though Luo Xiu had not engaged in systematic study of martial arts, he had observed practices such as muscle conditioning, tendon strengthening, and bone forging, as well as the arts of organ training and blood nurturing. While Han Qing occasionally permitted himself to be struck, Luo Xiu discerned that what was revealed was not a true vulnerability. The genuine weaknesses would not be so easily exposed. Martial artists, through tendon forging and bone conditioning, alongside organ training and acupoint sealing, diminish their physical weaknesses. Although Luo Xiu possessed the spiral dark energy and a modicum of internal strength, Han Qing had honed his internal organs, and given Luo Xiu's relative frailty, the lethality of his spiral dark energy remained exceedingly limited. To achieve a decisive blow, he must identify his adversary's true weaknesses. In the realm of martial arts, few practitioners manage to refine their internal organs completely. Most leave certain organs unrefined, which become critical vulnerabilities. Similarly, the art of sealing acupoints is fraught with challenge. The human body contains 108 acupoints, each susceptible to adverse reactions from external strikes. Among these, 36 acupoints are fatal, and attacking them can prove lethal, rendering the task of sealing them even more formidable. Luo Xiu could scarcely believe that the individual before him, Han Qing, possessed the capability to seal all 36 fatal acupoints. As an elder of a modest clan, Han had clearly not mastered the Ren and Du meridians, indicating he was no prodigy. Even sealing 20 acupoints would be a remarkable feat. Luo Xiu's mind was inundated with diagrams of acupoints, and although his attacks appeared chaotic, they were laced with technique. With each strike, he targeted Han Qing's fatal points, gauging his opponent's responses, whether to defend or to allow the strikes to land, searching for unsealed vulnerabilities. As Luo Xiu continued to throw punches, each weaker than the last, Han Qing's vigilance waned. This lad was becoming increasingly feeble, having suffered grievous injuries. With one arm and one leg broken, he was now in a state of desperate frenzy. The force behind his blows could hardly pose a threat to Luo Xiu. Although a few acupoints on Luo Xiu's chest remained unsealed, it was of little consequence. He resolved to let Han Qing strike a few more times, allowing him to realize the futility of his efforts. As despair threatened to engulf Han Qing, he would be cast into the alchemical furnace. With this determination, Han Qing gradually relaxed his defensive stance, permitting more of Luo Xiu's punches to connect. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes. Fully aware of Han Qing's intentions, this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. In the depths of the forest, Luo Xiu honed a remarkable skill. He could instinctively discern the critical areas that both humans and animals instinctively protect from harm. By observing Han Qing's subtle instinctual reactions and shifts in expression, he had already deduced a considerable amount. The old man, despite his seasoned physique, was still not impervious to scrutiny. Luo Xiu had come to a near certainty that the old man's heart had undergone a form of refinement, which explained his deliberate lack of defense at his chest, allowing Luo Xiu to strike without hesitation. Conversely, the liver region appeared unrefined, as evidenced by some instinctive protective movements. However, even with this knowledge, Luo Xiu's strength was insufficient to breach the old man's defenses. To secure a decisive blow, he needed to identify a vital point. The Tian-2. One of the critical points lies in the depression above the sternal notch. The Danzhong. Another vital point is located at the midpoint of the line connecting the two nipples. These two crucial spots were in close proximity, and every time Luo Xiu targeted them, the old man would exhibit a certain unease, as if fearful. With two adjacent vital points, one must surely remain unsealed. Furthermore, beneath these two locations resided the liver. Hence, Luo Xiu's focus was set on one of these targets. With this thought in mind, Luo Xiu delivered a punch towards the vicinity of the Danzhong, while his eyes meticulously observed the subtle changes in Han Qing's expression. Han Qing, exhibiting minimal reaction, puffed out his chest to absorb Luo Xiu's blow. A grin plastered across his face. Go ahead, young one. Unleash your strikes. Let me show you the prowess of a sixth-layer Meridian warrior. Why does your punch feel as feeble as that of a woman? Roxiu's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a flurry of erratic punches, culminating in a targeted strike towards Han Qingtian's Tian-2 acupoint. Han Qing instinctively attempted to raise his arm in defense. Yet he sensed that Roxiu's strength had dwindled to less than 200 pounds per punch. Realizing that this blow was not a genuine assault on the Tian-2 acupoint, he ultimately abandoned the defensive motion. With a soft thud, Roxiu's feeble punch landed, and Han Qing remained utterly unfazed. This strike, however, allowed Han Qing to shed any lingering caution. For a junior in the meat training phase to endure to this extent was commendable. He acknowledged that perhaps he had been overly cautious. Even if his opponent were to strike at a vital point, it would be impossible for them to inflict any harm upon him. The time was ripe. It was imperative to provoke despair within him. With a sense of triumph, Han Qing clasped his hands behind his back and addressed Roxiu, saying, "You shall have no further opportunities. Cherish the fleeting moments of your life. Old wretch, I shall kill you. I will end you. Why? Why is it that I cannot harm you even when you remain still? I refuse to believe this is real." The third punch. A tempest brewed. As Roxiu faced the brink of utter despair, a glimmer of chilling murder flashed in his eyes. After feigning for so long, he had finally seized this singular opportunity. At this moment, Han Qing stood with his hands behind his back, utterly drained, his strength at its nadir, and his vigilance at its weakest. Moreover, his opponent was swiftly losing patience. To continue this charade would surely lead to his demise. Kill. The breath that Roxiu had long suppressed within his dantian suddenly erupted forth with a fierce intensity. Crank, crack. Within the confines of Luo Xiu's right hand, the veins twisted with remarkable speed, completing 3 revolutions as the energy from his dantian surged eagerly towards his fingertips, yearning to burst forth and wreak havoc. With a punch unleashed, swift as lightning, it aimed directly for Han Qing's Tian-2 acupoint, situated just above his liver. Were Han Qing in his prime, he might even perceive a small vortex of air swirling around Luo Xiu's fist, a manifestation of the spiraling hidden force propelling the airflow. In that fleeting moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Han Qing. Humans possess 6 senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and the most enigmatic of all, intuition. Luo Xiu's intuition was sharp, and Han Qing was not particularly lacking in this regard either. As the fist was thrown, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of death's presence. He found it hard to believe that Luo Xiu, a mere novice in the realm of physical cultivation, could pose a threat to his life, especially given that he was nearly devoid of internal energy at that moment. Yet, the sensation of danger was undeniably palpable. His intuition, however, was evidently not as keen as Luo Xiu's. He rationally clung to the belief that Luo Xiu lacked the power to shake his very existence. Surely, that momentary inkling must have been an illusion. Thus, his intuition proved futile. In that instant, Although Luo Xiao had expended considerable energy, he had deliberately kept some of his Dantian energy in reserve, allowing his punch to carry a force of nearly 700 pounds. With a resounding crash, his fist struck Han Qing's Tian 2 acupoint with tremendous force. The spiraling hidden energy surged violently into Han Qing's body, akin to a swarm of locusts crossing a field, with the liver as their target. In that moment, Han Qing's face drained of color, leaving him as pale as a ghost. Why? Why does this young man, on the brink of collapse, unleash such a formidable strike? The force behind this blow rivals that of a weaker practitioner in the condensed muscle stage, likely exceeding 700 pounds. How did he come to identify his Tian 2 acupoint? His deliberate assault on the liver suggests he has realized his liver remains unrefined. However, that is not the crux of the matter. If it were merely the 700 pounds of force, it might not suffice to inflict fatal harm. Even when targeting an acupoint, the critical factor lies in the power emanating from his fist. This energy quivers and spirals violently, ripping through his liver with an unimaginable ferocity. Upon striking the acupoint, every meridian in Han Qing's body sustained immense damage, rendering him momentarily immobile. The only recourse left for Han Qing was to channel his internal energy to counteract this force. Regrettably, after the prolonged test with the steel orchestrated by Luo Xiao, his already dwindling internal energy had become exceedingly feeble. In that moment, he found himself unable to suppress the spiraling dark energy. Guts of dark. Foamy blood erupted from his mouth, interspersed with fragments of his liver, torn apart by the spiraling dark force, as Han Qing's reverse blood spewed forth. He felt his life swiftly ebbing away. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he bellowed at Luo Xiao in a frenzy. You, wretched boy. How dare you deceive an old man? Even if I cannot survive, I will drag you down with me. Sensing Han Qing's impending desperate counterattack, Luo Xiao would not grant his opponent such an opportunity easily. He raised his fist, preparing to strike once more at Han Qing's chest. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Han Qing completely disregarded the destructive effects of the spiral dark force on his body, recklessly seizing Luo Xiao's wrist, his eyes ablaze with madness. With his furious roar, a long black staff erupted from his shumi ring, slicing through the air with a dark glimmer, striking fiercely towards the back of Luo Xiao's head. Chapter 14. Devour. From the moment Luo Xiao entered this stone chamber, and sensed the impending danger, he began to scheme. He deliberately prolonged the testing time to deplete Han Qing's dwindling internal energy, thus enabling him to deliver a fatal blow with the spiral dark force. If Han Qing's internal energy were fully charged, the spiral dark force would be suppressed the instant it entered his body, and even if it caused some harm, it would not be fatal. In such a scenario, it would be Luo Xiao who met his demise. At this critical juncture, Luo Xiao could not bear the thought of being turned over by his opponent. As soon as the black staff appeared, Luo Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This was a magical weapon. Such artifacts are the tools of martial artists, generally categorized into three types: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. They are further divided into human, earth, and heaven tiers, with each tier containing upper, middle, and lower grades, and even exceptional ones. Luo Xiao was unaware of the grade of this magical weapon. But regardless of its classification, a final strike from a 6th-tier martial artist would spell doom for him. At that moment, with his left arm fractured and his right hand restrained, he still propelled himself forward with a strong leg, charging directly at Han Qing. In his weakened state, Han Qing had no strength to evade, resulting in a direct collision. While such a collision would not be lethal, Luo Xiao still possessed his teeth. In the wilderness, teeth are the most primitive weapons and carry the most lethal potential. Luo Xiao possessed an undeniably handsome visage, yet he bore a set of pronounced canine teeth. In a swift motion, he clamped down on Han Qing's throat. A martial artist's body comprises 206 bones, yet scarcely anyone can achieve the complete refinement of all their bones. The process is excruciatingly painful, leading many to settle for the minimum standards before progressing to organ training. Among the entire bone refining process, the most challenging aspect is the cartilage. The throat, a region of soft cartilage, was a point of vulnerability that Luo Xiao could never fathom Han Qing possessing the ability to forge it into strength. As their bodies intertwined, Luo Xiao opened and closed his mouth. Then with a decisive pull, he tore into Han Qing. Blood sprayed forth as a gaping wound was inflicted upon Han Qing's throat. With weakening hands, he relinquished his grip on the black staff, which fell just shy of Luo Xiao's nape, crashing into the ground and creating a profound crater. Luo Xiao also collapsed, Yet he deftly utilized the momentum of his body to deliver a powerful kick to the back of Han Qing's head. The back of the head, too, comprised soft cartilage, and lacking the ability to refine his throat, Han Qing similarly lacked the capacity to fortify the back of his head. His body plummeted heavily to the ground. This was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, irrevocably extinguishing Han Qing's waning life. Luo Xiu lay supine on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was one he had encountered numerous times, yet none compared to the exquisite thrill of this moment. After all, he had slain a martial artist of the 6th level of Meridian Opening, a staggering 11 realms apart. Although his opponent was a notably weakened version of a 6th level practitioner, possessing less than a tenth of his peak strength, he was undeniably a true 6th level martial artist. This victory bestowed upon Luo Xiu not merely the gift of survival, but also an immense confidence, empowering him to confront formidable adversaries with the assurance to challenge them beyond his current capabilities. As he glanced at the lifeless body of Han Qing beside him, he realized that Han Qing was irrevocably dead, yet a sense of security eluded Luo Xiu. Upon closer inspection of Han Qing's corpse, a perplexing sensation stirred within him, when suddenly an excruciating pain shot through his mind. A chilling, malevolent, and resentful aura pervaded Luo Xiu's entire being. "You wretched brat, how sinister are your intentions to have devised a scheme to kill me? Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Alas, I have achieved the 6th level of Meridian Opening, and today I shall seize your body. Everything shall begin anew. With my extensive cultivation experience and alchemical skills, I shall thrive once more." This was the soul of Han Qing. He sought to possess him. Every human possesses a soul, and the same holds true for warriors. However, for them, their bodies are of paramount importance. After enduring the agonies of physical training, no one willingly relinquishes their body unless absolutely necessary, particularly to occupy the body of a mere novice in foundational cultivation. For this signifies that they must endure the torment of physical training anew, a suffering that is sufficient to last a lifetime. With Han Qing's body now deceased, he had no alternative. This method of possession, a dark and sinister practice, was his only recourse. Luo Xiu was taken aback, realizing that the power of his current body was ineffective against such an encounter. He had never experienced a battle on the spiritual level between souls. He had only heard whispers of it, never expecting it to unfold within his own existence. If we were to discuss the power of the mind, Luo Xiu possessed ample confidence. However, he remained uncertain about how to wield this mental strength in combat. Ultimately, he would not be easily overtaken by Han Qing. Yet, as Luo Xiu focused intently on preparing to confront Han Qing's challenge, he sensed an urge within his mind to unlock the Black Book. This tome represented a pivotal opportunity for transformation, his most treasured possession. He was unaware of the true nature of the Black Book, which likely transcended the classification of mere magical artifacts. Aside from continuously nourishing his dantian, he had yet to discern any other functions, and the empty 10 lines within it remained inscrutable for inscription. But now, astonishingly, the Black Book seemed poised to awaken. With a single thought, Luo Xiu momentarily disregarded Han Qing's taunting spirit and gently opened the Black Book. A wave of ancient black light surged forth, and within the first line of the 10 empty spaces on the first page, a radiant glow erupted, enveloping Han Qing's soul with an overwhelming force. "What is this accursed thing? My soul, is it to be devoured by him?" Luo Xiu gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Once the tumult subsided, he discovered that the first line of the Black Book now bore inscriptions. Han Qing, aged 113, 6th level of Meridian Opening, a 5th-tier alchemist, proficient in martial techniques. Luo Xiu found himself irresistibly drawn to continue reading. The text, though brief, seemed interminable, as if the words would never cease. Han Qing's entire essence flickered through Luo Xiu's mind like frames of a film. In his youth, Han Qing experienced the awakening of his emotions. The initial forays into martial arts, the monotonous days spent mastering alchemy, the trepidation of his first kill, the elation upon breaking through his physical limits, the pride of opening his first meridian, and the profound sensations of his first encounter with a woman. These moments, when beheld by Luo Xiu, would engrave themselves deeply into his memory, becoming an intrinsic part of his being. Soon, Luo Xiu discerned certain techniques, filtering out what he deemed insignificant, retaining only those aspects beneficial to his cultivation. He committed to memory Han Qing's insights into the nuances of cultivation, his grasp of the challenges within the physical realm, the techniques for channeling energy, and most crucially, the wisdom gleaned from the practice of alchemy. Even though these lessons required time to fully comprehend, their presence in his memory ensured they would never be lost. With time pressing upon him, Luo Xiao understood he could not linger long within Han Qing's abode. He recognized the significance of a fifth-grade alchemist to a small family. Through the hurried absorption of Han Qing's memories, Luo Xiao grasped why an external elder like Han Qing held such esteemed status within the Luo family, his prowess in alchemy. The Luo family was one of the 4 prominent clans in the entire Yunzhou prefecture, largely owing to the presence of Han Qing, a fifth-grade alchemist. Remarkably, there were only 3 individuals within the entire Yunzhou prefecture who had attained the level of a fifth-grade alchemist. The paramount criterion for a fifth-grade alchemist is the ability to concoct a foundational elixir. The condensation of essence is the pivotal phase for martial artists following the completion of body training, transforming the energy in the dantian into true essence. After this condensation, one enters the meridian opening stage. Without achieving condensation, even after nourishing the blood, one remains merely in the body training phase. No matter how formidable a fourth-grade alchemist may be, they cannot concoct a condensation essence pill, while even a weaker fifth-grade alchemist possesses the capability to produce it. Although Han Qing's cultivation and aptitude are rather mediocre, he is a prodigy in alchemy, astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of a fifth-grade alchemist at such a young age. Should he achieve another breakthrough, he would ascend to the status of a sixth-grade alchemist. A sixth-grade alchemist is an extraordinarily esteemed existence, not only in Yunzhou Prefecture, but it would be rare to find even a handful within the realm of Yan. This underscores the rarity of alchemists. The Luo family is indeed fortunate to have Han Qing, for such an individual would be treated with the utmost respect in any faction. Rather than eliminating Han Qing and stripping him of all his memories, Luo Xiao is far more exhilarated by the revelation of the secrets contained within the Black Book. The ability to devour the souls of others for his own benefit renders this Black Book an unparalleled treasure. The only slight regret is that the first page contains merely 10 lines, indicating that Luo Xiao can at most absorb the memories of 10 individuals. In the midst of his excitement, Luo Xiao has another task at hand, to collect Han Qing's treasures, his gaze fixed upon Han Qing's Shumi ring. Chapter 15, Memories from Han Qing. Luo Xiao has yet to organize or digest Han Qing's memories, lacking any concrete impressions, and he is pressed for time, as the stone chamber is far from secure. At this moment, what he most urgently requires is to seek out medicinal pills, especially since he has sustained significant injuries, including 2 fractures. As an alchemist, one typically enjoys a life of affluence. However, Han Qing was an exception. The essence of alchemy lies in the creation of elixirs. Yet the reality is that producing such potions is exceedingly rare, with the majority being mere medicinal concoctions. After a thorough search, Luo Xiao discovered only some trauma ointments, wound healing salves, and a small amount of fracture balm within the stone chamber. Although these basic remedies hold little value, they prove beneficial for Luo Xiao at this moment. The wound salve aids in healing injuries, while the fracture balm assists in bone recovery. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Luo Xiao felt a semblance of safety. Han Qing's cave abode was seldom visited, making it unlikely for anyone to stumble upon it in the near future. Even if someone were to discover it, they would never suspect him. The notion of him, a mere cultivator in the body refinement stage, having slain a master at the 6th meridian stage would be met with ridicule. No one would dare to weave such an absurd tale. Opening Han Qing's Shumi ring was a straightforward process. One merely needed to drip blood and channel their energy into it. With Han Qing deceased, the ring became an ownerless item. As Luo Xiao opened the Shumi ring, he grimaced. The space within was rather cramped, being merely a low-grade Shumi ring of the human tier. Nevertheless, even a low-grade ring held a value of 1,000 taels of gold. Once wealthy, Han Qing had squandered his fortune in pursuit of longevity, leaving him utterly bankrupt. The contents of the Shumi ring were scant. Apart from a black rod, Luo Xiao found over 1,000 taels of silver and 3 jade slips. 2 of these slips contained the essentials of alchemy, which Luo Xiao glanced at briefly, intending to study them in depth later. The 3rd slip was Han Qing's personal notes, chronicling his insights into cultivation. The insights gained from one's martial practice encapsulate the essence of a warrior's lifelong dedication. Each practitioner possesses unique perspectives, which, while not necessarily precise, are invaluable and cannot be found in any other texts. As Luo Xiao meticulously examined Han Qing's notes, his fervor for martial arts was evident. He would not overlook any opportunity to enhance his prowess. In the initial stages of physical training, Every martial artist dreams of meticulously refining every muscle and bone, leaving no weaknesses or flaws. At first, the process of refinement proceeds relatively smoothly. However, as one progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable. Often, even the smallest muscle or bone can hinder a warrior's progress for a year or more. Furthermore, there are stringent age restrictions in martial arts. If a practitioner fails to achieve the stage of muscle condensation before the age of 18, the difficulty of attaining this stage escalates 100-fold. Only when the connections between the muscles are perfected can subsequent challenges be mitigated. The human body resembles a road, without first clearing the obstacles along the route. Seamless passage remains unattainable. While the use of medicinal aids is permissible, the manner and dosage of their application are subject to rigorous scrutiny. It is advisable to employ milder potions at the outset, reserving more potent elixirs for the later stages when larger muscle groups are being refined, thus maximizing the efficacy of the medicinal properties. Upon reaching this point, Luo Xiu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. If he were to adopt such an approach, his aspiration for flawless physical cultivation would likely remain nothing more than a fleeting dream. With a silent prayer for fortune, Luo Xiu pressed on, determined to delve deeper into the text. A full day elapsed, during which Luo Xiu consumed sustenance only once, allowing him to thoroughly digest and absorb the contents of Han Qing's notebook. Besides the 3 jade slips, the remaining items held little value. Han Qing wielded a staff, specifically a black rod, along with a dragon-headed cane, all of which belonged to the staff category. Luo Xiu refrained from taking the dragon-headed cane, recognizing it as a mid-tier artifact of the human grade. It was a hallmark weapon of Han Qing. To possess it would be tantamount to declaring, "I am the one who killed Han Qing. Come and seek my demise," a foolish blunder Luo Xiu would never commit. The black rod, however, was a different matter. Luo Xiu had also gleaned some memories regarding this rod from Han Qing, understanding it to be a superior human-grade artifact known as the Panlong Rod. Weighing an impressive 1,800 pounds, given Luo Xiu's current capabilities, he was not yet able to wield such a heavy weapon. Luo Xiu resided in the Yin Kingdom, which spanned approximately 400,000 miles. To the north of Yin lay the Han Kingdom. The land encompassing both Yin and Han was referred to as the Southern Celestial Domain, home to 7 of the largest nations: Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Qin. In addition to these 7 great powers, there existed numerous smaller nations and city-states, either subordinate to the larger states or possessing unique standings of their own. Among the 7 nations, Qin stood as the most formidable, followed by Zhao, with Chu and Qi trailing closely, then Wei, and finally Yin, with Han being the weakest. Han Qing hailed from Han, and the black rod was likewise brought from there. However, upon arriving in Yin, he joined the Luo family and found little opportunity to utilize it, leaving few witnesses to its existence. Luo Xiu held no particular expectations concerning weapons. He merely desired one that felt comfortable in his grasp, having never developed a distinct fondness for any specific type throughout his life. If one were to insist on a particular weapon, Luo Xiu would prefer a sword. However, at present, there exists neither a suitable sword nor a corresponding technique for him. Thus, mastering a staff technique could serve as a commendable alternative. Yet, this moment is not ideal for such training. Although Han Qing has left behind a black staff, he did not provide any instruction for its mastery. Luo Xiu finds himself at a loss, unable to practice, especially since wielding the staff proves to be quite cumbersome for him. He must first stow it away in his shumi ring. Furthermore, Luo Xiu has more pressing matters to attend to, namely, the pursuit of alchemy. Coming from humble beginnings, he has grown weary of poverty throughout his life. He understands the immense demand for medicinal pills in the realm of martial arts, and the disparity in cost between purchasing and self-manufacturing is astronomical. Previously, he could only gaze in admiration at the art of alchemy, but with the aid of the Black Book, he can now fully absorb Han Qing's memories, transforming his understanding of alchemy into his own knowledge. Nonetheless, this endeavor requires time and a gradual acclimatization to the process. For even if he completely assimilates Han Qing's memories, the techniques still necessitate practice. Over the course of the following month, Luo Xiu seldom ventured outside. His primary focus was on healing his wounds and assimilating Han Qing's memories to learn the art of alchemy. During the process of organizing these memories, he stumbled upon a significant discovery. The more refined the blood, the stronger the martial artist's vital energy and resilience. The secret red flower, a divine entity for nourishing blood, was unearthed by Han Qing, who selfishly concealed this knowledge from others, intending to hoard it for himself. Little did he anticipate that before he could harvest the precious flower, he would meet his untimely demise. With the medication obtained from Han Qing, Luo Xiu's injuries healed rapidly, and within half a month, he had largely recovered. Subsequently, he devoted himself to the study of alchemy. A month later, Luo Xiu finally fully assimilated Han Qing's memories. All that remained was practical application. However, just as he completely mastered the art of alchemy, news of Han Qing's death came to light. Chapter 16. To Yunzhou, the demise of Han Qing dealt a significant blow to the Luo family. Luo Lai was aware of Han Qing's deteriorating health and had been specifically instructed not to disturb him unless it was urgent, as Han Qing was focused on perfecting his alchemical skills. Consequently, there had been no recent assessments of the cave dwelling. At present, the Luo family faced a pressing matter. The official disciples were in urgent need of medicinal elixirs to enhance their physical cultivation. During this round of selection, over 40 official disciples were chosen from nearly 10,000 residents of the Luo estate, making this a notably low ratio. These disciples had some foundational skills, and after more than 2 months of training, some had begun to break through to the muscle refinement stage. Transitioning from physical training to muscle refinement required ample muscle refinement, and should the quantity be insufficient, the assistance of potent elixirs was necessary. The fewer muscles refined, the greater the required medicinal potency. Among the 4 great families in Yunzhou, the Luo family ranked the lowest, with only Luo Lai as a master in the Duxing realm. Were it not for the presence of a 5th-tier alchemist, their standing might have been in jeopardy. Given the Luo family's financial constraints, acquiring elixirs for these disciples to reach the muscle refinement stage from external sources would pose a considerable burden. Thus, Luo Lai recalled Han Qing, believing that with Han Qing's prowess as a 5th-tier alchemist, concocting some muscle transformation pills would be a manageable task. The primary function of the Huajin Dan is to soften the tendons, facilitating the disciples in their quest for muscle consolidation. However, upon arriving at the testing cave, Luo Lai was met with a scene of utter devastation. On the ground lay a charred figure, barely recognizable, yet Luo Lai could discern that it was Han Qing. To his shock, Han Qing was dead. This revelation struck Luo Lai like a bolt from the blue, setting aside the significant blow to the Luo family's strength due to Han Qing's demise. If the clans in Yunzhou, those not among the 4 prominent families who have long harbored resentment towards the Luo clan, were to discover this tragedy, the position of the Luo family among the 4 prestigious families would be in jeopardy. Should the Luo family fail to maintain their status among the 4 families, their representation in the upcoming selection for the Sword and Blade sect would be drastically diminished. Young martial artists from the Yin Kingdom aspire to join the Sword and Blade sect. However, the sect's recruitment criteria are exceedingly stringent, with strict limits imposed on the number of candidates from each state family. Taking Zhou for instance, aside from those sent by the government and major sects, each of the 4 great families is permitted to nominate 5 individuals. In contrast, families not included among the 4 can send at most 2, or even just 1. Furthermore, these candidates must undergo a rigorous elimination round in Yunzhou to ensure that only the most exceptional individuals are selected for the Sword and Blade sect. Luo Lai had already determined his candidates for this selection. Aside from Luo Xingye, he had chosen Luo Xingyao, Luo Xingyun, Luo Xinghui, and lastly, Luo Huan. Should the Luo family be expelled from the 4 great clans, apart from Luo Xingye, who remains eligible for selection, the prospects for the others would be grim. Even though Luo Xingyao possesses commendable 5th-grade qualifications, they would pale in comparison at the Sword and Blade sect, rendering him indistinguishable from the masses. The mere thought of his 2 younger brothers' sullen expressions filled him with dread. If the Luo family were to lose its standing among the 4 clans, it was certain they would conspire to impeach their patriarch, considering the loss of a 5th-grade alchemist an almost unforgivable transgression. Moreover, Luo Huan's father, an elder of the Luo family, would undoubtedly side with his 2 brothers, eager to see Luo Lai fall from grace. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, sweat began to beat on Luo Lai's forehead. Ultimately, the identity of the individual who killed Han Qing became secondary. The capability to eliminate Han Qing without alerting anyone in the Luo family suggested that this person was likely a master of at least the Rindu realm, if not higher. Such a figure, elusive as a dragon, was not one Luo Lai wished to offend, especially since this assailant had only targeted Han Qing and posed no threat to the Luo family itself, indicating that they were not intent on harming the clan. After much contemplation, Luo Lai resolved to conceal the news of Han Qing's death. He meticulously tidied the cave dwelling and buried Han Qing's ashes deep underground. Yet, still feeling uneasy, he summoned the only individual he could trust, his daughter, Luo Xingye. Having recognized her extraordinary talent since childhood, he had placed all his hopes upon her, unwilling to entrust the family legacy to anyone else but his daughter. As Luo Xingye arrived at this place, Luo Lai informed her of Han Qing's demise, leaving her utterly speechless with shock. "Father, how long ago did Elder Han pass away?" Based on the state of his decaying remains and the accumulation of dust within the room, it appears to have been approximately a month. This cannot be mistaken. Luo Xingye bit her lip tightly, her thoughts immediately turning to Luo Xiao. A month prior, he must have come here for a test. With her father's keen insight, his assertion that Han Qing had died a month ago could not be in error. This implies that when Luo Xiao visited, Han Qing may have still been alive. And following Luo Xiao's departure, Han Qing perished. Could it be that Luo Xiao was responsible for Han Qing's death? Luo Xingye found it difficult to accept such a notion, instinctively shaking her head. How could Luo Xiao possibly kill Han Qing? Even though she, Luo Xingye, possessed a 6th-grade aptitude and had reached the pinnacle of bone refinement, she was still far from capable of defeating Han Qing. The 6th level of Meridian Passage was not to be underestimated. A mere finger would suffice for Han Qing to eliminate Luo Xiao. As she tidied up, her mind raced with these thoughts. Yet she refrained from sharing her suspicions with her father. Should he become aware of this, it would likely spell trouble for Luo Xiao. Although Luo Xingye had rejected Luo Xiao's affections, she still wished to shield him from any difficulties. After thoroughly cleaning the cave, Luo Xingye departed, while Luo Lai went to inform the family that Han Qing had set off on a journey to seek rare herbs. Han Qing held a unique position within the Luo family. His departure did not necessitate informing the ordinary elders, as it sufficed for the family head to be aware. While the members of the family were puzzled by Han Qing's abrupt silence and sudden exit, they refrained from probing further, their minds occupied with the hope that their own children would be selected for the sword and saber sect. An event that ought to have incited significant upheaval within the family was thus deftly concealed under the silence of Luo Xingye and the subterfuge of Luo Lai. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao remained oblivious to these developments within the confines of his home. He sought to exchange lower-grade elixirs for superior materials, aiming to forge pills capable of refining substantial muscle mass, thereby achieving a complete breakthrough in the muscle cultivation phase. This path was fraught with immense difficulty, especially as he found himself destitute. Although he had appropriated over 1,000 taels of silver from Han Qing, this sum was but a mere drop in the ocean for an alchemist, utterly insufficient for his needs. He required a substantial initial investment. Yet the only valuable item he possessed was the black staff, to which he was reluctant to part. After much contemplation, he resolved to sell a compendium on alchemy. The alchemical compendium was indeed a precious asset, but Luo Xiao, having thoroughly assimilated Han Qing's memories through the Black Tome, understood its contents completely. It would serve him little purpose henceforth. However, this tome could not be sold within the Luo family, compelling him to journey to Yunzhou Prefecture, where resources were abundant and opportunities more plentiful, free from the fear of his identity being uncovered. Luo Xiao departed his courtyard. As the Luo estate placed no restrictions on leaving, a simple notification to the family was all that was required. After registering, Luo Xiao had 2 methods to reach Yunzhou Prefecture. One option was to ride a horse, while the other was to utilize the teleportation array, which would take him directly to the Luo family station outside Yunzhou City. Members of the Luo family had the privilege of using the teleportation array free of charge, whereas others were required to pay a fee. There were 2 pricing standards for the teleportation array. One could either gather a group of 10 people to depart together, with each person paying 100 taels, but this required waiting for the group to assemble, or one could travel alone at any time without waiting, for a fee of 1,000 taels. When Luo Xiao arrived, only 3 people had signed up for the teleportation array, making him the 4th. He found himself in a predicament, as his entire fortune amounted to only 1,100 taels. If he chose to travel alone, he would be left with merely 100 taels upon reaching Yunzhou, leaving him financially strained. Should the alchemical essentials fail to sell promptly, he would find himself destitute in Yunzhou. Just as he was contemplating his options, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Oh, what a surprise. Look who we've got here. Is this not the once revered prodigy Luo Xiao, finally emerging from your lair? Planning to use the teleportation array to Yunzhou, are we? Then what are you dawdling here for?" Turning around, he saw Luo Huan approaching, accompanied by a young girl, swaying slightly. Luo Huan, dressed in green and holding a folding fan, had evidently reached the realm of muscle refinement. Chapter 17. Extortion upon witnessing Luo Huan's arrival at the teleportation array. Luo Xiao initially suspected that the other party was deliberately trailing him. However, upon further reflection, he realized this notion was flawed, having departed directly for the teleportation array. It was improbable for Luo Huan to have received news so swiftly. This was merely a case of fate crossing paths, a mere coincidence. Luo Xiao had not anticipated that Luo Huan would advance so rapidly into the realm of muscle refinement. While such a leap in strength was significant, it was ultimately a double-edged sword. Without a solid foundation in martial arts, one's future achievements would be limited. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Luo Xiao inquired, "Are you, young Master Luo Huan, also headed to Yunzhou? I noticed you are unaccompanied today." "What do you mean by unaccompanied?" Luo Huan retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "Speak plainly." Luo Xiao. Luo Huan's displeasure towards Luo Xiao was palpable. Recalling the last encounter when he had dispatched Luo Yutong and others to confront Luo Xiao, only to have them soundly defeated, he found his companions still nursing their wounds. "It's quite simple. I refer to those sycophants of Luo Yutong. Are they not your legs?" Luo Xiao remarked with a hint of derision. A woman beside Luo Huan grasped the implication and hastily interjected, "Brother Huan, he is insulting you as a dog. Do not presume to enlighten me. I am no fool." Luo Huan snapped, casting an irritable glare at the woman. The reason he had left Luo Yutong behind on this trip to Yunzhou was twofold. First, the items he intended to procure were closely tied to his martial secrets. Second, he desired to enjoy a private world with the alluring woman by his side, wishing to avoid the presence of a third wheel. To his astonishment, this woman possessed mere beauty yet lacked intellect, leaving Luo Huan feeling quite embarrassed. Luo Xiao felt a stir within. The minimum standard for muscle refinement to reach the solidification stage was 300 units, while Luo Huan had successfully refined 400 units, which was indeed commendable. He had already entered the solidification stage, indicating that his strength should surpass that of his current self by a small margin. However, should he employ the spiral dark force, the outcome would be uncertain. With a hearty laugh directed at Luo Huan, he remarked, "I fear your aspirations may be in vain. I still need to queue here for the teleportation array to activate. Our timings to Yunzhou differ, so you shan't encounter me there." As he gazed skyward, he lamented, "What a pity. I had intended to leave you searching for your teeth in Yunzhou, but it seems you have narrowly escaped this fate. Truly, a regrettable turn of events. What nonsense are you spouting? You think you can make Brother Huan look for his teeth?" The alluring woman beside him quickly flattered. Aware that she was not an official disciple of the Luo family and had no prospects for greatness, she could only cling to Luo Huan during her youthful beauty, hoping to secure a fortune for her future comfort and stability. Luo Xiao disdainfully glanced at Luo Huan, scoffing, "Does he truly possess any prowess? You appear rather unsatisfied. I doubt this fellow can even meet your expectations." Luo Huan, who had been suppressing his anger, felt it surge forth. It must be said that Luo Xiao indeed had a knack for speaking ill-fated words. In that regard, Luo Huan was not particularly formidable. His encounters were often cursory, leaving this woman somewhat discontented. Noticing her somewhat forlorn expression, Luo Xiao realized he had struck a nerve, prompting him to burst into laughter. Luo Huan's face flushed crimson. Feeling as though he had been humiliated in front of the women, he could not swallow this indignation. "Luo Xiao, there are too many people here. Refrain from making nonsensical remarks. If you have the courage, come with me to Yunzhou now, and we shall settle this matter between us." "Apologies, but I mentioned that I would wait in line. You can take your dissatisfied woman and leave. I shan't accompany you any further." Luo Xiao stepped back, creating space at the teleportation array, wearing a smile that suggested he was merely enjoying the spectacle. Luo Huan gritted his teeth in frustration. "No, you must come with me." "On what grounds?" "I covered the cost of your teleportation array. Will you accompany me or not?" Luo Huan was somewhat aware of Luo Xiao's financial situation. It was likely that this fellow could not even produce the 100 taels required for waiting in line. After paying for him, he expected gratitude in return. However, Luo Xiao did not even blink. "Stop dreaming. Accompanying you to Yunzhou is perilous. Do you think I would risk myself for a mere 100 taels?" Luo Huan also realized that even if he offered Luo Xiao more now, once they reached Yunzhou, the disparity in their strengths would render him powerless. Thus, he boldly retrieved a leaf from his ring. "This is a century-old soul disconnect grass. Though scarce, it holds significant value. You must find it intriguing. As Luo Xiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, he noted that Luo Huan had somehow procured a leaf of the soul-severing herb. Typically, this herb was utilized solely for the concoction of poisons, yet it was evident that he was unaware of its unique properties. When combined with other medicinal ingredients, it could serve to counteract toxicity and transform into an elixir for nurturing the soul. Han Qing had only discovered this remarkable aspect during his last failed alchemical attempt, regrettably lacking the financial means to acquire more soul-severing herb. Had he succeeded in creating the soul-nurturing potion, he could have prolonged his life by an additional 2 years. Nevertheless, Luo Xiu did not exhibit excessive excitement. He ambled over to Luo Huan, seemingly reluctant, before accepting the Baixian vine and the soul-severing herb. He carefully placed them into a small cloth pouch, concealing it within his bosom. The Shumi ring was not worn on his hand, but rather kept close to avoid drawing attention. In truth, when he reached into his garment, he was merely transferring the 2 items into the ring. Observing Luo Xiu finally stepping onto the teleportation array, Luo Huan smirked coldly, thinking to himself, "You fool. Do you believe my belongings are so easily acquired? Once we arrive in Yuzhou, I shall ensure you repay me in full." He directly handed 1,000 taels of silver to the elder overseeing the teleportation array, who promptly activated it. In a flash of white light, Luo Huan, Luo Xiu, and the enchanting woman vanished from their location. On the other side of the teleportation array lay the Luo family's relay station, situated 50 miles from the city of Yunzhou. Typically, members of the Luo family would stop here to rest before continuing their journey to Yunzhou. This was the family's transit hub. Already, there were individuals present to receive them as the trio arrived at the relay station's teleportation array amidst the flickering white light. Luo Xiu felt a sense of novelty. He was utterly bewildered by the principles of the teleportation array. How could it possibly transport an individual from the distant Luo family estate to Yunzhou? During the teleportation, he vaguely sensed a fluctuation in the air, as if for a fleeting moment, he was no longer of this earthly realm. It seems that the art of formations is profoundly intricate. Should the opportunity arise, he is determined to delve into this mysterious power. Luo Huan, however, was entirely devoid of such sentiments. He looked at Luo Xiu with a mischievous grin and said, "Fool, you really followed me here. If you're frightened, you might as well remain in this post station forever. Do not venture outside, for no one will be able to save you." With that, Luo Huan ascended the stairs with the enchanting woman, casting not a single glance at Luo Xiu. Luo Huan's father was also an elder of the Luo family, and he could easily find someone to keep an eye on Luo Xiu at this station, not fearing that Luo Xiu would slip from his grasp. Luo Xiu had no desire to engage with this frivolous scion. He exited the teleportation array, not lingering in the post station for a moment, directly proceeding to the entrance where he rented a dappled steed, then galloped towards the city of Yunzhou. Meanwhile, Luo Huan had just managed to position someone to monitor Luo Xiu when he received word that Luo Xiu had already departed from the station. "Pursue. Make haste," he commanded. "That brat possesses 2 valuable medicinal herbs. He must not be allowed to escape." "Yes, young master, but this is the territory of Yunzhou, and the station is patrolled. If we act here and are discovered, it could lead to considerable trouble." The person Luo Huan had recruited was a skilled practitioner at the initial stages of the dirty path, a trusted confidant of his father. At the very least, one must ascertain his whereabouts. I refuse to believe that the opportunity to act cannot be found. The subordinate understood and nodded, promptly departing on horseback to pursue Luo Xiu from a distance. Chapter 18. Alchemist Guild. The Luo family station lies 50 miles from Yunzhou City, yet upon exiting the station, the grand silhouette of Yunzhou City is already visible. It is not due to Luo Xiu's exceptional eyesight, but rather the sheer magnitude of Yunzhou City. The city walls soar hundreds of feet high, extending far beyond the horizon, resembling a colossal mountain rising from the distant skyline, majestically standing there. As Luo Xiu journeyed towards Yunzhou, he encountered 3 patrolling squads along the way. The patrols cover a radius of 100 miles around Yunzhou, ensuring a relatively safe environment, which is why various families and sects from afar have established their stations within this area. Without any delays, Luo Xiu arrived at the city gate. The gate towers 100 feet high and spans 200 feet in width. However, on ordinary days, this imposing and somewhat intimidating gate remains closed, with only the smaller side gates being opened. Even the side gates are astonishingly large. Luo Xiu dismounted and walked through. joining the throng as they passed through the inspection and entered Yunzhou City. Much like country children visiting the city for the first time, Luo Xia was momentarily dazzled by the vibrant prosperity within Yuzhou. Just the scene at the city gate, bustling with life, was enough to captivate and linger in one's memory. Various restaurants, tea houses, fabric shops, vendors of cosmetics, blacksmiths, weapon shops, pawn shops, and treasure houses favored by martial artists, as well as receptions from various locales, bustling guilds, and mercenary organizations, all contribute to a dizzying array of archways. Luo Xia glanced around and discovered a tea stall, where he sipped some tea and generously offered a tael of silver to the young attendant. He inquired, "Young man, may I ask you about something?" "Ah, esteemed sir, you have indeed come to the right person. There is hardly anything in Yunzhou that I am unaware of. By your appearance, I presume you are a martial artist. In my younger days, I too dabbled in martial arts and possess a fair understanding of your world." Luo Xia interjected, cutting through the attendant's incessant chatter. "I have an item I wish to sell in Yunzhou. Could you direct me to where I might do so?" "Ah, selling an item, is it? If it is a precious object intended for martial artists, your best bet would be to take it to an auction house. There, the appraisers can assess its value, and you can await the auction date. However, it would be wise for you to have a rough estimate of your item's worth. Be aware that there are numerous auction houses in Yunzhou, both official and private, as well as some underground venues. If your item is of lower value, the larger auction houses may refuse to accept it. Must I really wait for the auction date?" Luo Xia mused, his brow furrowing. He was neither inclined to wait, nor could he afford to do so. The young attendant, having received payment, was now quite diligent. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "If you prefer not to wait, it is essential to ascertain the nature of your items. Should they pertain to the art of weapon forging, it would be prudent to visit the Blacksmith's Guild. If they are related to alchemy, then the Alchemist's Guild would be your destination. For talismans, one ought to seek the Talisman's Guild. Each craft possesses its own expertise. Thus, individuals there are more inclined to appreciate items pertinent to their profession, potentially allowing for a lucrative transaction." Upon hearing this, Luo Xia's eyes gleamed with excitement. His alchemical essentials, while perhaps undervalued by the untrained eye, would undoubtedly be regarded as treasures by those who truly understand their worth. And who better to recognize their value than an alchemist? Hence, he resolved to head to the Alchemist's Guild. He inquired about the locations of the various guilds without directly mentioning the Alchemist's Guild, as such a question might attract undue attention. By inquiring about several guilds, he remained inconspicuous regarding his true intentions. After completing his inquiries and settling the tea bill, Luo Xia prepared to depart. However, he soon sensed that someone was observing him. Although he initially dismissed Luo Wan as an inconsequential figure within the Luo family in Yunzhou, he held no significance at all. After wandering the streets for a while, he made his way directly to the Alchemist's Guild. Nestled in a relatively secluded area, the guild was designed to maintain tranquility during the alchemical processes. Its expansive grounds were impressive, but as he approached the entrance, a guard intercepted him. The guard, evidently at the pulse-connecting stage, made Luo Xia ponder silently. Indeed, this was a prominent guild, as even the gatekeepers exhibited such strength. "What brings you to the Alchemist's Guild, young sir?" the guard inquired. "I possess an item related to alchemy and wish to ascertain if there is anyone here who might be interested in purchasing it." "Oh, what item is it?" The gatekeeper did not underestimate Luo Xia due to his youth. Many young individuals may seem unimpressive, yet they might have formidable forces backing them. "It is a compendium of alchemical essentials." Before Luo Xia could finish his statement, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, who happened to be passing by, paused. "A compendium of alchemical essentials? Which grade of alchemist authored it?" This individual's strength surpassed that of Han Qing, although he had not reached the level of Luo Lai. Luo Xia could discern that this person was likely a 7th-stage warrior of the Meridian Opening realm. A 7th-stage warrior is merely one channel away from full mastery, and his demeanor was composed, indicating a solid foundation. Once he opened the final channel, his prowess would likely exceed that of Luo Lai. "Esteemed senior." This was penned by a 4th-grade alchemist. Luo Xia possessed 2 compendiums of alchemical essentials. One was authored by Han Qing during his time as a 4th-grade alchemist, and the other during his 5th-grade tenure. He wished to present the former, as 5th-grade alchemists are exceedingly rare, with only 3 known throughout Yunzhou. Should a 5th-grade work surface, it would likely lead people to associate it with Han Qing, a risk Luo Xia was unwilling to take. Conversely, the 4th-grade compendium was considerably safer. While 4th-grade alchemists are not abundant, There are certainly a few. The alchemist before him bore a badge upon his chest, adorned with 4 horizontal stripes, indicating that he had recently ascended to the rank of 4th-grade alchemist. Oh, authored by a 4th-grade alchemist? Is it the pinnacle of the 4th rank or merely an entry into the 4th rank? May I take a look? This might be somewhat inappropriate, thought Luo Xiao, hesitating. At that moment, the guard spoke up. You need not worry. This is Elder Situ Mingyue, a newly appointed elder of our guild. A 4th-rank alchemist and a master of the 7th level of Meridian Opening. He would not covet a mere volume of alchemical essentials. Should Elder Situ take a liking to it, your work may fetch a handsome price. Luo Xiao nodded. Elder Situ appeared to possess a considerable sense of integrity. He likely would not engage in unscrupulous acts. He fished the volume of alchemical essentials from his attire and handed it to Situ Mingyue. Upon receiving it, Situ Mingyue initially flipped through the pages casually, but as he continued, his astonishment grew. This is written by a peak 4th-rank alchemist. The fact that the firelit serpent's gallbladder combined with celestial bluestone can heal internal injuries? The tailbone of the earth dragon actually aids in expanding meridians? This alchemical technique is said to have been lost to time. Elder Situ gasped in wonder as he perused the text. Incredible, incredible. This 4th-rank alchemist will undoubtedly ascend to the 5th rank in the future. Where is this individual? I must pay a visit. Luo Xiao felt somewhat speechless and cleared his throat to interrupt Situ Mingyue's soliloquy. Elder Situ, you have perused several pages already. If you continue, I fear this volume of alchemical essentials will no longer be for sale, as you will be able to transcribe it yourself. I became so engrossed, my sincerest apologies. Situ Mingyue hesitated momentarily before reluctantly returning the precious alchemical manuscript to Luo Xiao. Having recently passed the examination to become a 4th-tier alchemist, he had officially attained the status of an elder within the Alchemist Guild. Yet, his understanding of the 4th-tier alchemical realm remained rather superficial, and the manuscript authored by a peak 4th-tier alchemist was exceedingly invaluable to him. Dear brother, might I inquire about the whereabouts of this esteemed alchemist? I have numerous questions I wish to address in person, he implored. Luo Xiao shook his head. I too came upon this manuscript by mere happenstance, and I am unaware of the identity of the alchemist. What a pity, Situ Mingyue remarked, seemingly skeptical yet restrained from further inquiry. The code of conduct among martial artists forbade delving too deeply. Everyone harbored their own secrets, some too delicate to disclose. Is it possible for me to acquire this manuscript from the Alchemist Guild? He inquired further. Certainly, Luo Xiao responded. I believe each elder within the guild would find this manuscript indispensable. It contains numerous insights that would benefit even a 5th-tier alchemist. At this point, Situ Mingyue paused momentarily. However, dear brother, there is no need for haste. We can engage in further discussion, and I am confident I can offer you a price that will meet your satisfaction. Luo Xiao smiled gently. Let us first enter and assess the manuscript. If it pleases you, can we proceed with an open purchase? Situ Mingyue silently gritted his teeth, recognizing the cleverness of this young man. He indeed required this book and contemplated purchasing an inexpensive version. However, he recognized that once this alchemical compendium arrived at the guild, the elders would undoubtedly vie for it, making any future attempts to acquire it far costlier. Yet, he could not bring himself to resort to unscrupulous means. Thus, he reluctantly followed Luo Xiao into the guild, mirroring his every step, as if the moment he distanced himself from Luo Xiao, the precious tome would elude him. Chapter 19. The live auction. Upon entering the resplendent hall of the Alchemist Guild, he was surprised to find it devoid of the pungent aroma of herbs he had anticipated. The hall resembled more of a reception area, adorned with numerous private alcoves where individuals clad in robes indulged in tea and delicacies while exchanging insights on alchemy. When Situ Mingyue entered, many rose to greet her, yet their gazes quickly shifted to Luo Xiao, pondering the identity of this youth who commanded the attention of the esteemed Elder Situ. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on Luo Xiao, Situ Mingyue willingly assumed the role of a guide, leading him to the front desk. She instructed that a volume on alchemical techniques be made available for sale here and took the initiative to invite other elders to peruse it. Typically, unless summoned by an elder-level invitation, these elders preferred to seclude themselves within their alchemical chambers, seldom emerging to interact with others. Heeding Situ Mingyue's directive, the reception staff promptly employed a sound transmission technique to relay her request. Situ Mingyue emphasized that this was a work penned by a pinnacle 4th-rank alchemist, showcasing distinctive methodologies. Luo Xiao nodded quietly, Recognizing that Situ Mingyue was indeed forthright, not resorting to any underhanded schemes over trivial matters. If possible, he would rather sell this alchemical masterpiece to the other party at a modest price, especially since he had further requests of Situ Mingyue. After approximately a quarter of an hour, 7 elderly gentlemen arrived in unison. Together with Situ Mingyue, they constituted the 8 esteemed elders of the Alchemist Guild. Following a few cordial exchanges, another elder approached from behind. Vice President. Vice President. The group greeted him. This individual was Meng Jizi, the Vice President of the Cloud Prefecture Alchemist Guild, a martial artist of the Profound Realm and a pinnacle 4th-grade alchemist. With the guild president Zhou Xin absent, it was usually Meng Jizi who oversaw affairs. Upon hearing of the emergence of an alchemical masterpiece authored by a pinnacle 4th-grade alchemist, he could hardly restrain his curiosity and came to investigate. Having been stuck at the pinnacle of the 4th grade for quite some time, he found himself at an impasse in alchemical advancement, yearning for fresh inspiration to break through to the 5th grade. The gathering of these elders, including the vice president, astonished the ordinary alchemists present. What was the meaning of this? This young man produced a book, and it somehow attracted the attention of such distinguished figures? People began to crowd around, eager to witness the spectacle. Situ Mingyue was quite diligent. He provided a brief introduction of Luo Xiao, then invited him to present the alchemical masterpiece for the esteemed elders and the vice president to examine. Starting with Meng Jizi, each individual was allotted 5 minutes. Meng Jizi was the first to finish reading the book, reluctantly passing it on to the next elder, then falling into deep contemplation, clearly profoundly inspired by its contents. The other elders were no exception. After reading, they were all emotionally stirred, with one elder even playfully refusing to relinquish it, insisting on purchasing the book. Ultimately, after much discussion, they agreed upon a fair competition. It was then that Situ Mingyue approached Luo Xiao. Young brother Luo, since you brought this book and wish to sell it, now that all the key figures in the Alchemist Guild are present, except for the esteemed president, please state your price. The highest bidder shall prevail. Luo Xiao pondered for a moment, surprised by how smoothly the situation had unfolded. Yet he found it challenging to set a price. Truth be told, he had no clear idea regarding the specific value of this alchemical tome. Unlike magical artifacts, which have fixed prices, the worth of such a book could vary immensely, priceless to the knowledgeable and utterly worthless to the ignorant. Being a newcomer, he did not possess a deep understanding of such matters, so he suggested that Elder Situ take the lead in proposing a price, entrusting the sale of this alchemical essential to him. Situ Mingyue nodded slightly, recognizing the young man's astuteness in giving him face, which affirmed that his prior efforts had borne fruit. He must have gained the young man's favor. Among these elders, although Situ Mingyue's alchemical skills were still somewhat lacking, he was relatively young, having just entered his 40s and already attained the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist, while the other elders, including the vice president, were all over 70 years old. Apart from Situ Mingyue's remarkable talent, his background is equally formidable, supported by a powerful faction. In terms of financial resources, he harbors no fear of anyone present. Since my young brother trusts me, allow me to take the initiative and propose a price for discussion. Let it be 3,000 taels of gold. As soon as Situ Mingyue's words fell, Luo Xiao was taken aback. He had believed that this alchemical compendium should indeed hold substantial value, yet thought it would be worth around 10,000 taels of silver. To his astonishment, Situ Mingyue opened with a bid of 3,000 taels of gold, which, given the 10-to-1 ratio between gold and silver, equated to 30,000 taels of silver. Moreover, it appeared that this price was merely a starting point. Upon hearing Situ Mingyue's declaration, several elders displayed looks of hesitation. Although the alchemical compendium was indeed worth that price, they were all nearing the pinnacle of 4th-grade alchemists, and the compendium's assistance to them was rather limited. Spending such a high price to acquire it did not seem worthwhile. However, 3 individuals, including Meng Jizi, were undeterred by Situ Mingyue's price. One elder chuckled, "Indeed, the youth is formidable. Brother Situ, your price may not deter others. I shall offer 3,500 taels." Luo Xiao inwardly gasped. These alchemists were truly affluent, viewing several thousand taels of gold as trifling. Another elder interjected, "Why settle for 3,500? Let us make it an even 4,000. At this moment, Meng Jizi cast a sidelong glance at Situ Mingyue. Among the elders, only Situ Mingyue was truly qualified to compete with him. The other 2 did not command his regard. Situ Mingyue, in turn, fixed his gaze on Meng Jizi. He recognized him as the real adversary. After the elder quoted the price of 4,000, he fell silent, evidently realizing that Meng Jizi was also vying for this alchemical manuscript. If Meng Jizi were to compete with Situ Mingyue, his prospects would be considerably diminished. Indeed, Meng Jizi slowly spoke up, 4,000 is not a rounded figure. Let it be 5,000 taels of gold, for that would be a true integer. Upon his utterance, the other two elders fell silent. Only Situ Mingyue remained unfazed by Meng Jizi's imposing presence, interjecting, 6,000 taels. Vice President, perhaps you could graciously concede this to your younger brother. Meng Jizi's expression shifted slightly. 6,000 taels was approaching a reasonable sum. However, the thought of being stuck at the pinnacle of a fourth-grade alchemist was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 7,000 taels. Younger brother Situ, you are still young. Allow this old man a chance. Situ Mingyue silently calculated his options. It was evident that Meng Jizi was now determined to compete. As the vice president, his cultivation surpassed that of Situ Mingyue. Thus he required this alchemical manuscript even more. 7,000 taels was within his reach. Yet it was clear that Meng Jizi would not yield easily. Should the bidding continue, it might well exceed 10,000 taels. Just as he hesitated on whether to raise the bid further, he noticed Luo Xiao behind Meng Jizi subtly shake his head. A thought stirred within Situ Mingyue. Could it be? With this in mind, he imperceptibly nodded and then addressed Meng Jizi. Since the vice president is so fond of this manuscript, I shall reluctantly concede. Upon hearing this, Meng Jizi let out a sigh of relief. As Situ Mingyue continued to raise the stakes, he found himself in a difficult position and burst into hearty laughter. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, dear brother Situ. I shall remember this favor. With that, Meng Jizi eagerly led Luo Xiao to the front desk, where he retrieved 7 cards from the Yin Kingdom's Wanong Bank, each with a face value of 1,000 taels of gold, and handed them to Luo Xiao. Having completed the transaction, he did not pause to greet anyone else. Clutching the alchemical manuscript and hurriedly departing, clearly intent on delving into his studies. With 7,000 taels of gold acquired and the alchemical manuscript sold, the others discreetly withdrew. Once the elders had left, Situ Mingyue turned to Luo Xiao and asked, Young brother, may I inquire about what you just? Senior Situ, I must confess, I am capable of transcribing this alchemical manuscript verbatim. What? Situ Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. It is important to note that this was no ordinary text. The intricate names and properties of the herbs were such that a single error could lead to catastrophic consequences. The concoction produced could be drastically altered, or worse. The alchemical furnace could explode, resulting in immeasurable losses for the alchemist. Young brother, do you possess the confidence? Understand that mastering alchemy requires years of dedication. I fear that. Rest assured, Senior Situ, there is no room for deception in this matter. I can begin writing immediately. Might I request a quiet chamber for my work? Situ Mingyue pondered for a moment. It is worth a try, but are you aware that rarity adds to the value of things? Lao Xiao chuckled lightly, assuring his senior. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I can guarantee that there are but 2 copies of this alchemical compendium in the world. One is in the possession of Vice President Meng, and the other has yet to be unveiled. As for the price, while Elder Situ previously offered 6,000 taels, this time, you need only provide 5,000. What say you? Situ Mingyue, unable to resist the allure of the alchemical compendium, nodded emphatically and rose to prepare a quiet chamber for Lao Xiao. Chapter 20. The first alchemical concoction. After Situ Mingyue had arranged the quiet chamber, Lao Xiao began to diligently transcribe the alchemical compendium from memory. At this juncture, Lao Xiao's theoretical knowledge had already reached the pinnacle of a 5th-rank alchemist, with one foot firmly planted in the realm of the 6th rank. He was certainly capable of crafting a more refined and detailed version of the compendium. However, he refrained from doing so. Rewriting the 4th-rank compendium could be described as a feat accomplished with perfect recall. But producing a new 5th-rank pinnacle version might render him an object of peculiar fascination among his peers. With unwavering precision, he transcribed the first 5 sections of the alchemical compendium, delivering them to Situ Mingyue, as he had noted that she had only managed to glimpse these initial sections. Indeed, upon witnessing the still fresh ink of the compendium, Situ Mingyue was utterly astounded, bowing in deep admiration. This young brother truly possesses an extraordinary gift of recall. Not a single character is amiss. Yet, I wonder when he shall complete the remaining sections? The essence of this tome is extensive, encompassing approximately 40 essays. However, Luo Xiao was not inclined to hastily complete it. Instead, he addressed Situ Mingyue, saying, to speak candidly, I have come to the Alchemist Guild with the aspiration of becoming a true alchemist. Oh, young brother aspires to obtain the qualifications of an alchemist? Indeed, but not at this moment. My skills are still unrefined, and I require some time for practice. Thus, I have a request to make of Senior Situ. Feel free to speak, young brother. I shall not decline anything within my capability, Situ Mingyue assured him. Very well, I have here a list. Would you be so kind as to assist me in procuring these items, Senior Situ? Luo Xiao presented a meticulously prepared list, detailing the essential materials required for concocting low-level elixirs. He intended to use these materials for practice. Otherwise, he would remain merely a theoretical giant and a practical dwarf. He then handed over 7,000 taels of gold to Situ Mingyue, adding, during my leisure moments while refining elixirs, I shall continue to compose the essence of alchemy for you. Before I achieve my qualification as an alchemist, I assure you that I will complete this book for you. Situ Mingyue nodded slightly, remarking that these materials were not particularly rare. In fact, one could gradually procure them from various pharmacies. However, naturally, our Alchemist Guild possesses the most extensive and complete collection. I roughly calculated that although these materials are not uncommon, their quantity is vast. If one were to purchase them all, it might require nearly 5,000 taels of gold. I shall not take your money, young brother. You need only provide me with the essence of alchemy in due time. As for the remaining portion, I will rent a Dan room for you. And consider it a fee. I am exceedingly grateful, Senior Situ. Luo Xiao was indeed elated. This way, he would not need to spend the 7,000 taels of gold. And he only had to part with a single volume of alchemical essence. No worries. As an elder and a fourth-tier alchemist, I am entitled to procure materials within the guild at merely 70% of the price, which means I have made a small profit. Situ Mingyue was also quite pleased. Ming Jizi had spent 7,000 taels to acquire the alchemical essence, while he himself spent less than 5,000. This time, he truly struck a bargain. With this book, he would swiftly solidify his standing as a fourth-tier alchemist, perhaps even become one of the foremost in the field. Both parties obtained what they needed, leaving them both satisfied. Situ Mingyue promptly arranged a Dan room for Luo Xiao, fully equipped with furnaces, cauldrons, and various instruments. Afterwards, he set about preparing the medicinal materials. Upon Luo Xiao's entrance into the Alchemist Guild, the individual who had been trailing him also followed suit. This person was unaware of the purpose behind Luo Xiao, the impoverished youth's entry into the guild. It is worth noting that those who gain entry are either alchemists or individuals of considerable wealth. Ordinary folks seldom possess the courage to step through that grand threshold. He initially intended to lie in wait at the entrance, but was soon spotted by the doorman. Observing the man's furtive movements and his timorous demeanor, the doorman discerned his dubious character and unceremoniously expelled him. This individual, though perhaps a minor figure in the Luo family, found himself in a realm where the doormen of the Alchemist Guild were of the Meridian realm, leaving him no opportunity for resistance. He was swiftly cast away like a beggar. Enraged, he resolved to linger at a distance, convinced that Luo Xiao would eventually emerge. Yet, he found himself waiting in vain for 3 days, without a glimpse of Luo Xiao. Luo Huan, too, was incredulous. How could Luo Xiao possibly remain in the Alchemist Guild for such an extended period? In the entirety of the Luo family, aside from Han Qing, a fifth-tier alchemist who would receive due respect upon entering the guild, even Luo Lai received little more than disdainful glances. However, having finally seized a solitary opportunity to confront Luo Xiao, Luo Huan was unwilling to relinquish it. He, along with the enchanting woman and several subordinates, rented a room near the Alchemist Guild, doing nothing but vigilantly monitoring the situation day and night. Unbeknownst to Luo Huan, who was still stubbornly watching him, Luo Xiao had completely immersed himself in the world of alchemy. His initial foray into the craft did not involve the creation of pills, but rather the formulation of medicine. The gathering essence powder, capable of accelerating the condensation of a martial artist's internal energy, though of little monetary value, was in high demand throughout the entirety of Yan province. The daily consumption of gathering essence powder was vast and ever-present, ensuring that it would always find a market. Luo Xiao was somewhat overly cautious with his skills. Concocting the gathering yuan powder was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. However, even a dragon-slaying sword can miss its mark and fail to slay a chicken. During his initial attempt, nerves caused him to make a slight misstep, nearly ruining the elixir. Indeed, His emotions were still unstable, yet it was of little consequence. He had already regained his composure. To be candid, he was not yet a true fifth-grade alchemist. In addition to his somewhat clumsy techniques, the most crucial factor was his lack of true fire. A genuine alchemist's greatest asset is a flame of authenticity. Every alchemist above the 4th grade cultivates a flame within their body, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice, capable of rescuing a situation in critical moments, and even serving as a formidable weapon in battle. While Luo Xiao could draw upon Han Qing's experience, he lacked this true flame, rendering him inferior to 4th-grade alchemists at present. However, for concocting pills below the 3rd grade, true fire was not a necessity, and with his emotions stabilized, Luo Xiao was still capable of handling it with ease. Naturally, the true flames wielded by those alchemists were not extraordinary heavenly flames. They were typically emitted through magical artifacts. Luo Xiao had no desire to resort to such means. The flame he sought could not be of inferior quality. Han Qing's true fire was derived from the molten lava of the Earth's core, and he spent 3 years refining it for his own use, which elevated him to a distinguished position among 5th-grade alchemists. Had it not been for Han Qing's nearly depleted internal energy and excessive consumption during alchemy, preventing him from unleashing his flames, that single flame could have reduced Luo Xiao to ashes. The alchemical chamber was filled to the brim with an array of medicinal herbs, and Luo Xiao seemed to treat these materials as if they were utterly devoid of cost, casually tossing handfuls of herbs into the furnace. As time passed, his technique became increasingly refined, as if the skill were an innate gift. For an alchemist, the most vital aspects are not only a profound understanding of herbal properties but also mastery over the flames of the furnace. Such mastery is not a task for the ordinary. A true alchemist does not require a mere assistant to tend the fire. Rather, those who do often produce subpar elixirs. When concocting significant potions, what is truly needed is a genuine assistant with whom one can share a deep connection of intent. As Luo Xiao prepared the gathering essence powder, he pondered the necessity of a symbiotic partner alongside the alchemical flames. Yet, the path of martial arts is long and arduous. Where could one find a companion capable of remaining steadfastly by one's side? It is no wonder that the inheritance of alchemists is fraught with difficulties. According to Han Qing's recollections, it is common for alchemists to reach the pinnacle of the 6th rank, which is often regarded as the limit. Any profession that ascends beyond the 7th rank is designated as a saint-level practitioner. Throughout the vast Yin Empire, there exists not a single saint-level figure in the realms of alchemy, formations, weapon crafting, or talismans. With the Black Tome in my possession, I possess the ability to absorb the memories of others for my own use. However, only 10 opportunities are afforded to me. During my previous absorption of Han Qing's soul, I lacked understanding. In the future, I must remain vigilant, for only souls of particular significance may be consumed. With this prerequisite in mind, I may yet have a chance to ascend to the saint level. The importance of a saint-level practitioner far surpasses that of a martial artist at the realm of heaven and earth. As my thoughts spiraled, the gathering essence powder approached its final stages. The vitality herb. The cultivation is abundant, aimed at enhancing the sensation of qi in the dantian. Yet only one final herb remains. Luo Xiao picked up the P1 grass, weighing it in his hand, and immediately recognized its precise weight before casting it into the alchemical furnace. With the addition of this last herb, he seized a large fan and vigorously fanned the flames beneath the furnace, causing the fire to surge, reaching a considerable temperature. The intensity of the flames must not be excessive, lest the concoction be ruined, nor too feeble, as it would lack potency. At this moment, the balance was perfect. After 3 vigorous fanning motions, the various herbs rapidly dissolved into a harmonious blend. Success. With the fan stilled, he extinguished the fire. The flames within the furnace subsided, and as it cooled, Luo Xiao extracted the powder within, placing it in a shaded area, allowing it to cool with rootless water, ultimately forming small spherical pellets. He took a white porcelain vial and filled it with the gathered yuan powder, a surge of joy filling his heart. Although the creation of yuan powder was straightforward, it symbolized the mark of a first-tier alchemist. I have now attained the prowess of a first-tier alchemist. I shall practice diligently until I can effortlessly concoct 3rd-tier elixirs. Once I become a 3rd-tier alchemist, I will be able to sell the elixirs and also refine the necessary herbs for cultivating my physique. I humbly seek a recommendation vote from everyone. My request is modest, just one would suffice. Chapter 21, The Alchemist Assessment. Luo Xiao's days within the Alchemist Guild were both tense and fulfilling. Beginning with the crafting of first-tier yuan powder, he experimented with dozens of first-tier elixirs, mastering each one to perfection before embarking on the creation of second-tier elixirs. The refinement of second-grade elixirs proved to be somewhat challenging. However, it was not beyond the capabilities of Luo Xiao. In merely 5 days, he acquired the ability to effortlessly concoct second-grade elixirs, achieving a remarkable success rate of 95%. Yet, when it came to third-grade elixirs, he encountered some difficulties. Even Han Qing, when personally crafting third-grade elixirs, only attained a success rate of 70 to 80%. Luo Xiao's technique was somewhat rudimentary, allowing him an initial success rate of merely 30 to 40%. In truth, this success rate was nearly sufficient to pass the assessment for a third-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, Luo Xiao was unwilling to settle, determined to elevate his success rate to over 50%. Fortunately, the materials he had prepared were predominantly those required for third-grade elixirs, providing him with ample resources to experiment freely. By the 10th day, his success rate had barely reached 45%. On the 15th day, it rose to 48%. By the 20th day, he finally achieved 50%. At this juncture, Luo Xiao still chose not to conclude his studies. Instead, he continued to delve deeply into his research. On the 25th day, his comprehension of the medicinal properties of the substances reached new heights, with his theoretical knowledge brushing against the realm of 6th-grade alchemists. His success rate surged to 59%. A month passed, and Luo Xiao emerged from his seclusion, having attained a success rate of 65% in crafting third-grade elixirs. This level was approaching the skill that Han Qing had once demonstrated, marking a significant bottleneck for Luo Xiao. Without the aid of alchemical fire, it would be challenging for him to achieve further breakthroughs. Moreover, the materials he had initially procured were entirely depleted over the course of the month, rendering further seclusion for alchemical refinement unnecessary. Upon receiving the news of Luo Xiao's emergence, Situ Mingyue personally came to greet him with great enthusiasm. Haha. Congratulations to young Luo for mastering the art of alchemy. Surely his prowess in this discipline has significantly advanced. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Elder Situ as well for acquiring the essence of alchemy, which surely brings him closer to achieving the rank of a 5th-grade alchemist in the future. Situ Mingyue, visibly elated, patted Luo Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "There's no need to address me as elder so formally. It feels rather distant. I wonder if Brother Luo is considering taking the alchemist qualification exam? As a 1st-grade alchemist, you may undergo the assessment at any time, and my disciple could serve as the examiner." In Situ Mingyue's eyes, the 14 or 15-year-old Luo Xiao has already proven himself to be an exceptional genius by being able to articulate the intricacies of alchemical principles. Otherwise, Situ Mingyue would scarcely believe that Luo Xiao possessed such capability. Luo Xiao smiled. It would be best to conduct the examination immediately. I am curious. What grade of alchemist is Elder Situ's disciple? Haha, my disciple is rather dull. He is over 30 years old and has only just attained the qualification of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Though he professed humility, he took pride in this accomplishment. For being a 3rd-grade alchemist at over 30 is indeed a source of considerable satisfaction. Well then, let us proceed without delay. Soon, the alchemy chamber was prepared, and it was the same room where Luo Xiao had resided for a month. He had grown familiar with the alchemical furnace, enhancing his confidence in the crafting process. Situ Mingyue's disciple, Zhang Qing, displayed a somewhat haughty demeanor in the presence of Luo Xiao. In his view, a boy of 14 or 15 would likely struggle to even recognize basic medicinal materials. And the notion of him aspiring to take the alchemist qualification exam struck Zhang Qing as utterly ludicrous. It is said that this young man has come into possession of a tome detailing the essence of alchemy, which has incited a fierce competition among the elders of the guild. One cannot help but wonder what stroke of luck he has encountered to stumble upon such a treasure, and to further capitalize on it by selling it for a handsome profit. One must consider, how could someone capable of selling the essence of a 4th-tier pinnacle alchemist possibly aspire to be an exceptional alchemist themselves? However, out of respect for my master's instructions, I dared not to object and sat boldly to one side, awaiting Luo Xiao's commencement. The first concoction that Luo Xiao attempted was still the gathering essence powder. As he ignited the alchemical furnace and began to heat it, he wielded a fan in one hand while the other busily tossed herbs into the furnace. This young man, astonishingly, was engaging in blind foraging without even weighing the ingredients. Was he deliberately trying to show off in front of me? He must have prepared the materials in advance. I scoffed internally, thinking, Do you believe I am unaware? I had only just begun to grasp the art of blind foraging at the age of 25, and he has merely dabbled in this craft for a few years. Yet, as Luo Xiao continued to hurl handfuls of herbs into the furnace, it became increasingly evident that these were not pre-prepared materials. A sheen of perspiration began to form on Zhang Cheng's forehead. How could this be? Was he genuinely foraging blindly? Impossible. He could not have mastered such a skill. He must be putting on an act before me. I silently prayed for Luo Xiao's failure, yet his movements flowed like a serene stream, devoid of any clumsiness. There was no indication of impending failure. It seemed he had simply practiced the gathering essence powder extensively, rendering him quite proficient. However, concocting other elixirs would surely not be as effortless. In a short while, Luo Xiao successfully completed the gathering essence powder and presented it to Zhang Cheng. Brother Zhang, could you take a look and see if this gathering essence powder meets the standards? Zhang Cheng picked up the Jiyuan powder, examining it closely and inhaling its aroma. Eventually, he even tasted a small amount. Although he earnestly wished to find some flaws, he could not help but acknowledge that the Jiyuan powder was indeed crafted to perfection. Even if he had concocted it himself, he would never have achieved such an exquisite result. With a hint of jealousy on his face, Zhang Qing remarked, "Well, I suppose you have passed the assessment of a first-grade alchemist. However, you must remember one critical point. Alchemy is a serious discipline and should never be approached with negligence. If a potion goes awry, it could lead to dire consequences. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhang. I will keep it in mind. Am I now eligible to take the examination for a second-grade alchemist?" What did you say? Zhang Cheng exclaimed, his mouth agape, unable to believe what he heard. I said I wished to participate in the examination for a second-grade alchemist. I wonder if Brother Zhang could serve as the proctor? Are you truly intent on taking the second-grade alchemist examination? Absolutely. Then, I must gather a few companions. As the examination for a second-grade alchemist requires at least 3 third-grade alchemists to serve as proctors. That would be much appreciated, Brother Zhang. Zhang Cheng left the alchemy chamber in a somewhat flustered state, gritting his teeth as he sought out his companions. He approached 2 third-grade alchemists with whom he had a good rapport, and upon their arrival, they had already agreed to thoroughly scrutinize Luo Xiao's work, determined to unearth any faults, even if his potion succeeded, in their quest to ensure he did not pass the second-grade examination. Undoubtedly, they believed that Luo Xiao could never pass the second-tier alchemist examination, considering that they themselves only achieved this status in their 20s. Luo Xiao, however, attained the rank of second-tier alchemist at the tender age of 14, which inevitably cast a shadow on their own capabilities. Soon, the examination for second-tier alchemists commenced. And this time, Luo Xiao was tasked with concocting the frost mist pill. When one ingests alchemical pills, residual toxins often linger within the body. Hence, it becomes imperative to refine certain purifying herbs into a pill to cleanse these impurities. This particular pill serves no other purpose than detoxification and is significantly more expensive than the gathering essence powder. However, the creation of such a pill is fraught with difficulty, requiring 3 primary ingredients: a mist fruit that grows atop cloud-shrouded mountains, a snow lotus that thrives in icy terrains, and the bone of a frost ice earth dragon. All 3 ingredients possess cold attributes, yet they must be meticulously refined within the alchemical furnace, demanding an exceptional precision in temperature control. Should the temperature be slightly elevated, the ingredients would merely dissolve into water. Conversely, if it is too low, the resulting concoction would transform from a detoxifying agent into a poison. Even the most seasoned third-tier alchemists would face a success rate of no more than 50% when attempting to create the frost mist pill. Nevertheless, Luo Xiao maintained the same composure and elegance as he had when crafting first-tier pills, executing each motion gracefully and fluidly, with every grasp precise and unwavering. He began with the bone of the frost ice earth dragon, adding it to the furnace in measured increments. Observing Luo Xiao's blind grasp, one alchemist could no longer contain his impatience. "Young man, you must think carefully. If the pill fails, the cost of these materials will fall upon you." The alchemist, during the process of concocting elixirs, is particularly sensitive to interruptions. His remark carried an undertone of ulterior motives. He was not only concerned that Luo Xiao's brilliance might overshadow them, but also harbored envy towards Luo Xiao's fortuitous acquisition of the alchemical essence, a treasure that is traditionally passed down through secretive means. Luo Xiao cast him a discontented glance and replied, "There is no need for your concern, esteemed brother. You may focus solely on your role as an examiner. The alchemist, accustomed to being revered and seldom challenged, felt an urge to rise in indignation. However, Zhang Cheng restrained him with a glance, signaling that there would soon be ample opportunity to address Luo Xiao. Ignoring the trio, Luo Xiao dedicated himself to the meticulous crafting of the frost mist pill. The complexity of this elixir lies in the precise control of heat. Yet, over the past month, Luo Xiao had devoted his primary efforts to mastering both temperature and technique, resulting in a success rate exceeding 95%. Thus, failure was out of the question. The time required for this process was no longer than that for creating the gathering essence powder. In no time, the frost mist pill was completed. Unlike the powdery texture of the gathering essence powder, this elixir emerged as a finished product. A singular, white pill emanating a faint, ethereal aura rested in the palm of Luo Xiao's hand. The others, without the need for tasting, recognized at a glance that this was undoubtedly an almost flawless elixir. Yet, instead of expressing joy at the genius displayed, the three wore expressions of pallor. Goodness, the quality, the speed, the technique. How could they, who prided themselves on fault-finding, possibly endure such a situation? Chapter 22. The refined frost mist pill. Luo Xiao was quite pleased with the frost mist pill he had recently concocted. This pill had surpassed the ordinary second-tier elixirs, exhibiting a more potent detoxifying effect, thus categorizing it as a superior specimen among the second tier. May I inquire if I have successfully passed the assessment to become a second-tier alchemist? Despite their reluctance, Zhang Cheng and his companions, unable to find any fault in Luo Xiao's work, could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. Indeed, Brother Luo is truly a remarkable young talent. Achieving the rank of second-tier alchemist at such a tender age is a feat that likely surpasses even the president's youthful accomplishments. Such skill is commendable even on a national level within the Yin Kingdom. As Luo Xiao stored away his elixir, Zhang Cheng and the others prepared to award him the emblem of a second-tier alchemist, a symbol of affiliation with the Alchemist Guild. Not so fast. Luo Xiao suddenly raised his hand to halt their actions. Do you have any further questions? Zhang Cheng's expression darkened slightly. My assessment is not yet concluded. I am aware that a second-tier alchemist is eligible to partake in the assessment for third-tier alchemists. I wish to attempt the third-tier examination now. However, I presume you gentlemen may lack the qualifications to oversee it? Upon witnessing the glint of mockery in Luo Xiao's eyes, Zhang Cheng and his companions doubted that he truly possessed the prowess to challenge the third-tier alchemist assessment. They suspected he was merely toying with them as a form of retribution for their earlier disdain. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Is that so? At the tender age of 14, to be assessed as a third-grade alchemist is a feat unparalleled not only in Yunzhou but throughout the entire Yin Kingdom. It seems that we, lacking such capabilities, cannot oversee this examination ourselves. We must summon the elders and even the vice president to supervise. Without granting Luo Xiao a moment to speak, he hastily departed the alchemy chamber, pulling two companions along. He was resolute in teaching Luo Xiao a lesson, intending to humiliate him publicly, waiting to see how he would fare in the third-grade assessment before relishing in his disgrace. Luo Xiao, fully aware of their intentions, felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. By passing the first-grade alchemist assessment, he could procure medicinal materials at a discounted rate of 95 at the Alchemist Guild. For second grade, it would be 90, and for a third-grade alchemist, an 85 discount would apply. He needed to complete the assessment swiftly in order to acquire the materials and expedite his physical training. This mid-autumn festival, the Luo family was set to participate in the entrance examination of the Sword and Blade sect, and he must secure a position before that date. Yunzhou, after all, was not a place where he could linger indefinitely. Luo Xiao yearned for a grander stage. After a brief moment of meditation, he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. As Zhang Cheng entered, he pointed at Luo Xiao and declared, "Vice President, Master, this is the one. He has successfully passed both the first and second grade assessments and is now ready for the third grade evaluation. My inadequacy compels me to request the Vice President and Master to personally oversee the examination." After speaking, Zhang Cheng and the two individuals who had just departed wore expressions of smug satisfaction, pondering how their adversary would meet his downfall this time. Even if he managed to pass the examination for a second-grade alchemist, the impression of his frivolous demeanor would linger, and the vice president and others would never place their trust in him. The prospect of selling the elixirs he concocted would be daunting indeed. An alchemist cut off from his financial resources, devoid of any wealth, would find it futile to pursue the art of alchemy. Unexpectedly, Meng Jizi and Situ Mingwei gazed at Luo Xiao in utter astonishment. This young lad had actually passed the second-grade alchemist examination, a prodigy indeed. At the tender age of 14, becoming a second-grade alchemist was not something to be taken lightly. It was a rarity, at least within Yunzhou. Even the so-called genius alchemist, President Zhou Xian, had achieved the rank of second-grade alchemist only at 17. Yet, in comparison to the young Luo Xiao before them, he paled in significance. This individual was not merely a second-grade alchemist. He was poised to challenge the examination for third-grade status. It is worth noting that, despite Situ Mingyue's remarkable talent, she had only attained the rank of fourth-grade alchemist a year prior. This implies that even at the age of 40, she was merely a third-grade alchemist. The disparity between the ages of 40 and 14 is staggering. Meng Jizi's lips quivered slightly. Luo Xiao, are you certain you wish to participate in the third-grade alchemist examination? Indeed. However, should you fail, you will be barred from reapplying for 3 years, and you will bear the cost of the materials. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Meng. I am fully aware of this. Very well, then. Allow me to personally oversee the examination today. Brother Situ, let us proceed together with elderly. Sita Mingwei and another elder nodded gravely yet excitedly, marveling at the astonishing youth of this third-tier alchemist. Such a phenomenon was indeed remarkable and exhilarating. Yet, in Sita Mingyue's heart, a thought lingered. This young man must possess a formidable master who imparted such alchemical skills to him, which would explain his ability to eloquently articulate the essence of alchemy. Soon, all the necessary materials were prepared, and a host of elders arrived, including all 8 esteemed elders of the Yunzhou Alchemist Guild, gathered to witness this grand event. In the face of this assembly, Luo Xiao remained unperturbed, his demeanor as calm as ever. The elixir he was about to concoct was named the Dragon Power Pill, a potion utilized by warriors in the heat of battle. The continent is home to numerous ferocious beasts, among which the earth-dwelling dragons constitute a populous race, with hundreds of varieties. The larger Tyrannosaurus beasts can reach dozens of yards in length and can devour an elephant in a single bite, while smaller rat dragons, only slightly larger than household dogs, dare to hunt formidable creatures. There are also massive herbivorous dragons, their sizes dwarfing that of the Tyrannosaurus, akin to small mountains. Although the earth-dwelling dragons are not true dragons, their bones and blood are predominantly medicinal. The Dragon Power Pill is crafted from the potent bones of these earth dragons, granting the user a remarkable increase in strength and stamina for a brief period. However, once the effects subside, there are notable after-effects of fatigue, necessitating rest and detoxification, as the side effects can be substantial, making it a costly remedy that one would seldom take voluntarily. However, at the critical juncture between life and death, a single elixir often possesses the power to alter a warrior's fate. Thus, those who spend years traversing perilous paths, where they dance upon the edge of a blade, invariably procure few reserves. Observing Luo Xiao deftly ignite the flames and distribute the 7 dragon bones, the elders nodded in silent approval. This youth is indeed a prodigious talent. Even if they were to concoct the Dragon Power Pill themselves, it is unlikely they could achieve such fluidity as Luo Xiao. This indicates that his theoretical knowledge is exceedingly profound, and his practical skills are remarkably refined. Such mastery cannot be attained without years of diligent accumulation. It is hard to believe he is merely a 14-year-old boy. This is the tail vertebra of the hammer dragon, weighing 13 tails. All the strength of the hammer dragon resides in this tailbone, capable of delivering a blow that could severely injure even a Tyrannosaurus beast. It enhances the warrior's critical strike power. This is the back spine of the sword dragon, weighing 22 tails. The sword dragon's back spikes are unmatched in sharpness, able to pierce through the body of a colossal dragon in a single strike, razor sharp. It augments the warrior's lethality. This is the wing bone of the sky dragon, weighing 7 tails. Although smaller than the earth dragon, the sky dragon is exceedingly swift and fierce, capable of enhancing the warrior's speed. One by one, the bones were cast into the alchemical furnace by Luo Xiao, and with each addition, he recited their weights and characteristics. These elders, who have devoted countless years to the study of alchemy, could discern the weight of the bones themselves. Witnessing Luo Xiao's precise declarations left them inwardly astonished. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Meng Jizi was particularly exhilarated. If Luo Xiao truly succeeded in concocting the Dragon Power Pill, he would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. The Alchemist Guild of Yunzhou could seize this opportunity to promote itself vigorously, thereby garnering acclaim and attracting a plethora of alchemists. consequently leaving the other nearby guilds far behind and establishing itself as the preeminent guild in the Yin Kingdom, perhaps even rivaling the alchemist guild of the capital, Yinjing. He was convinced that even the Yinjing Alchemist Guild could not boast a third-tier alchemist at the tender age of 14. Such a phenomenon was simply implausible. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiao, who was wholly absorbed in his work, the thoughts of others varied greatly as he focused intently on the creation of the dragon power pill. He had placed all 7 types of bones into the alchemical furnace, and as the heat intensified, he sensed that the pill was nearing completion. Fortune was indeed on his side today. With a 65% success rate, it was unlikely to surpass 70% even under his utmost concentration. And the absence of any errors was a stroke of luck. However, Luo Xiao remained unsatisfied. The side effects of the dragon power pill were considerable. If he could refine it even slightly, its market potential would undoubtedly be immense, and relying solely on this elixir could lead to great wealth. In truth, Luo Xiao had harbored an idea for quite some time, but had lacked the opportunity to implement it. Primarily due to the exorbitant cost of the raw materials for the dragon power pill, with the 7 types of bones alone amounting to 500 taels of gold. A burden he could scarcely bear. Yet now presented itself as an opportune moment, and Luo Xiao was resolved to act. He reached behind him, retrieving a small porcelain vial. And upon uncapping it, a delicate fragrance wafted forth. "Brother Luo, the pill is about to be completed. What is it that you have extracted?" Upon noticing Luo Xiao's unusual behavior, Situ Mingyue felt a surge of concern, fearing that the youthful and capricious Luo Xiao might be prone to erratic decisions, and thus hastily offered a warning. Meng Jizi furrowed his brow, pondering, "What is this?" "Purple licorice, a variant of licorice, and it seems to possess an additional flavor. What could it be?" Luo Xiao smiled at the gathered elders and said, "Esteemed elders, you are all aware of the potential side effects of the dragon power pill, which raises significant concerns for martial artists. I have long sought to eliminate these adverse effects. By infusing purple licorice with several other herbs through soaking and cultivation, should I successfully integrate it into the dragon power pill, it would substantially mitigate these side effects. However, I must inquire of the vice president and esteemed elders, if my attempt at fusion fails, would that still count as passing the assessment for a third-rank alchemist?" The individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. How old could he possibly be? Yet here he was, attempting to reformulate a potion that had existed for countless years without anyone daring to modify it. Undoubtedly, Luo Xiao would pass as a third-rank alchemist. But his courage and audacity were qualities not commonly found. Finally, a resolute expression emerged on Meng Jizi's face as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring, "Refine it. Brother Luo, even if you should fail this time, you have already passed the assessment. Moreover, I shall cover the cost of any materials lost in your endeavor." Upon hearing Meng Jizi's words, a surge of boldness welled up within Luo Xiao. If that were the case, he could cast aside all reservations and embark on a journey to create history. Chapter 23. The improved dragon power pill. The ambition to refine the dragon power pill had long been a cherished aspiration of Han Qing. After years of diligent research, his remarkable talent had indeed allowed him to grasp the intricacies of the process. However, in the twilight of his life, Han Qing found himself constrained by financial limitations. Unable to pursue the enhancement of the dragon power pill. Possessing such invaluable experience, Luo Xiao would be foolish not to take advantage of it. In truth, his rigorous pursuit of the title of a third-grade alchemist was driven by the desire to improve the dragon power pill. For in the final stages of refining the flesh, certain muscle enhancements necessitated the use of extraordinarily potent substances, the exorbitant prices of which often stymied even the most gifted prodigies, preventing them from achieving perfection in their endeavors. Delving into Han Qing's memories, Luo Xiao meticulously retraced the method for improving the dragon power pill. This technique had been vividly etched in Han Qing's mind countless times, theoretically reaching a state of perfection, as he had accounted for the myriad interactions and antagonisms among the various medicinal properties, leaving no room for error. Nevertheless, Luo Xiao remained prudent, contemplating the process once more before he carefully introduced the liquid, a blend of purple licorice and several other herbs, into the alchemical furnace. As the nearly formed dragon power pill reacted with these medicinal agents, primarily intended for sterilization and fire control, the flames within the furnace surged with renewed vigor. Luo Xiao hastily fanned the flames, striving to generate the intense heat required for the harmonious amalgamation of the two opposing substances. The furnace erupted with crackling sounds, sparks flying in all directions. At that moment, several elders, led by Meng Jizi, disregarded the potential dangers of failure in the alchemical process, eagerly craning their necks to witness this historic moment. Esteemed alchemists such as Ming Jizi and Sidu Mingwei, possessing exceptional talent, were currently captivated by Luo Xiu's technique of fanning. The esoteric secrets of alchemy could indeed be discerned through the art of refinement. They deeply comprehended the immense value of the dragon power pill once perfected. Mastering Luo Xiu's method would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. Luo Xiu, however, harbored no fears of others pilfering his skills. For the essence of the dragon power pill lay in the final addition of specific herbs. Han Qing had spent decades researching the precise configurations, and without Luo Xiu's guidance, the subtleties would remain elusive to others. It would only be possible to grasp them if someone were to acquire another of Luo Xiu's jade scrolls, which contained further essential alchemical insights. Observing the elders, including the vice president, intently gathered around Luo Xiu as he refined the pill, Zhang Cheng felt a pang of envy. He tugged at Situ Mingyue's sleeve, imploring, "Master, please be cautious. Should this lad's attempt falter, the cauldron may explode, posing a grave danger." "We should keep our distance," Situ Mingyue, with an austere expression, reprimanded him sharply, leaving Zhang Cheng's face ashen, silencing any rebuttal as he bowed his head and exited the alchemy chamber. The two third-tier alchemists, witnessing this exchange, were similarly rendered mute, too intimidated to approach their own master. The room fell into a hushed stillness, with only the sound of Luo Xiu's fanning and the crackling of the flames breaking the silence. Suddenly, a sharp noise emanated from the pill, prompting several elders to simultaneously release their vital energy, bracing themselves for the potential explosion should the alchemical process go awry. Ming Jizi was determined to protect Luo Xiu at all costs, for this young man was a treasure. Even if he failed to refine the dragon power pill, his status as a third-grade alchemist at the tender age of 14 was enough to astonish the entire Yan kingdom. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Xiu suddenly shouted and swiftly extinguished the flames. Within the alchemical furnace, the dragon power pill spun vigorously, and the originally crimson pill now displayed faint white patterns. The onlookers held their breath, intently watching as Luo Xiu gathered his energy and carefully extracted the pill from the furnace. The essence of the purple licorice and other herbs had fully melded into the pill, though there was a hint of regret. The flames of the furnace were merely mortal, causing a slight loss of potency. This dragon power pill could at best reduce side effects by 80%. To completely eliminate them, I would need to possess my own alchemical flames. Luo Xiu murmured a few words, but Ming Jizi could no longer contain his excitement. He snatched the pill from Luo Xiu's hands, examining it meticulously. After a moment, his beard bristled with exhilaration. "Remarkable. This is truly extraordinary. The potency of the dragon power pill remains intact, yet the violent energy within has diminished significantly. In the past, warriors consuming the dragon power pill would find themselves utterly weakened and bedridden for 10 days to half a month. However, based on my extensive experience, I can ascertain that after consuming this pill, even when the effects wear off, a warrior would only experience a few days of weakness and would not be rendered immobile." Sita Mingwei, disregarding Ming Jizi's advanced age, seized the elixir from his hands for a meticulous examination. Ultimately, her findings aligned closely with those of Ming Jizi. The other elders, too, scrutinized the concoction, arriving at similar conclusions. A single dragon power pill not only promises a temporary augmentation of a warrior's offensive capabilities, but also enhances their swiftness. With such an elixir in hand, a warrior possesses the means to confront adversaries from a slightly higher realm, all while experiencing minimal side effects. The value of this pill is indeed self-evident. Some elders even contemplated the prospect of utilizing such a pill for vengeance against their foes, envisioning a scenario where they might achieve retribution and return unscathed, unlike with other dragon power pills, which might lead to mutual destruction. Ming Jizi, brimming with excitement, addressed Luo Xiu. "Brother Luo, what do you estimate your success rate in refining this elixir to be?" His concern was not unwarranted, for Luo Xiu's current prowess remained rather feeble, particularly with his meager reserves of qi. After this round of assessments, beads of sweat adorned Luo Xiu's forehead, and he was drenched. The consumption of his qi must have been staggering. It was indeed fortuitous that he succeeded in concocting the dragon power pill today. Luo Xiu was acutely aware of his limitations. As an alchemist, while it may not be imperative for one's martial prowess to be exceptionally high, substantial qi in the dantian is essential. This implies that a warrior at the channeling realm, once their qi is transformed into genuine inner strength, enjoys a significantly higher success rate in alchemy. For instance, certain 4th-tier elixirs cannot be produced even by warriors in the body refinement stage, let alone those in the bone refinement stage, who lack the requisite qi to support such an endeavor. Currently, Luo Xiu's success rate in refining ordinary dragon power pills hovers around 60%. However, his confidence in producing the improved version of the dragon power pill is limited to a mere 40%. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xiu remarked on this 4% chance. Surprisingly, Meng Jizi displayed no signs of regret. Instead, he expressed immense excitement, exclaiming, "As a martial artist in the flesh refinement stage, possessing a 40% success rate in crafting 3rd-grade pills is truly remarkable. This indicates that your dantian is quite abundant. Young brother, your martial arts talent must be exceptionally high, likely around the lower 6th grade." Upon reflection, Luo Xiu provided a figure. Having previously assessed that his aptitude was at least upper 5th grade, with the potential to challenge lower 6th grade. After a month of alchemical practice, the Black Book had been continuously nurturing his energy perception, leading him to believe that ascending to lower 6th grade was merely a matter of time. Meng Jizi and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, a youthful prodigy. To possess 6th grade aptitude is a rarity across the entire Yun province, especially considering the time you dedicate to mastering alchemy. Young brother, as a 14-year-old alchemist, you stand unrivaled within the borders of Yin Kingdom. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of us old-timers, and you shall at least become a 6th-grade alchemist. City Mingyue chimed in. Indeed, with a stroke of fortune, you might even ascend to the fabled saint level. Upon hearing City Mingyue mention the saint level, Meng Jizi's eyes sparkled even brighter as he turned to Luo Xiu and inquired, "Young brother, would you be interested in becoming a full-time alchemist for our alchemist guild? If you agree, I can immediately bestow upon you the badge of a 3rd-rank alchemist and promptly report to the president, requesting special approval for you to become an elder of our alchemist guild in the capacity of a 3rd-rank alchemist." Elder. The other elders were taken aback. Although they marveled at Luo Xiu's talent, the notion of a 14-year-old becoming an elder, and a 3rd-rank alchemist at that, was discordant with the established norms. Meng Jizi cleared his throat and said, "Esteemed colleagues, setting aside the boundless potential of Luo Xiu, I believe that his ability to refine the enhanced dragon power pill alone merits this distinction." The elders, after a brief moment of contemplation, fell silent. The vice president seemed intent on securing Luo Xiu's allegiance through the title of elder, thereby monopolizing the enhanced dragon power pill. Indeed, possessing such a formula would yield an unending stream of wealth for the guild, rendering the title of elder a trivial matter in the interest of the guild's prosperity. Regretfully, Luo Xiu apologized to Meng Jizi, saying, "I am truly sorry, Senior Meng. My heart is devoted to the pursuit of martial arts, and I fear I would not be able to fulfill the responsibilities of a dedicated alchemist. Perhaps the vice president could simply grant me the qualification of a 3rd-rank alchemist." Chapter 24, Refining the Muscles Once Again. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's refusal, Meng Jizi, still unwilling to relent, urged, "Brother Luo, have you reconsidered? As a 3rd-rank alchemist, you would enjoy a generous 15% discount on purchasing medicinal materials. Should you become an elder, that discount would increase to 20%. Although Luo Xiu was indeed tempted by the prospect of a 20% discount, his aspirations remained unwavering, and he respectfully declined Meng Jizi once more. In a moment of resignation, Meng Jizi had no choice but to bestow upon Luo Xiu the robe and insignia of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Henceforth, Luo Xiu would hold the esteemed title of a 3rd-tier alchemist within the Alchemist Guild of Yuzhou. With a gentle smile and a shake of his head, Luo Xiu remarked, "I fear this may not be appropriate." Meng Jizi felt a twinge of embarrassment, fully aware of the immense value alchemists place on their formulas. Luo Xiu's refusal was, after all, quite justifiable. Nevertheless, Luo Xiu graciously offered Meng Jizi a concession, stating, "While I cannot part with the formula for the enhanced dragon power pill, I am willing to prioritize the sale of the pills I create to the guild, provided the price does not deviate excessively from market rates." His intention was to frequently visit the Alchemist Guild, thus facilitating mutual convenience. Upon hearing this, Meng Jizi's face lit up with joy. His fervent efforts to court Luo Xiu were driven not only by the latter's prodigious talent, but also by the lucrative potential of the enhanced dragon power pill. Luo Xiu's willingness to offer a sweet deal to the guild was a stroke of fortune for Meng Jizi, who eagerly agreed and promptly reported the developments to the president. Once the agreement was finalized, the guild pledged to acquire all of Luo Xiu's enhanced dragon power pills at 80% of the auction price. Furthermore, Ming Jizi brought forth an unexpected delight. After discussions with the president, it was decided to confer upon Luo Xiu the honorary title of elder within the Alchemist Guild. This honorary title, while distinct from that of a formal elder who participates in guild decision-making, bestows upon Luo Xiu a status of respect, complemented by his position as a third-tier alchemist, which grants him a 20% discount on the purchase of medicinal materials. What a delightful surprise it was, Luo Xiu mused. Indeed, good deeds are often rewarded. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Meng Jizi and immediately began compiling a list. It must be acknowledged that the practice of refining the body is not only arduous but also exceedingly costly. The 7,000 taels of gold in Luo Xiu's possession, even with a generous discount, proved inadequate for purchasing the necessary materials. Fortunately, Meng Jizi generously agreed to extend credit for the remaining materials, allowing Luo Xiu to settle the debt after the auction of the improved dragon power pill. With the vice president's endorsement, the required medicinal ingredients were delivered in a steady stream. The elders bid their farewells, while the two remaining third-grade alchemists were unceremoniously dragged away by their master by the ears, indicating that Luo Xiu was destined to become the impetus for their growth in the future. Although the energy in his dantian had indeed been significantly depleted, the presence of the enigmatic black book, akin to a cheat, allowed his dantian energy to replenish at an extraordinary rate. After a period of meditative recovery lasting about an hour, his dantian energy had returned to its original state. Typically, a single medicinal pill could be utilized to refine only a small muscle, while larger muscles necessitated 2 or more pills. For substantial muscles such as the pectorals and glutes, the required materials were not only vast, but also exceedingly precious. As he watched the numerous ingredients being cast into the mixture, and the pills beginning to take shape, Luo Xiu felt a pang of anguish. 7,000 taels of gold, even with discounts and credit, could only afford materials exceeding 10,000 taels in value, translating to over 100,000 taels of silver. It was astonishing that this expenditure would allow a practitioner at the body refining stage to refine fewer than 100 small muscles. The financial burden was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the journey of muscle refinement encompasses numerous realms, each more arduous than the last. The cultivation of a perfect warrior appears to be an almost insurmountable task for any faction. As a day elapsed, Luo successfully concocted approximately 20 batches of medicinal pills aimed at refining the minute muscles from the ankles upwards, culminating in the enhancement of 12 muscle groups. After 3 days, Luo produced an additional 43 batches of pills, dedicated to refining the subcutaneous muscle tissues of the chest and abdomen, resulting in the enhancement of 27 muscle groups. As 7 days passed, he crafted nearly 70 batches of pills, targeting the delicate muscles of the neck and spine, ultimately refining 48 muscle groups. 10 days later, Luo managed to create only 52 batches of pills due to the depletion of medicinal materials. In this instance, he focused on refining the subtle muscles around the elbows and shoulders, achieving an enhancement of 30 muscle groups. He now stood a mere 61 muscle groups away from the perfect realm of 639. Luo's contemplation was not misplaced. The force exerted by the body hinges upon several major muscle groups. However, he had yet to commence the refinement of these larger muscles. Consequently, his current total of 578 muscle groups placed him on par with warriors who had refined over 400 muscle groups, yet had also focused on larger muscles. Crucially, Luo's approach was indeed correct. Only by first completing the refinement of these smaller muscle tissues could he hope to conquer the subsequent challenges. Conversely, those who hastily sought immediate results by refining larger muscles would find themselves incapable of completing the refinement of the smaller muscle groups later on, resulting in a significant disparity between the two paths. My delicate muscles still have approximately 30 segments yet to be refined. Alas, my funds have been exhausted. However, 10 days have elapsed, and today marks the occasion for the auction of the improved dragon power pill. I ought to attend and observe. Just as Luo Xiu was contemplating this, a knock echoed through the door. Lord Luo, the president has come to see you. To his surprise, it was Zhou Xian, the esteemed president of the Alchemist Guild, a figure certainly worth meeting. Luo Xiu donned the golden robe of an elder from the Alchemist Guild, adorned with the badge of honorary elder and third-rank alchemist, before rising to welcome his guest. Upon opening the door, a tall, imposing elder stood before him, with Meng Zizi and others standing behind him. Ah, So this is young brother Luo, our honorary elder. Truly an extraordinary presence. Heroes emerge from youth. Zhou Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to offer Luo Xiao a light embrace as a gesture of camaraderie. While feeling Zhou Xian's warmth, Luo Xiao was also acutely aware of the man's remarkable prowess, a master of the Ren and Du realms. Although Luo Lai was also a master of the same realm, Luo Xiao understood that Luo Lai had merely begun his journey within it. The Ren and Du realm comprises 12 levels, and Luo Lai had yet to breach even the first. In contrast, Zhou Xian had undoubtedly surpassed at least one level, though without a point of reference. Luo Xiao could not ascertain how many levels he had traversed. Zhou Xian addressed Luo Xiao. Elder Luo, I have examined your improved dragon power pill. It is indeed a remarkable creation. The only lament is your lack of alchemical fire. Otherwise, its efficacy would undoubtedly be perfected. Luo Xiao chuckled faintly. Even in the absence of the Dan fire, he had no intention of parting with the refined dragon power pill formula, at least for the time being, as it represented a continuous stream of wealth for the future. Noticing Luo Xiao's lack of engagement, Sun Xian refrained from pursuing the topic further and instead invited him. Come. Today is the day of the Tianyuan auction house's sale, and your refined dragon power pill is the main attraction. Let us attend together and witness the proceedings, so we can establish the price for our future acquisitions. The group concurred and set forth together. As Luo Xiao stepped out of the Alchemist Guild's entrance, he immediately sensed a prying gaze upon him. Upon focusing, he saw Luo Huan, the enchanting woman, and another individual who had previously followed him, passing by. All of them were covered in dust, presenting the appearance of having endured considerable hardship. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Luo Xiao in astonishment. Chapter 25. A path to ruin. Initially, things were relatively comfortable for him. His finances were ample, allowing him to indulge in the pleasures of life alongside his cultivation. However, as time wore on, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain this lifestyle. During that period, he had purchased various items necessary for the condensation stage, depleting most of his funds. Moreover, the guard was not his personal attendant and had duties to fulfill at the relay station, making it impossible for him to accompany Luo Xiao daily. Consequently, Luo Huan and the woman had no choice but to take it upon themselves to monitor him. And this surveillance persisted for an entire month. A month has elapsed since Luo Xiao entered the Alchemist Guild, and during this time, he has not emerged. Luo Huan even harbors suspicions that Luo Xiao may have slipped away through a back door. If that were the case, their month-long vigil would have been in vain, rendering them foolish. With a sense of helplessness, Luo Huan steeled himself and approached the Alchemist Guild, only to encounter a guard who had already preconceived notions about their character, dismissing them as mere petty thieves and refusing entry. Consequently, Luo Huan was compelled to part with some of his funds to inquire about Luo Xiao's whereabouts. Initially, the guard, pleased with the 100 taels of gold, felt satisfied. However, upon learning that the individual in question was Luo Xiao, fear overtook him. After all, Luo Xiao was a prominent figure within the Alchemist Guild. At that moment, Luo Xiao had successfully passed the examination to become a third-rank alchemist and was officially recognized as an honorary elder of the guild. A mere doorkeeper, in the eyes of an elder, held no significance, and thus he lacked the audacity to divulge any information regarding him. The guard refused the gold and, with a mix of scorn and force, banished Luo Huan. Nevertheless, Luo Huan gleaned one certainty. Luo Xiao remained within the confines of the Alchemist Guild, seemingly thriving. This realization further unsettled Luo Huan, for how could a poor country boy like Luo Xiao manage to stay in the Alchemist Guild for such an extended period? Moreover, he had instilled fear even in the guards. Undeterred by his meager finances, Luo Huan resolved to wait for another 10 days. Ultimately, his patience wore thin. If he continued to linger, he would be reduced to begging. During this time, he was fortunate to receive generous support from the station's attendants, which allowed him to persevere. Seeing Luo Xiao was not surprising. He was originally here. What was astonishing was that Luo Xiao had donned the elder's robe and was adorned with a third-grade alchemist badge on his chest. Luo Xiao had actually become a third-grade alchemist? And an elder at that? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Luo Huan could not help but laugh heartily at this guy. Even witnessing it firsthand, he could not bring himself to believe it. To assert that Luo Xiao possessed such abilities was less credible than claiming he was born of his father. The members of the Alchemist Guild, those fools, had been duped by a mere impoverished lad. It baffled him how such dim-witted individuals could survive in these tumultuous times. For a moment, Luo Huan felt a glimmer of hope, for he had finally seized upon Luo Xiu's Achilles heel. The elder in the robe ahead must be the guild leader. One glance at the man revealed he was a formidable expert. If he could expose Luo Xiu's deceit before him, then there would be no need for him to intervene. Luo Xiu would be doomed today. With a sense of triumph, Luo Huan resolutely blocked the path of Zhou Xian and the others. The guards had been respectfully escorting the guild leader and the elders out when they saw Luo Huan approach again, inciting their ire. Damn it, just because the tiger does not display its might, do you presume me to be a sick cat? After several attempts to show you leniency, you dare to embarrass me before the guild leader? Very well, today no one will save you. My apologies, esteemed guild leader, esteemed vice leader, and all elders. These individuals have been lurking around for over a month, and I have long wished to deal with them. Yet they had not committed any grave offenses. But to think they would dare confront the guild leader today, allow me to resolve this matter. The guard of the passage approached with a fierce demeanor, his hands brimming with condensed vitality, indicating his murderous intent. In these times, human life holds no more value than that of a dog. Eliminating these rascals would elicit no repercussions for the Alchemist Guild. As the guard prepared to strike, Luo Huan panicked and exclaimed, "Wait. I am here to help expose the frauds in this place." "Hold on." Zhou Xian intervened, blocking the guard from taking action, his expression dark. "Young one, you must speak with responsibility. The individuals present are all high-ranking members of the Alchemist Guild, at least of elder status. Which of them do you accuse of being a fraud? Who here bears the visage of a deceiver? If you cannot articulate your claims clearly, you shall not leave here alive today." Zhou Xian was incensed. A fraud? Aside from him and Meng Jizi, the rest were elders. To insinuate that there were deceivers among them was akin to slapping their faces. If such insolence were tolerated, the Alchemist Guild would no longer be able to maintain its foothold in Yunzhou City. Noticing the guard's hesitation to act, Luo Huan immediately resumed his air of superiority, pointing at Luo Xiu. "It is him, that lad named Luo Xiu. He knows nothing of alchemy. If he were proficient, I would be a saint-level alchemist. He is the fraud. Are you asserting that Luo Xiu cannot refine pills?" Ming Jizi queried, his expression peculiar. Not only he, but everyone present, including Zhou Xian, bore expressions of intrigue. Luo Huan vaguely sensed something amiss, yet he remained unwavering in his belief that Luo Xiu was utterly inept in the art of alchemy. From a young age, Luo Xiu was well acquainted with himself, even to the extent of knowing the number of hairs on his body. Thus, he resolutely nodded, declaring that he would never falter, swearing upon his very life. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Situ Mingwei remarked, "Kid, it seems your fate is sealed here today. Elder Luo Xiu has, before all our eyes, successfully traversed 3 trials and concocted 3 distinctly different elixirs, including the enhanced dragon power pill, establishing himself as the foremost prodigy in the realm of alchemy. To assert that he cannot refine elixirs is nothing short of an affront to the intellect of our esteemed Alchemist Guild. Such a character has the audacity to boast here. Truly a waste of our time. Guards, eliminate him." Upon this proclamation, the interest of the onlookers in conversing with Luo Huan waned completely. What an utter fool. Engaging in dialogue with him was akin to being bereft of reason. The guards, unable to endure any longer, leapt forward, ready to take action. Luo Huan, suddenly stricken with fear, turned pale and hastily seized the arm of a nearby attendant for protection, exclaiming, "I am a scion of the Luo family. My father is an elder of the Luo clan. You cannot kill me." Zhou Xian paused for a moment, his expression shifting. "You are of the Luo family?" "Yes, indeed. I am of the Luo family, and not just me. This Luo Xiu beside me is but a mere pawn of the Luo clan, utterly devoid of talent." As he uttered these words, he noticed Zhou Xian's countenance darkening, and he promptly fell silent. Zhou Xian was one of the only 3 fifth-tier alchemists in Yunzhou, and the only individual he held in high regard in the realm of alchemy was Elder Han Qing of the Luo family. This Luo Xiu is indeed a member of the Luo family, suggesting that his alchemical skills may have been taught by Han Qing. However, the true nature of Luo Huan remains shrouded in uncertainty, as he merely cries out in jealousy here. He smiled and inquired of Luo Xiu, "Might Elder Luo be acquainted with these individuals?" Luo Xiu, also smiling, nodded toward Zhou Xian. "I recognize that couple. The fellow in front has an abominable countenance and is certainly not of the Luo lineage, indeed an eyesore." Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. I find him quite detestable. Guards, eliminate him." Yes, the guards, unable to contain themselves any longer, advanced and with a single strike, dispatched Luo Huan, a mere bone-refining stage guard, swiftly collecting the corpse into a storage ring without a single drop of blood spilling. What shall Elder Luo do with these two? Zhou Xian further queried. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a matter for my family. I prefer to handle it myself. Very well. Elder Luo is straightforward. Since it concerns your family, you shall resolve it. We shall proceed to the auction house, leaving behind a carriage and a guard to await your return. Hoping you resolve this swiftly to avoid delaying the auction of the improved Dragon Power Pill, which is of utmost importance. Thank you, President, Luo Xiao acknowledged. Fully aware of the situation, Zhou Xian and the others departed in succession, showing little regard for the matter, engrossed in discussions about the auction. Shortly thereafter, as they left, a meridian connecting stage guard trailed Luo Xiao, ensuring his safety. Luo Huan, his face ashen, gazed at Luo Xiao in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Luo Xiao had acquired such alchemical prowess. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that with a mere command from Luo Xiao, he faced certain death without a burial place. Chapter 26, The Duel with Luo Huan. You cannot kill me. To take advantage of the weak is not the way of a gentleman. Luo Huan found himself at a loss for words. Fear not, for in this battle, it shall be merely you and I. You are at the condensation stage, while I am at the flesh refinement stage. What do you say? Are you daring enough to wager on this life and death duel? Luo Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Luo Huan, proposing a decisive contest. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Huan's eyes. Luo Xiao was merely at the flesh refinement stage, and he had already ascended to the condensation stage. Having achieved this after refining 404 flesh blocks, defeating Luo Xiao posed no challenge. With a serious expression, he inquired of Luo Xiao, "Are your words to be taken as truth?" "Indeed, they are true. Within the Alchemist Guild, there exists a martial arts arena. Once we enter, it shall be sealed, ensuring that only you and I remain, with no third party to intervene. The survivor shall be free to depart safely. Can you guarantee my safe exit?" Luo Xiao turned to the guard, stating, "If I happen to be defeated by this individual during our battle, ensure that he is allowed to leave unharmed." The guard bowed in response. With the president, vice president, and other elders absent, Luo Xiao held the highest authority in the Alchemist Guild, and his word was law. Nevertheless, the guard discreetly conveyed a message to Luo Xiao using his true essence, a skill only available to those at the Meridian stage, ensuring their conversation remained unheard by others. "Elder Luo," the guard whispered, "the president instructed me to guarantee your safety. Here is a defensive talisman. In times of danger, you may activate it with your mind, and it shall not endanger your life." With a smile, Luo Xiao accepted the defensive talisman, although he doubted he would ever have the opportunity to utilize it. It was best not to refuse such a gesture of goodwill. Turning to face Luo Huan, he said, "Let us proceed to the training ground." At this juncture, Luo Huan could no longer grasp the threads of life and death. He could only seize this final glimmer of hope by engaging in battle with Luo Xiao. If he emerged victorious, he would live. If he were to fail, death awaited him. Thus, the situation was rendered quite simple. Before long, the training ground was prepared. The guards and a captivating woman waited outside, anticipating the clash between the two. The training ground was a platform with a circumference of 100 meters, and once activated, a layer of energy shield separated the interior from the exterior, ensuring that the combat within would not affect the outside world. While the shield blocked attacks, it did not obstruct sight. Standing 10 meters apart, Luo Huan and Luo Xiao faced each other. At this moment, Luo Xiao had changed out of the elder's robe of the Alchemist Guild, donning instead the attire he wore during his time at the Luo family. With a fierce expression, he declared, "Luo Xiao, before we engage in battle today, I must impart a lesson. One may possess confidence, yet arrogance is a perilous folly. You shall pay the price for your hubris today. You are mistaken. This is not arrogance. You are merely a novice martial artist. If you lack the courage to challenge me, then I might as well abandon my martial pursuits and live comfortably as a dedicated alchemist." That is precisely what I wish to convey. The two exchanged no more than a few words, each taking 2 steps forward, closing the distance in an instant. In truth, Luo Xiao did not possess overwhelming confidence facing Luo Huan. Firstly, the two individuals differ by a slight margin in their realms of mastery. Luo Huan has already attained the level of a condensed muscle warrior, while although Luo Xiao possesses extraordinary physical prowess, his bulky muscles remain unrefined, rendering his strength only marginally superior to that of Luo Huan. Furthermore, Luo Huan has benefited from the guidance of his father, a venerable elder, since his youth. He has rigorously studied both boxing techniques and agile movements, in stark contrast to Luo Xiao, who grew up in the wilderness and learned through instinct. As they approached each other, Luo Huan leapt into the air, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Luo Xiao, your gravest folly lies in challenging me. Today, I shall utterly overwhelm you and demonstrate the might of combat skills. Hunter cracks fist. Sudden strike. His fist retracted, morphing into a leopard's form. His left hand feigned an attack to divert Luo Xiao's gaze, while his right hand, concealed in its intent, struck fiercely towards Luo Xiao's face. The speed of this maneuver was astonishing. By the time Luo Xiao discerned the feint of Luo Huan's left hand, the right fist was already upon him. Exceedingly difficult to evade. With energy from his dantian surging forth, the punch came with a gust of wind. Yet, Luo Xiao remained motionless, completely disregarding Luo Huan's left hand. It was only when Luo Huan's right fist was nearly upon him that he unleashed a counterpunch. With a resounding thud accompanied by the unpleasant sound of strained bones, Luo Xiao's form wavered while Luo Huan was sent flying backwards, landing and retreating several steps. His right-hand muscles uncontrollably twitching. What? Luo Huan gazed at Luo Xiao in disbelief, realizing that his prideful punch not only failed to inflict any harm on Luo Xiao, but was instead repelled by a single blow, as if Luo Xiao had merely swayed slightly. It is noteworthy that Luo Huan, in the realm of physical cultivation, could deliver a punch exceeding 600 pounds of force. Upon reaching the stage of muscle consolidation, he experienced a breakthrough, and his punching power surpassed 750 pounds. Although this punch pursued speed and did not harness his full strength, it still possessed approximately 650 pounds of force, which should have been beyond Luo Xiao's capacity to withstand. Why? How could he wield such tremendous power? Moreover, how could he discern the feigned moves? With a scornful expression, Luo Xiao gazed at Luo Huan and remarked, "Your feigned moves are utterly transparent. I have been able to sense danger since childhood. I can easily differentiate between the genuine and the false. Such half-baked skills are best kept hidden to avoid embarrassment." And Hunter cracks fist? Bah, I refuse to believe it. Come again. Infuriated and humiliated, Luo Huan surged forward, his feet intertwining as he employed his agility. Although Luo Xiao lacked mastery in agility, he possessed his own insights. He had observed fierce beasts in the mountains, such as a blazing tiger capturing an iron-bristled wild boar, which was twice its size. The tiger's swift movements left the boar utterly befuddled. From that moment on, Luo Xiao learned to evade the tangible and deceive his opponents with his movements. With the perfectly tempered muscles in his ankles, Luo Xiao executed rapid lateral shifts, drawing closer to Luo Huan while remaining elusive. As Luo Xiao approached, a chill crept into Luo Huan's heart at the sight of his advancing fists. The two figures drew near, and Luo Huan found himself hesitant to confront Luo Xiao's punches head-on, dodging twice, yet still failing to evade entirely, resulting in yet another clash. This time, Luo Huan did not hold back. He unleashed his full strength of 750 pounds against Luo Xiao in a fierce exchange. Luo Xiao staggered back 4 steps, while Luo Huan retreated 5. How could this be possible? How is this possible? I am already at the condensed muscle stage, with a punch strength of 750 pounds, yet I have been forced back a step further than him. Could this lad possess a punch strength of 800 pounds? This is inconceivable. Even the master, Luo Lai, and Luo Xingya at the flesh training stage do not possess such power. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Luo Xiao darted forward like an arrow, launching another punch directly at him. At this moment, Luo Huan had yet to stabilize his stance, and Luo Xiao was already charging in again, compelling him to realize a stark truth. Luo Xiao not only surpassed him in strength but also possessed a recovery ability far beyond his own. No matter how incredulous and resistant to acceptance Luo Huan felt, there was no opportunity left for him to question it. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Luo Xiao, you have forced my hand." First form of the 7 illusions palm. The red wheel illuminates the 9 provinces. Luo Huan raised his palm high, a faint red light emanating from it, swiftly coalescing into a diminutive crimson palm shadow, hurtling towards Luo Xiao's face. Luo Xiao was taken aback. With the perfectly refined muscles of his abdomen and waist, he executed a deft twist in midair, narrowly evading the strike. The 7 illusions palm. You have actually learned the 7 illusions palm, which only direct descendants of the Luo family are permitted to master. Where did you acquire such knowledge? Luo Xiao, it is impressive that you managed to evade this strike, but regrettably, You will never uncover this secret, for you are about to become a corpse. With that, Luo Huan leapt forward, his palm glowing red once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Xiao. The Seven Illusions Palm of the Luo family is a remarkable martial art of human rank, capable of being practiced from the early stages of physical training to the later stages of meridian opening. When mastered to its zenith, the wielder's palm can manifest 7 distinct colors, drawing upon the energy of the Dantian or true essence, bestowing immense power. Faced with such a formidable technique, renowned within the Luo family, Luo Xiao did not dare to be careless, prioritizing evasion in the heat of the moment. With the refinement of over 500 muscles, he surpassed Luo Huan in speed, skillfully dodging the gust generated by the Seven Illusions palm without sustaining any injury. Luo Huan, merely at the nascent stage of muscle condensation, could not summon a significant amount of Dantian energy. After several failed attempts with the Seven Illusions palm, his energy reserves began to dwindle. Luo Xiao, you cowardly turtle! Do you only know how to evade? Why not face me head-on? Luo Huan shouted in frustration, ignoring Luo Huan's taunts. Luo Xiao relied on his explosive muscular power to continue their dance of combat. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman observing from the sidelines, previously tense with anxiety, began to relax slightly and turned to the meridian opening guardian beside her. We agreed that if Brother Huan wins, you must let him go. The guardian, possessing keen insight as a meridian opening warrior, shook his head slightly. Your Brother Huan may not be able to leave after all. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Huan clearly has the upper hand, forcing Luo Xiao to cower. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Luo Xiao seized the opportunity presented by Luo Huan's overextension, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 27. The impossible martial technique. Luo Huan never anticipated that Luo Xiao, who had been evading his attacks, would suddenly present himself. In a moment of panic, compounded by the insufficient energy in his Dantian, he unleashed the Seven Illusions palm. With no avenue for retreat, he could only brace himself and clash fists with Luo Xiao. Their fists met, and Luo Huan, whose strength paled in comparison to Luo Xiao's, was forced to retreat repeatedly due to his lack of preparation. Luo Xiao, relentless in his pursuit, twisted his body and charged back towards Luo Huan, unleashing a spiraling dark energy with explosive force. As his meridians twisted, the spiraling dark energy surged forth with a deafening roar. At that moment, Luo Huan narrowed his eyes, and with a swift motion of his hand, an ornate folding fan appeared in his grasp. As he unfurled it, it functioned like a shield, successfully blocking Luo Xiao's strike. Simultaneously, a crimson light flickered on his left hand as the Seven Illusions palm struck towards Luo Xiao's shoulder. Both men emitted muted groans in unison, staggering backward from the impact. A dark red handprint marred the left shoulder of Luo Xiao, marking the consequence of the Seven Illusions palm. A searing pain coursed through his shoulder, yet he was fortunate that he had evaded at the last moment, sparing him from a broken bone. Otherwise, this blow could have severely diminished his combat capability. Luo Huan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Fool, you could have easily evaded at the last moment. Yet you still foolishly threw a punch. Do you not realize my iron fan is on guard? Now that you've been struck by my Seven Illusions palm, I wonder how long you can keep bouncing around." Outside the arena, a woman cheered exuberantly, "Brother Huan, you are the best. I adore you." Luo Xiao patted his left shoulder with his right hand, acknowledging, "The Seven Illusions palm truly lives up to its reputation. Unfortunately, your Dantian energy is too feeble, and coupled with my deliberate evasion, the power of that strike is rather limited." "What are you saying? You clearly..." Luo Huan's words abruptly ceased. The spiraling dark energy, having briefly been obstructed by the iron fan, surged through his sinews and flesh, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. Dealing with Luo Huan was far less complicated than with Han Qing. His internal organs had not undergone any refinement, and the resilience of his bones was woefully inadequate. Had it not been for the fleeting interference of the iron fan, he would have been unable to utter even these few words. Observing Luo Huan's complexion drain to a ghostly pallor, his lips pressed tightly together, Luo Xiao spoke coldly, "Your lung lobes have already been shattered by my dark energy. If you wish to vomit, do so. Holding it in will only exacerbate your suffering." Luo Huan could no longer contain himself, and with a violent convulsion, a torrent of blood mixed with clots erupted from his mouth. His left lung lobe had been utterly destroyed. Luo Xiao advanced menacingly towards Luo Huan, his expression as frigid as ice, showing no signs of hesitation. "No, don't come any closer. I am willing to offer you our family heirloom. You are an elder in the Alchemist Guild. You must have access to healing potions. For the sake of our kinship, save me. Luo Xiao stepped directly before Luo Huan and, without warning, delivered a powerful kick that sent Luo Huan's hand, which had been reaching into his sumi ring, flying away. Following that, he struck Luo Huan's chest with a fierce punch. The spiraling dark energy surged once more, shattering Luo Huan's heart. His gaze dimmed rapidly. Devoid of life, Luo Huan yearned to utter something, yet found himself bereft of the capacity to speak. What I, Luo Xiao, desire does not require your charity. Once you are deceased, your belongings will naturally become mine, so there is no need for you to concern yourself over my possessions. You possess a heart so ruthless, so merciless. I have stated before that only the deceased enemies are truly safe, such as the law of the jungle. And your eligibility to participate in the Sword and Blade Sect examination is now mine as well. With a swift motion, Luo Xiao seized Luo Huan's shumi ring from his hand, and, with a push to Luo Huan's head, he fell to the ground, lifeless. Luo Huan is dead. Luo Xiao approached the edge of the training ground, as the formation outside activated, allowing him to emerge. The enchanting woman gazed at Luo Xiao as though he were a ravenous specter risen from the depths of hell, exclaiming repeatedly, I am also a member of the Luo family. You have already slain Brother Huan. You cannot take my life as well. Luo Xiao cast her a sidelong glance, harboring not a shred of fondness for this woman who had consistently mocked him. With a mere flick of his finger, he struck her vital point with precision. Thud! The woman's body crumpled to the ground. Luo Xiao chuckled lightly. I would appreciate it if this esteemed elder could attend to them both. Elder Luo assured him, rest easy. This is within my purview, and today's events shall remain confidential. Luo Xiao nodded. He was not devoid of humanity, yet allowing this woman to escape, with her sycophantic nature, would undoubtedly invite endless troubles upon himself. At present, he lacked the strength for self-preservation and relied heavily on the Luo family. Thus he could not afford to antagonize them. As for the Alchemist Guild, they would undoubtedly discern the value he and the Luo family held. Surely, they were aware of the news regarding Han Qing's departure. Without a fifth-tier alchemist, the Luo family pales in comparison to even some smaller clans and poses no threat. The guards, seasoned in handling such matters, swiftly dealt with the two bodies and then escorted Luo Xiao outside to board a carriage. During the journey, one of the guards inquired, Elder Luo, I noticed during the fight that you had ample opportunity to conclude the battle with that formidable punch, yet you prolonged it. Why was that? Luo Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. Real combat serves as the finest training. I merely wished to practice. The guard clicked his tongue in response, choosing not to pursue the topic further, as the carriage made its way directly to the Tianyun auction house. Inside the carriage, Luo Xiao first applied some ointment to his shoulder. Although the injury was minor, it was prudent to treat it promptly. Subsequently, he retrieved Luo Huan's shumi ring. This ring was smaller than Han Qing's, containing a space barely half a meter high. Upon opening it, Luo Xiao couldn't help but smirk. Initially hoping to uncover the family heirloom technique, the Seven Illusions Fist, only to find it absent. It seemed Luo Huan had merely pilfered a single move. However, notwithstanding the absence of the Seven Illusions Fist, there were other items within. A meager sum of less than 200 taels of silver, several transformation pills for the condensed muscle stage, and a few essence refining pills intended for bone tempering were present. 2 books caught his attention, one titled The 100 Cracks Fist Manual, and another, a curious tome entitled A Martial Skill That Is Impossible to Achieve. Intrigued, Luo Xiao wondered what constituted a martial skill deemed impossible to implement. If it were indeed unattainable, why had someone taken the effort to pin it? As he opened the book, he noticed the pages were yellowed, fragile, and seemingly on the verge of crumbling. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a handwritten manuscript, the script uneven and rather difficult to behold. Regardless of the content, Luo Xiao held a profound conviction that this book was truly unparalleled in the world. It was a unique manuscript. Upon meticulous examination of the material, he discovered that the author was Li Gufeng, a native of the Chu state. And the era in which he wrote was one that Luo Xiao had never even heard of. At the time of composing this tome, Li Gufeng was merely at the muscle condensation stage. However, this Li Gufeng made a remarkable breakthrough in the realm of muscle refinement, focusing on an area often overlooked by martial artists, the tongue. The tongue, being a soft muscle, is notoriously challenging to train, and even Luo Xiao, who aspired to achieve perfection in muscle refinement, had not considered the tongue in his regimen. The tongue comprises 4 distinct muscles: the superior longitudinal muscle, the inferior longitudinal muscle, the transverse muscle, and the genioglossus muscle. Initially, Luo Xiu was at a loss as to how to refine these muscles. Inducing spasms within them seemed nearly impossible, and it was a widely accepted notion among martial artists that medicinal substances were ineffective on soft tissue. Yet, this individual, named Li Gufeng, had discovered a method to refine the muscles of the tongue, successfully compressing and honing these four components. After refining the tongue muscles, he found that when he infused his voice with energy from the dantian, it produced a resounding volume, strikingly deafening. However, this was the extent of its power. It merely instilled fear in the hearts of listeners without any tangible lethality. However, Li Gufeng was unwilling to accept defeat. After meticulous study, he only comprehended the essence during the process of muscle tempering. Perhaps his entire body had not been sufficiently refined. In his writings, he introduced methods for tempering the tongue, concluding with a poignant remark: "If I could perfect the tempering of my entire musculature, my voice could amplify tenfold, 100-fold, infused with the energy of the dantian. I could wield my voice as a weapon. Alas, how regretful, how lamentable. It is too late for remorse." In Li Gufeng's perspective, thoroughly refining every muscle in his body before finally tempering the tongue would yield an extraordinary skill, seemingly unattainable. Chapter 28. The Genius of the Imperial Pavilion. Luo Xiu, upon reaching this point, slowly closed the pages of the book and shut his eyes. He was grateful to have encountered such a work. Luo Xiu's plan was to complete the tempering of the remaining minor muscles, followed by the muscles conducive to exertion, totaling 635 muscles, achieving perfection in his endeavor. As for the tongue, which bore no aid in combat, he resolved to forego its refinement. In combat, it could neither strike nor spasm, and no elixirs could be infused into it. Thus, practicing the tongue seemed utterly futile. Even with future enhancements in power, the tongue's influence would remain negligible. To his astonishment, there existed such a remarkable skill. After refining the entire musculature, one could finally temper the tongue to acquire a formidable auditory attack ability. Such sonic prowess was rare and challenging to cultivate. Even those endowed with such capabilities typically relied on instruments to manifest it. In battle, the fear of an enemy closing in rendered it quite troublesome. However, the ability to vanquish foes with a mere roar may indeed be regarded as a hidden, unparalleled skill, one that can yield an element of surprise in battle. If wielded adeptly, it serves as a life-preserving, transcendent martial art. Regardless of the veracity of Li Gufeng's intentions, Luo Xiu resolved to give it a try. Nevertheless, the method of honing one's tongue seemed somewhat. Luo Xiu momentarily suppressed his emotions, channeling his qi to obliterate the unseemly tone. In this world, it suffices for but one person to possess this secret. As for others, Luo Xiu had no desire to divulge such a capability. This was a unique manuscript, one that only a scion like Luo Huan could afford to keep. Were it in the hands of another, they would likely dismiss it as a mere jest, perhaps even discarding it carelessly. Ridiculous. To refine every muscle in one's body, only to subsequently refine the tongue. What a foolish notion. If the entirety of one's musculature were so easily honed, wouldn't everyone have achieved it by now, rendering your discourse superfluous? A faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, it was a skill that could never be realized, a rather amusing thought. As he pondered, the carriage came to a halt. The guard outside addressed Luo Xiu, saying, "Elder Luo, we have arrived at the Tianyan auction house. You may alight." "Oh, so soon? Our steed is a unicorn from the western wastelands, and the carriage bears the emblem of the Alchemist Guild. Ordinary vehicles yield to us, hence our swift journey." Luo Xiu disembarked, casting a glance at the magnificent unicorn, contemplating the wealth and prestige of the Alchemist Guild. After disembarking, he raised his gaze to behold the plaque of the Union Auction House. A mere glance at this sign illuminated the fact that this establishment undoubtedly conducted substantial business. A doorman approached, guiding Luo Xiu, clad in the elder's robe of the Alchemist Guild, into the interior. As he traversed the premises, Luo Xiu encountered a plethora of remarkable items. Lining both sides of the path were rows of display cabinets, showcasing a diverse array of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. However, all items bore fixed prices, rendering the prospect of acquiring treasures at bargain rates utterly non-viable. Without pausing, Luo Xiu proceeded directly into the auction hall. At the center of the auction space stood a podium, with the audience seating arranged in 2 tiers. The doorman promptly escorted Luo Xiu to a private room on the upper level. Upon entering, he observed a gathering of individuals from the Alchemist Guild. Xianxian greeted Luoxiao with a smile, saying, "Elder Luoxiao has arrived. Please take a seat. For the auction of your enhanced dragon power pill is imminent." Luoxiao exchanged pleasantries with everyone present. Notably, none inquired about Luo Huan, as they regarded the Luo family as inconsequential. Despite being one of the 4 prominent families of Yunju, their strength ranked at the bottom, particularly with Han Qing absent. The family scarcely qualified as one of the 4. Even if they did qualify, they were not on par with the Alchemist Guild. Luoxiao settled into his seat, and someone brought tea before discreetly departing. He gazed out the window, observing a throng below. The hall was nearly filled with thousands of individuals, not accounting for the esteemed guests in the private rooms above. At the center of the auction platform, an elderly man clad in a black robe presides over the proceedings. The item currently up for bid is known as the Breaking Through Pill, utilized by martial artists in the channeling realm to overcome the pivotal obstacle of the channel vein. Among the 8 extraordinary meridians, aside from the 7th, the governing meridian, and the 8th, the conception meridian, the channel vein holds paramount importance. This 6th meridian often sees as many practitioners ensnared at this juncture as those trapped at the governing meridian. The Breaking Through Pill significantly enhances the likelihood of traversing the channel vein, rendering it a highly sought-after remedy. The starting bid for the Breaking Through Pill is set at 1,000 taels of gold, yet the current bid has escalated to 2,100 taels, with only a handful of competitors remaining. A burly warrior with a prominent beard calls out the bid of 2,100 taels. He is at the 5th level of the channeling realm, having long since surpassed the 5th meridian, but now finds himself stymied at the channel vein, making the Breaking Through Pill essential for his advancement. With piercing eyes and a massive axe slung across his back, he addresses the assembly with a deep, resonant voice. "Esteemed colleagues, I, the Lion King Mori, have been at the vein stage for 3 years. If I do not break through the channel vein this year, my advancing years may render me incapable of ever opening the governing and conception meridians. I implore you all to grant me this favor. I shall remember this kindness." Dear friends, a few keen bidders exchanged glances, yet ultimately chose silence. None felt the urgency that Mori possessed regarding the pill, and given his notoriously volatile temperament, it was feared that should he secure the Breaking Through Pill, he might resort to violence with his axe upon exiting the auction house. Lacking the confidence to confront Mori, they naturally withdrew from the bidding. As Mori observed the others seated, a gleam of excitement lit up his face, prompting him to urgently address the auctioneer. "Will you not announce the results of the final bidding?" The auctioneer cast a sidelong glance at Mori, feeling a twinge of displeasure. This precious Chongdan, normally fetching nearly 2,500 taels, had been diminished by his interference, resulting in a loss of 400 taels and consequently a reduced commission for himself. However, with no further bids forthcoming, the auctioneer had no choice but to lift his gavel, ready to bring the proceedings to a close. Just then, a languid voice rang out, "Wait." Mori's eyes, typically calm, ignited with a fierce intensity as he turned towards the source of the voice. Yet, upon recognizing the individual, the fury in his gaze dissipated almost instantaneously. Luo Xiao and the others also turned their attention to the center of the hall, where a youth clad in white robes lounged nonchalantly, a devil-may-care smile gracing his features. He conversed with a figure resembling a guard beside him, saying, "I have heard that your brother is currently entangled in the Chongmai dilemma. Is that not so?" The guard replied respectfully, "Esteemed young master, he is merely a distant relative, not deserving of undue concern." "Ah, old Huang, you err in your judgment. It has always been the case that more are those who add embellishments to a flourishing situation than those who offer aid in times of hardship. Your kindness towards your brother will surely be etched in his memory, and he will undoubtedly repay you handsomely in the future. Therefore, let it be so today. I shall take it upon myself to gift this piece of Chong'an to your brother." With that, he called out to the stage, 3,000 taels of gold. "Let us get this started." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience below. Moro's countenance turned ashen. The youth's actions were undeniably a grave provocation. However, lacking the financial means and hesitant to antagonize the youth, he could only swallow his resentment and remain seated. The auctioneer, beaming with delight, congratulated the young man on his successful acquisition. Observing from his private chamber, Luo Xiao noted the youth's cultivation at the visceral tempering stage. Yet his guard possessed the strength of the meridian unlocking stage. He inquired of Situ Mingyue with curiosity, "Who is this person of such high stature?" Situ Mingyue responded in hushed tones, "This individual is no simple character. He is Huang Qiga, the son of the Cloud Prefecture Governor. and concurrently the foremost disciple of the Cloud Prefecture's official martial hall's younger generation. Though he is merely at the visceral tempering stage, he is only 16 years of age. His foundation is exceptionally solid. It is said that he tempered his flesh with over 500 muscles, solidified over 300 sinews, and tempered 170 bones. He is currently refining his 7th internal organ. Once completed, he shall ascend to the acupoint sealing stage. Remarkable indeed, Luo Xiao exclaimed inwardly. Setting aside the sinew solidification, bone tempering, and visceral refinement, even in the singular aspect of flesh tempering, Luo Xingye, the most formidable member of the Luo family, had only tempered 466 muscles. Yet this Huang Qiga had surpassed 500, undoubtedly including the major muscle groups. In this alone, his physical strength during the flesh tempering stage would approach 900 caddies, perhaps even exceeding Luo Xiao's own. Furthermore, his completion in the subsequent stages was exemplary, arguably the highest Luo Xiao had yet witnessed. C2 Mingyue continued. This individual possesses remarkable talent, reportedly reaching the pinnacle of the 6th grade, making him unparalleled within the boundaries of Yunzhou. Over the years, countless women have aspired to marry him. However, he has declared that he will only consider partners of 6th grade aptitude. 6th grade aptitude, you say? Luo Xiao felt a stirring in his heart. Unaware of Luo Xiao's expression, C2 Mingyue pressed on. Moreover, in the upcoming selection for the Sword and Saber sect, he will represent the official martial arts academy of Yuzhou. Elite disciples from various prominent families, academies, and sects will gather to compete for the qualification to enter the Sword and Saber sect. This Huang Qiga is certainly a frontrunner for a top 3 position. His aptitude is sufficient to contend for the top 3? Luo Xiao was taken aback. You will come to understand in due time. Oh, by the way, you are from the Luo family, correct? If you intend to participate in the Sword and Saber sect selection, wouldn't you inevitably cross paths with this Huang Qiga? C2 Mingyue chuckled, not overly concerned, for in his view, Luo Xiao, being merely a novice martial artist, would likely refrain from entering the selection for disciples of the Sword and Saber sect. Chapter 29. The Price of Dragon Force Pills. Upon hearing C2 Mingyue's introduction, Luo Xiao's mind began to ponder deeply. If Huang Qiga's prowess allows him to vie for a top 3 position in Yuzhou, then it follows that at least 2 others must surpass him in strength. The selection for the Sword and Saber sect is a gathering of prodigies. The Luo family can field 5 participants, but they cannot proceed directly to the Sword and Saber sect. Instead, they must first compete against other disciples from Yunzhou, ultimately aiming to secure a place among the top 30 to advance to Yinjing for the entrance examination of the Sword and Saber sect. Within the esteemed Yuzhou prefecture, disciples from various factions congregated, their numbers surpassing 200. With only 30 spots available, the elimination rate hovers around 10%. This selection occurs biennially, which implies that at least half of the participating martial artists have been formally training for over a year. Generally, those endowed with talent can achieve significant progress within a year, developing their physical prowess to the point of refining their muscles and tendons. Typically, after a year of rigorous training, one would at least reach the bone tempering stage. For instance, the esteemed Huangkij has been cultivating for nearly 2 years and has reached the pinnacle of the organ refinement stage, only a step away from entering the acupoint sealing stage. Consider Luo Xingye, who is a year older than Luo Xiao. When Luo Xiao departed from the Luo family, she was at the peak of bone tempering, and it is likely she has now entered the organ refinement stage. Furthermore, the world is vast and full of wonders. Should a martial artist at the acupoint sealing stage emerge, Luo Xiao would not be taken aback. In the past 5 months, how much could his strength have increased? Would he be capable of contending with formidable experts such as those from Huangkij? At present, it appears utterly hopeless. For now, he must observe and ascertain the market value of the improved Dragon Power Pill. Following the auction of the inferior Chongdan, it would be time for Luo Xiao's enhanced Dragon Power Pill. Typically, auctions feature several highlight items, and after careful examination by the auction house, it was decided that this improved Dragon Power Pill would be placed second to last. The cloaked auctioneer raised the pill and addressed the audience. Esteemed guests, you are likely familiar with this type of elixir. Crafted from the bones of earth dragons, the Dragon Power Pill enhances strength, defense, and agility simultaneously, making it a remarkable remedy for engaging in battles beyond one's current capabilities. Someone remarked, I expected something worthwhile, but it turns out to be the Dragon Power Pill. This item is clearly priced at 1,000 taels of gold per pill, and its side effects are substantial. How could it possibly be put up for auction? The man in black, unperturbed, replied with a smile, "If it were an ordinary dragon power pill, it would hardly warrant such seriousness. It is well known that the after-effects of consuming a dragon power pill can be severe, often necessitating a period of bedridden recovery lasting from 2 weeks to a month, depending on individual constitution. It is precisely these side effects that have kept the price of the dragon power pill relatively low. One should note that the cost of just the 7 types of earth dragon bones exceeds 500 taels of gold, not including the expenses incurred by the alchemist in the refining process, as well as losses from failed attempts. The reason we present this particular dragon power pill today is due to its exceptional nature. It has been crafted by an elder of the Yunzhou Alchemist Guild. Upon consumption, it can reduce side effects by 80%, allowing even a typical martial artist to walk freely after the effects wear off, with merely a few days of rest required afterward. So what do you all think? Is it valuable? Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. The martial artists began to whisper among themselves. Although the Tianyan auction house has always prioritized credibility, this dragon power pill has circulated for countless years. Is it truly so easily modified? One martial artist, intrigued yet apprehensive, stood up and asked, "What if I purchase this dragon power pill and the side effects remain severe?" At that moment, in the private room where Luo Xiu is situated, Xian Qiu stood up. The essence of true energy penetrated the walls of the room, and Zhou Xian's voice resonated clearly for all present to hear. "I am Zhou Xian from the Alchemist Guild of Yunzhou. We can assure the efficacy of the dragon power pill, should the side effects remain unchanged or prove insufficiently mitigated. The Alchemist Guild is prepared to offer a 10-fold compensation to the purchaser. Those present are witnesses to this guarantee." With these words, the murmurs of skepticism began to fade. The endorsement of the Alchemist Guild eliminated any doubts, as the strength and credibility of the various guilds were beyond reproach, especially in such a formal setting. Upon hearing this, a martial artist exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Since President Zhou has vouched for it, we have no further objections. Let us proceed with the auction. What is the starting bid?" The auctioneer replied, "The cost of the dragon power pill is 500 taels of gold, and this refined version has incorporated several other precious herbs, bringing its value close to 1,000 taels. Given the success rate of only 40%, the starting bid is set at 2,000 taels of gold, with each increment no less than 100 taels." As the auctioneer's words echoed, the crowd stirred with excitement. 2,000 taels for a chance to significantly enhance one's capabilities was indeed a modest price. The martial artist was the first to call out, 2,500 taels. 2,600 taels, 2,800 taels, 3,000, 3,001. The bids quickly became drowned out in the fervor of the crowd, and before long, the price soared to 3,700 taels. Luo Xiu was somewhat agitated. His psychological price point hovered around 4,000 taels. After all, this was a one-time elixir, considered a consumable. Despite its immense efficacy, it should not be excessively outrageous. This dragon power elixir was primarily intended for those below the Ren and Du realms, as individuals of greater prowess already possessed formidable strength. For them, consuming this elixir crafted from the bones of the earth dragon would yield only marginal enhancements. Nevertheless, within the auction house, the majority of attendees were indeed below the Ren and Du realms, resulting in fierce competition. A young man, akin to Luo Huan, fanning himself with a folding fan, exclaimed, "Young master, I am quite fond of this elixir. I wonder if it could enhance my abilities in bed. 4,000 taels. I shall purchase it." Following his bid of 4,000 taels, the number of challengers diminished significantly, making it less worthwhile to escalate the price further for the dragon power elixir. "Lan Yushan, are you truly bidding? Do you not see that I, the young master, am still present?" 4,500 taels. At this juncture, the Huangqi Pavilion entered the fray once more, raising the bid by 500 taels. The youth named Lan Yushan appeared unfazed by the Huangqi Pavilion's involvement, merely casting a glance and retorting, "Let us see who prevails. 5,000 taels." Upon hearing the price of 5,000 taels, Situ Mingyue joyfully remarked, "Brother Luo, we are about to strike it rich. An elixir for 5,000 taels means we stand to profit 4,000 taels. After deducting the guild share, you will still have over 3,000 taels left." Luo Xiu nodded, perceiving that both the Huangqi Pavilion and Lan Yushan, despite their outward nonchalance, were indeed invested in the outcome. The price of the improved dragon power elixir had nearly reached its limit, for no one was foolish enough to engage in a protracted contest of pride. Indeed, The Imperial Oddities Pavilion and Blue Moon Mountain augmented their bids several times, with the latter relinquishing their pursuit when the Imperial Oddities Pavilion reached an offer of 6,500 taels. The Imperial Oddities Pavilion gleefully procured the Dragon Might Pill. Although this elixir commanded a hefty sum, it provided them with a foundational advantage, bolstering their prospects for triumph during the Cloud Province selection. Perhaps they now harbored an augmented opportunity to vie for the top 2 positions. With the Dragon Might Pill now auctioned, Blue Moon Mountain still harbored some discontent. They addressed the Alchemist Guild section above, exclaiming, "Guildmaster Zhou, do you possess any more Dragon Might Pills? Is it possible to place an advance order?" He, too, was slated to participate in the Cloud Province selection, a pivotal event that could determine his entry into the esteemed sect of Swords and Blades. Witnessing the Imperial Oddities Pavilion acquire the elixir while he remained without, he felt a surge of anxiety. Numerous martial artists echoed their support. For who wouldn't desire such a coveted treasure? At that moment, Zhou Xian was engaged in a hushed colloquy with Luo Xiao, deliberating on the precise pricing of the Dragon Might Pill. Upon reaching a consensus, and with Luo Xiao pledging to concoct 1 Dragon Might Pill daily within the month, Zhou Xian stepped forward to address the assembly. Our Alchemist Guild is now accepting advance orders for 30 Dragon Might Pills to be delivered within a month. Each pill is priced at 5,000 taels of gold, irrespective of the quantity purchased, and only 30 pills are available. Those interested in procuring them may now proceed to the adjacent private chamber and register with Vice Guildmaster Meng Jizi, along with their payment. As Zhou Xian's words reverberated through the hall, a multitude of individuals immediately surged towards the private chamber on the 2nd floor. Over yonder, the Imperial Oddities Pavilion expressed their dissatisfaction, remarking, "I expended 6,500 taels for my pill. Why are they permitted to place advance orders for only 5,000 taels?" Zhou Xian chuckled, "Because yours does not require any waiting. It can be utilized at any moment. Is not this 1,500 taels worth it?" Huang Qiga was instantly rendered speechless. Upon noticing that the number of individuals in the 2nd floor private room had already exceeded 20, he could no longer remain seated. After all, who would refuse a splendid item? Acquiring 2 more would be advantageous. However, one could not ascertain whether any of these 20 individuals would purchase several pieces. Should he arrive late, he might find himself left with nothing but the dregs. In less than a quarter of an hour, the collection of funds on the 2nd floor concluded. When Huang Qiga emerged, he appeared dejected, realizing he had arrived too late to procure the Dragon Power Pill. In contrast, Lan Yushan wore a look of satisfaction. He had exchanged 10,000 taels of gold for 2 pills, managing to outshine Huang Qiga this time. A veiled woman was the first to enter the private room, purchasing 5 pills in a single transaction. A brief moment of chaos ensued, but the auction soon resumed its normal pace. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao was calculating his wealth. 30 Dragon Power Pills amounted to 100,500 taels, and with Huang Qiga's single pill, the total was just under 160,000. After deducting 20% for the Alchemist Guild, approximately over 120,000 taels would remain in his hands. This sum was quite considerable. And combined with his alchemical skills and the discounted materials from the guild, acquiring 2 rare herbs would allow him to refine all his muscles. Of course, this did not include the softer flesh. With a newfound sense of confidence, Luo Xiao turned his gaze to the final auction. In the spotlight of the crowd, the auctioneer produced the last item for bidding, a sword that shimmered with a chilling light, a low-grade, earth-tier magical weapon. As the sword was unveiled, a solemn expression swept across the faces of all the martial artists present who were above the Meridian realm. Among the various types of magical artifacts, swords were the most numerous, and the practitioners wielding them were also the majority. Take, for instance, the sword and saber sect of the Yan Kingdom, which is divided into the saber sect and the sword sect. However, after a millennium of heritage, the saber sect has gradually declined, its fortunes waning, and it is said that the number of disciples now does not exceed 300. It has been calculated that among 10 martial artists, at least 5 are adept with swords, while the remaining 5 practice with sabers, spears, staves, and other weapons. The profound and enduring culture of swordsmanship has rendered fine swords exceedingly coveted. When the auctioneer presented a low-grade earth-tier treasure sword, he addressed the audience. This sword, named Qiuhan, was forged by the renowned swordsmith Nan Lai during his peak at the 6th rank. It is well known that Master Nan, being the sole saint-level practitioner across all professions in the Wei Kingdom, crafts treasures that, though classified as low-grade earth tier, rival many of the mid-grade varieties in quality. This sword is not only exceptionally sharp, but also possesses considerable collectible value. For those in the Meridian realm up to the Rindu realm, wielding this sword would significantly enhance one's strength. No need for further introduction. Everyone knows the excellence of Master Nan's swords. Let the auction commence. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. I came here today specifically for this Johan. Prior to the auction, there had been promotional efforts highlighting this very sword, and many had arrived with eager anticipation. Unable to contain their excitement. Observing the fervent crowd, with eager individuals poised for action, the auctioneer smiled faintly. Given your enthusiasm, I shall refrain from further ado. The autumn cold sword starts at a base price of 20,000 taels of gold. Each subsequent bid must exceed 5,000 taels. Instantly, a cacophony of bids erupted, and the price soared, surpassing 50,000 taels in a mere moment. Luo Xiao, standing among the spectators, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He felt no particular yearning for the sword, perhaps due to an innate indifference towards such weaponry. To him, its offensive capability seemed lacking, favoring agility over power. Blades embody fierce strength, while swords emphasize grace. Luo Xiao's ambition lay in achieving perfect refinement. He resolved that ultimately, he would need a weapon of considerable might. Besides, he had recently acquired a black staff and intended to practice staff techniques after procuring the necessary materials for training his physique. The Huangqi Pavilion and Lanwei Mountain also entered the bidding fray, both demonstrating commendable prowess. To everyone's astonishment, Lanwei Mountain bid as high as 70,000 taels. With determination, Huangqi Pavilion, yearning for the sword, declared an audacious bid of 80,000 taels, contemplating the imminent Yunzhou selection tournament. Meanwhile, his attendant was urgently contacting someone, seemingly arranging for additional funds, indicating that they might not possess the full 80,000 taels. Lanwei Mountain fell silent, while the confident Huangqi Pavilion remarked, Brother Lanwei, should you bid 85,000, this sword could very well be yours. After a moment of contemplation, Lanwei Mountain appeared resolute, ready to make one final attempt at securing the sword. However, before he could voice his bid, a woman's voice rang out, 100,000 taels. The sound was crisp and melodious, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, and accompanied by the astonishing price announced, it drew the attention of many. In one corner of the hall sat a petite figure, adorned with a veil, draped in a flowing blue garment reminiscent of water, obscuring her features. Yet, her graceful demeanor suggested she could not possibly be an unattractive woman. Luo Xiao instantly recognized her as the very same lady who had ascended to the second-floor private room first, purchasing 5 enhanced dragon power pills in one go. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who is this woman? It seems there is no such figure in Yunzhou. 100,000 taels of gold without a blink. What a wealthy lady. Perhaps, with my handsome visage, I might attempt to engage her in conversation, potentially indulging in the pleasures that all adore, reaping both wealth and beauty. Huang Qiga, realizing the opportunity had slipped away, felt his expression darken. He bowed towards the corner. Esteemed lady, I am from Huang Qiga, the son of the city guard of Yunzhou and the chief disciple of the Yunzhou martial arts school. May I inquire about your esteemed origins? Alas, Huang Qiga nearly choked on the words, incredulous at her ignorance. How could one attend an auction yet remain unaware of the name of this city? Moreover, within a radius of 100,000 miles, Yunzhou is indisputably the largest city. Did she perhaps fall from the heavens? Huang Qiga, his temper nearly frayed, coldly remarked, My dear lady, residing in Yunzhou yet failing to comprehend your surroundings suggests you hail from a grand city, perhaps from Yinjing? I, although of modest standing, possess a few acquaintances in Yinjing. Perhaps we might establish a connection? The woman gently shook her head. I have never been to Yinjing, though I have heard whispers of it. This candid admission was somewhat disconcerting to the proud Huang Qiga. Unperturbed by his murderous glare, she addressed the auctioneer. Might we declare the results now? The auctioneer, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering someone in Yunzhou who would so blatantly disregard Huang Qiga's authority. It seemed this woman was indeed not a local. After calling out several times with no further bids, he noted that while the low-grade magical artifact was costly, it typically would not exceed 50,000 taels. Even the renowned Master Nan's pricing, though higher, would not surpass 100,000. With no more bids forthcoming, the auctioneer struck down the gavel, finalizing the deal. The woman made her payment and secured the autumn cold sword within her shumi ring. Just as the auction was about to disperse, she suddenly approached the auctioneer and inquired, Might you direct me to where I could find secret red flowers? Are there any available for auction? The auctioneer replied, My lady, secret red flowers are exceedingly rare. Not only have I never encountered one, but in my long life, I have merely heard of their existence. The woman appeared somewhat disappointed, swiftly making her way toward Luo Xiao and his companions, who were preparing to depart. Zhu Xian halted, uncertain of her intentions. Esteemed alchemists, she called out. Might you possess any secret red flowers? I am willing to pay handsomely for them. A woman stood at the forefront of the queue, obstructing Luo Xiao and his companions. In the early stages of the competition, he had also been a contender for the Autumn Cold Sword, yet this woman had emerged unexpectedly, defeating all her opponents. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he merely shook his head and remarked, As for the secret red flower, such a divine artifact, not only do I lack it, but even the entire alchemist guild does not possess it. You might as well relinquish your hopes. Upon hearing the mention of the secret red flower, a flicker of interest ignited within Luo Xiao, prompting him to hesitate momentarily. Through his recollections of Han Qing's memories, he was aware that within a certain valley of the Eagle Worry Ridge, this extraordinary herb existed. The secret red flower is known to enhance vitality, typically employed during the blood-nurturing phase. However, practitioners in this world who could afford such luxury are exceedingly rare, as most would not squander the secret red flower merely for blood nurturing. More often, the secret red flower is utilized in the concoction of the intercepting yin pill. This particular pill is designed to intercept souls on the verge of departing to the underworld. And with the combination of various other herbs alongside the potent life force of the secret red flower, it is said to grant a near-death individual a chance at rebirth. The woman did not linger on the conversation with Zhou Xian, her gaze swiftly sweeping across the faces of the crowd, and perhaps it was merely Luo Xiao's imagination, but it seemed her eyes paused momentarily upon his countenance. Could my earlier hesitation have captured her attention? Uncertain of his thoughts, he noted that the woman did not tarry long, leaving behind a statement. I shall remain in Yunzhou for a few days. Whoever acquires the secret red flower may announce it through the auction house, and I shall ensure to bid for it. With that, her figure vanished from the entrance of the auction hall. Indeed, she is a captivating presence, C2 Mingyue mused, stroking her chin. Luo Xiao was somewhat curious. How can you determine her beauty without seeing her face? At that moment, Situ Mingyue, feeling a surge of pride, blushed deeply and chose not to respond to Luo Xiao, gracefully following behind Zhou Xian as they exited the auction house. Luo Xiao followed suit, now possessing over 100,000 taels of gold, preparing to commence the next stage of his muscle refinement. Chapter 31. Gathering of medicaments this time. Luo Xiao's procurement was highly targeted. He had currently refined 578 muscles, leaving a mere 61 to achieve perfection. Among these 61 muscles, there were 26 large muscles, 29 small muscles, and 6 soft tissues. The 29 small muscles posed no challenge. Luo Xiao could refine them at any moment. The focus, however, lay on the 26 large muscles. These included 2 pectoralis major, 2 gluteus maximus, 2 deltoids, 8 arm muscles, and 12 leg muscles. The refinement of these large muscles required more than mere medicinal substances. It necessitated rigorous training to the point of muscle spasms to facilitate the integration of the medicines. Undoubtedly, the greatest difficulty rested with the 6 soft tissues, which comprised 4 muscles of the tongue and 2 soft tissue structures under the armpits. These 6 were particularly arduous to refine, especially the tongue. Initially, the acquisition of foundational herbs was essential, as the amount of medicine required for the large muscles was immense. It could be said that impoverished warriors, even if they understood the process of refining large muscles, often lacked the means to do so, typically managing to refine only a portion of the 26 large muscles. Truly, those who managed to refine all of them were exceedingly rare. Having received over 120,000 taels of gold, the sum swiftly dissipated like flowing water. The majority of this wealth was expended on medicinal materials from the Alchemist Guild, which Luo Xiao procured at a discounted price of 80%. After these purchases, a remaining sum of 60,000 taels was left, over half of his initial fortune spent. Additionally, 2 rare substances were still required, one known as Bixin Ko and the other as Earth Dragon Embryo. Luo Xiao had already acquired Bixin Ko through extortion from Luo Huan. While obtaining the Earth Dragon Embryo was not particularly challenging, given the abundance of Earth Dragons across the continent, locating a pregnant female dragon should not pose much difficulty. However, Luo Xiao was not interested in an ordinary Earth Dragon. In his aspirations, he sought the embryos of powerful variants, such as the Tyrannosaurus beast, Thunder Dragon Beast, or Sword Dragon Beast. Only these would suffice. Among them, the Tyrannosaurus beast embryo was deemed the most desirable, as its medicinal properties would yield the most potent muscle enhancement. An adult male Tyrannosaurus beast possesses combat prowess nearly akin to that of a Heavenly Realm warrior, while even a common female dragon exhibits strength comparable to the pinnacle of the realm. The bones of these creatures are plentiful and thus not costly. Yet the embryos are exceedingly rare. The Alchemist Guild did have Sword Dragon Beast embryos, but after contemplation, Luo Xiao decided to defer his acquisition, as he still intended to concoct dragon power pills at the guild. A few days' wait would be inconsequential. Meanwhile, he issued a public decree seeking to procure Tyrannosaurus beast embryos. For the time being, life settled into a tranquil rhythm. Luo Xiao's days became increasingly fulfilling. Initially, he could only craft one dragon power pill each day, utilizing the remaining hours to produce medicinal concoctions for the muscle refinement stage. By the 5th day, as his alchemical skills flourished, he was able to produce 2 dragon power pills daily. In the dark hour of cultivation, Luo Xiao refined his aura, nurturing his dantian. By the 10th day, he had utilized a mere 2 days to concoct 5 dragon power pills in one go. During this period, he also meticulously tempered all his minor muscles. Upon completing the final 29 delicate muscles, Luo Xiao's refining prowess had escalated to an impressive 607 muscles. At this juncture, every minor muscle in his body was fully refined, leaving only the larger muscles and 6 soft tissues unaddressed. After testing his punching strength, he found no significant increase. His full force strike reached merely 812 pounds. By the 15th day, Luo Xiao had finally finished refining all the dragon power pills and even produced 2 extra as reserves. His stay at the Alchemist Guild in Yunzhou had approached 2 months, with only 4.5 months remaining until the Yunzhou selection competition. Resolute, Luo Xiao decided not to delay any further. Although the results from using the embryo of the Sword Dragon Beast were slightly inferior, it was only a marginal difference, and he was still capable of achieving perfect muscle refinement. Just as Luo Xiao was preparing to depart, the gatekeeper rushed in with palpable excitement, reporting, "Elder Luo, great news. Someone has come to sell the embryo of a Tyrannosaurus beast." "Oh, is it true? Quickly, lead me to see." Luo Xiao hastily followed the guard to the grand hall of the Alchemist Guild. Upon entering the hall, he did not need to search. Following the gaze of the majority, he spotted a slender figure clad in blue in the corner. "Is it her?" Luo Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively sensing an ominous premonition. This woman likely had ulterior motives. Yet, upon contemplating the embryo of the Tyrannosaurus, Luo Xiao approached and took a seat opposite the woman nestled comfortably in her plush chair. "You must be Elder Luo Xiao. We have met before," she remarked, her voice as melodious as ever, though her expression remained obscured by her veil. "How do you know my name is Luo Xiao?" he inquired as he settled into his seat. The Alchemist Guild has offered a staggering price of 30,000 taels of gold for its procurement, a sum that has certainly aroused the envy of many. However, not everyone possesses the prowess to hunt a Tyrannosaurus alone, particularly a pregnant female, whose ferocity is unmatched as she fiercely guards her unborn offspring. Moreover, the presence of male tyrannosaurs could pose an imminent threat. Thus, wealth is of little use without life to spend it. The woman leaned slightly closer to Luo Xiao, reducing the distance between them to less than a foot, allowing him to distinctly perceive her delicate fragrance. Indeed, as C2 Mingwei had suggested, the aroma that enveloped her was exceptionally pleasing. Luo Xingye was the most beautiful girl Luo Xiao had ever encountered, and while she too possessed a subtle sweetness, it paled in comparison to the allure of this veiled figure before him. In a hushed tone, the woman confided, "I trust you are aware of my purpose. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the secret red flower, and I shall gift you this embryo of the Tyrannosaurus without a single coin in return." "What leads you to believe that I possess knowledge of the secret red flower?" Luo Xiao replied, his brow furrowed. "A woman's intuition," she replied lazily, reclining back in her chair. Although her expression remained hidden, Luo Xiao could sense the disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. The woman held a position of undeniable stature, her subtle gestures emanating an inherent sense of superiority. "What if I claim ignorance?" Luo Xiao gazed outwards. "Then I must express my regrets. I shall obliterate this Tyrannosaurus embryo without hesitation. As you mentioned, I have no desire for your 30,000 taels of gold." As she spoke, the woman produced the autumn cold sword from her shumi ring, seemingly prepared to destroy the embryo at any moment. Witnessing the coveted Tyrannosaurus embryo on the brink of destruction, Luo Xiao could not bear to let it perish and hastily interjected. It is not that I refuse to disclose this information. Rather, the location is exceedingly intricate. I can only navigate there from memory, and it is impossible for me to articulate or illustrate it for you. Luo Xiao spoke the truth. The valley where the secret red flower resided was far too elusive to be adequately captured in mere words. The woman fixed her gaze upon Luo Xiao's eyes for a moment before contemplatively responding. Though I am reluctant, I acknowledge your honesty. In light of this, accompany me in the search, and not only shall I grant you the Tyrannosaurus embryo, but I shall also provide you with a substantial sum of money. Or whatever you desire, elixirs, techniques, talismans, or magical artifacts. I assure you I will procure them all. Luo Xiao shook his head. That location poses too great a danger for me at present. I can agree to guide you in the search, but not at this moment. Surely there must be a specific time frame. The woman pressed, her impatience evident. Luo Xiao calculated for a moment, in just over 4 months. He might have gained sufficient strength to venture to Eagle's Cry Ridge. More than 4 months had passed. Upon finishing her words, the woman trembled slightly, and a massive wooden chest materialized before Luo Xiao, emanating a faint scent of blood, unmistakably containing the embryo of a Tyrannosaurus. What did you say? Clarify what you mean by following me all this time. Luo Xiao called out anxiously, watching the woman's retreating figure. Rest assured, I will discreetly accompany you to prevent any sudden demise. For then where would I seek the elusive secret red flower? A voice echoed in Luo Xiao's mind. Yet the woman had vanished. Chapter 32. The formation of the pill. Luo Xiao chose not to call out again, for the woman's words were crystal clear. Although he was uncertain of how she intended to follow him, her confidence suggested she possessed considerable assurance. Regardless, the coveted Tyrannosaurus embryo was now in his possession, and this brought him immense joy. This time, Luo Xiao was thoroughly prepared. He retrieved the meticulously gathered medicinal herbs and systematically placed them into the alchemical furnace. Once the appropriate temperature was reached, he carefully divided the Byexian grass he had obtained from Luo Huan, along with the Tyrannosaurus embryo, into 26 portions, each of which he added to the furnace. This step was particularly crucial. Only with fresh embryos could the maximum medicinal potency be harnessed. Luo Xiao had contemplated this process for an extended period, and it unfolded effortlessly, as if it were a natural progression. Strictly speaking, the refining of this flesh-quenching pill was merely a first-tier elixir. After several days of alchemical practice, Luo Xiao's techniques had become exceedingly refined. He had now ascended to the pinnacle of a third-tier alchemist, and should he possess alchemical flames, he would immediately advance to a fourth-tier alchemist. The success rate of concocting such a first-tier potion was nearly 100%. As the refining of the meat elixirs reached completion, they emerged in various sizes. Some as diminutive as peanuts, while others surpassed even the largest pearls. This variance was due to the differing sizes of the muscles, necessitating the use of more potent elixirs for the larger ones. 24, 25, 26. It was accomplished. After a night and a day of arduous alchemy, Luo Xiao finally rejoiced in his success. Thus, all 26 elixirs designed to refine substantial muscle masses were produced. Exhausted, Luo Xiao rubbed his eyes. The toil of this day and night had been considerable. After such an extensive endeavor, he was now a step closer to achieving perfection in muscle refinement. Once these 26 muscles were fully tempered, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. While Luo Xiao slept soundly, a woman meditating on the roof above slightly opened her eyes. This young man possessed commendable skills at such a tender age. He had nearly attained the prowess of a fourth-grade alchemist. Such talent was indeed rare in their nation. Moreover, it was remarkable that he had managed to condense 26 meat elixirs in one go. Did he intend to refine all 26 substantial muscle masses? It is essential to understand that refining substantial muscles requires not only potent medicinal power, but also incredibly rigorous training. Any wavering of resolve could prove detrimental. Surely, he must be unaware of this. How ambitious. Such is the nature of youth. The woman closed her eyes again, silently appraising Luo Xiao. The next morning, Luo Xiao awoke feeling invigorated, his body in an unprecedented state of well-being. He exchanged his elder's robe from the Alchemist Guild for his own attire and bid farewell to his companions, including Xian, Meng Jizi, and Situ Mingwe, one by one. Having bidden farewell to the Alchemist Guild, Luo Xiao set out for the Luo family station outside Yinzhou City. The station was not particularly bustling, and there was an air of gravity about it. Luo Huan's father had inquired about it on numerous occasions, but the station staff were unable to provide an explanation. The person guarding the teleportation array accepted 100 taels of silver from Luo Xiao, and with a flash of light, he felt as though he were momentarily transported to another realm, with a faint fluctuation of spatial energy. Before he could fully comprehend it, he opened his eyes to find himself at the Luo family's teleportation array. Looking upon his home, which he had left over a month ago, Luo Xiao was filled with emotion. This place where he had spent his childhood might not be his home for much longer. As he strolled homeward, he was startled by exclamations from behind. Wow, that woman looks quite extraordinary. Indeed, though she wears a veil, her figure is exquisite, and her waist is so slender. TSK, it seems even more supple than the young ladies. You haven't touched her, so how do you know how supple she is? I'm guessing, but I wouldn't dare to touch her. Can't you sense that her cultivation is unfathomable? Luo Xiao was quite surprised, as he had been completely unaware of anyone following him. He didn't expect this woman to have caught up so quickly. He offered her a smile, but she acted as if she didn't recognize him, continuing to stroll along as if admiring the scenery of the Luo family estate. He intended to return to Azure Wave Lake, as the refinement of his muscles to a large extent was difficult to achieve at home, and he needed to harness the power of the water. As he approached the crossroads, a figure in white stood before him. It was Luo Xingye. Hesitating momentarily, Roth then proceeded with a proud gait, offering a smile to Roxanne as he passed by. Lady Roxanne, it has been a considerable time. Roth, Roxanne exclaimed. Since Roth's departure from the Roth household, his absence had stirred a sense of unease within her. Her concentration during training had waned, drawing the concern of her instructor. She rationalized her feelings as a desire to inquire about Hans, yet her subconscious motives remained veiled, known only to herself. Upon hearing Roxanne's call, Roth halted. Is there something you require, Lady Roxanne? Roth, must you address me as Lady Roxanne? You never used to refer to me in such a manner. It feels so distant. Roth offered a candid smile. You are the eldest daughter of the Roth family, the rightful heir to the family's legacy. I, on the other hand, am merely a child taken in by the estate owner. It is by sheer fortune that I have been raised within the Roth household. To address you by your given name, without regard for propriety, would be presumptuous. Is that truly what you believe? Roxanne's countenance grew somber. Absolutely, Roth affirmed, each word distinct. Very well, Roxanne retorted, turning her head slightly. Accustomed to her elevated status and the adulation she received, she found Roth's coldness unsettling, and her expression mirrored her displeasure. I came to seek your counsel regarding Elder Han. Have you retested your qualifications? What were the results? Although Luo Xingye appeared somewhat taken aback, she refrained from pressing further and inquired, what happened after the test? Do you know where Elder Han has gone? Ever since he rejected Luo Xiao, everything seems to have changed. Luo Xiao is no longer the boy who gazed at her with admiration. The subtle hints of affection that once existed between them have dissipated completely. Elder Han has passed away, suppressing the discontent within her heart. Luo Xingye spoke with a measured tone. She regarded the silent Luo Xiao, took a deep breath, and said, Luo Xiao, you are no longer the same as before. I do not wish for you to fall into despair because of me. This time, our family is sending 5 individuals to Yunzhou for the selection. Although my father has his preferred candidates, I still hope you will participate. Ultimately, who goes to Yunzhou will depend on merit. And this is an opportunity for you to regain your confidence. Luo Xiao turned to look at Luo Xingye, noticing the slightly awkward expression on her face. And a warm sensation surged within him. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Xingye still cared for him. He nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, young lady, for your kind intentions. I shall not disappoint you and will certainly secure one of the spots. After observing her for a moment, he turned and walked toward the direction of Bibo Lake. Just as he had taken a few steps, the mocking voice of the masked woman suddenly reached his ears. Are the young lovers having a quarrel? Chapter 33. Amusement. Upon hearing the voice of a woman, Luo Xiao glanced around, yet he could not discern her figure. He could only manage a wry smile and murmured, Do not speak carelessly. The young lady and I are not of the same ilk. TCH. Clearly, there is mutual affection. Yet the vast chasm of their social standings renders them unable to unite as a couple. Such melodramatic situations are all too common in this world. What do you believe constitutes a non-cliché situation? If love is present, then what are obstacles? As long as one possesses strength, all impediments become trivial. Perhaps you might beseech me. If you can lead me to the secret red flower, I shall resolve the issues of the Luo family for you. I assure you, from the estate owner to the common folk, All will wholeheartedly approve of your union with that young lady from the Luo family, with not a single dissenting voice. Luo Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Sister, if one day you find someone you cherish, would you resort to such means to claim them? I could never do such a thing. Many admire me, yet the one worthy of my affection has yet to emerge. She is a woman of noble status, formidable strength, and extreme self-adoration. Quite foolish as well. The Luo estate is rather distant from Baibo Lake, and by the time they arrived, dusk had already settled. After resting by the lakeside for a while, the night deepened, and the vast surface of Baibo Lake began to stir with a breeze. It was April, and the spring wind was still quite vigorous, especially on the unshielded lake, where it whipped the waves into a frothy frenzy. Luo Xiao removed his outer garment, donning only his fitted underclothes, and stood at the center of the lake. Waves crash upon me one after another, yet their impact on Luo Xiao has diminished significantly. My current endeavor is to forge the large muscles of my body, adhering to the principle of progressing from simplicity to complexity and from the lower to the upper. The first muscles I ought to refine are the calves, thighs, and gluteus maximus, totaling 14 muscles in all. While the enhancement of these muscles may not greatly augment my punching power, they will considerably amplify the lethality of my legs. In the present age, martial artists place greater emphasis on striking with their fists rather than their legs, failing to recognize that the entire body is a weapon. And the legs are an equally vital component. I have long contemplated the method for leg refinement, executing weighted strikes against the lake's surface. Luo Xiao retrieved the prepared leg guards from his shumi ring and secured them to his legs. These guards are filled with iron sand, each weighing 100 pounds. Once fastened, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Kicking. The maximum endurance is achieved by submerging oneself in water up to the chest, ensuring that both legs remain above the surface while still maintaining a degree of striking power. By employing this method, it is not impossible to achieve complete muscle relaxation and spasms in the legs. For martial artists, due to their robust physiques, muscle spasms are a rarity, particularly for Luo Xiao, whose current level of muscle refinement is exceedingly high, rendering his strength formidable. Inducing complete spasms in his leg muscles is a significant challenge, necessitating this almost self-punishing approach. Gradually, he waded into the lake until the water reached his chest, pausing just shy of his neck. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiao unleashed a powerful high kick. His grieved feet emerged from the water, soaring above his head. To stand in water and extend one's leg is an exceedingly taxing endeavor, as the water presents relentless resistance, rendering each upward into struggle. An ordinary individual would find it impossible to kick their leg out of water that reaches their chest, let alone with greaves weighing them down. Yet, even burdened with hundreds of pounds of protective gear, Luo Xiao felt no undue strain. Despair not, for with the passage of time, my stamina shall wane, and the moment of convulsion shall arrive. Having kicked with his right leg previously, Luo Xiao now stood on his right leg and unleashed a kick with his left. Amidst the nocturnal darkness, Luo Xiao cleaved through the waves, delivering one kick after another towards the heavens. In the vicinity, a masked woman sat cross-legged upon a rock along the shore, her azure attire seemingly merging with the night, rendering her presence imperceptible to any who might pass by. Her veil had been removed, revealing a countenance of unparalleled beauty. The loveliness of her face bordered on the unimaginable, surpassing even the captivating allure of a siren like Luo Xingye by a considerable margin. Initially, she had harbored a sense of amusement, eager to witness how many kicks Luo Xiao could muster before succumbing to the water. Drawing upon her own experience, she surmised that the force of a martial artist in the flesh refinement stage's leg kicks would be akin to their punches. While the legs inherently possess greater power than the fists, martial artists prioritize the refinement of their fists, ultimately leading to a situation where their punching power often surpasses that of their legs. Observing Luo Xiao, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Someone capable of refining pills to near the 4th grade at the tender age of 14 must possess exceedingly poor cultivation. It's estimated that a full-force kick from him would generate a mere 300 to 400 pounds of force. By this calculation, and considering Luo Xiao is wearing protective leg gear while standing in deep lake water, he would likely exhaust his stamina after a mere 30 kicks, collapsing powerlessly into the water. Physical exhaustion and muscular convulsions are distinct concepts. Martial artists can train to reach the point of physical exhaustion, but inducing muscular convulsions requires pushing beyond exhaustion with immense willpower and mental fortitude, fully exploiting the body's potential. Furthermore, to effectively train the flesh, Merely inducing convulsions in a single muscle is insufficient. Tempering one muscle at a time makes subsequent refinements increasingly difficult, often leading to abandonment. Therefore, achieving a higher degree of refinement necessitates inducing convulsions in multiple muscles simultaneously. The agony of muscular convulsions is unbearable for most individuals, leaving them incapacitated. Thus, the degree of tempering achieved by most is quite low. Only those with genuine talent and immense willpower can temper a greater number of muscles. This woman in azure had a penchant for wagering with herself, seeking only self-amusement. Within the recesses of her mind, she mused, "This lad will, at best, endure 30 kicks before his muscular vitality wanes." A practitioner of alchemy, albeit possessing profound skill in his craft, is invariably a scholar of delicate constitution. Should he persevere to 30 kicks, I shall concede his merit. Failing that, he is not but a gluttonous simpleton. As the interminable night unfolded, the woman found herself disinclined towards cultivation. In the expanse of several leagues, she and Luo Xiao were the sole inhabitants. Overcome by ennui, she idly counted Luo Xiao's kicks, engaging in a private wager as a means of alleviating her tedium. 25, she observed. The lad exhibits no signs of exhaustion. He possesses a modicum of prowess. 29. 30, 31. Enough, enough, she relented. I concede your merit. However, 30 is but the minimum threshold. To earn a more favorable estimation from me, you must execute at least 50 kicks. In the woman's estimation, such half-hearted wagers served merely as diversions, for she could not ascertain the outcome with certainty. Thus, should she lose, no significant price would be exacted. Merely acknowledging her opponent's competence would suffice as a gracious concession. To her mild astonishment, Luo Xiao had already unleashed 45 kicks. Moreover, the velocity of his kicks intensified with each passing moment. Kick followed kick in rapid succession, with scarcely a pause between each. As a flurry of leg shadows materialized upon the water's surface, each generating towering waves that bespoke formidable momentum. Indeed, not bad, she exclaimed. Judging by appearances, he must have tempered approximately 400 muscles, with a particular emphasis on the lower body, lest he succumb to such expenditure. I had somewhat underestimated him. It appeared that he could approach 100 kicks. If he were to reach that milestone, it would be reasonable to consider him a minor prodigy. The woman mused silently to herself. If Luo Xiao could persist until 100 kicks, she would concede that he was indeed a small genius. His alchemical skills and physical training were adequate enough to warrant the title of a minor prodigy, though in her eyes, such an achievement could only be regarded as a trivial degree of genius, merely a minuscule fraction of true brilliance. Chapter 34. What kind of genius is he? Unbeknownst to Luo Xiao, his every move was under the scrutiny of the woman, who was whimsically placing bets on him. Being a girl, she likely avoided watching him practice his kicks while clad in his undergarments. Thus, he remained oblivious to her presence, solely focused on executing a relentless series of strikes. He raised his legs, lowered them, and alternated with fervor, repeating these motions in a continuous cycle. As time passed, he gradually became aware of the pressure from the water and the drag of the leg guards strapped to him. Finally, he felt the initial signs of fatigue in his muscles, though it was still far from exhaustion, let alone cramping. With unwavering focus, Luo Xiao dismissed all distractions, maintaining an astonishing pace of relentless kicks, never pausing for breath. While he did not keep count of his strikes, the woman in the blue attire was certainly tallying them in her mind, her internal dialogue revealing that her playful wager had not ceased. Even 100 leg extensions are inconsequential. It merely signifies the threshold of genius. In our nation, such individuals are ubiquitous, as numerous as toads on the ground. Within our sect, such a feat wouldn't even qualify one as an outer disciple. Should you persist beyond 200 leg extensions, it would demonstrate that you possess the aptitude to become an ordinary genius, thus meriting consideration as an outer disciple. Let us observe whether you can indeed ascend to the level of an average prodigy. I implore you not to disappoint me excessively. Should you succeed, I shall endeavor to safeguard your well-being during my quest for the mystical crimson bloom. Presumably, the location of such a rare elixir as the crimson bloom is fraught with peril. While this azure-clad maiden may extend her protection to Luo Xiao during the journey, once the bloom is obtained, she may not be so inclined to care for her guide. The fact that she is willing to wager on this indicates that Luo Xiao possesses some redeeming qualities. However, she doubts that Luo Xiao can exceed 200 leg extensions. The Luo family is but an insignificant clan, with inferior cultivation techniques and scarce resources. What manner of genius could they possibly produce? Only the Luo Xingye she beheld earlier seemed to possess some promise, worthy of the title of genius. Yet, he is but a solitary exception. As for this Luo Xiao, merely at the flesh refinement stage, she has no inclination to scrutinize him further. However, Luo Xiao soon captivates her attention, for Luo Xiao's pace of leg extensions remains undiminished, as though his stamina were inexhaustible. Certainly, it is impossible for anyone to possess boundless stamina, yet this woman felt an exception in the air. The wind howled ever louder, and the waves of the lake surged relentlessly. Luo Xiao's figure flickered in and out of view. Each wave crashed upon him, submerging him beneath the water. Yet when the tide receded, he emerged, drenched but unyielding, delivering powerful kicks with an indomitable spirit. It is essential to recognize that under such conditions, the expenditure of energy is significantly greater, and Luo Xiao must frequently hold his breath. Given this burden, executing 200 kicks becomes a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, despite these adversities, his speed showed no sign of diminishing. 199, 200, 201. Did he exhibit not a hint of fatigue or the desire to halt? Though I may not hold the Luo family in high regard, I cannot deny that he truly embodies the essence of a remarkable talent. No, it seems there is even more to him. His potential appears boundless. From the onset until now, he has maintained this rapid pace of kicks, suggesting that the barrier of 300 kicks will not deter him. Should he manage to deliver 400 kicks under such circumstances, he would indeed be an exceptional genius, indicating that his physical training approaches the level of 500. In that case, he would nearly match the standards of our inner disciples during their training phase. Press on. Luo Xiao. Let me witness whether this modest Luo family has birthed two figures capable of capturing my attention. If you can achieve 400 kicks, then I shall cease calling you a mere brat and instead address you by your name. You may revel in this, for no one has yet earned the privilege of my calling them by name. Luo Xiao continued to execute his kicks, his muscles beginning to ache with fatigue. It was not merely his leg muscles that felt exhausted. His core was weary as well, his entire being fatigued. He had to contend not only with the pressure of the water and the weight of the leg bindings, but also with the relentless waves crashing against him, a toll that surpassed even the act of kicking itself. In a way, this was beneficial, as it accelerated the depletion of his overall strength, hastening his exhaustion and leading him towards a state of utter fatigue. Sometimes, possessing excessive stamina was not necessarily advantageous. The difficulty of reaching a state of exhaustion was evident. A bitter smile crept across Luo Xiao's face as he caught sight of hope, prompting him to intensify his movements. No longer satisfied with mere kicks, he transitioned to a more demanding technique, the high-pressure kick. The high-pressure kick required him to elevate his leg above his head, then forcefully bring his heel down to strike his opponent. This maneuver not only subjected him to the pressure of the water when lifting his leg, but also presented resistance upon its descent, leading to nearly doubled energy expenditure. Observing Luo Xiao's shift in technique, the woman in blue initially felt a pang of regret, believing he might soon falter after executing 350 kicks. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she found herself rising from her perch on the rocks. This was indeed a high-pressure kick. Had this reckless young man lost his senses? At this juncture, he still possessed the strength to employ such a physically demanding technique. Could it be that he was at his wit's end, resorting to this desperate measure to conclude his training session? However, her confusion was soon clarified. Luo Xiao not only did not succumb to exhaustion swiftly, but rather demonstrated an accelerated succession of high-pressure kicks. With each wave that surged towards him, he countered with a powerful leg strike, exhibiting such explosive force that the very spray of water appeared to yield before him. It is often said that drawing a blade to sever water only causes it to flow more vigorously. This young man, merely in the stage of physical cultivation, had already begun to grasp the nascent form of energy explosion. His extended leg acted like a blade, capable of slicing through the flow of water. Should he grasp the deeper applications of his Dantian energy, he might well have the opportunity to comprehend this martial technique. The energy explosion of a martial artist is a formidable offensive method, utilizing Dantian energy or true essence in conjunction with strikes to unleash explosive damage. Not only is the attacking power significantly enhanced, but compressed Dantian energy can even extend the range of the assault. Though Luo Xiao's Dantian energy may not be abundant, he evidently comprehended some principles behind the application of energy explosion. Luo Xiao, indeed, possesses extraordinary talent. He merits the accolades of a remarkable genius. The woman in blue silently assessed Luo Xiao in her heart, With such strength at the stage of physical cultivation, he could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of inner disciples even within her sect. However, her sect holds a unique position, and Luo Xiao could never become her fellow apprentice. Having surpassed 400 and approached 500 kicks, Luo Xiao, can you still persevere? It is essential to recognize the vast disparity between inner disciples and core disciples. Should you endure to 800 kicks, you would qualify to become a core disciple. Though we may never be fellow apprentices, if you can achieve this, then Yu Guiwan, would be willing to attempt friendship with you. In the realm of martial arts, those endowed with talent and strength often find themselves devoid of true companionship. Their superior gifts and achievements, coupled with extended lifespans, cast a shadow over personal connections. A poignant sorrow befalls these warriors as they witness their loved ones age and fade away, powerless to alter the course of time. Consequently, they tend to cultivate a certain emotional detachment, particularly regarding friendships. Few are inclined to forge bonds with those who may meet an untimely demise. Thus, they seek companions who stand on the same pedestal, for only then does the relationship hold significance. The blue-clad woman, Yu Guiwan, expressed her belief that if Luo Xiao could deliver 800 kicks under such circumstances, he would merit her friendship. Nevertheless, much remains to be observed. The distinction between 400 and 800 kicks is not merely a matter of having the effort, especially when physical exertion is at stake. The latter demands far greater stamina. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiao, his gradual display of prowess was earning the blue-clad woman's acknowledgement, while he remained engrossed in his own thoughts. Moreover, he sensed a stirring within his dantian energy. Channeling it into his legs felt as though an immense force yearned for release. Should he dedicate himself to this study, he might glean some insight, yet his dantian energy was limited, and he still needed to refine his muscles. Hence, he prioritized the refinement before pursuing deeper understanding. Luo Xiao refrained from a hasty and reckless exploration of the mysteries of dantian energy. Should he attempt it now, a single surge could deplete all his reserves, rendering his prior efforts futile. It was this composed mindset that allowed him to maintain unwavering focus. To accelerate the depletion of physical stamina, one must enhance the speed of leg movements. Seizing the remaining strength, let us hasten once more. Luo Xiao contemplated, his pace quickening yet again. What? Having already executed 600 kicks, he astonishingly managed to augment his speed. At this moment, Yu Guiwan could no longer articulate her astonishment. A new week dawned. And as everyone reached this point, a gentle nudge to save this moment would be appreciated. A recommendation would be met with profound gratitude. Chapter 35. The crucial moment. Watching Luo Xiao accelerate once more, Yu Guiwan felt a profound sense of shock. In truth, as Luo Xiao seemingly unfazed continued to unleash kick after kick, she quietly reflected on her own potential during her training phase without having honed significant muscle mass. She concluded that, in her current state, she might surpass 900 kicks, though such a feat would be a formidable challenge, likely capping at 950. Or perhaps even lower. Furthermore, she assessed her limitations. Surpassing 900 would inevitably lead to muscle cramps. Yet, at this moment, Luo Xiao had executed over 600 kicks and still managed to quicken his pace. This alone left her questioning her own capabilities during her training phase, which she deemed utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, others were merely gasping for breath, struggling to maintain their pace, let alone accelerate. It appeared that Luo Xiao would undoubtedly surpass the 800 mark. Indeed, under her watchful gaze, he ultimately broke through the threshold of 800 kicks. However, his speed showed no signs of waning. He continued to unleash strikes at a remarkable velocity. Yet, with her keen discernment amidst the tumult, Yu Guiwan could perceive that Luo Xiao was becoming increasingly fatigued. The chest heaved violently, and the sweat on his face was washed away by a wave. Before the second wave could approach, fine beads of perspiration began to emerge once more. It appeared that Luo Xiao was nearing his limit. Yet even with over 800 strikes, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. His frequency of kicks was remarkably higher. Had he been a tad slower, he would undoubtedly have surpassed 900, with even the possibility of reaching 1,000. Upon reaching this conclusion, Yu Guiwan was suddenly taken aback. Did Luo Xiao possess the capability to exceed 1,000 strikes? If so, he could no longer merely be described as a genius. He might very well be considered a prodigy. Perhaps, if Luo Xiao continued to develop, he could stand alongside that individual. The thought flickered through Yu Guiwan's mind, only to be followed by a sense of absurdity. That person had already become a legend. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao was still merely in the early stages of cultivation, and the future remained uncertain. No matter how brilliant a talent, once they perish, they cease to be a genius. I think, if the opportunity arises, we could become friends. However, it is not I who shall initiate the conversation. Rather, it is incumbent upon you to seek me out. In this vast martial world, having someone to converse with is quite a boon. As Yu Guiwan lost herself in thought, she acknowledged that although Luo Xiao's strength was still modest, she believed that barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. Yet, even as Luo Xiao's pace slowed, his kicks did not cease. He continued to unleash them, gradually surpassing 900. By the time Yu Guiwan registered the moment, Luo Xiao had already executed more than 980 strikes. At this moment, his muscles did not yet appear to be in spasm. However, his stamina had surely reached the brink of exhaustion. It seemed he was relying solely on his willpower to endure. Those with formidable willpower might sustain their efforts a while longer, yet should their resolve falter, their psychological decline would inevitably lead to a physical collapse. At this juncture, Luo Xiao's efforts were nearing their conclusion. Yu Guiwan observed in silence, believing that Luo Xiao had reached his limits and would soon be unable to continue. No matter how fatigued the body, a tranquil mindset could sustain the endeavor. Thus, amid Yu Guiwan's growing disbelief, Luo Xiao surpassed the monumental threshold of 1,000. 1,001. 1,105. 1,002. The dawn began to break in the east, and Luo Xiao's efforts climbed to over 1,480. 1,005. A spasm. Yu Guiwan nearly forgot to breathe as she keenly noticed a subtle change in Luo Xiao's left leg, where two muscles in his calf had unnaturally tightened, a clear sign of cramping. Yet, Luo Xiao merely frowned, his exertions undeterred, albeit with diminished strength and speed. Two muscles in spasm? A trifling matter. Was it painful? Nothing to be overly concerned about. His lower body muscles were approaching the threshold of cramping. And if he did not seize this opportunity to solidify his resolve, further refinement would become an arduous endeavor. 1,505. 1,006. The muscles in Luo Xiao's glutes began to cramp, the calf of his right leg tightened, and the thigh of his left leg succumbed to spasms. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, his body struggling to remain upright. He staggered to a nearby stone, bracing himself with one hand, and continued to kick his legs. 1,605. His right thigh muscles began to cramp. 1,007. Both legs, now engulfed in excruciating pain and numbness, heralded the arrival of the final moment. The 14 large muscle groups in his lower body had succumbed to cramping. What followed was the compression from the medicinal force. Just as he attempted to move, his body suddenly weakened, and in his state of exhaustion, he forgot that he was submerged in water. Unable to support himself against the stone, he immediately fell into the depths. A wave surged, enveloping him in a blinding aquatic realm. The water here was already perilously close to his neck. As he slipped once more, he found himself unable to rise, quickly sinking to the bottom. How dreadful. I had forgotten we were nearing deep waters. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have mattered, but now, with my lower body paralyzed and cramping, my hands devoid of strength, I cannot escape the depths. How ironic it is that I am on the verge of refining these large muscles, so close to perfection. Yet I might drown in this water. In his weakened state, he was compelled to breathe, but with each inhalation, copious amounts of lake water flooded his body, leaving him with a sense of fading consciousness. At that moment, a pair of soft, delicate hands reached out, grasping his own. Like many who have found themselves in perilous waters, he clung to this small hand with unwavering resolve. Soon, he was pulled to the shore, and in his haze, aside from the agonizing cramps in his lower body, he felt himself nestled in a fragrant embrace. Luo Xiao, wake up. This is a critical moment. You must not give up. Should you surrender, all the efforts of this night would be in vain. I can only soothe your muscles, allowing them to relax. Otherwise, prolonged cramping may lead to necrosis. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's consciousness jolted with realization. Indeed, I cannot abandon my endeavor. A force struck his back, and Luo Xiao expelled a considerable amount of water, instantly becoming much more alert. The elixirs. With a focused thought, he retrieved the body refining pills, selecting 14 of them, one by one attempting to place them into his mouth. Allow me. You concentrate on refining your muscles. A melodious voice chimed in once more, as gentle fingers guided a pill to Luo Xiao's lips. Instinctively swallowing the elixir, he commenced the refinement of his first muscle. The inaugural target was the calf muscle of his left leg. as it had endured the longest cramping and required urgent refinement to prevent significant bodily harm. With the aid of the medicinal potency, this refinement proceeded at a markedly accelerated pace, completing in less than a quarter of an hour. No sooner had he finished than the second pill found its way to his mouth, without prompting. Drawing from his previous experience of refining substantial muscle mass, the second round progressed even more swiftly. Just one more left. Sensing that his right gluteus maximus had finally completed its refinement and compression, a surge of exhilaration welled up within Luo Xiao. During this process, he remained wholly focused, entirely oblivious to someone administering the pills. He was simply aware that he had once again refined 14 significant muscle groups, bringing his total to an impressive 621. At this moment, only 18 pieces stood between him and perfection, including 6 pieces of tender flesh. While this achievement may not claim to be unparalleled in history, it is certainly unprecedented in his experience. Overcome with excitement, Luo Xiao opened his eyes, feeling an urge to let out a roar towards the heavens. In that instant, the eastern sun began to rise, its first rays piercing through the dark canopy like the sword of a divine being. The purple mist heralded the most enchanting moment of the day. Beneath the sunlight, a more splendid scene unfolded before Luo Xiao's eyes. A girl, as beautiful as a celestial maiden, stood before him. Her cascade of long hair clung to her cheeks, and her long eyelashes danced in the golden light, while her obsidian-like eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with concern. As her scarlet lips parted, Luo Xiao distinctly perceived her genuine joy the moment he opened his eyes. Clad in a damp blue garment that hugged her form, she embodied the pure and delicate curves of a youthful maiden, ethereal and dreamlike. Chapter 36. The Return of Dusk. Despite his exceptional talents, Luo Xiao remained a vigorous youth. Throughout his life, the most beautiful woman he had encountered was Luo Xingye, and she was the one he had grown fond of. Yet, Luo Xingye had her own choices, and Luo Xiao maintained his dignity. Their feelings were not profound, allowing him to forget her swiftly. With his unwavering pursuit of martial arts, Luo Xiao had always believed he would not be swayed by feminine allure. However, in that moment, he found himself momentarily shaken. This girl was truly exquisite. Was she of this world? Or perhaps, was she even human? A fairy descending to earth could not be more enchanting, and she came with an irresistible allure. However, Luo Xiao was not the kind of imbecile who would be rendered immobile at the mere sight of a woman. The girl's beauty, though captivating, only briefly seized his attention. After a fleeting moment, he regained his composure. This young woman was the same veiled maiden who had vowed to accompany him until he obtained the crimson bloom. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, she spoke. Luo Xiao, you have finally succeeded. Do you realize that you have tempered 14 major muscle groups this time? It is the first time I have witnessed someone tempering so many at once. She continued, although the concoction you refined is potent, your innate talent must also be remarkable. What grade is your aptitude? Ahem, miss. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's form of address, Yu Guiwan retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. I call you Luo Xiao. Yet you address me as miss. Do you not consider me a friend? Call me by my name, Yu Guiwan. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Guiwan's face flushed crimson, as if ablaze. She had inadvertently projected her internal deliberations from the previous night into reality. She had concluded that Luo Xiao could be a friend, but had neglected to actually convey this sentiment to him. Moreover, as she glanced down, she noticed that her soaked gown not only revealed the delicate skin of her shoulders, but also distinctly outlined the contours of her chest. Utterly mortified, she had completely forgotten about this predicament. Almost instantaneously, Yu Guiwan vanished from Luo Xiao's sight, her whereabouts unknown. The sudden disappearance of the beauty before him left Luo Xiao with a sense of profound loss. However, he quickly adjusted, recalling the charming visage of Yu Guiwan. Her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Yu Guiwan, what a splendid name. A friend indeed. This utterance not only acknowledged her status as a dear companion, but also served as an outlet for the joy bubbling within him. Rising to don his attire, he stretched his limbs. Suddenly, Luo Xiao took a couple of running strides and unleashed a powerful kick towards a nearby massive boulder. Boom! The colossal stone shattered into several fragments, disintegrating even as it retreated. My kick could propel 1,000-pound stone with the momentum of my run. It surely exceeded that weight by a considerable margin. The force of a kick naturally surpasses that of a punch, though my punching power had not markedly improved. My legs had transformed into formidable weapons. I believe that even a peak practitioner of sinew condensing would find it challenging to deliver such a powerful kick. perhaps rivaling that of an ordinary bone-tempering expert. Resolute in my intentions, Luo Xiao revitalized his Dantian energy and began to manipulate the meridians in his feet, allowing the spiral dark energy to flow through. The agony of this transformation was far greater than that experienced in his right hand, as the foot meridians were notably thicker and sturdier. After nearly 4 arduous hours, Luo Xiao finally completed the metamorphosis of his foot meridians, enabling him to effortlessly employ the spiral dark energy with his feet. This time, Yuguo was adorned in blue once more, yet the style had changed. Clearly a new ensemble. Her long hair was elegantly styled, and a delicate veil graced her face, though it did little to obscure her features. Instead, it seemed more suited to shield against the wind and sand. As Yuguo emerged, having been seen drenched by Luo Xiao earlier, she was not the type to be bashful. With an air of confidence, she declared, "Let us not mention it. That outfit is completely soaked. Even if I were to dry it using my true essence, it would remain unwearable. Thus, I had to venture out like this. I utilized your teleportation array to visit Yunzhou, where the clothing is rather commendable. Behold, this is the ensemble I acquired." Luo Xiao could not help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, women could complicate even the simplest of tasks like purchasing attire. It was not as if there were no clothing vendors in the Luo family estate. Had it been him, he would have roamed about bare-chested without a care. However, such sentiments were best left unspoken. Yuguo was not only beautiful, but she had also saved his life, which filled him with admiration for her. He certainly did not wish to incite her ire. "Sister Yu, I have yet to express my gratitude for last night's events. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly assist you in searching for the secret scarlet flower, and I vow to repay this life-saving kindness," he promised earnestly. "There's no need for such formality. We are friends," Yuguo replied with a gentle smile, revealing a plethora of food from her shumi ring. They settled upon a stone at the water's edge. An abundance of food spread generously before them, predominantly meats, accompanied by an assortment of vegetables and fruits. With a modest quantity of wine, Luo Xiao, being a carnivore and having expended considerable energy the previous day, felt ravenous and wasted no time in indulging. In contrast, Yuguo partook of the fruits and vegetables delicately, consuming little meat, her movements graceful and enchanting. As the two dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly, with an unspoken understanding that certain critical topics, such as Yuguo's sect identity, remained untouched, an unwritten rule among martial artists. Yuguo possessed a wealth of knowledge, far surpassing that of Luo Xiao, who was merely a humble lad sheltered in a secluded valley. Most of the time, it was Yuguo who regaled Luo Xiao with tales of diverse cultures and legends of formidable masters. As Luo Xiao savored his meal, he felt enriched by her stories, fostering a deeper yearning for the world beyond his own. Once their appetites were satisfied, Luo Xiao felt invigorated. His Dantian energy had fully restored, and he resolved to refine the muscles in his arms, particularly his pectorals and deltoids. At that moment, Yuguo abruptly interjected, halting his intentions. "Sister Yu, what is it?" Luo Xiao queried, puzzled. "Luo Xiao, did you sense any restlessness in your Dantian energy while practicing leg techniques last night?" As she spoke, Yuguo playfully demonstrated with her delicate white fist, unaware of how endearing her demeanor was, lacking any semblance of menace. Luo Xiao chuckled in response. Yet his thoughts drifted to the notion of energy eruption. An energy eruption? Is it better to comprehend it sooner rather than later? Indeed, while executing his leg kicks, he had felt a stirring in his Dantian, as if the energy were on the verge of bursting forth. Could it be that he had brushed against the threshold of an energy eruption? At this stage, merely refining his physique, did he possess the capacity to grasp such martial prowess? Having immersed himself in the relentless cultivation of his inner energy through the enigmatic tome, Luo Xiao could sense that his Dantian energy had grown significantly more potent than it had been during his second aptitude test. Perhaps it was time to attempt something new. Chapter 37. Energy explosion at the foot of Eagle Woe Ridge. Amidst a grove of trees, the sun descended in the west. Luo Xiao stood quietly beneath a tree, his eyes gently closed. He sought to experience the sensation of his Dantian energy yearning to burst forth. The previous night, while by the lakeside, he had felt its stirrings, yet now it eluded him. During his relentless kicking yesterday, when confronted with pressure, he had indeed sensed a surge of Dantian energy. However, in this tranquil state of reflection, it seemed challenging to recapture that sensation. Perhaps only through vigorous movement could he attain it. With every kick, it was essential to have a target. Aimless strikes would yield little. Opening his eyes, He surveyed the pine forest, vibrant with the emerald needles of spring. He lifted his leg and gently struck the tree trunk, causing a cascade of pine needles to fall. With a swift motion, Luo Xiao kicked again, liberated from the constraints of leg bindings and the pressure of water, feeling an exhilarating lightness and strength in his limbs. His kick created a fleeting shadow, swirling a multitude of pine needles into the air. Speed. In this unrestrained state, he must pursue greater velocity to achieve his goal of consumption, ideally preventing even a single pine needle from touching the ground. With this objective in mind, Luo Xiao's figure darted swiftly through the forest, his kicking speed surpassing the rapid descent of the pine needles. At the outset, he was unable to reach some of the pine needles, but as time progressed, he astonishingly managed to strike each one with precision. The gusts of air generated by his leg movements swept the pine needles aside, leaving the ground beside him utterly barren. It is unclear how long this continued, but as twilight descended once again, Luo Xiao felt the surge of energy from his dantian ready to erupt. This was the sensation he sought. I must cultivate a tranquil mind and learn to harness this power without incurring excessive exhaustion each time I wish to unleash this technique. Luo Xiao immediately halted his actions, concentrating intently on the flow of energy within his dantian. The direction and turbulence of this energy could be guided by him. He sank to the ground, entering a state of oblivion where self and surroundings melded into one. The dantian is stimulated by fatigue, yet this restless energy seemed capable of erupting through his attacks. This phenomenon is what is referred to as an energy explosion. I must discover a method to elicit this energy explosion at will. The stimulation of the dantian is not solely induced by fatigue. Perhaps invoking the Qi Hai acupuncture point could yield similar effects. The Qi Hai is one of the 3 vital acupoints of the human body, well known to many. Yet few comprehend that stimulating the Qi Hai from within through breath poses no inherent danger to oneself. After much contemplation, Luo Xiao faintly discerned a hint of insight. He gathered a thread of energy from his dantian, launching it forcefully towards the Qi Hai acupuncture point. In an instant, a sharp pain radiated from his lower abdomen, causing Luo Xiao to weaken, his head spinning as he leaned against the tree trunk. It was excessive. The stimulation was too intense. Such matters can easily tip into excess. And this level of intensity not only failed to awaken the dantian, but could also adversely affect the body. After leaning against the tree trunk to regain his composure for a considerable time, Luo Xiao finally recovered. On his second attempt, he summoned a minimal amount of dantian energy and once again attempted to impact the Qi Hai acupoint from within. With a grimace, Luo Xiao noted that the dantian had indeed experienced a slight impact, yet it was insufficient. This time, his efforts were somewhat lacking, failing to elicit the desired stimulating effect. The precision required for such stimulation was paramount. Too much or too little would not suffice, and even the slightest deviation could hinder progress. Perhaps it would take hundreds of attempts to find the exact degree of stimulation needed. With unwavering focus, Luo Xiao began to gather his dantian energy, repeatedly stimulating the Qi Hai acupoint. Each attempt caused beads of sweat to fall from his brow, the result of the pain he endured, eventually forming a small puddle on the ground. From dusk to deep into the night, as the stars blanketed the sky, the Qi Hai acupoint remained a stubborn dead point. Even internal stimulation induced excruciating pain, a torment only one like Luo Xiao, who had endured countless sufferings, could withstand. After what felt like hundreds of attempts, at long last, success graced him. The dantian energy within him surged wildly, almost impossible to contain. In that moment, Luo Xiao reached his peak state. He leapt into action, and the dantian energy rushed into his right arm, culminating in a powerful punch directed at the tree trunk before him. The fist did not make contact with the trunk, yet the energy from his dantian surged forth, breaking free from the confines of his hand and erupting spectacularly upon the tree before him. With a resounding crack, the towering tree, which 3 men could barely encircle, was cleaved in 2, sending bark and wood shavings flying in all directions. This explosive release of energy, astonishingly, inflicted devastating damage even from a distance of 3 feet. Suddenly, Luo Xiao felt his body weaken, as if his very essence had been drained in an instant. A wave of dizziness washed over him, threatening to topple him to the ground. He hastily braced himself against the earth to avert a humiliating fall. My dantian! To his dismay, not a trace of energy remained. This explosive release had utterly depleted his dantian. At this moment, Luo Xiao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the realization that, after prolonged nourishment from the Black Book, his dantian had indeed grown significantly stronger than that of an average martial artist at the same level. enabling him to unleash an explosive force that ordinary practitioners at the flesh refinement stage could never achieve. This attested to his elevated potential. However, the concern loomed larger. If all his Dantian energy could only produce a single explosive strike, what purpose would it serve? Surely, he needed to retain some residual strength to prevent exhausting himself with just one blow. It appeared that this explosive technique was exceedingly taxing for a martial artist at the flesh refinement stage. Fortunately, he had mastered the method of unleashing this energy blast, reserving it as a last resort. It seemed that in future encounters with formidable adversaries, he would have to exercise caution in utilizing his Dantian energy. Yet, without employing the spiral dark force, how could he confront his foes? Could he truly rely solely on the singular explosive technique to conquer all? In the depths of his heart, Luo Xiao felt a quiet torment, yet his insufficient strength left him with no choice but to endure for the time being. The cultivation of one's Dantian is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a mere day or two. If he were to ascend to the muscle condensation stage at this moment, then this explosive energy might prove harmless after a single use. Thus, he settled himself in a tranquil pine grove, commencing the restoration of his Dantian's power through the aid of the Black Book. Although he succeeded once, Luo Xiao was acutely aware that his current mastery was still lacking, necessitating further practice to avoid faltering in critical moments of life and death. For an ordinary person, having their Dantian completely drained would likely require 3 to 5 days for recovery. However, with the Black Book as his clandestine aid, Luo Xiao's recovery rate far surpassed that of an average individual by several dozen times. After an hour, he opened his eyes, having fully restored the Dantian that had been exhausted. Following this cycle of depletion and restoration, he noticed a slight increase in the energy within his Dantian. While the growth was minimal, it was indeed an improvement, and he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected effects of such total depletion. Surely, after another explosive release, his Dantian would not be completely devoid of energy, would it? Gathering his courage, Luo Xiao once more stimulated the Qi-Si acupoint, unleashing another powerful explosion. Boom! A large tree toppled, and Luo Xiao himself fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. Yet, he found solace in the fact that the faint energy within his Dantian resembled a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. A smile graced his lips. Even this minuscule amount of energy was preferable to having none at all. Perhaps, after a dozen or 20 more training sessions, he might be able to unleash a second spiral dark force following an explosive release. If Luo Xiao's thoughts were to be heard by Yu Guiwan, she would undoubtedly consider him insane. In her perspective, no matter how brilliant Luo Xiao might be, it is inconceivable for someone at the flesh training stage to unleash such a devastating martial technique as the Qi explosion, to say nothing of the flesh training stage. Even an average practitioner at the muscle refinement stage would be incapable of mastering the Qi explosion, unless they were an extraordinary genius with at least a 6th grade aptitude. Generally speaking, a warrior would not even begin to learn the Qi explosion until reaching the bone-forging stage. It is precisely due to a series of fortuitous coincidences that Luo Xiao has managed to unleash the Qi explosion at the pinnacle of the flesh training stage, and gradually, he has begun to develop some. In the following day and night, aside from practicing the Qi explosion, Luo Xiao also twisted the meridians in his left hand, enabling it to emit a spiral dark force as well. After practicing the Qi explosion around a dozen times, Luo Xiao finally succeeded, just before nightfall on the second day, in simultaneously executing a Qi explosion while also possessing the ability to unleash a spiral dark force. Now, the act of releasing a Qi explosion no longer leaves me dizzy. Only then can this technique be genuinely applied in combat. There should be no issue, although I cannot perceive my sister's realm based on her usual demeanor. She is at least at the Rain-Dew realm, and her strength surpasses that of the sect leader by a considerable margin. With such prowess, there should be little danger, right? Moreover, given my current strength, even if there were some peril, I fear I would be of little assistance. Luo Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Contemplating such matters now was futile. The enhancement of strength must be achieved step by step. His foremost priority is to complete the refinement of the last few significant muscle groups. Chapter 38. The registration commences within the grand estate of the Luo family. A council of elders convened. Luo Lai sat majestically upon the central chair of the assembly hall, flanked by his 2 brothers. On his left was the second brother, Luo Xiong, and on his right was the third brother, Luo Hu. Beneath them, the 5 elders of the Luo clan were seated. Originally, there were 8 elders in total, both Luo Xiong and Luo Hu were among them, alongside Elder Han Qing. However, Luo Lai stated that Han Qing was currently away on a journey, leaving only these individuals in the upper echelons of the Luo family. Luo Lai addressed the assembly. Esteemed elders, I have summoned you today to discuss the upcoming selection in Yunzhou. As one of the 4 prominent families of Yunzhou, our Luo family is entitled to send 5 disciples to compete. Those who secure a position among the top 30 in Yunzhou will be granted the opportunity to proceed to Yanjing and participate in the selection for the Sword and Blade sect. This selection holds profound significance. Even if one cannot join the Sword and Blade sect, excelling in Yanjing will attract the attention of other sects willing to accept talented individuals. Therefore, our primary objective today is to identify the most outstanding young disciples within our Luo family, ensuring that we present our strongest candidates in Yunzhou. The elders present nodded in agreement, well versed in such matters, and raised no objections. An elder named Luo Ming spoke up, inquiring, "What criteria shall we employ for this internal selection?" Luo Lai remarked, "Elder Luo Ming speaks wisely. However, I believe we have reached a reasonable standard. All descendants of the Luo family aged between 14 and 16 are eligible to participate in this selection process. We shall recruit talent based solely on merit." Luo Ming gently shook his head, expressing concern. "I fear this may be somewhat inappropriate. The prowess of certain disciples is undeniably evident, surpassing that of their peers. Yet, should 2 formidable individuals encounter one another and exhaust their energies, it is possible that a lesser skilled competitor could seize the opportunity to claim victory. Although they may emerge successful, the embarrassment would ultimately fall upon our Luo family. This cannot be permitted." Luo Xiong and Luo Hu nodded in agreement, both of whom had sons, with Luo Xiong having 2, both of whom were quite capable and likely to secure a commendable position. They were equally averse to the scenario described by Luo Ming. Despite Luo Ming's words being influenced by personal concern for his son, Luo Huan, Luo Xiong and Luo Hu nevertheless concurred with his viewpoint. Luo Lai then interjected with a smile, "Esteemed elders, there is no need for concern. While we cannot directly determine the finalists, we can certainly designate seed candidates." Seed candidates? The elders exchanged puzzled glances, having never encountered this term before. Indeed, we can categorize all enrolled disciples into several groups, from which those present may select seed candidates. Each group will have 1 seed candidate, ensuring that these chosen individuals do not encounter each other prior to the final competition. Moreover, they will possess the privilege of advancing unconditionally to the second round, effectively bypassing the first round. This arrangement maximizes their chances of success while minimizing potential exhaustion or injury. What do you all think of this proposal? Luo Ming nodded slightly. "It sounds rather intriguing. Let us proceed to select the seed candidates. This should be straightforward. I already have my choices in mind. It merely depends on how many seed candidates the master deems appropriate to select. With 5 competition slots available, that would mean 5 seed candidates. Let us all share our perspectives." Luo Lai set the tone, prompting the elders to voice their opinions. "In my view, it is a foregone conclusion that Luo Xingye occupies one of the seed candidate slots. He is the only individual in the history of our Luo family to possess a 6th grade qualification. If someone of such caliber cannot represent Yunzhou, then others need not even entertain the thought. Indeed, Xingye is surely qualified. I believe that both Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun from Elder Luo Xiong's family also merit consideration as seed candidates. Both have reached the bone-forging stage and stand out among the younger generation, second only to Xingye's niece." "Precisely. Moreover, there is Luo Xinghui from the home of Elder Luo Hu, who also possesses a 5th grade aptitude, although he is currently at the peak of muscle condensation. This is merely due to his solid foundational training. It is said that he has already condensed over 300 meridians. Should he choose to, he could seamlessly enter the bone-forging stage at any moment. Even if he were to enter the bone-forging phase now, his strength would be comparable to that of Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun. To my knowledge, the final count of their condensed muscles barely reached 300. However, it must be noted that our selection process solely evaluates strength. Regardless of how many meridians Luo Xinghui has condensed, his prowess cannot possibly rival that of someone in the bone-forging stage." The elders engaged in a lively discussion, with both Luo Xiong and Luo Hu having their supporters among them, passionately advocating on their behalf. Nevertheless, no one dared to voice dissent regarding Luo Xingye's status. After all, Luo Xingye has already entered the organ training phase, establishing himself as the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Luo family, a position that is undeniably unassailable. To challenge that would only lead to self-humiliation. Amidst the commotion, Luo Lai waved his hand in annoyance, stating, "There is no need for further debate. In my opinion, let Luo Xingye be the number 1 seed, followed by Luo Xingyao as number 2, Luo Xingyun as number 3, and Luo Xinghui as number 4. What do you all think? I find this arrangement acceptable. The Lord is indeed wise." Luo Hu remarked, a hint of disdain in his expression. He chose not to contest the decision, acknowledging that his son, Luo Xinghui, had yet to enter the bone-forging stage and was thus slightly inferior in strength. However, he felt a sense of indignation in his heart, eagerly anticipating the day when Luo Xinghui would enter the bone-forging stage and demonstrate what true strength entails. The top 4 seed candidates were determined, yet the 5th candidate remained undecided. Initially, Luo Lai inclined towards Luo Ming's son, Luo Huan. However, Luo Huan's abilities were not sufficiently compelling to garner widespread support. The other elders present also had sons, all legitimate disciples of the Luo family, each possessing at least a 4th-grade aptitude. Luo Huan's prowess was only marginally superior to that of his peers. Moreover, he had been absent from Yunzhou for an extended period, leaving his fate uncertain. Who could say whether he had perished in distant lands? To designate a deceased individual as a candidate would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule. Naturally, Luo Ming vigorously defended his son, engaging in heated disputes with several elders. Despite his darkened expression, he acquiesced. He could discern that Luo Lai still harbored a bias in his favor. Yet, lamentably, his son's lack of ambition left him without grounds for protest. Following the conclusion of the elder meeting, the Luo family posted an announcement. This proclamation stipulated that all Luo disciples intending to participate in the selection tournament in Yunzhou should commence registration immediately. The final participants would be divided into 5 groups based on the number of registrants, with each group designating a seed contestant who would receive a bye in the first round. The remaining disciples would then engage in a series of elimination matches. Ultimately, 3 disciples from each group would face off against the seed contestant in a decisive round, eliminating 2 individuals to determine the top 2 from each group for the final contest. Thus, from 5 groups, 2 representatives would emerge, culminating in a competition to select the top 5 to advance to Yunzhou. Currently, 4 seed contestants had been identified, leaving 1 position vacant. This 5th seed would be chosen from among the ordinary disciples, allowing all but the 4 established seeds to participate. Even if they ultimately failed to proceed to Yunzhou for the blade and sword sect competition, those ranked 6th to 10th within the Luo family would still be afforded the opportunity to join other sects in Yunzhou. Upon the announcement of this news, the Luo family erupted in fervor, for the seed competitors were granted a round of exemption. Many who considered themselves somewhat capable were stirred, especially at the prospect of not having to confront the formidable talents residing within the Grand Estate. Who would not yearn for such a rare opportunity? In a certain sense, the 5 seed competitors were the quintessence of those destined for Yunzhou. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to face elimination. Initially, the disciples believed that the top 5 contenders had already been predetermined, yet to their astonishment, a vacancy had emerged. This was a colossal opportunity, a chance to ascend from the ordinary to the extraordinary. The disciples eagerly enlisted for the competition, with many not only registering but also signing up for the selection of seed competitors, vying for this singular opportunity. Within just a day of the news being released, 80% of the eligible disciples from the Luo family had already enrolled in the contest, while 8 individuals had thrown their hats into the ring for the seed selection. Among these 8, even the weakest boasted a peak mastery of bone tempering, and 1 was an adept at the sealing phase. It is noteworthy that among the younger generation of the Luo family, the most formidable individual was Luo Xingye, who possessed the highest realm. Nearing the late stages of organ forging, her talents and the focused cultivation efforts of Luo Lai ensured that none surpassed her. This applicant at the sealing phase, named Rintanchi, did not bear the Luo surname. His family was affluent, and he was on the cusp of turning 16, almost 17. He had missed the previous selection due to his age, but had been formally practicing martial arts for a full 2 years, surpassing Luo Xingye by a year, thanks to the devoted training from his father, which propelled him to the sealing phase. With the onset of the sealing period for registration, most individuals tend to refrain from further enrollment, as the competition among seed players is exceedingly fierce. Sharing the stage with such elite contenders may render one merely a sparring partner. In everyday life, everyone is acutely aware of their relative strengths, and those who perceive themselves as lacking often choose to avoid unnecessary embarrassment. Yet, Those who knowingly register for the selection of seed players during the sealing period can be regarded as exceptional within their own realm, at least believing they possess the qualifications to engage in battle with those masters of sealing. Chapter 39. Grouping beneath the majestic waterfall of Eagle Cry Ridge. Luo Xiao raised a substantial wooden board above his head, bracing himself against the immense force of the cascading water. He had endured this trial for an entire day initially. Merely standing was a daunting challenge. However, he gradually acclimated to the torrent, ultimately finding that the pressure was insufficient. This time, he aimed to refine some of his most crucial muscle groups, the pectorals, the deltoids, and the biceps. These are the key muscles responsible for delivering striking power. Currently, Luo Xiao's punching force exceeds 800 pounds, a figure that reflects the fact that he has yet to hone these particular muscles. Once he completes this refining process, there is no doubt his striking power will surpass 1,000 pounds. The tremendous pressure above him nearly rendered Luo Xiao breathless. His arms were slightly bent and not fully extended, for such a posture would not jeopardize his bones, but rather amplify the strain on his muscles significantly. A mere quarter of an hour prior, his arm muscles had already begun to spasm. Nevertheless, he persisted, for his pectorals had yet to enter a state of cramping. Thunderous roars. The force of the cascading waterfall was immensely powerful, causing a chilling creak to resonate through Luo Xiao's bones. At last, he could endure no longer. The wooden board in his grasp was knocked away by the torrent, and Luo Xiao's body fell into the azure waters of the lake. This time, having learned from his prior ordeal, he fought against the complete cramping of his arm muscles, relying instead on his legs to strike the water's surface, propelling himself towards the shore in a butterfly stroke. Upon reaching the land, he wasted no time and immediately ingested the medicinal elixirs. The refinement of his pectoral muscles was complete. The honing of his deltoids was achieved. The fortification of his biceps was accomplished. The enhancement of his forearm muscles was fulfilled. When the last muscle was finally refined, a remarkable transformation overtook Luo Xiao's demeanor. Typically, martial artists possess well-developed musculature. Even when clothed, their strength is evident, and when undraped, their sinewy forms reveal their power. Luo Xiao had once been similar, yet after the refinement of his 633rd muscle, he found that apart from soft tissue, there was no part of him left unrefined. His muscles, having been compressed, appeared less exaggerated and more harmonious, exuding a gentle equilibrium that belied his formidable strength, while still possessing an inherent beauty. With the refinement of all his muscles, his overall symmetry became aesthetically pleasing, resembling a graceful young noble amidst a chaotic world, complemented by his naturally handsome and fair visage, enough to captivate the dreams of countless young maidens. As he opened his eyes and gazed down at his arms, he reflected on the process that was nearly impossible to replicate, had it not been for the wisdom imparted by Han Qing regarding the ultimate refinement of larger muscles. Luo Xiao would never have reached this pinnacle. The passage of time has felt like a nightmare, filled with the torment of relentless training. Yet, I have finally made some progress. Only 6 patches of unrefined flesh remain. Luo Xiao rose to his feet, seeking a suitable spot to unleash a few punches. His muscles had undergone rigorous refinement, yet the 2 patches of soft flesh beneath his arms remained untouched, leaving a lingering sense of incompleteness. It became evident that he must first refine these muscles. However, refining the soft flesh beneath the arms proved to be challenging. As it is a common vulnerability among martial artists, the medicinal properties of ordinary remedies struggle to penetrate this area. A special talisman must be inscribed onto a topical ointment and applied to the underarms for the medicinal essence to seep in. Luo Xiao pondered this, silently lamenting the arduous journey toward perfecting his physique. The challenge posed by these 2 patches alone has thwarted many aspiring warriors. The skill required to inscribe talismans onto medicinal substances is not something an average 5th-tier talisman master can accomplish. In the entirety of Yan Prefecture, the number of 5th-tier talisman masters is even fewer than that of alchemists. Aside from the president of the Talisman Masters Guild, there is one other master residing within the prestigious Kong family. Given that the Kong family's talisman master is out of reach, Luo Xiao resolved to seek the aid of the guild president. It seems he must make another trip to Yun Prefecture to request the inscription of 2 medicinal patches. Fortunately, he had already prepared the ointment, making it perfectly timely for this purpose. Luo Xiao donned his clothing and set off towards the Luo residence. As he walked, he scanned the surroundings for the figure of Yu Wan, eager to test his current punching strength against the measuring stone pillar at home. Upon reaching the stone pillar, He unleashed a punch with casual determination. Unlike the previously sluggish ascent of the Mercury column, this time with a casual punch, Luo Xiao sent the Mercury column soaring to the pinnacle, 1,000 pounds, off the charts. As he gazed at the swaying stone pillar, he mused inwardly, "My punching power has undoubtedly surpassed 1,000 pounds. This was merely a casual strike that reached the zenith. Even if I were to exert my full strength, this place would not suffice for testing. I must seek another venue for evaluation. The Luo family possesses a specialized strength testing chamber. I should pay it a visit." Leaving his home, Luo Xiao made his way directly to the strength testing chamber located at the central square. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a bustling crowd. The teleportation array was also situated in the central square, and as Luo Xiao approached the throng, he soon discerned a prominently posted notice, which clarified the situation. The registration had commenced. After observing for a while, Luo Xiao grasped the rules for the internal selection of the Luo family. There were 5 designated seed competitors mentioned, and 8 individuals had registered. Seeing the names of those vying for the seed positions, Luo Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He certainly had aspirations to compete for a seed spot, but the competition was set to begin in 3 days. Among the 8 registrants, the lowest rank was bone refining, with some even at the internal organs training and acupoint sealing stages. A small portion were merely 16 years old. These individuals had narrowly missed the previous selection, resulting in nearly 2 years of delay. With the additional time devoted to cultivation, their prowess had significantly intensified, with the minimum being bone refining stage, and the majority at internal organs training stage, among whom the outstanding ones had already advanced to the acupoint sealing stage. Although I possess a degree of confidence in my abilities, the fact remains that I have not yet transcended the flesh refinement stage. To contend with adversaries who outstrip me by 3 or 4 realms is, admittedly, a daunting prospect. The principal impediment lies in the paucity of time, within 3 days. It is improbable that I could pose a credible threat to them. In light of this, I shall abstain from registering for the seed candidate competition, as the designation of seed candidate does not guarantee progression. Nevertheless, I shall proceed with ordinary registration, as failure to do so before the deadline would be problematic. As Luo Xiao contemplated this, he approached the registration desk. It was at this juncture that a voice resounded. "Huh, whom do my eyes behold? Is it not the feral child who once compelled your young master to depart the Luo family estate as a cur? What? Do you, with your diminutive flesh refinement physique, aspire to register? Such audacity is akin to courting death." In days past, within the confines of the estate, the scions of the Luo family had subjected Luo Xiao to no small measure of torment, culminating in their concerted expulsion of him from the inner sanctum. Among them, Luo Xingyun, though merely a year senior to Luo Xiao, had already attained the bone-forging stage. Luo Xiao retorted with a sardonic smile. "To whom do you allude when you speak of one resembling a canine?" "I speak of you, you cur." Luo Xingyun instinctively spat out. In the aftermath of his utterance, a wave of mirth rippled through the onlookers. Despite the stringency of the Luo family's regulations, these particular scions were far from beloved. The sole true direct descendant of the Luo family was Luo Xingya. If you perceive yourself as akin to a canine, refrain from attempting to articulate human speech. Luo Xiao quipped, his amiable demeanor inciting Luo Xingyun to the precipice of apoplexy. With a face flushed with shame, Luo Xingyun, infuriated, said to Luo Xiao, "You had better pray that you are not assigned to Group 3 after registration. I am the seed contestant of Group 3, and I will certainly make you suffer to the point of wishing for death. You will never have another chance to practice martial arts." Luo Xiao paid him no mind. Engaging in such verbal sparring was utterly meaningless. Seeing that Luo Xiao remained silent, Luo Xingyun assumed he was frightened and coldly remarked, "Moreover, my elder brother, Luo Xingyao, is in Group 2, and my younger brother, Luo Xinghui, is in Group 4. I will be sure to greet them, regardless of which group you are assigned to. Your fate is sealed." As if to validate his claims, Luo Xingyun approached the staff responsible for the group assignments. "Isn't it possible for registered participants to draw lots in advance? Let Luo Xiao draw now. I will not tamper with it. I simply wish to see his luck." Being the young master that he was, Luo Xingyun's approach was not in violation of any rules. The staff brought forth a lot-drawing bucket and placed it before Luo Xiao. "Luo Xiao, sooner or later, you will have to draw lots. Please, go ahead." Chapter 40. Setback. Luo Xiao glanced at the staff member, whose expression appeared somewhat uneasy. Avoiding Luo Xiao's gaze, He realized that the staff member had secretly tampered with the lot drawing process. It was likely that the lots for groups 1 and 5 were absent from the bucket. However, Luo Xiao felt no concern. Being placed in any of the 3 groups would be even more agreeable. As he sought to avenge the grievances he had suffered at the hands of these arrogant young masters in the past. Casually, he drew a lot, and conspicuously. It bore the number 3. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiao, it is indeed a manifestation of divine providence that you, a base-born wretch of tainted lineage, dare to aspire to establish a foothold within the Luo family. I shall ensure that I shatter your legs, forcing you to crawl forth from the Luo estate on your knees. Those in attendance cast their gazes upon Luo Xiao, filled with either sympathy or pity. In their eyes, being targeted by the second young master, Luo Xingyun, signaled the end for this unfortunate soul. Indeed, Luo Xiao's fate was sealed. Luo Xingyun, known for his fiery temperament and formidable prowess, entered the stage of muscle refinement with an impressive record of over 400 refined muscles and subsequently transitioned into bone forging with precisely 300. It is said that he has already refined 20 bones, and by the time the formal selection begins, his count will undoubtedly surpass 100, rendering Luo Xiao utterly insignificant in comparison. Yet, this is not even the most alarming aspect. Young Master Xingyun practices the Luo Smoke Step and the 7 Illusions Palm. And he has recently delved into weapon mastery, purportedly acquiring a highly effective mid-grade human artifact. It is feared that Luo Xiao will barely withstand even 10 breaths. 10 breaths? Luo Xiao is still in the flesh stage. Even if he were to enter the muscle refinement stage by then, he would scarcely endure 5 breaths. And to be defeated in a single strike would be a stroke of good fortune. Alas, one can only hope that young Master Xingyun will temper his assault, leaving Luo Xiao with a lifelong disability instead. The speakers were all individuals close to Luo Xingyun, while many others chose to remain mere spectators. Even those who disapproved of Luo Xingyun's domineering actions refrained from defending Luo Xiao. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from outside, inquiring, "What is happening in there?" I seem to have heard someone mention Xingyun and Luo Xiao. What has transpired? It was indeed the voice of Luo Xingye. "Miss, the esteemed young lady has arrived." The crowd parted respectfully, for Luo Xingye held considerable influence within the Luo family, far surpassing that of Luo Xingyun. As Luo Xingye stepped into the throng, a fawning smile immediately appeared on Luo Xingyun's face, though he felt a twinge of insecurity. After a brief inquiry, Luo Xingye, with her keen intellect, quickly grasped the situation's nuances. With a hint of concern, she advised Luo Xiao, "Perhaps you should not remain in the 3rd group. This competition is primarily a trial for you. It would be better to join the 1st group and gain some exposure." Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyun's expression soured. If Luo Xiao were to join the 1st group, he would lose his opportunity for revenge, especially since Luo Xiao had just insulted him in front of so many people. Yet, he dared not challenge Luo Xingye's words. She was not only the heir of the Luo family, but also possessed strength far superior to his own. He could only sarcastically remark to Luo Xiao, "You should acquiesce. Tender rice is certainly more palatable than hard bones." His words dripped with malice, mocking Luo Xiao as someone reliant on others. Luo Xingye's piercing gaze shot toward him, causing Luo Xingyun to shrink back in silence. With a smile, Luo Xiao addressed Luo Xingye. "Thank you for your kind suggestion, miss, but I look forward to a more rigorous trial. This suits me perfectly." After nodding to her, he turned and made his way toward the strength testing chamber. It was imperative for him to ascertain his current abilities, identify the gaps in comparison to others, and understand both himself and his opponents to successfully navigate this selection process. Positioned before the strength testing stone pillar, Luo Xiao summoned every ounce of his power, every muscle in his body suddenly tensing, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The mercury column soared straight up, surpassing the remarkable threshold of 1,000 pounds. And it continued to ascend. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,355. This is the formidable result of Luo Xiao's current, full-powered punch. With his arms honed to cultivate substantial muscle for exerting force, combined with the exquisite refinement of his entire physique. This strike has shattered the recorded belief within the Luo family that the punching power during the muscle training phase could never exceed 1,000 pounds, surpassing it by over 300 pounds. This time, the mercury column ascended even higher, reaching a staggering 2,100 pounds. Indeed, the strength of the legs surpasses that of the fists. However, hands can wield weapons. Ultimately, in the later stages, the power of the hands remains paramount. My leg strength is ample, providing an exceptionally stable foundation, which is a significant advantage. Even the weakest punch during the muscle training phase, upon breaking into the tendon conditioning stage, possesses a force of 500 pounds. While the tendon conditioning also enhances strength, with the weakest pinnacle of this stage achieving approximately 1,000 pounds of striking power. My current prowess can be likened to that of a typical peak in the tendon conditioning stage. This is merely raw strength. If one considers my spiral dark energy and explosive force, my capabilities should be comparable to those in the early bone forging stage. Regrettably, I am still far from overcoming the bone forging phase, at most possessing a modicum of self-defense. Soon, Luo Xiao assessed his current strength, untroubled by concerns. As long as he refines the last few remnants of soft flesh, he would break through to the tendon conditioning stage, leading to an enhancement in his strength, thus gaining a measure of confidence in confronting those in the bone forging phase. Departing from the strength testing chamber, Luo Xiao made his way to the teleportation array and utilized it to travel to Yunzhou. Upon reaching Yunzhou, Luo Xiao did not linger at the Luo family's inn but proceeded directly to the Rune Master Association. The Rune Master Association and the Alchemist Association are located within the same district, and the president, Zhang Tianhua, is a peak 5th grade Rune Master, holding a status comparable to that of the Alchemist Association's leader. To convey the utmost respect, Luo Xiao donned the Elder's robe of the Alchemist Association before meeting Zhang Tianhua. However, upon arrival, he found himself at a loss, as the personnel of the Rune Master Association informed him that Zhang Tianhua had gone to the Tianyun auction house. Without delay, Luo Xiao made his way to the Tianyun auction house. Once there, he found a modest seat in the hall, observing the auction while simultaneously searching for Zhang Tianhua. After a short while, failing to spot anyone from the Rune Master Association, Luo Xiao's attention was captivated by an item being auctioned on stage. It was a piece of millennium-grade Xianbing essence. The utility of Xianbing essence is extensive, applicable to numerous professions, including talisman crafting, weapon forging, and even alchemy and formations. While Xianbing is relatively abundant, Xianbing essence is scarce, and such a millennium-old specimen typically commands a high price. Luo Xiao was particularly interested in this item for one significant reason. It could be employed to subdue a fire spirit. Currently, Luo Xiao's alchemical skills were at the peak of the 3rd grade, just a step away from advancing to the 4th grade. Yet acquiring the necessary Dan Fire proved to be a formidable challenge. True Dan Fire requires the subjugation of a fire spirit, which must then be refined within one's body, allowing it to be readily summoned for use, not only for alchemy, but also for combat. Most alchemists lack the ability and the fortuity to tame a fire spirit. Thus they are compelled to settle for lesser alternatives, opting for tools that can emit flames. However, such flames do not possess the authenticity of true alchemical fire. Luo Xiao, unwilling to compromise, is determined to capture a genuine fire spirit. The process of capturing a fire spirit is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in being scorched by the spirit's flames. Yet, with the ancient ice essence, he can deplete a significant portion of the fire spirit's power, facilitating a more manageable capture. Hence, Luo Xiao ardently desires this ancient ice essence. The starting bid for the ice essence was set at 5,000 taels of gold, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 taels. The competition was fierce, and the price swiftly escalated beyond 10,000 taels. However, after reaching that threshold, only 2 contenders remained. One was a burly warrior whom Luo Xiao had encountered previously, and the other was an unknown individual from a private room. After a brief contest, the burly warrior gritted his teeth and bid 15,000 taels, only to be countered by the private room occupant who offered 16,000 taels. The burly warrior, resigned, sank back into his seat, seemingly prepared to concede. Just as the occupant of the private room believed victory was within grasp, Luo Xiao interjected with a bid of 20,000 taels. With over 60,000 taels of gold at his disposal, acquiring the ancient ice essence was well within his means. A hush fell over the private room, before the occupant finally, albeit begrudgingly, called out a bid of 22,000 taels. Luo Xiao responded with a substantial increase of 3,000 taels, raising the bid to 25,000. This bold strategy of significant increments ultimately compelled the occupant to withdraw, and the ancient ice essence was sold to Luo Xiao at the price of 25,000 taels. After settling the payment, Luo Xiao stored the ice essence within a shumi ring. Following a few more auction items, the event came to a close. A foreboding sensation enveloped Luo Xiao as he inquired of the burly warrior passing by, "Who is that individual?" The bearded man's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. He had failed to secure the item, and neither had his counterpart, yet this young lad had suddenly emerged amidst the fray. Upon hearing this statement, Luo Xiao appeared as if petrified, standing dumbfounded in place. To his dismay, the very person he had been desperately seeking, Zhan Tianhua, was the one contesting him for the Xianbing essence. Fate, it seemed, had played a cruel trick on him. How could he possibly approach this man to procure the talismans now? His initial apprehension had proven prescient. Should it indeed be Zhan Tianhua? He had intended to negotiate for 2 talismans through careful maneuvering, only to discover that this individual was his rival in negotiation. This revelation suggested that the entire alchemist guild would extend him no courtesy whatsoever. Yet, surrender was not in Luo Xiao's nature, regardless of the odds. He resolved to make an attempt. He intercepted Zhan Tianhua, expressing his desire to obtain the talismans. True to form, Zhan Tianhua let out a cold laugh, declaring, "It is not impossible for me to inscribe talismans for you, provided you deliver the Xianbing essence to me, and subsequently don the elder's robe of the Alchemist Guild to offer your apologies. Only then will I sell you 2 talismans at market price. Otherwise, the matter is closed. I shall not grant favors to anyone." With that, Zhan Tianhua dismissed him with a flourish of his sleeve and departed. Chapter 41. A gift of reconciliation. In the twilight, Luo Xiao inhaled deeply, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Was it truly necessary to resort to such condescension and insult simply because he had lost at the auction? Still donning the elder's robe of the Alchemist Guild. It was evidently a slap in the face to the guild itself, especially when one offered the precious Xianbing essence for free, while ultimately selling the talismans at market price. It was akin to throwing one's dignity upon the ground and trampling it mercilessly. However, one's strength was insufficient to contend. Zhan Tianhua was indeed a master of the Randu realm and the sole 5th-grade talisman master within Yunzhou City. If one desired talismans, one had no choice but to seek his favor. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Luo Xiao found himself devoid of any inspiration. Well, if it comes to that, I shall simply seek out another 5th-grade talisman master from the Kong family, relinquishing any hope of the guild's president. Just as Luo Xiao was sinking into despondency, the door was suddenly pushed open. As he contemplated rising to investigate, a fragrant breeze wafted through. Yujie. A wave of joy washed over Luo Xiao. The visitor was none other than Yu Guiwan, whom he had not seen for 3 days. He hastily sat up and exclaimed, "Yujie, what brings you here?" Luo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yu Guiwan must have witnessed everything at the auction. It seemed she discerned the thoughts swirling within him and nodded. "I heard your conversation with Zhan Tianhua from the Alchemist Guild. I sought him out today." "What? You approached him?" Luo Xiao's heart stirred, and his expression turned grave. "Yujie, I can manage my own affairs. I owe you much already. Moreover, that person stated he would show no favoritism. Your efforts would be futile." With a hint of pride, Yu Guiwan flashed a radiant smile at Luo Xiao. "Not necessarily. He may not give face to others, but he certainly will to this sword of mine." Yu Guiwan brandished the Kawanjian in her hand and then, as if presenting a treasure, revealed 2 engraved talismans. "Here, the talismans you requested. Simply place them over the medicinal herbs and infuse them with your Dantian energy, and the herbs will take effect." Luo Xiao accepted the talismans, his lips moving as he struggled to find the words to respond to Yu Guiwan. He owed this woman much, his life, and now a favor, but he had persistently declined her request to search for the secret red flower due to the dangers involved. Yu Guiwan chuckled lightly. "Oh, you are a man of great stature. You must stand tall and not be easily swayed. But if you truly are moved, then promise me one thing." Luo Xiao nodded. "Sister Yu, please go on. Then you shall seek the secret red flower yourself, within a year's time, and deliver it to a specified location. That will suffice as your repayment to me." "What? Sister Yu, are you not coming with me to find the secret red flower?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao felt no sense of relief or ease. Instead, he was overcome with a profound sense of loss. He did not inquire further about Yu Guiwan's particular matters, recognizing that they were beyond his current capacity to assist. He merely nodded solemnly. "Luo Xiao will undoubtedly complete this task within a year. May I ask where I should deliver it to Sister Yu? Please assist me in delivering this to the state of Qi, specifically to the capital city of Daliang, where there resides a family." Ui provided Luo Xiao with a detailed address, which he memorized diligently. However, from Ui's words, it seemed that she did not actually reside there. Was Sister Yu preparing to depart? Luoxio felt a pang of reluctance. Upon learning that Yui would not be leaving immediately, his spirits lifted. He held the prepared medicine and the talisman brought by Yui, saying, "Very well, Sister Yu. Please wait a moment. I shall use this talisman to refine 2 pieces of muscle, and once completed, we shall indulge in a grand feast." Nevertheless, Yui did not exit Luoxio's room. Instead, she sat nearby, observing him intently. Seeing Luoxio's slight embarrassment, Yui chuckled softly. "Oh, the little child is shy. You have already seen me in such a manner, yet I have yet to hold you accountable. There is no need to feel bashful about refining muscle. It does not require you to disrobe entirely. I would not even be interested if others were to show me, but only a friend receives such treatment." Luoxio offered a somewhat awkward smile and gradually removed his shirt, inquiring, "Sister Yu, do you have many friends?" "Let me think. Counting you, there are 3. "Is that so? That is quite a number," Luoxio mused, feeling a complex sensation in his heart, as if something profoundly significant was being shared with others, which was an uncomfortable feeling. Yui suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. "Hee, the little child is feeling jealous. Fear not. One of my friends is a playmate from my childhood. Another is my junior sister from the same school, and then there is you, 3 in total." Sister Yu jested about my jealousy, but I denied it verbally. However, my spirits unexpectedly brightened, and I hastened my movements, swiftly completing the perfect amalgamation of the elixir and talisman. As Yu Guiwan observed, her eyes suddenly widened, and she gravely inquired, "Luoxio, which part of the muscle do you intend to refine with this concoction?" "The soft flesh beneath your armpit." "What is it? Refining soft flesh? Have you truly exhausted all other muscles to the point of resorting to such trivialities? Allow me to see." Yu Guiwan rose and approached Luoxio, scrutinizing his exposed torso from head to toe. How could it be possible? The more she looked, the more incredulous she became, for she was astounded to discover that every muscle on Luoxio's body appeared utterly flawless, from the bulging muscles to the delicate ones. Not a single imperfection could be found. You can't possibly have refined below as well, can you?" Faced with Yu Guiwan's earnest gaze, Luoxio, unwilling to deceive her, nodded honestly. Heavens! Yu Guiwan was rendered speechless. This was simply unbelievable. "You have refined nearly all your muscles. Quickly tell me how many you have refined." "Excluding the soft flesh beneath my armpit that I am about to refine, I have compressed and refined a total of 633 muscles." This revelation utterly devastated Yu Guiwan. "Indeed, you have indeed accomplished it. The day you refined over 20 flesh-cleansing pills in one go, I thought to myself, this fellow is truly ruthless, daring to refine such large chunks of muscle. Little did I expect that you could perfectly refine even the smaller pieces. How could there exist such a prodigy in this world?" No wonder Yu Guiwan referred to you as an anomaly, aside from Luoxio. It is nearly impossible for anyone to achieve such perfection in muscle refinement. Firstly, Luoxio is himself an alchemist, capable of concocting his own elixirs and procuring herbs at a discount. Even so, the cost for the substances he used to refine his muscles exceeded 100,000 taels of gold. Had these substances been purchased as finished products, it would be impossible to acquire them for less than 400,000 taels, not to mention several rare herbs, such as the fresh Tyrannosaurus embryos and Bixian grass. For instance, the 2 talismans that Yu Guiwan brought along would cost at least 10,000 taels if bought, and availability is uncertain. Thus, Yu Guiwan's assertion that Luoxio is an anomaly is undeniably accurate. Yu Guiwan was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling with curiosity. "What is your current punching power?" "After today's test, it exceeded 1,350. If I were to refine these 2 soft pieces of muscle, my upper body would become seamlessly rounded, without any hindrance, allowing me to reach perhaps 1,004. Heavens! A punching power of 1,004 during the muscle training period." Yu Guiwan placed her hand on her forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In terms of accomplishments during the muscle training phase, Luoxio's strength is truly unparalleled. You have refined 633 muscles, and with these 2, it becomes 635. This means there are still 4 muscles left unrefined. Luoxio, would you enlighten me on the whereabouts of those final 4? Sister will undoubtedly assist you in achieving the true perfection of refinement. I wonder what a flawless refinement, of which I have never heard, will ultimately resemble. Luoxio has already applied the medicinal elixir to his armpits, and its potency is beginning to manifest. The refinement of the soft flesh is not painful. He can converse with Yu Guiwan while undergoing the process. The final area to refine is the tongue, which consists of 4 muscles. These are the last remaining sections. The tongue? How can one even refine that? Yu Guiwan, having never encountered the concept of tongue refinement, felt a sense of bewilderment. Luo Xiao scratched his head in distress. This matter was indeed difficult to articulate. Yet, since Yu Guiwan had inquired, he felt compelled to respond. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly confided in her a single phrase. Instantly, Yu Guiwan's face flushed crimson, as if blood were about to drip from it, and she raised her hand to deliver a playful smack to Luo Xiao's head. Stop being so silly. Get some rest. I will sleep in the next room. Tomorrow, let us indulge in some delicious food together. Chapter 42. Siblings and Master Disciple. Watching Yu Guan's figure vanish at the door, Luo Xiao managed a wry smile. You insisted on asking. Even though I did not wish to disclose this information. Moreover, I am uncertain whether Li Gufeng's method is effective. All I can do is share this with you. And I hope you will not be angered. A wave of warmth surged from his armpit as the medicinal effects persisted. By midnight, the soft flesh in Luo Xiao's armpits had been fully refined. At last, he completed the refinement of 635 muscle segments, having accomplished all except for the tongue. He found that his upper body muscles no longer felt discomfort during punches, having achieved a state of perfection. Sensing a slight enhancement in his strength, Luo Xiao's punching power had now reached approximately 1,400 pounds. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding his tongue. How exceedingly difficult it was. Luo Xiao lay in his garments, momentarily torn between choices. Should he attempt to break through to the realm of muscle condensation? Or should he strive for the legendary martial technique that Li Gufeng spoke of, which was deemed impossible? Though he was inclined to abandon the thought, an unwillingness lingered within him. This singular opportunity lay before him. How should he proceed? In a daze, Luo Xiao felt as though he had lost his sense of direction. At dawn, he was unexpectedly roused by Yu Guiwan, which was astonishing for him, as he had always maintained a high level of vigilance. This time, however, he had slept so soundly. Perhaps it was due to Yu Guiwan's calming presence next door, or maybe it was the confusion stemming from his lost direction. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Xiao mentally cautioned himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to lose his way. Yu Guiwan, adorned in a flowing blue gown cinched at the waist with a golden ribbon, appeared ethereal and enchanting. She twirled gracefully before Luo Xiao, the hem of her dress creating a fragrant breeze. Do I look beautiful, dear sister? She asked with a playful giggle. How sweet your words are. Since you are so eloquent, I shall relieve you of the duty of escorting me on a shopping trip today. Instead, you shall accompany me to another place as a reward. Where to? He inquired. Just follow me, she replied. Yu Guiwan donned a veil, concealing her captivating visage. And together they set forth. The two of them boarded a carriage, enduring a bumpy ride until they arrived at a residence situated about 100 miles outside of Yinzhou City. What is this place? Luo Xiao pondered. This morning, I observed you sleeping like a log, so I ventured out on my own. I strolled here and was captivated by the scenery, leading me to purchase this place. I exchanged a considerable amount of gold with the previous owners, who promptly vacated. What do you think? Go ahead, open the door, and take a look. This is indeed the residence of a landowner, allowing you to experience the life of a lord. Luo Xiao was utterly speechless. To think one could wander so far with such ease. Sister, did you float down from the heavens? Upon opening the grand door, he found the house deserted, with little left inside. However, the courtyard housed a weapons rack, and the central area was exceedingly spacious, ample enough to serve as a training ground. What is this? Luo Xiao stammered. I have never practiced with weapons before. Will you teach me? He found it hard to believe. What? Do you doubt your sister? Do not let my mere 5 years of seniority deceive you. Oh, why do I even mention age? My prowess is formidable. I could easily instruct not just you, but even the master of this estate. Just take joy in it. Yu Guiwan's demeanor was refreshingly candid, and she immediately urged Luo Xiao to choose a weapon. Luo Xiao was at a loss for how to express his gratitude towards Yu Guiwan. He could only nod silently, cherishing her kindness in his heart. Their paths had crossed by chance. This young lady had initially accompanied him in search of the secret red flower, later assisted him in locating the embryo of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and, through a series of fortuitous events, had saved him once. She had even bewilderingly declared herself his friend, subsequently aiding him in acquiring a talisman from the president of the Talismanist Guild. At this juncture, he must personally instruct himself in martial arts. Such a bond has transcended the ordinary boundaries of friendship. However, Luo Xiao would not indulge in the arrogance of believing that Yu Guiwan holds him in high regard. At best, he is merely a penniless youth in the early stages of physical training, existing on a different plane from the exquisite and formidable Yu Guiwan, a paragon of excellence. Her actions carry an undertone of mentorship. Yet, the weighty kindness she has bestowed upon him will forever remain etched in his memory. If given a choice, I shall first select the staff. I happen to possess a magical staff, he declared, producing the ebony staff he had acquired from Han Qing. This staff was intricately engraved with the image of a black dragon and was named the Coiling Dragon Staff. Yu Guiwan examined the staff and nodded slightly, remarking, "A quality of the human tier, it is adequate, though it suits you well. However, utilizing such a magical artifact during your physical training phase is somewhat extravagant. And at present, this staff may prove a burden to you. It will be of no concern once you reach the stage of sinew condensation." Luo Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat discontented with his lack of strength. "Very well, from this moment onward, I shall teach you the art of boxing and staff techniques. We will practice boxing in the morning, staff techniques in the afternoon, and indulge in hearty feasts during the evenings to rejuvenate our spirits. You must strive to bring honor to your elder sister, standing out in your family's assessment. As a prodigious talent in physical training, you are destined for greatness." With an elder sister to guide him, Luo Xiao would have to be utterly hopeless if he did not achieve remarkable success. He clumsily flattered his future mentor. "Humph. Do not attempt to deceive me with your words. If you reverse your name, would it not become Xiao Luo? How splendid." As the midday sun cast its warm glow, Yu Guiwan remarked that it was time to commence their practice with the staff. Afterward, she elegantly stepped indoors, re-emerging moments later clad in a form-fitting, pale yellow outfit. Luo Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Yu Guiwan's figure was truly exquisite, the attire accentuating her slender waist akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. The enchanting curves of her bosom appeared almost ethereal, complemented by her alluring hips and long legs. She was a divine masterpiece, flawless in every aspect. With a fierce glare, Yu Guiwan admonished him, "Behave yourself. If you cannot resist the allure of a woman, then your martial skills are futile. Training would be a waste." Luo Xiao cleared his throat. He was certainly not a lecherous man, yet Yu Guiwan's beauty was overwhelmingly captivating. If one did not momentarily lose composure, it would hardly be in the nature of a man. Yu Guiwan subtly nodded, aware of her own allure. Although Luo Xiao had been momentarily stunned, his gaze remained clear and devoid of any lasciviousness, revealing his commendable character. The two temporary master and apprentice swiftly settled into their practice. Yu Guiwan took on the role of instructor with unwavering resolve. "Luo Xiao," she began, "it seems your choice of weaponry is rather indifferent. This does not imply a disinterest in martial arms. Rather, you have yet to encounter a weapon that resonates with you. In this situation, familiarizing yourself with various weapons will be beneficial. However, remember this. Mastering a single weapon is far superior to merely having a superficial knowledge of many. The adage "a jack of all trades is a master of none" rings true. It is far better to excel in one discipline. Do you understand?" Luo Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his comprehension. After speaking, Yu Guiwan picked up an ordinary staff from the weapon rack. The staff is a formidable weapon in battle. Although its offensive capabilities do not rival the relentless advance of a sword or the indomitable strength of a spear, it possesses its own unique merits. While a spear strikes a singular line, a staff sweeps across a vast area, offering a broad attack range and particularly suiting men, especially someone as extraordinarily strong as you. Luo Xiao felt a shiver at the mention of extraordinarily strong. When did this term become synonymous with him? However, Yu Guiwan paid no heed to Luo Xiao's reaction and continued. "Moreover, the staff boasts the strongest defensive posture, a quality unmatched by any other weapon. With a staff in hand, one remains as steadfast as a mountain. As long as you master the essence of staff techniques and possess sufficient strength and endurance, even against an adversary stronger than yourself, you can firmly hold your ground." Luo Xiao nodded, initially motivated by the mere possession of the black staff to learn its techniques. He had never considered the depth of its intricacies. It is often said that one must experience it firsthand. "Now, choose any weapon and attack me. I will only employ the equivalent of my peak physical training's true energy, and my strength will be somewhat diminished. Use all your skills with the staff." Upon finishing his words, Yu Guiwan twirled the staff, creating a flurry of afterimages, one hand resting behind her back, while the other extended the staff gracefully, presenting a vibrant image of a gallant heroine. Witnessing this, Luo Xiao felt a surge of combat spirit within him. He knew he was no match for Sister Yu. Yet she was only utilizing her physical training strength. Could he, in his perfected state, truly be inferior? Be cautious, dear sister. The power of the anomaly is formidable. You are but a child. Yu Guiwan chuckled, leaving Luo Xiao blushing fiercely. Luo Xiao, however, did not hesitate. He decisively retrieved another staff from the armory. Advancing with purpose, he suddenly shouted and, wielding the staff with both hands, struck at Yu Guiwan with a force akin to a raging inferno. Chapter 43. Beautiful moments. Luo Xiao did not unleash his full strength with this strike, aware that, given his current cultivation stage, excessive force could inadvertently injure his opponent. Thus, he exerted only 50% of his power. Yet, Yu Guiwan wore a dismissive expression before Luo Xiao could fully execute his move. She deftly tapped the tip of her staff. With a resounding crack, her strike accurately hit the rear half of Luo Xiao's staff, precisely where his grip was weakest. In that instant, the immense force he had summoned dissipated entirely, nearly causing the staff to slip from his grasp. Had it not been for his well-trained muscles, he might have strained his back from such a miscalculation. Observing Luo Xiao's bewildered expression, Yu Guiwan covered her mouth and laughed. What do you think, little brother? Do you still dare to underestimate your sister? Sister, how could this be? Luo Xiao was utterly confounded. Yu Guiwan had exerted so little effort yet effortlessly neutralized his half-hearted attack. No. Even if one exerts their utmost effort, the outcome remains unchanged. The only transformation lies in the realization that one can no longer grasp the staff, as it is effortlessly knocked from their hands. In the context of a staff, the most lethal part is the tip, for the force diminishes as one moves toward the handle, which is inherently incapable of delivering a blow. Therein lies one's vulnerability. When wielding a staff, it is prudent to strike with the tip and to evade exposing one's weaknesses to the opponent. As Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with understanding, he recognized the truth in this notion. Indeed, when swinging a staff, the power is concentrated at the front, while the rear lacks the capacity for forceful impact. With newfound insight, he prepared for another bout with Yu Guiwan. This time, Luo Xiao was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities, determined to prevent Yu Guiwan from easily exploiting them. He opted for a sweeping strike, applying 70% of his strength. However, to his surprise, Yu Guiwan merely retreated a step, evading the reach of Luo Xiao's attack, and then swiftly advanced, bringing her staff down upon the unsuspecting Luo Xiao's head. As he stared at the staff hovering less than a foot above him, Luo Xiao was momentarily stunned. Ouch! Why did you hit me, sister? Life gate. Death gate. Indeed, the staff traverses in an octagonal manner. For instance, if one were to strike downwards with great force, the ends of the swing represent the life gates, while the area swept through becomes the life gate. Conversely, the opposite side denotes the death gate. By skillfully evading the more menacing aspects of your attack and targeting your weaknesses, one is left defenseless. Although Luo Xiao was lightly tapped by Yu Guiwan, the force she used was minimal, merely a tickle to him. However, her theoretical discourse seemed to unveil an entirely new realm before Luo Xiao, sparking an insatiable curiosity within him to explore the unknown world within. The siblings commenced their practice in the courtyard. Each time Luo Xiao wielded his staff, Yu Guiwan effortlessly neutralized his moves, thereafter patiently elucidating the principles and techniques behind them. Her level of patience far surpassed that of the instructors from the Luo family estate, and even the most devoted of masters could not match the depth of her explanations. As time flowed, the crimson sun descended in the west while the jade rabbit rose in the east. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Let us conclude for today, Luo Xiao. Let us indulge in some delightful food, Yu Guiwan remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. With a decisive toss of her staff, she grasped Luo Xiao's hand and led him out of the courtyard. Though Luo Xiao was reluctant to leave, enchanted by his learning, he could not refuse Yu Guiwan's request. He relinquished the staff and followed her outside. Nearby lay a bustling market, a favored locale for martial artists venturing into the vast mountains beyond Yunzhou City. This lively market was replete with delectable offerings. The siblings found a tavern, reserving a private room where they ordered a sumptuous feast accompanied by a jug of huadiao wine. Sister, I raise a toast to you. Your efforts are commendable. Luo Xiao had never partaken in wine before meeting Yu Guiwan, yet he had indulged twice since. Unfazed, she shut the door to their room, removed her veil, and together they reveled in hearty libations. During the mealtime, Yu Guiwan predominantly engaged in conversation, while Luo Xiao listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a question, yet refraining from mentioning anything related to martial arts. Gradually, he discerned Yu Guiwan's temperament. Although she possessed unparalleled beauty, her character was forthright, and she approached tasks with a sense of propriety, never dilly-dallying when it was time to work, and during moments of leisure. She would eschew serious matters, fully immersing herself in relaxation. The meal brought great joy to both, with Yu Guowan's cheeks flushed from the drink, her beauty rivaling that of blooming flowers, a sight to behold. Yu Guowan had arranged their accommodations meticulously, with a room allocated for each of them flanking a central parlor. Sleep well. If you do not rest properly, you shall lack energy tomorrow. I will still be strict with you. The only rule being, do not sneak over when I am bathing. Luo Xiao nodded vigorously, assuredly aware that he would never engage in such behavior. Upon returning indoors and shutting the door, Luo Xiao began to quietly reflect on the teachings imparted by Yu Guowan throughout the day. In just one afternoon, he had garnered a profound understanding of the staff techniques, a feat attributable to both her guidance and his innate talent. Although he had yet to reassess his aptitude, it was likely that he had reached the 6th rank. As he silently assimilated the knowledge acquired during the day, Luo Xiao felt he had discovered a new path. He resolved to diligently practice both the staff and fist techniques to enhance his strength, while allowing the refinement of his verbal skills to unfold naturally. The following morning, it was once again Yu Guowan who roused Luo Xiao from slumber. Yu Guowan donned a moon-white short skirt, complemented by an apron, her hair elegantly wrapped in a handkerchief, revealing a graceful swan-like neck, as if she were engaged in culinary pursuits. Luo Xiao awoke to find the table adorned with 2 delightful dishes, accompanied by congee and steamed buns. You've risen. Even your master is preparing meals for you. Do you truly consider yourself a lord? Remember, even if you are the lord, I am not your maid. This is the last time I'll cook. Tomorrow, I shall assume the role of the lady of the house, and you will prepare the meal. Upon uttering these words, Yu Guowan suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing there might be a flaw in her phrasing. Stealing a glance at Luo Xiao and finding him oblivious, she breathed a sigh of relief. If he had caught on, she would have lost face. This congee smells delightful. You possess remarkable culinary skills. Indeed. With that, Yu Guowan felt reassured and swelled with pride. Luo Xiao lowered his head to savor the congee, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused over the terms lord and lady of the house. After the meal, Yu Guowan instructed Luo Xiao to wash the dishes while she warmed up in the courtyard, preparing to teach him some martial arts. Luo Xiao. A weapon is part of one's strength and a crucial trump card. A fine weapon can significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess. However, unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from relying on weapons, as it may detract from honing one's physical skills. Therefore, mastering unarmed combat is an essential discipline. By the way, I possess a martial art. Luo Xiao quickly retrieved the 100 cracks fist from his shumi ring, a technique he had acquired from Luo Huan. Yu Guowan picked up the book and examined it. The martial arts techniques of the human rank were quite commendable. This particular style of boxing was ideally suited for men to learn. Although the moves were not particularly intricate, the foundational knowledge was solid, making it perfect for someone without prior experience like you. After speaking, Yu Guowan demonstrated the intricacies of the punch to Luo Xiao. This move is incorrect. Do not place excessive emphasis on technique. Boxing differs from staff techniques. Have you not heard that a punch fears youth, while a staff fears the old wolf? It speaks to the essence of boxing, where momentum and strength are paramount. A straight punch should be relentless, with both power and speed in perfect harmony. That is the hallmark of a good punch. If you think of 3 punches while delivering one, how could it possibly possess any force? Thus, for a young man brimming with vitality and strength, a fierce boxing style is most advantageous. The saying a chaotic punch can defeat a seasoned master encapsulates this principle. Unlike staff techniques, where skill plays a significant role, for now, set aside those complex boxing maneuvers and focus solely on the methods of generating power. Yu Guowan continually offered gentle admonishments, her voice as melodious as a nightingale emerging from the valley, each word resonating like pearls cascading onto a jade plate. With such a devoted and beautiful mentor guiding him, Luo Xiao found it difficult not to improve. Furthermore, his innate talent was already remarkable, and under Yu Guowan's tutelage, his learning progressed at an astonishing rate. At noon, Yu Guowan purchased a roasted lamb, most of which vanished into Luo Xiao's stomach. The two continued their training in staff techniques throughout the afternoon. As night fell, they resumed their revelry over drinks and conversation. Such blissful and leisurely days slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Chapter 44. as steadfast as a mountain in the courtyard. The shadows of the staff danced as Luo Xiao and Yu Guiwan intertwined and separated in their practice. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the relentless clashing of staffs, the two retreated. Yu Guiwan, drenched in perspiration, felt her arm tremble as she clutched the staff. What a troublesome lad. Possessing such formidable strength, even my abilities at the early stage of muscle consolidation cannot subdue you. It appears that only by employing my powers at the intermediate stage can I hope to match you. Luo Xiao, with a flick of his wrist, executed a mesmerizing display of staff techniques. Sister, it is not merely the youth that intimidates in combat. Even the staff fears the vigor of youth. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am aging? Yu Guiwan pouted, slightly displeased. Luo Xiao chuckled in response. Sister, how could you be old? That day when you inadvertently let slip your age, I was aware that you were merely 19. Although Luo Xiao could not discern the depth of Yu Guiwan's cultivation, he was certain she had reached the realm of run and do. However, he could not ascertain the exact level within that realm. A practitioner of run and do under 20 years of age, Yu Guiwan was undoubtedly a true genius, a prodigy among prodigies. The Ren and Du realm typically grants a lifespan nearing 2 centuries, and at under 20, she could still be considered a child by ordinary standards. You have nearly mastered the essential techniques of staff combat: slicing, hooking, lifting, prodding, stabbing, sweeping, and pressing, along with a commendable ability to apply them flexibly. As for the more intricate aspects, such as the Bagua footwork and the techniques of the gates of life and death, you are merely scratching the surface, and it is not feasible to grasp them all at once. After a moment's reflection, Yu Guiwan, feeling a touch of shyness, remarked, in truth, the Bagua footwork must be harmonized with the staff techniques to unleash their fullest potential. Alas, I am not a specialist in staff combat, and I can only impart so much. Sister, there is no need for modesty. You have taught me an abundance of knowledge already. Not yet sufficient. There remains the most crucial technique. I once observed my fellow disciples practicing it, and that is the defensive stance of the staff. Immovable as a mountain. Immovable as a mountain? Indeed, I previously conveyed to you that the staff is the most formidable defensive weapon. With your ample strength and seemingly commendable energy in your dantian, when faced with an opponent whose realm does not vastly exceed yours, as long as you master this technique to perfection, none shall breach the sacred space of 3 feet surrounding you. That area is a forbidden zone, impervious to all. Upon concluding her words, Yu Guiwan brandished her staff. I have not truly mastered the immovable stance, but I possess a rudimentary understanding. Henceforth, we shall suspend our practice of the fist techniques. If you can force me out of this circle, then you may consider yourself a graduate. Drawing a circle in the ground with her staff, Yu Guiwan took her position. Can I not shatter this diminutive circle? Yu Guiwan perceived Luo Xiao's thoughts. This time, I shall wield the same strength as you, adopting a purely defensive stance. To give it your best shot. Very well. Here I come, sister. Luo Xiao bellowed, brandishing his staff, unleashing a flurry of strikes that surged towards Yu Guiwan. Curiously, Yu Guiwan deftly deflected with her staff, her footing remaining nearly unchanged, effortlessly countering each of Luo Xiao's assaults from any direction. Initially, Luo Xiao held back, but as the excitement escalated, he abandoned caution and unleashed his full prowess. The cacophony of their staff clashes resonated like rain upon banana leaves, and their duel continued from noon until dusk. Luo Xiao came to a breathless halt, while Yu Guiwan was drenched in fragrant sweat. What a remarkable boy. Your stamina and inner energy have truly exceeded my expectations. Were it not for the fact that my genuine essence far surpasses yours, I fear you would have already forced me out of this circle. However, Luo Xiao felt no joy from the praise. He leaned on his knees and replied, But sister, you haven't attacked me even once throughout this entire time, and yet I couldn't manage to push you out of the circle. I am utterly useless. Foolish child, that is the essence of the staff technique. If one focuses solely on defense, no one can breach it. Once you master the art of being as unyielding as a mountain, even the most formidable warriors at the pinnacle of bone forging will struggle to make you yield even a step. Starting tomorrow, I shall attack you with various weapons, and you will focus on defense. Today's training ends here. Maintaining her usual straightforward demeanor, Yu Guiwan tossed aside the staff and rushed off for a bath, not forgetting to call out to Luo Xiao to prepare a meal. From the following day onwards, Yu Guiwan entrusted the responsibility of defense to Luo Xiao, while she unleashed a frenzied assault upon him with an array of weapons. Luo Xiao could not help but admire her proficiency with arms, regardless of the weapon, be it sword, Spear, halberd, axe, or hook. Once placed in her hands, she wielded it with remarkable finesse. In the beginning, no matter the weapon she chose, Yu Guiwan could effortlessly drive Luo Xiao out of the circle. Her punishments were equally mischievous. Each time Luo Xiao failed, she would either make him bark like a dog or ride him like a horse, compelling him to run circles around the courtyard. Every time he set her down, observing her disheveled hair resembling that of a wild girl, a peculiar thought crossed Luo Xiao's mind, contemplating whether he should intentionally lose next time. Yet, regardless of his musings on yielding, he refrained from doing so, for he found himself sufficiently skilled without the need to hold back. No matter how steadfast he was, it proved exceedingly challenging to withstand the deliberate onslaught of Yu Guiwan for more than 10 moves. 10 days later, once again, Luo Xiao succumbed beneath Yu Guiwan's sword. In the aftermath of his defeat, he sat cross-legged in contemplation, gradually attaining a moment of enlightenment. To remain immovable as a mountain, one must first envision oneself as a mountain. The mountain is me, and I am the mountain. My body is the mountain, my feet are the mountain's base. My waist embodies the mountain's slope, and my head reaches the mountain's peak. No one shall surpass me from atop this mountain. As long as I stand here, all adversaries must halt before the mountain's foot. If I cannot believe in my own nature as an insurmountable peak, how can I hope to be as unyielding as a mountain? During a brief respite, Luo Xiao sat still on the ground, gradually grasping the essence of being as steadfast as a mountain. Meanwhile, Yu Guiwan was nearby, adjusting her autumn-cold sword, when suddenly she became aware of something. Her gaze fell upon Luo Xiao, filled with astonishment. He sat there with serene composure, exuding an aura reminiscent of an awe-inspiring mountain. Could it be that Luo Xiao truly comprehended the essence of being as immovable as a mountain? I have heard from fellow disciples that the simplest way to embody this principle is to wield a staff as if it were a mountain, using it to thwart enemies. Though this represents merely the most rudimentary level of being immovable as a mountain, then there exists a state of being akin to a mountain, my physique. Though resembling a towering peak, embodies not merely a technique, but rather a profound mindset. With this mindset, the application of an immovable defense akin to a mountain will evoke an inexplicable sensation of invincibility in adversaries. The most challenging aspect to comprehend is the heart akin to a mountain, a mental state resembling a mountain. This represents the pinnacle of immovable steadfastness. Although I have guided him in the practice of remaining unyielding like a mountain, I have never articulated the threefold essence of this state. Yet, he grasped it intuitively. And astonishingly, in his initial realization, he transcended the concept of a staff resembling a mountain, directly attaining the understanding of a body akin to a mountain. Once he fully comprehends this, even if he merely reaches a minor achievement in remaining immovable like a mountain, this Luo Xiao truly astonishes me. In the eyes of Yu Guiwan, a peculiar brilliance flickered, her thoughts unknown. Throughout that night, Luo Xiao remained utterly still, while Yu Guiwan quietly accompanied him, seated beside him, inexplicably evoking a sensation of reliance akin to leaning against a towering mountain. This feeling was peculiar. Her strength could effortlessly overpower countless practitioners at his stage. Yet she found herself harboring such thoughts. As Luo Xiao entered this enigmatic state of enlightenment, the presence of Yu Guiwan by his side bestowed upon him an unparalleled serenity. For a warrior, should this state of enlightenment be interrupted, the opportunity may slip away forever. Hence, having a trustworthy individual to guard one's side is immensely crucial. Deep within his subconscious, he understood that Yu Guiwan would not depart, enabling him to attain peace in his contemplation. It was only with the first light of dawn that Luo Xiao's moment of enlightenment came to a close. What I previously lacked was a tranquil mindset. Now, having comprehended the profound essence of the body akin to a mountain, it shall greatly benefit my cultivation of the staff technique. As I gently opened my eyes, I beheld Yu Guiwan seated beside me, our shoulders almost touching, her arms wrapped around her knees. Her dark hair cascaded like ink, flowing down the side of her face. And in her eyes resided a lethal tenderness that made my heart flutter ever so slightly. "Sister, thank you," I expressed earnestly. Although we had spent 2 months together, forging a deep bond that rendered many expressions of gratitude unnecessary, I could not suppress the discomfort in my heart if I kept silent. Yu Guiwan smiled softly and replied, "What is there to thank me for? My true intention is to nurture you to become my enforcer in the future." With that, she rose to her feet, and the gentle demeanor she had just exhibited vanished like a fleeting midnight bloom, transforming back into the fierce heroine capable of traversing heaven and earth, slaying demons. "All right, You stayed up all night yesterday, while you, on the other hand, have directly transcended the realm of staff as a mountain to grasp the essence of body as a mountain, reaping substantial rewards. Yet I am utterly exhausted. No training today. I shall sleep in the morning and spend the afternoon shopping with my sister. As I watched Yu Guiwan enter the room, an ominous premonition settled in my heart. It seemed that the days of her companionship were drawing to a close. Chapter 45. The final gift of Guan Yu Guiwan kept her word. When she declared there would be no practice, she meant it. We slept until noon, at which point she finally rose to freshen up and gently roused me from my slumber. Upon awakening, Luo Xiu beheld Yu Guiwan once again adorned in her signature blue gown, complemented by a golden ribbon and a long-forgotten veil atop her head. Although Yunzhou lies on the fringes of the Yin Kingdom, it retains a semblance of prosperity. Sister, after accompanying you in martial training for so long, I have nearly forgotten I am a girl, always getting dirty. You must compensate me today. Let us indulge in all the delightful treats and amusements here, and procure an abundance of beautiful garments. You shall not find me bothersome. I shall never find you bothersome, Luo Xiu muttered, his expression far from relaxed. Yu Guiwan paused in silence, offering no reply, and naturally took Luo Xiu's hand, leading him out of the courtyard. As a series of incomprehensible incantations concluded, a flicker of light illuminated the surroundings. The residence seemed transformed. Luo Xiu sensed an inexplicable force safeguarding the abode. Give me your hand. Luo Xiu extended his hand, and Yu Guiwan pressed both of their hands against the door. A wave of mysterious energy surged forth, and oddly enough, the barriers of the courtyard seemed to dissipate. All is well. Henceforth, the four symbols vanguard shall guard this residence. Only those at the late stage of the celestial realm or adept practitioners of formations at the sacred level may breach this array. Otherwise, no one shall enter here but you and me. Luo Xiu reflected for a moment. Sister, this set of banners appears quite expensive. It is not too bad. Merely 10,000 purple crystal stones for a single banner. Luo Xiu's heart trembled at the revelation of 10,000 purple crystal stones for just one banner. Thus, the entire set of array flags amounted to an astounding 4 million taels of gold. Indeed, amethyst and gold are generally not interchangeable. Amethyst serves as currency for high-ranking warriors and is difficult to equate with gold, even if there were an exchange rate. Few possess the means to trade substantial amounts of gold for amethyst. Nonetheless, the price of this formation is utterly outrageous, which explains why Yu Guiwan remarked that one must at least be in the late stage of the celestial realm to break through it. Is it worth it? I believe it is, for I would find it distasteful to have others occupy a place I once called home. Yu Guiwan chuckled, concealing the sadness in her eyes, then urged Luo Xiu to board the carriage that had long been prepared. Let us go and have some fun. Although they did not explicitly state it, both understood that parting was imminent. They indulged in a carefree and joyous day, shopping in the streets, hunting in the woods, and racing along the official roads. Yu Guiwan's laughter, as melodious as silver bells, drew the attention of passers-by. The two behaved quite wildly, and as night fell, they arrived at a tavern. Previously, they had sipped wine, but never excessively. Warriors can summon their true essence at any time to counteract the effects of alcohol, rendering drunkenness a trivial concern. However, this time, Yu Guiwan loosened her drinking limits and explicitly instructed Luo Xiu that no one was to use their internal power to dispel the effects of the wine, for that would defeat the purpose of drinking. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement, and the sibling pair drank heartily. In recent days, Luo Xiu had come to witness Yu Guiwan's capacity for alcohol. Her tolerance was not as profound as her martial prowess. After consuming 2 jin of huadiao, her cheeks flushed like the hues of dawn. I can't take it anymore. I can no longer indulge in drink, lest I fall prey to your mischievous antics. How could I? Luo Xiu expressed his discontent. Well, let us go together to gaze at the moon. Luo Xiu lifted his gaze toward the window. It was now mid-July, and the moon hung perfectly round in the sky. The two of them exited the tavern and made their way to a spring located just outside the northern gate of Yunzhou. They settled onto a large stone by the spring, where the moonlight cascaded down, leaving a shimmering glow upon the ground. Yu Guiwan, feeling weak, rested her head on Luo Xiu's shoulder. Luo Xiu, I must depart. This was the first time Yu Guiwan had uttered such words of leaving. I shall fulfill your sister's request and deliver the secret red flower to Qi within a year. Luo Xiu understood the irreversibility of the situation and refrained from expressing any sentimentalities, simply voicing his resolute thoughts. I believe in you. Will I see you again, sister? Luo Xiu asked, revealing the thoughts he had kept hidden. Perhaps, if fate allows. Luo Xiu chose not to press further. though Yu Guiwan had a forthright nature. She was, in truth, a girl of delicate feelings. If she wished to meet him again, she would surely make arrangements. If not, no effort on Luo Xiu's part would bear fruit. Suddenly, Yu Guiwan turned her head, gazing intently at Luo Xiu, her breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches from his. Luo Xiu, the wine today feels intoxicating. I too find this wine rather potent. Luo Xiu began to sense something amiss. You have yet to enter the realm. Have you? Indeed, I could step into the state at any moment. I am merely a breath away from the final threshold. Sister, please help me. Although Yu Guiwan desperately tried to maintain her composure, the rapid rise and fall of her chest and her flushed cheeks had already betrayed her. Sister. Luo Xiu's tone was somewhat urgent. Enough of the hesitation. Seeing such a brilliant talent like you stuck at this juncture makes my heart ache. Although the method of refining one's tongue is somewhat unreliable, I still wish to assist you this time. Don't overthink it. I won't overthink it, but. No more buts. Surely, you can't be so lacking, can you? Haven't you had experiences with your little sweetheart? Yu Guiwan's face grew increasingly crimson, clearly indicating her inexperience. Of course not. We are not. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Guiwan's delicate face swiftly magnified before Luo Xiu's eyes, and that blush pressed firmly against his lips. A tremendous shock reverberated within Luo Xiu's mind. At that moment, the world seemed to spin. Their movements were both awkward and electrifying, clumsy yet fervent. Nevertheless, the instincts of their bodies propelled them forward, their lips and tongues intertwining as they savored each other's warmth. This was precisely what was documented in Li Gufeng's miscellaneous writings about refining one's tongue. It requires the assistance of a member of the opposite sex to complete the process. This refinement does not necessitate any drugs, but rather demands an exhaustive, prolonged kiss until their lips and tongues grow numb. All while maintaining a semblance of mental clarity to channel a breath of true essence to substitute for the effects of medicine, thus achieving the complete refinement of the tongue. In the past, within the contemplations of Luo Xiu, the notion that two individuals could kiss to the point of their lips and tongues becoming numb seemed exceedingly tedious. The sweetness of a first kiss often renders young hearts unable to restrain themselves. They embrace one another, seemingly oblivious to their initial intentions. Perhaps Luo Xiu had somewhat lost sight of his purpose, whereas Yu Guiwan remained steadfastly aware. Though the kiss left her breathless, she retained a fragment of clarity. Determined to prevent Luo Xiu from further transgressing her boundaries, while also remaining cognizant of her responsibilities. In this moment, she was unaware of her own future fate. Assisting Luo Xiu through this challenging ordeal would also mean preserving her most cherished essence. Unfamiliar with other males, she resolved that if she were to inevitably relinquish something, she would prefer to offer it to Luo Xiu, with whom she was already acquainted. This is Yu Guiwan, the unpretentious and resolute heroine, who embraces her desires without hesitation or evasion. A suffocatingly prolonged kiss ensued, guided by Yu Guiwan's deliberate intent and Luo Xiu's earnest advances. Culminating at dawn, when Luo Xiu's lips became numb, Yu Guiwan sensed the muscle of his tongue thrashing within her mouth begin to contract. Realizing that Luo Xiu's tongue was now cramping, her inner essence surged like an arrow, piercing the tender flesh of his tongue. Ignoring the weakness that enveloped her body, Yu Guiwan summoned every ounce of strength to push Luo Xiu away from her embrace. Luo Xiu, hasten to refine your tongue. Luo Xiu's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. Yet he dared not truly overstep the boundaries with Yu Guiwan. Such a profound kiss was, for now, the extent of his limits. Upon hearing Yu Guiwan's words, he suddenly realized what he ought to do in that moment. He hastily gathered his thoughts and seated himself upon a stone by the spring, harnessing the pure yin energy that Yu Guiwan had brought to refine the soft flesh of his tongue. The ultimate essence of this practice lies in the harmonious balance of yin and yang, as Li Gufeng had stated, a concept that had never before been tested. Luo Xiu had no means to verify this. Thus he could only forge ahead through exploration. This pure yin energy, imbued with Yu Guiwan's vigorous true essence, swiftly enhanced the musculature of his tongue in conjunction with the qi from his dantian. The superior longitudinal muscle, successfully refined. The inferior longitudinal muscle, completed. The mentalis muscle, triumphant. The transverse muscle was also nearing completion. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. When Luo Xiu sensed that the final piece of muscle in his tongue was on the verge of completion, an unsettling feeling enveloped his heart. He anxiously opened his eyes, only to find the space beside him desolate and devoid of any presence. For over 2 months, she had been his companion, bestowing upon him countless kindnesses. even granting him the warmth of family and the sweetness of love. Sister Guiwan, who had been both mentor and sister, had finally departed from him. Despite knowing this outcome, Luo Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. As he sensed his tongue regain its sensitivity, he could not help but cry out, "Sister, where have you gone?" His voice reverberated from his dantian qi, and at that moment, his tongue unleashed a thunderous resonance. The spring water surged before him, unexpectedly rising into a formidable wave. Luo Xiao had finally perfected his practice. The tribulations he had faced were well known to his readers, marking a moment worthy of celebration. Shall we not share in this fervor? It is time for Luo Xiao to display his prowess. Focus on the starting point. Add the official account on WeChat by searching for DD and join immediately. Everyone has a chance to win, so follow the DD official account now. Chapter 46. The selection tournament commences as July draws to a close. The internal selection tournament of the Luo family officially begins. Recently, the selection for the 5th seed has concluded, with a 15-year-old named Luo Ji Huan securing the honor. Having practiced martial arts for just over a year, Luo Ji Huan is at the initial stage of the training phase, possessing 4th-tier aptitude. The competition for the 5th seed was fierce, with even some at the ceiling stage participating. Initially underestimated, Luo Ji Huan triumphed against all odds, achieving an impressive record of 7 victories out of 7 matches among 8 contenders, thereby earning his place as the 5th seed without dispute. His sudden rise, previously unnoticed, adds an element of unpredictability to this internal selection. Particularly notable was his match against an opponent at the ceiling stage, where, against widespread skepticism, Luo Ji Huan wielded a long spear and astonishingly defeated his opponent in just 10 strikes. Although the opponent had struggled to reach the ceiling stage and was among the weakest in that tier, the fact remains that he was still at that level. And being bested by someone in the training phase raises significant doubts about Luo Ji Huan's actual combat prowess, which seemingly surpasses that of several seed contenders. In a short span, the reputation of the 5th seed, Luo Ji Huan, has eclipsed that of Luo Xingyao and others, drawing ever closer to the title of the foremost martial artist among the younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Xingyi. However, individuals such as Luo Ji Huan and Luo Xingyao scoffed at the notion. Luo Xinghue, who had only recently entered the bone-forging stage, even boldly proclaimed that he could easily triumph over any opponent at the ceiling aperture stage. In summary, amidst the cacophony of opinions, the internal selection process of the Luo family commenced. Apart from the designated seed competitors in each group, an additional 16 participants were to engage in preliminary rounds. These 16 individuals were divided into 2 groups of 8, competing in a round-robin format to determine the top 2 from each group who would advance directly. The second-place contenders from both groups would then vie for a singular 3rd position. Ultimately, these 3 individuals, along with the seed competitors, would progress to the semifinals. Each group would consist of 4 individuals, culminating in 5 groups of 20 participants entering the semifinals, from which the top 10 would emerge for the finals. The first day of competition commenced, featuring the first group, which included Luo Xingya. As a seed competitor, Luo Xingya had a bye in the initial round, securing her place in the semifinals, while the remaining 16 vied for 3 available spots, in an apparent effort to preserve Luo Xingya's prowess. The first group lacked any standout talents. Thus far, the most formidable contender had merely attained a 4th-grade qualification, barely reaching the bone-forging stage. In the stands, Luo Lai and other senior members of the Luo family occupied the elevated platform. Luo Xiong remarked to Luo Lai, "Elder brother, this time, Xingye stands unparalleled in the first group. Not only is she exempt from the preliminary round, but even in the semifinals, there exists no rival capable of challenging her, effectively granting her a direct passage to the finals. I dare say, the championship prize is destined for no one but Xingye." It cannot be said thus. The prowess of Xingyao and others is commendable. Moreover, the 5th seed, Luo Ji Huan, previously unassuming, has now emerged as a formidable contender, introducing an element of unpredictability. Surely, my elder brother is being overly modest. After all, Xingyao's niece has diligently trained her internal organs. From what I gather, she has refined at least 5 organs, a feat sufficient for a breakthrough into the ceiling realm. However, with her lofty aspirations and solid foundation, could she be aiming to refine 7 organs before achieving her breakthrough? I have yet to encounter a young lady capable of enduring such hardship. At this juncture, Luo Hu interjected, "Indeed, we have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Both of us broke through to the ceiling realm after refining 5 organs, and my elder brother has merely refined 6. No one from the Luo family has ever accomplished the refinement of 7 organs. It appears that Xingyao is on the verge of making history. I have no doubt that she will gain entry into the Sword and Blade sect. Once she attains enlightenment, even the lowly will ascend alongside her. Such words carry a hint of malice. They are merely uncles to Luo Xingyao. Even if she becomes a disciple of the Sword and Blade sect, their relationship will hardly be significant. Furthermore, they are in competition with Luo Lai, and their bonds are not particularly strong. In the future, Luo Xingye will attend to her father rather than them. Luo Xiong and Luo Hu have always maintained a faade of cordiality towards Luo Lai. Yet they feel no qualms about mocking one another. Luo Lai glanced at the two, who were now in harmonious jest, feeling a surge of irritation within. It seemed that during this family selection, these two brothers had conspired together, tampering with the prizes. It is widely acknowledged that Luo Xingye is destined to secure the first place. Thus, the reward for the champion may not appear particularly impressive. Conversely, the prize for the runner-up, while seemingly inferior, holds far greater future value. This time, only the top 10 contestants are eligible for prizes. The 6th to 10th places each receive a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. The 4th and 5th places are awarded 3,000 taels of gold. However, these amounts pale in comparison to what awaits the top 3. The 3rd place winner is granted 5,000 taels of gold, 5 pieces of amethyst, and a mid-grade human tier magical artifact. The 2nd place winner receives 8,000 taels of gold, 10 pieces of amethyst, and a piece of earth fire essence. The champion is rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, 20 pieces of amethyst, a superior human tier magical artifact, and a mid-grade human tier defensive artifact. Although the rewards for 1st and 2nd place differ significantly, the earth fire essence is indeed exceedingly precious. Alchemists require fire for their craft, blacksmiths need it for forging. Array masters utilize it in their formations, and even talisman masters depend on it when inscribing fire attribute talismans. The power of fire is equally significant in combat for martial artists. Initially, Luo Lai intended to designate the earth fire essence as the prize for the champion. However, Luo Xiong and Luo Hu colluded with certain elders to enforce a decision that relegated the earth fire essence to the prize for the runner-up with a 5-3 vote. Consequently, when this reward was announced, many believed that the 2nd place prize was not vastly inferior to the 1st. In truth, this perception stemmed from their lack of understanding regarding the rarity of the earth fire essence. Had they comprehended its true value, such misconceptions would likely have been dispelled. Inwardly, Luo Lai could only offer silent imprecations, hoping that none of Luo Xiong and Luo Hu's 3 sons would secure the 2nd position. He would have preferred Luo Zhizhan to seize 2nd place rather than have it fall into their sons' hands. However, the results of the preceding day's competitions seemed to be trending in an unfavorable direction. The initial group, in which Luo Xingye participated, had concluded, with the 3 victors, 1 at the viscera tempering stage and 2 at the bone forging stage, posing no significant threat to Luo Xingye's standing. The 2nd group's competition mirrored the 1st, with no one capable of challenging Luo Xingyao's status as a seeded contender. Among them was a young woman named Luo Lingling, who also advanced to the semifinals. Finally, the 3rd day arrived, marking the commencement of the 3rd group's competition. Luo Lai harbored a fervent hope for the emergence of a prodigy who could potentially jeopardize Luo Xingyun's position. Yet, having mentally cataloged the talented disciples of Luo family village, he realized that none could rival Luo Xingyun. It appeared that the 3rd group would offer little in the way of excitement, regardless of Luo Lai's sentiments. The competition proceeded as scheduled. The contestants displayed their respective skills, with 1, Jin Wenyu, possessing a superior 4th-grade aptitude. Wielding a halberd, he unleashed formidable power, effortlessly vanquishing his opponents. Luo Lai nodded subtly from the platform, acknowledging that Jin Wenyu seemed to pose a potential threat to Luo Xingyun, albeit with limited prospects. The matches unfolded one after another, and the first subgroup of the 3rd major group concluded, with Jin Wenyu emerging victorious and securing a direct entry into the semifinals. The 2nd subgroup's competition commenced, but it encountered an immediate snag as one of the participants failed to appear. The host called out loudly from the stage, "Where is Luo Xiao? Come up here for the match." After repeated calls went unanswered, Luo Xingyun, who had been watching the spectacle, chuckled, "You might as well stop calling. Luo Xiao is terrified of this competition and has been hiding for nearly 3 months. If he chooses not to show up today, it only proves his cleverness. But if he dares to come, I shall make him regret it." The host called out twice more, yet Luo Xiao remained absent. Initially inclined to declare his forfeit, the host was suddenly halted by Luo Xingye. I believe Luo Xiao may have pressing matters that prevent him from attending. Let us grant him a little more time and postpone his match. If he still does not arrive by the final moment, we can then declare his forfeit. The host appeared troubled, glancing at the stern-faced Luo Lai on the high platform. Luo Lai nodded reluctantly. He could perceive the slightest affection his daughter held for Luo Xiao. Yet he would never condone such a situation. His daughter's future husband must be a paragon among men. Someone like Luo Xiao, a mere country bumpkin, was utterly unworthy. In Luo Xiao's childhood, he had found him endearing, a delicate child who had momentarily filled the void of not having a son. However, as Luo Xingye's affection for Luo Xiao gradually became apparent, he had tacitly allowed Luo Xingyao and others to drive Luo Xiao away from the Luo family estate. Nothing was more important than the integrity of his family. Although he was aware of the situation, he had faith that Luo Xingye's rationality would guide her to make the right decision. He would not undermine his daughter's dignity in front of so many people. For the future of the Luo family estate was to be entrusted to her. Observing Luo Lai's actions, the host let out a sigh of relief and announced that Luo Xiao's match would be postponed. Luo Xingyun felt a surge of resentment, cursing vehemently within. Chapter 47. The return. The competitions at the Luo family estate were in full swing, yet Luo Xiao remained in Yunzhou. The departure of Yu Guiwan left him feeling despondent. Yet he did not allow this to lead him into despair. He understood that if he did not seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently, there would be no further intersections between him and Yu Guiwan. She was a celestial being, momentarily gracing the mortal realm, and as a humble youth, he would need to exert a thousandfold effort to capture her attention. With the completion of the muscle refinement, Luo Xiao finally achieved a state of perfect cultivation. Previously, he had been able to suppress the energy within his dantian, preventing himself from breaking through to the tendon refinement stage. However, after perfecting his muscle refinement, the energy within his dantian could no longer be contained, leading to a natural breakthrough. He had reached the limits of the muscle refinement phase. And while others might encounter a bottleneck transitioning into tendon refinement, Luo Xiao found himself unfettered by such constraints. Advancing from muscle refinement to tendon refinement, a seemingly minor elevation in rank brought about a transformative change in Luo Xiao. His muscles became solidified, free from any hindrances, and signs of contraction began to manifest in his meridians, resulting in a significant surge in physical strength. Although it did not reach the magnitude of a doubling, there was still a significant increase. Luo Xiao estimated that at this moment, his punch could exert a force of nearly 2,000 pounds. It is important to note that others do not experience substantial improvements in their strength when transitioning from muscle training to tendon refinement. Luo Xiao believed that this effect stemmed from the perfection achieved in muscle training. This discovery further solidified his resolve. Every step he took in the future must be unwavering. For this additional enhancement was the very foundation of his ability to challenge opponents beyond his level. Yet, this was not the most remarkable transformation. At the moment he perfected his muscle training, Luo Xiao became aware of a change in his vocal resonance. It was not merely a shift in the sound of his speech, but rather, a powerful roar emitted from his dantian energy that actually stirred the waters of a spring. This was sound attack. The haphazard theories concocted by Li Gufeng had unexpectedly manifested into reality, granting Luo Xiao mastery over an extraordinary sound attack technique. Although he had yet to find someone to test the power of this sound attack, the ability to create waves with a single shout was undoubtedly a formidable asset. With the elevation of his realm, his dantian energy swelled once more. His dantian was already broader than that of an average person, and now it surged with inner strength like a tide. Luo Xiao estimated that it could now rival the capabilities of those in the later stages of bone refinement, albeit with inferior aptitude. This advancement not only solidified his realm of tendon refinement, but was also a result of his recent studies into Han Qing's insights on the subject. Inspired by the wisdom imparted by Han Qing's soul, Luo Xiao successfully achieved the perfection of muscle training. He held a deep trust in Han Qing, the prodigy of alchemy. The period of tendon cultivation differs from that of muscle training. The term tendon encompasses not only tendons but also all soft tissues associated with the skeletal system, including ligaments and fascia. The human body comprises a total of 485 tendons, 62 in the upper front, 126 in the middle front, 72 in the lower front, 127 in the back, and an additional 98. Luo Xiao sat cross-legged on his bed for 2 months, gradually organizing his thoughts. The tendons are interconnected with muscles and bones, functioning in a symbiotic manner. I have achieved perfect muscle training. Thus, the process of tendon cultivation is crucial. Once this stage is mastered, the subsequent strengthening of bones will become significantly easier. Tendon cultivation involves stretching the tendons to their utmost extent. Only by fully extending the tendons can one infuse energy into the dantian, thereby refining and fortifying the body. This process can be quite painful. Fortunately, due to my ample physical activity in youth, my tendons are relatively supple. Otherwise, as the body matures, the agony of stretching the tendons would be unbearable for most individuals. Comparatively, for girls, this stage can be easier as their bodies are inherently more flexible, allowing for more effortless tendon extension. The expression a single tendon refers to the most vital tendon in the human body, which runs from the crown of the head to the coccyx. This represents the critical point of tendon cultivation, which should be approached last. Next are the primary tendons in the limbs, commonly referred to as the tendons of the hands and feet. Each arm has 4 tendons responsible for extension, flexion, strength, and circulation, making these 4 tendons paramount for generating power. The feet are no exception. Each leg possesses 4 vital meridians, extending, bending, strength, and circulation. The 16 meridians of the hands and legs are as significant as the 32 substantial muscles that constitute a well-trained physique. Besides, the meridians associated with the heart serve merely a protective function. Over the course of several days, Luo Xiao meticulously organized his thoughts, establishing the precise sequence for the refinement of the meridians before departing from the residence and returning to Yunzhou City. This time, Luo Xiao first visited the Alchemist Guild. However, Zhou Xian expressed a request. He hoped that during his leisure moments, Luo Xiao could produce more of the improved dragon power pills to sell to the guild. The demand for dragon power pills was incessant, with numerous customers even traveling from distant jurisdictions. Yet, only Luo Xiao possessed the ability to concoct the improved version. He was the sole practitioner in this regard. Zhou Xian, watching the financial opportunities slip away, felt increasingly anxious. Knowing that there would be many future occasions to rely on the Alchemist Guild, Luo Xiao agreed to Zhou Xian's proposal, but insisted on purchasing a high-quality alchemical furnace. The Alchemist Guild demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within less than a day, Luo Xiao expended his remaining 40,000 taels of gold entirely, despite depleting his funds. The medicinal materials he acquired were only sufficient to refine less than 30% of the meridians. These substances were to be reserved for critical moments, as Luo Xiao would primarily rely on his own strength to temper the majority of meridians. While he found that ordinary materials sufficed, he noted the absence of the blood essence petals, transformation fruits, and void stones he had requested. Zhou Xian promised to assist in procuring these items and provided Luo Xiao with a communication talisman, assuring him that he would be notified upon their arrival. Luo Xiao also rented a medium-sized Shumi ring from Zhou Xian, for only this ring could accommodate a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs. Zhou Xian, buoyed by Luo Xiao's assurance, generously waived the rental fee. However, once the rental period concluded, the ring must be returned, for a medium-sized Shumi ring could only be procured with purple crystal stones. And Zhou Xian was not so magnanimous as to give it away without compensation. Even if someone were to take notice, they would likely fail to recognize Luo Xiao at first glance. After his perfect training, Luo Xiao's very demeanor had transformed. He was clad in a moonlight white scholar's robe, a gift from Gue Wan during their shopping excursion, who remarked that it suited him well. This attire, coupled with Luo Xiao's fair and handsome visage, rendered him akin to a scholar who had traversed countless miles, a stark contrast to the typical image of a martial artist. He discreetly maneuvered through the crowd, arriving at the edge of the arena, where a duel was nearing its conclusion. Upon the stage, a formal disciple of the Luo family wielded a long knife, cornering an ordinary Luo family youth who was desperately attempting to fend off the assault, perilously close to being overwhelmed. In the arena, while injuries were permissible, the taking of life was strictly forbidden, monitored closely by elders. Should one be suspected of intentional homicide, they would face disqualification from the competition and subsequent interrogation by the family. The disciple wielding the knife was Luo Xuanjie, whom Luo Xiao recognized. Unlike himself, this individual was adept at reading situations, ingratiating himself with others, and maintained a close rapport with Luo Xingyun, serving as one of the latter's trusted enforcers. In the past, Luo Xiao had suffered at the hands of this individual, who was notoriously ruthless. This person had once inflicted a deep cut on Luo Xiao's thigh, But after perfecting his physical training, the scar had completely vanished. To his surprise, this individual had also entered the third group, seemingly arranged by Luo Xingyan. Perhaps as a means of safeguarding himself. The so-called protection implied that should Luo Xingyun encounter formidable adversaries, he would have Luo Xuanjie engage them first. In essence, Luo Xuanjie was merely a pawn. He was indifferent to whether he could truly qualify. His sole purpose was to eliminate powerful foes for Luo Xingyun. Even if he were to falter, as long as he could inflict considerable damage on the opponent, it would suffice in clearing obstacles for Luo Xingyun. Luo Xiao harbored nothing but disdain and animosity towards this individual. At that moment, the contest on stage had already determined a victor. Luo Xuanjie endured a brutal blow from his opponent, followed by a swift counterattack that sliced open the abdomen of a young competitor, causing a torrent of blood to spew forth. Upon witnessing the bloodshed, the doctors, who had been on standby, rushed forward with their medical kits. Chapter 48. Ascending the stage, isn't this excessive? Luo Xuanjie consistently inflicts harm, and each time it is severe, although there is no immediate threat to life. They are all from the same village. Was such brutality truly necessary? Others merely deliver light wounds, but he strikes without mercy. One can only hope that someone will teach him a lesson. However, that seems unlikely. This is the third group, and he has already achieved 4 consecutive victories in the preliminary rounds, having injured 2 competitors and causing 2 others to forfeit, with the remaining 2 likely facing the same fate. Oh, there remains 1 match against Luo Xiao, and even if it were to take place, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious, thereby securing direct entry into the finals. The only contender capable of posing a threat to him is likely Luo Zhihuan. However, with Luo Xingyun in the fray, he will surely protect him. In my view, the duo of him and Luo Xingyun will undoubtedly be among the top 10 in this third group. It is truly unjust that a mere sycophant of Luo Xingyun dares to be so arrogant. The audience murmured amongst themselves, yet on stage, Luo Xianjie stood with an air of superiority. He even addressed the host, saying, "The group must play a full 7 matches. I still have 3 left. So why not just complete them all at once? This group stage is utterly devoid of excitement. Entering the finals sooner is where I can truly shine." The host, expressionless, replied, "The schedule is prearranged and cannot be altered at will." Nonsense. Did not Luo Xiao, that cowardly turtle, manage to change his match? Why is he permitted to do so while I am not? Is it because he is more adept at living off others? I, Luo Xianjie, am quite skilled in that regard as well. On stage, Luo Xianjie, overwhelmed with excitement, spoke indiscriminately. Luo Xingyun, unable to bear it any longer, quickly interjected. "Stop your reckless talk. Just win and come down. Let us see who is competing next." The host glanced at the schedule. The matches in this group were nearing their conclusion, with 10 matches remaining. 7 of these required Luo Xiao's participation, while the other 2 featured Luo Xianjie against 2 other competitors. There was 1 more match involving the contestant who had just sustained an injury, but given his condition, it seemed unlikely he would be able to proceed. Due to Luo Xuanjie injuring 2 competitors, the competition schedule has been somewhat disrupted. Luo Xiao's originally planned 7 matches are now likely to be reduced to 5. With no one else left, it appears the stage is mine. I beckon to you. Come forth and experience the sharpness of my blade. Luo Xuanjie pointed at another contestant below, challenging him from the stage. The competitor's face turned pale. Although he believed his strength was not significantly inferior to Luo Xuanjie's, both being at the early stage of bone tempering, he was ill-prepared for Luo Xuanjie's reckless fighting style. While he thought they would be evenly matched in a contest, he felt no confidence in a life-and-death confrontation. Yet, in front of a large audience, to hesitate to step onto the stage would mean losing face, effectively resulting in his elimination. Caught between the value of life and his pride, he found himself in a dilemma. Observing his equally matched opponent waver, Luo Xuanjie let out a hearty laugh. "Pathetic. You usually strut around before me, yet now you're hiding like a turtle? Have you caught that cowardice from Luo Xiao? That fellow better not appear before me, or I shall sever his lifeline without the need for young Master Xingyun's intervention, ensuring he can never again rely on others." On one side of the arena, Luo Xingyie's face flushed with anger. She was indeed the young mistress of the Luo family, but that did not guarantee her words would command obedience. Luo Xuanjie was nothing but a scoundrel, and since his uncle was one of the elders, he often allied himself with Luo Xiong and Luo Hu, showing little regard for Luo Xingyie's authority. Moreover, at such a time, when Luo Xingyie intercedes on behalf of Luo Xiao, it only serves to corroborate Luo Xiao's reputation for relying on others. leaving her with no choice but to endure in silence. Observing the displeasure on Luo Xingye's countenance, Luo Xingyun erupted into hearty laughter. Xuanjie, perhaps you should adopt a more modest demeanor. While it is true that Luo Xiao tends to shy away, we must acknowledge his contributions to the entertainment of the masses. Otherwise, where would we find amusement throughout our day? It is essential to maintain a semblance of decorum in our speech. Ironically, his words were more cutting than anyone else's. As it became evident that no one dared to counter him, the host grew weary of Luo Xuanjie's display of arrogance and contemplated declaring him the victor of this round. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Damn, who's speaking? Upon hearing the mockery, Luo Xuanjie immediately erupted in a tirade. He could not discern the speaker, but Luo Xingye and the others recognized the voice clearly. It was Luo Xiao. The crowd parted, revealing Luo Xiao standing tall amidst them. Yet, what significance did his appearance hold? Luo Xiao was merely at the initial stage of muscle refinement. No, he had reached the stage of tendon consolidation. But alas, even that was inadequate. The weakest fighters on the platform were already in the later stages of tendon consolidation, rendering his early stage prowess futile. Indeed. Yet this pretty boy seems to have his charms. Could it be that he truly relies on others for sustenance? Do not speak carelessly. The young lady is watching. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Luo Xiao remained oblivious, steadily making his way towards the arena. On the stage, Luo Xuanjie regarded Luo Xiao with a sinister grin. You really dare to show your face. Have you fully recovered from your previous injuries? It appears that Laozi's blade is once again poised to taste the blood of its victims. Luo Xiao chose to disregard Luo Xuanjie and approached the host, inquiring, Do I still possess the eligibility to compete? The host cleared his throat and replied, Initially, you were disqualified. However, the young lady interceded on your behalf, postponing your matches. Nonetheless, due to your numerous absences from previous competitions, the remaining bouts are primarily yours. If you are amenable, you may ascend the stage now. With a total of 5 battles to contend, the host deemed his words largely futile. Luo Xiao would likely falter even against Luo Xuanjie, resulting in yet another casualty among the spectators. Even the physicians specializing in treating injuries had discreetly prepared their remedies, anticipating that Luo Xiao's wounds would be among the most grievous since the inception of the tournament. After all, it was his striking appearance that had garnered the young lady's favor, and perhaps more than half of the younger warriors from the Luo family harbored animosity towards him. Luo Xiao nodded and turned to Luo Xingye, expressing, Thank you, young lady, for your gracious support. I am profoundly grateful. Luo Xingye's words were not veiled in ambiguity, as all present discerned her protective sentiment. Clearly, she too believed that Luo Xiao was no match for Luo Xuanjie, and perhaps it would be prudent to avoid a contest that could result in severe injury. In that moment, the notion of Luo Xiao living off the favors of others seemed increasingly irrefutable. This provocation held no sway over Luo Xiao. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to take the stage. He required this platform not solely to vindicate himself, but also to resolve certain matters that necessitated closure here. Having spoken, Luo Xiao confirmed his readiness to take the stage and slowly ascended the steps. In Luo Xingyun's beautiful eyes, there was a flicker of concern. She fervently hoped that Luo Xiao would not suffer any severe injuries, for such an outcome would leave her deeply unsettled. Upon witnessing Luo Xiao finally take the stage, Luo Xingyun discreetly signaled Luo Xuanjie from the sidelines. Luo Xuanjie nodded subtly, comprehending Luo Xingyun's intent to teach Luo Xiao a harsh lesson, ideally rendering him utterly incapacitated. Addressing Luo Xiao, who was elegantly dressed in a white scholar's robe, Luo Xuanjie sneered, Luo Xiao, I truly admire your courage. How splendid it must feel to step onto the stage under the gaze of so many. Alas, heroics come at a price. I have previously stated that from this moment onward, you shall never possess the means to live off others again. Pray tell, who would want a man incapable of being a true man? Luo Xiao adjusted his attire and replied, You may say whatever you wish, for your words are dwindling. Haha, such audacity. Luo Xuanjie retorted. You, in the initial stage of muscle refinement, dare to boast before me, a paragon in the bone-tempering stage? Luo Xiao, prepare to pay the price for your bravado. With that, Luo Xuanjie abruptly lunged forward, his long blade sweeping menacingly towards Luo Xiao's waist, an attack that bore the weight of lethal intent. In the audience, Luo Xingye stood up in excitement, her hands clenched tightly. Luo Xiao, please, do not come to harm. Chapter 49. The first match, a brutal encounter. As the audience gasped at Luo Xuanjia's fierce and ruthless strike, a wave of alarm spread through the crowd. Was Luo Xuanjia truly intent on bringing about Luo Xiu's demise? In the realm of martial arts duels, it is customary for both parties to exchange names before engaging in a refined contest, where each strike is measured, allowing the defeated to retain dignity and the victor to exhibit grace. However, the notorious Luo Xuanjia deviates from this norm, launching vicious attacks that injure without claiming lives. While an elder intercedes on his behalf, asserting that injuries are an inevitable aspect of competitive combat, and that if one cannot endure such minor wounds, they should abandon their pursuit of martial arts altogether. The master of the arena finds himself powerless against this rationale. Yet, such brutality is uncharacteristic. Luo Xuanjia had previously engaged in conversation, only to suddenly strike with lethal intent. If Luo Xiu were caught unprepared, he could very well meet a dire fate. Many spectators concealed their faces, unable to bear the thought of Luo Xiu bleeding upon the stage. Little did they know that in Luo Xiu's eyes, Luo Xuanjia's strike was fraught with vulnerabilities. Having practiced extensively with Yu Guiwan, it must be acknowledged that her prowess with weapons is remarkable. She is particularly adept with the sword, though her skills with other arms are equally commendable. Noticing Luo Xiu's slight preference for the blade, Yu Guiwan had dedicated considerable time to training with him using the knife, second only to the sword. The knife, while fierce, does not equate to sheer brute force. Luo Xuanjia's ferocity is commendable, yet his lack of experience renders him incapable of mastering the ebb and flow of power. Should he swing and miss, he would undoubtedly leave a significant opening. Luo Xiu, with but a step backward, could easily counter with a decisive punch to bring Luo Xuanjia down. However, he refrains from such an action. That approach is suitable for an ordinary opponent, but against a foe as reckless as Luo Xuanjia. A lesson must be imparted, one that would be etched into his memory, for without it, he would remain blissfully ignorant of pain. With a sudden movement, Luo Xiu advances rather than retreats. A gasp ripples through the crowd. Could it be that Luo Xiu is courting death by recklessly charging into the path of the blade? Luo Xuanjia could not help but reveal a sinister smile, thinking to himself that the young man must have lost his mind. Thus, he had no one to blame for the imminent danger he faced. Even if he were to strike him down, it could be argued that the young man had brought this upon himself, and no one could hold him accountable. As Luo Xiu saw the blade approaching, just as it was about to make contact, he suddenly clenched his left fist and delivered a powerful punch toward the blade. The impact created a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Initially, onlookers believed that even if Luo Xiu managed to evade the blade, he would be unable to halt its momentum, especially considering that Luo Xuanjia was at the initial stage of bone forging, thus possessing a superior realm and significantly greater strength. They deemed Luo Xiu's action a reckless and foolish maneuver. However, the outcome left everyone utterly astonished. Luo Xuanjia felt his hands go numb as an overwhelming force descended upon his weapon, rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip. His fingers weakened, and the longsword fell to the ground. This must be an illusion. It was impossible. Luo Xuanjia could scarcely believe his own eyes, instinctively bending down to retrieve the weapon that lay on the ground. Yet he forgot that they were on a stage and less than 2 feet away. Luo Xiu stood unwavering. Luo Xiu showed no mercy towards him. He firmly planted his foot upon the fallen longsword. Despite Luo Xuanjia's desperate attempts, Luo Xiu's foot was as immovable as a stone pillar, leaving him powerless to reclaim his weapon. In a daze, Luo Xuanjia lifted his head and shouted in anger, "Let go, you insolent fool. You deserve to be punished." As Luo Xiu lifted his left hand, he seized Luo Xuanjia by the hair, and with a fierce motion, his right hand struck violently against Xuanjia's cheek. The resounding slap reverberated throughout the arena, echoing in the hearts of all present, sending a collective shiver through them. Blood, mingled with 2 of Xuanjia's teeth, erupted from his mouth, and his face instantly swelled grotesquely. Luo Xiu's 2,000-pound strength was unmatched, even by those in the late stages of bone forging. This single slap utterly dazed Luo Xuanjia. In his stupor, he forgot to guard himself, his hands desperately clutching the weapon on the ground. Seizing the opportunity without a trace of mercy, Luo Xiu unleashed a flurry of slaps. "Were you not so arrogant? Have you not always been merciless in the arena? Were you not the one who vowed to castrate me? Why do you hesitate to retaliate? Does this taste of humiliation at the hands of a mere dependent delight you? Or is it that you have nothing left to say?" The sound of each slap rang out like thunder. "Have you forgotten how you once plunged a knife into my back? Here I stand before you. Where is your weapon now?" With each successive slap, the spectacle grew more absurd. Luo Xuanjie attempted to bow his head, but Luo Xiu's grip on his hair was unyielding. In a moment of madness, Xuanjie sought to retaliate with the weapon at his feet, resulting in a ludicrous scene. He held his head high, his hands gripping the hilt of the blade, while Luo Xiu continued to rain down slaps, blood and flesh scattering with each strike. Enough! Enough! Luo Xuanjie had already lost all semblance of consciousness. We concede this match. Luo Xingyun shouted below, while Luo Xiu remained unfazed, casting a mere glance in his direction. In the midst of battle, if someone strikes you, will you concede defeat? Moreover, who are you to represent the competitors on the field? The true visage of Luo Xuanjie was now unrecognizable, his face swollen beyond that of a pig's head, blood and teeth strewn across the ground. He likely possessed only a few teeth remaining. Unable to counter Luo Xiu's assertions, Luo Xingyun hastily turned to the host, exclaiming, "Are you blind? The man is in such a state. Will you not declare the match concluded?" The host, disapproving of both Luo Xingyun and Luo Xuanjie's demeanor, responded with an impassive expression. Luo Xuanjie is still attempting to draw his sword in a bid to retaliate. To declare him the loser at this juncture would not sit well with him. Luo Xingyue scrutinized the scene closely, his fury escalating. Where is the intent to retaliate? What he is doing now is purely instinctive, after being beaten to such a degree. Even if he were to draw his sword, the moment his resolve falters, he would likely faint at once. You are biased. I will lodge a complaint with the Elder Council about you. Suit yourself. The elders are watching, and they have yet to speak, retorted the host, his irritation growing at Luo Xingyun's threats, further solidifying his refusal to halt the match. Ultimately, it was Luo Xiong atop the platform who could no longer bear to witness the spectacle. After all, Luo Xuanjie was merely a lapdog for his son. One must consider the owner when striking a dog. Continuing this contest held no further significance. It was best to conclude it. He cleared his throat and addressed the host. I believe it is time to end this. Continuing poses a danger. The host glanced at Luo Xiong, nodded slightly, and prepared to announce the conclusion of the competition. Luo Xiu, acutely aware of every movement on the other side, suddenly seized Luo Xuanjie's hair with his left hand, lifting him upward while simultaneously delivering a swift kick. At that moment, Luo Xuanjie, sustained solely by sheer will, felt the pressure of the blade vanish and inexplicably found himself standing, summoning the last of his strength. He roared and charged at Luo Xiu with the knife raised. Alas, there remains a flicker of resistance. Luo Xiu gasped, swiftly raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Luo Xuanjie's abdomen. The spiral dark force. After rigorous training, Luo Xiu had mastered the ability to unleash the spiral dark force through both hands and feet. His kick sent Luo Xuanjie tumbling. Yet the spiral dark force had already penetrated his body, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. The targeted area was the abdomen. Luo Xuanjie's reproductive system, save for the exposed parts, was instantly shredded by the spiral dark force. His eyes rolled back. He fell to the ground without a sound, unconscious. Blood flowed from his pant legs, staining the arena crimson. A conspiracy. This is vengeance. This is Luo Xiu's retribution. It was undoubtedly intentional. His qualification must be revoked. Luo Xingyun screamed frantically from the sidelines, recognizing that Luo Xuanjie had long lost the ability to retaliate. This final strike was clearly orchestrated by Luo Xiu to provide himself with a legitimate opportunity to inflict harm. Rendered speechless by Luo Xingyu's remarks. Luo Xingyun fully appreciated the extraordinary nature of his counterpart. Indeed, as the future heir to the family headship, Luo Xingye spoke with impeccable precision, effortlessly swaying the opinions of all present to her side. To dissent against Luo Xingye would imply that everyone else present was blind to the truth. Though arrogant, Luo Xingyun was not devoid of intellect. He would never dare utter such words. The more he spoke, the more he risked being perceived as coveting the position of family head. This seemingly gentle girl, when provoked, proved to be utterly formidable. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Luo Xingyun swallowed his pride and directed his frustration at the physician beside him, demanding, "What are you waiting for? Go and save him." The physician, flustered, hurried onto the stage, reflecting on the preparations he had made. The earlier medication was not intended for Luo Xiu, but rather for Luo Xuanjie. Observing the precarious state of the latter, he mused that the young man appeared to be in dire straits. Should the situation prove irretrievable, any effective treatment would be wasted. A lackadaisical approach would suffice, allowing for a slight delay in care that might render Luo Xuanjie permanently incapacitated, such authority he still possessed. In truth, even if he exerted himself to save him, Luo Xuanjie was fated to meet the same end. From his position in the audience, Luo Xingyun glared at Luo Xiao, thinking, "Just wait, Luo Xiao. You are in Group 3. When the semifinals arrive, I shall have my opportunity to deal with you. Whatever you have done for Luo Xuanjie, I will repay 100-fold." Chapter 50. The beginning of muscle condensation. Following this fierce battle, the spectators found themselves somewhat perplexed regarding Luo Xiao's true prowess. Throughout the encounter, he had not employed any extraordinary techniques or weaponry. Apart from a stunning initial blow that disarmed Luo Xuanjie, his performance could be described as rather unremarkable. Many spectators attributed the outcome of the fight to Luo Xuanjie's lack of judgment, questioning why any rational individual would persist in wielding a blade after receiving such a resounding slap. Surely, evasion should have been the primary concern. Little did they realize that Luo Xiao's opening strike had left Luo Xuanjie momentarily dazed, rendering him incapable of an immediate response, plunging him into a state of confusion. The fact that he managed to cling to his weapon demonstrated a commendable tenacity. Moreover, the consensus among the crowd was that Luo Xiao, possessing merely third-grade talent, could not have significantly enhanced his combat abilities. It was widely believed that he would certainly fall short against Luo Xingyun. As a practitioner in the later stages of bone tempering, Luo Xingyun boasted a solid foundation and a family legacy of exceptional skills, making him a formidable opponent, far superior to the foolish Luo Xuanjie. As the subsequent matches unfolded, they seemed to validate the spectators' assumptions. Having been absent from prior contests, Luo Xiao was slated to compete in 4 additional battles. Regardless of the opponents he faced, each encounter was characterized by a balanced exchange of offense and defense. While he ultimately emerged victorious in each match, the triumphs were far from effortless. Gradually, people came to perceive that Luo Xiao's strength was rather limited. Yet, regardless of others' opinions, Luo Xiao continued to secure victory, achieving 5 wins out of 5 battles. The 2 competitors, previously injured by Luo Xuanjie, acknowledged that they could not return to the arena, and thus, they graciously conceded defeat. The group matches for the third group concluded, with Luo Xiao advancing as the first place from the second subgroup, while Jin Wenyu emerged as the victor from the first subgroup. The confrontations for the second place in the remaining 2 groups also reached their conclusion, resulting in a young man named Yu Li, who possessed 4th-grade aptitude and was at the pinnacle of bone refinement, advancing as well. However, he was also a defeated opponent of Luo Xiao, and no one anticipated his performance in the subsequent rounds. Thus, the 4 contenders from the third group were established: Luo Xingyun, Jin Wenyu, Luo Xiao, and Yu Li. Following this match, there would be a 3-day respite, as the competitions for the 4th and 5th groups were yet to take place, followed by an additional day of rest. As Luo Xiao descended from the stage, Luo Xingye stood before him. "Luo Xiao, congratulations. I truly did not expect your advancement to the semifinals. I am genuinely delighted for you." Luo Xingye expressed her excitement, as Luo Xiao's performance surpassed her expectations. After all, he was the one she had steadfastly supported, and his success brought her a sense of shared honor. It seemed that the criticisms of Luo Xiao being a mere sponge felt less piercing to her now. Luo Xiao gazed at Luo Xingye with a calm demeanor, achieving a state of tranquility in her presence. After Luo Xingye's last rejection, although Luo Xiao had let go, there remained a lingering ache in his heart. However, since the appearance of Yu Guiwan, his state of mind began to shift. Some encounters, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. That which does not belong to oneself is futile to pursue. Of course, he cherished the care bestowed upon him by Luo Xingre, and he vowed to repay it in the future, yet he would no longer engage in matters of romantic affection. "Thank you, miss," he said. "Is that all you can say?" Luo Xiao smiled lightly. "Then I wish you victory in the competition, a future in the sword and blade sect, the revitalization of the Luo family, and the discovery of a suitable partner with descendants aplenty." Luo Xingye's expression shifted subtly, not due to Luo Xiao's words, but because in his eyes, she saw only tranquility, devoid of any lingering warmth or affection. Clearly, Luo Xiao was not being dismissive. His words were spoken with sincerity. In silence, they brushed past each other. Upon returning home, Luo Xiao firmly shut the door and locked the courtyard gate. He then retrieved the alchemy furnace from his Shumi ring and commenced the process of refining pills. He had numerous pills to concoct, including those for the muscle refinement stage, as well as some dragon power pills to be delivered to Zhou Xian when he traveled to Yunzhou. thereby fulfilling his promise and earning some gold to continue producing the necessary medicinal concoctions for muscle refinement. Now that he had broken through to the muscle refinement stage, his Dantian's energy had significantly strengthened, allowing him to effortlessly refine 3 or 4 dragon power pills a day, with ample time left for other formulations. In the following 3 days, Luo Xiu dedicated himself entirely to alchemy, eschewing any other forms of cultivation. Within 3 days, Luo meticulously concocted 10 dragon power pills and expended nearly half of the medicinal materials he had brought, successfully refining dozens of pills necessary for strengthening the vital meridians. On the night of the 3rd day, he ceased his alchemical endeavors and focused on recuperation in preparation for the forthcoming battles. The preliminary rounds were merely a warm-up. Although I did not fully unleash my prowess, I engaged in numerous skirmishes, primarily gaining insights into combat. Regrettably, my opponents were too weak to compel me to reveal my trump cards. However, the upcoming semifinals will present a far greater challenge. Over the past few days, the matches of Group 5 concluded, and a total of 20 individuals will advance to the semifinals, from which 10 must be eliminated. The weakest among them is at least at the bone refinement stage, and they are no ordinary practitioners. As for my current strength, I can contend with those at the late or peak stages of bone refinement, but this is limited to average warriors. Talented fighters possess the capability to battle beyond their ranks. My cultivation level remains insufficient, and without employing some hidden techniques, victory will be elusive. The efficacy of my spiral dark force diminishes significantly against advanced warriors, as they possess sufficiently potent dantians to dissipate that subtle force. The defensive capabilities of those at the muscle solidification and bone refinement stages are considerably more robust, rendering it ineffective for decisive outcomes. To secure victory, I must primarily rely on my staff techniques. Although my strength is formidable, it does not afford me an overwhelming advantage. With 1 night remaining, I should endeavor to consolidate several meridians to enhance my power, thereby increasing my chances of triumph. Luo ceased his alchemical work. He intended to make the most of this final night, for tomorrow marks the commencement of the brutal elimination rounds of the semifinals. Consolidate the meridians. The initial focus ought to be on the neural terminals, which are predominantly situated at the extremities of the human body, namely the hands and feet. Both the hands and feet possess 5 digits, each of which is equipped with flexor and extensor tendons, totaling 40 in all. These tendons play a crucial role in generating force, grip strength in the palms, punching power, and support from the feet, among others. Typically, practitioners of tendon refinement lack the prowess to cultivate the tendons in their arms and thighs, yet they often succeed in honing those in their extremities. My journey of tendon refinement shall commence here, as I aim to cultivate these tendons, thereby enhancing my strength further. However, it is an arduous task to condense 40 tendons in just 1 night. Thus, I shall begin with the 10 tendons of my right foot. When the toes curl, the flexor tendons exert force, while the extension occurs when they straighten. Initiating with the right foot is indeed the most prudent approach. Establishing a solid foundation from the ground up is essential for successful cultivation above. Moreover, foot strikes tend to be stealthy. Refining the tendons of the right foot serves as a lethal technique. The process of tendon refinement is fraught with discomfort, as it necessitates the complete elongation of the tendons, requiring them to exert continuous force. It is not merely the legs or feet that engage. It is solely the toes that must generate power, aimed at stretching both the flexor and extensor tendons of the toes. Such high-intensity, sustained exertion is essential for effectively training the tendons, achieving the desired stretching effect. Owing to the flawless refinement of his muscles, the strain does not render Luo Xiu's muscles excessively fatigued. Rather, each stretch evokes a sensation as though his toe tendons are on the verge of snapping. Thus, by stretching the 5 toes to their utmost limits, I can facilitate the infusion of energy into my dantian. I hope the duration of this night will suffice. Unperturbed by any distractions, Luo Xiu closes his eyes, mechanically repeating this seemingly simple yet profoundly agonizing exercise. Having endured the torment of the body refining stage and the invasion of the black book upon his soul, he has become somewhat accustomed to this pain. With his eyes shut, he silently delves into the intricacies of his staff techniques to divert his attention as time gradually approaches midnight. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonates through the veins of his right big toe. The stretch has been achieved. Luo Xiu's spirit surges as he ceases to exert pressure with his big toe and instead shifts the effort to the other 4 toes. Amongst the 5, the big toe bears the greatest strain, Now that it has halted its exertion, the tension on the remaining 4 toes intensifies exponentially. This is truly excruciating. Beads of sweat form on Luo Xiu's brow. While his training method is effective and swift, it is exceedingly extreme. Most practitioners prefer a gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, ultimately achieving the same results through prolonged fatigue, but enduring far less suffering. Yet, none can match Luo Xiu's pace. Chapter 51. Another dark horse before long, the middle toe also succumbs to the stretch. Excluding the big toe, the middle toe serves as a significant point of exertion. With its stretching, the remaining 3 toes bear even greater pressure. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Xiu perseveres, and within mere moments, his index toe too is stretched. Only the little toe and the ring toe remained. Luo Xiu exerted every ounce of his strength. After a few attempts, the ring toe was fully stretched. Ultimately, only the little toe remained, the weakest of the toes, and Luo Xiu realized he could not rely solely on it to move the massive stone. Gritting his teeth, he determined that it was not essential to shift the stone. Generating the maximum pulling force would suffice. The stone slowly lifted off the ground, barely less than a centimeter. Boom! His toe faltered, and the stone crashed back down. Looking down, he noticed all 5 toes were subtly twitching uncontrollably, the result of the fully stretched tendons. 10 tendons in total, 5 for extension and 5 for flexion, had finally reached their limit. Luo Xiu dared not pause for even a moment and hurriedly channeled energy into his dantian. As the energy flowed in, the twitching tendons underwent a slight transformation. They began to solidify, and Luo Xiu could even sense a slight increase in their thickness. Warriors believe that the ability to exert force is contingent upon both muscular strength and the strength of the tendons. Only with sufficiently robust tendons can one support greater power. It is said that some individuals possess tendons as thick as eels. Such people are considered to possess innate divine strength. Of course, this is somewhat exaggerated. Human tendons cannot truly be as thick as eels, but after the process of solidifying the tendons, they indeed became much more resilient and slightly thicker. Approximately an hour later, the 10 tendons of Luo Xiu's right foot had been refined. He lifted his leg and rotated it a few times, feeling a definite increase in strength. When I previously entered the realm of muscle refinement, the strength in my legs was approximately 3,000 pounds. Now, although I have only refined several tendons in my toes, my power has surged once more, increasing by nearly 300 pounds. While this may seem modest, it is a testament to the principle that small increments accumulate over time. I still have 475 tendons yet to refine, and there are 3 obscure tendons of which I am uncertain of their existence. I wonder if I shall ever have the opportunity to experience them. According to the records of the Luo family, the most formidable practitioners during the peak era of muscle refinement could achieve a punching power of 2,500 pounds. However, this figure is likely an understatement, as the Luo family is merely a small clan, and the outside world is vast and teeming with prodigious talents. The reality may be far more impressive. I have perfected my physical training, and upon first entering the realm of muscle refinement, I attained a punching power of 2,000 pounds. If I can achieve perfection in my refinement, when I reach the pinnacle of this stage, I am certain my strength will exceed 2,500 pounds. After pondering for a moment and silently relishing the joy of my successful refinement, Luo Xiu seized the opportunity to rest for several hours. When dawn broke, he rose to prepare for the semifinals. Upon arriving at the central square, he discovered that the semifinals had already commenced. The first Group S semifinal was as uneventful as the preliminary rounds. When Luo Xingye took the stage, he effortlessly defeated his opponent using only basic palm techniques in conjunction with the Luo smoke steps, securing first place in his group and advancing to the finals. Among the first group, the only one capable of exchanging blows with Luo Xingye was a young lad named Cui Yang. Possessing a 4th-grade talent, he managed to endure 12 exchanges without Luo Xingye exerting his full strength, securing his place in the finals with the second-best score in the group. Following the conclusion of the first Group S matches, the second Group S competition commenced. Initially, spectators anticipated that the second group would mirror the first, with Luo Xingye advancing effortlessly, leaving behind a mere filler competitor. However, to everyone's astonishment, the second group unveiled a dark horse. A girl named Luo Lingling emerged victorious from this group. Her performance during the preliminary rounds had been rather unremarkable, yet she suddenly surged in the semifinals, wielding dual swords with remarkable finesse, effortlessly defeating the other 2 competitors in her group. After achieving 2 consecutive victories, Luo Lingling raised her swords, pointing them at Luo Xingyao. A hint of disdain gracing her youthful visage. Luo Xingyao, you have held the position of the second strongest among our generation in Luo family village for long enough. It is time for a change. This unexpected turn of events left the audience in a state of shock. From the sidelines, Luo Xiu observed keenly Luo Lingling. A peak bone forging practitioner, and once a close friend of Luo Xingye, was a petite and delicate girl with 4th grade peak talent, teetering on the brink of advancing to 5th grade. Her swordsmanship was profound, particularly in the challenging art of dual wielding. Yet Luo Lingling defied this norm, displaying exquisite swordplay where her dual swords alternated seamlessly between offense and defense, having already grasped the essence of light-footed swordplay. In comparison to her opponents, the vast disparity in strength was immediately evident. During the preliminary round, Luo Lingling wielded only a single sword, and her victories were hard-earned, leading many to underestimate her abilities. However, it is evident now that she was deliberately concealing her strength. Luo Xiu subtly turned his gaze towards Luo Xingye, who had already completed the semifinals. He noticed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of Luo Xingye's lips, stirring something within him. It appears that Luo Lingling intentionally masked her prowess, only to unleash it during the semifinals, likely with Luo Xingye's influence at play. Could it be that Luo Xingye has already begun to suppress potential threats to her position, thereby solidifying her status within the Luo family estate? Among the younger men of the Luo clan, Luo Xingyao stands at the forefront. Should he falter against Luo Lingling in such a crucial competition, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to his prestige. After all, how could one expect to inherit the position of the estate's master if he cannot even best an obscure girl? Such a failure would be intolerable to all. Luo Xingye's strategy is undeniably ruthless, effortlessly eliminating a rival who could jeopardize her claim to succession. However, Luo Xingyao is not to be underestimated. With a 5th grade aptitude, it remains uncertain whether Luo Lingling can truly overcome him. Nevertheless, Luo Xiu harbored a subtle belief that Luo Lingling, having suddenly erupted with vigor, must possess considerable confidence. In the face of Luo Lingling's public provocation, Luo Xingyao's expression darkened, sensing that the situation was slipping beyond his control. Their plan is quite splendid. Luo Xingyao's current ambition is to secure the 2nd position within the family. Once he rightfully obtains the fire essence, his strength will ascend significantly, perhaps even allowing him to surpass Luo Xingye. After eclipsing Luo Xingye, he intends to seize the opportunity to publicly undermine Luo Xingye's authority, thereby gradually achieving his goal of usurping power and ultimately becoming the head of the clan. However, an unexpected challenger has emerged, an audacious girl named Luo Lingling, who dares to confront him in front of everyone. Most alarmingly, he has no confidence in defeating Luo Lingling. How infuriating. Why is this girl so formidable? I had no inkling of her prowess before. This must be the scheme of Luo Xingye. From the very beginning, she suggested placing Luo Lingling in the 2nd group and instructed me to ensure she doesn't lose too embarrassingly. At that time, I paid her no heed. But now it is clear that this is nothing but Luo Xingye's cunning plot. Regardless of how fiercely Luo Xingye grits his teeth, he cannot refuse such a challenge, especially since it is now his turn to compete against Luo Lingling. Steeling himself, he ascends the stage with a grim expression and addresses Luo Lingling. Luo Lingling, you are quite impressive. You have hidden your capabilities well enough to deceive me. At this moment, Luo Lingling shows no deference to Luo Xingyao. With a flourish, she twirls her twin swords and retorts, those who can be deceived are simply blind to the truth. What audacity! Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Luo Xingyao seethes with anger. It matters not who I am. What is significant is that you are about to become my defeated opponent. Is possessing mid-level aptitude truly remarkable? Let me inform you. I possess the qualifications of the 5th grade. What? You have the qualifications of the 5th grade? That is impossible. Luo Xingyao exclaimed in astonishment. After all, Luo Lingling had undergone testing and had undoubtedly reached the peak of the 4th grade within the span of 49 breaths. Humph. Stopping at 49 breaths is not a challenge for me. In fact, if calculated, my aptitude surpasses yours, barely qualifying for the 5th grade. Luo Xingyao, come to your senses and draw your weapon. As Luo Lingling urged Luo Xingyao to prepare for battle, she seized the moment when he was retrieving his weapon. In an instant, she lunged forward, her twin swords aimed directly at Luo Xingyao's eyes. Caught off guard, Luo Xingyao had barely grasped his sword when he was ambushed by Luo Lingling. In a flurry of confusion, he retreated, losing the initiative. Both combatants were of similar realms, yet losing the first strike placed him at a disadvantage. Moreover, Luo Lingling's prowess surpassed that of Luo Xingyao, amplifying the disparity between them. The speed of her twin swords was astonishing. Throughout the encounter, Luo Xingyao found himself unable to counterattack. After a few desperate dodges, he was ultimately pierced in the shoulder by Luo Lingling's sword. Blood splattered as Luo Lingling deftly twisted her wrist, her sword slicing through Luo Xingyao's peepa bone. This particular bone is crucial for exerting force. Once compromised, the entire body succumbs to weakness and fatigue. Luo Xingyao, having only recently entered the bone-tempering stage, had never refined his peepa bone. With it shattered by Luo Lingling's strike, he let out a pained cry and collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Do not speak of the rankings achieved in the semifinals. He is no longer capable of participating in the next match. In other words, as the second seed, he has been eliminated. Luo Lingling emerged victorious with ease, descending from the stage with her sword, completely disregarding the murderous gaze of Luo Xiong above. Luo Lai gently patted Luo Xiong's shoulder, exclaiming, "Haha, second brother, do remain calm, do remain calm. Our Luo family is blessed with a plethora of talented youths. This is indeed a cause for celebration. The defeat of Xingyao is of little consequence, for you still have a son, Xingyan. Perhaps he will excel in the third group." Luo Xiong gazed at Luo Lai's smiling face, a chill coursing through him. Has his elder brother finally begun to exert his influence? Chapter 52. Jin Wenyu. The elimination of Luo Xingyao has been the most shocking upset of this Luo family selection competition. There are 5 groups in total. Luo Xingyao, the first seed in the first group, is widely recognized as the strongest. Luo Xingyao, the second seed, is regarded as the second strongest by the majority. Yet, this second-ranked competitor has been unexpectedly ousted by the unassuming Luo Lingling. A wave of coldness washed over Luo Xiong as he recalled that Luo Lingling had just mentioned her own 5th-grade aptitude, a revelation that had eluded him. Observing Luo Lai's beaming expression, it was evident that he had been privy to this outcome all along. This was a scheme he had orchestrated deliberately. He has begun to resort to self-harm. No wonder he so readily accepted the prize for second place. I initially thought he was simply cautious. But now it is evident that he intends to claim both first and second places. If Luo Lingling ultimately obtains the fire essence, she will undoubtedly hand it over to Luo Xingyao, leaving me with nothing. This old man is truly calculating. No, I have not yet lost. There is still Xingyun in Group 3, who is the third seed and possesses strength comparable to Xingyao. Although Xingyao lost earlier, it was primarily due to carelessness. He dared to fight without weapons. Luo Lingling's sword may be swift, but her victory does not necessarily reflect her true prowess. As long as Xingyun approaches the match with seriousness, I still hold hope for claiming second place. As Luo Xiong consoled himself, he quietly approached Luo Xingyun. "Xingyun, you have seen your brother's predicament. All of our father's hopes now rest upon you. Your match in Group 3 is imminent, and advancing from this group should pose no challenge. I expect you not only to advance but to do so decisively. In the finals, ensure that you take revenge on that Luo Lingling for your brother. Rest assured, father, that Luo Lingling merely seized victory through a surprise attack. Come the finals, I shall make her pay the price. The reward for second place will surely still be ours." Due to Luo Lingling's unexpected emergence and her injury to Luo Xingyao, who has sustained damage to his humerus and will require at least a month of recovery, it seems that Luo Xingyao is effectively out of the competition. Having missed the current selection for the Sword and Blade sect, Luo Xingyao, now 16, faces the grim reality that by the time of the next selection, he will be 18 years old. The Sword and Blade sect does not accept disciples of that age, effectively closing the door on his aspirations. Following Luo Xingyao's elimination, the remaining 2 contestants in his group were overjoyed. After a fierce competition, it was a contestant named Zhao Xinqing. Possessing a mere 4th-grade aptitude and having begun his bone-tempering journey only a few days prior, who secured a spot in the top 10. Zhao Xinqing, overwhelmed by his unexpected success, recognized the sheer luck of his advancement and harbored no further ambitions. He intended to concede in the finals without contest. As the second group concluded, the third group commenced without delay. Among the first 3 groups of competitions today, the third group generated the most anticipation. It featured the seed contestant Luo Xingyun and another competitor named Jin Wenyu, who wielded a formidable Feng Tianhua halberd. Jin Wenyu had achieved first place in the preliminary round of his group, leading many to believe he possessed the strength to challenge Luo Xingyun. Additionally, there was Luo Xiuxiu, whose prowess, although not as remarkable as Jin Wenyu's, was overshadowed by his well-known conflicts with several young masters of the Luo family. The personal vendettas involved in the competition promised an intense showdown. On the arena, Jin Wenyu prepared to take the stage. Although he hailed from Luo family village, he did not bear the Luo surname and was not particularly esteemed within the family. His tall, imposing figure and sharply defined features signaled a man of resolute determination. Luo Xiuxiu observed him and instantly recognized the strength of his character. This individual is indeed a formidable opponent. Not only should Luo Xingyun take him seriously, but I must also approach him with caution. The host announces the commencement of the match. In the first round, Jin Wenyu faces off against Yu Li. Yu Li, ranked second in the second group of the third division, had previously been defeated by Luo Xiu during the preliminaries. However, he managed to engage Luo Xiu in a prolonged battle, indicating his considerable prowess. Yu Li wields a long sword, a modest-grade magical weapon of human rank. The mere possession of a magical weapon is commendable, as many formal disciples have yet to acquire one. As Yu Li ascends the stage, he stands opposite Jin Wenyu, and the two exchange respectful bows, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yu Li lightly taps the sword in his hand, declaring, "This sword is named Zhan Yao, a magical weapon. In my battle against Luo Xiu, I refrained from using it, as he fought unarmed. This marks its debut in the arena, so I advise you to be cautious." Brother Wenyu. Yu Li exudes confidence, having kept his trump card concealed, the humble magical weapon. Prior to facing Luo Xiu, he observed the strength of the second-ranked competitor in the first group, realizing that even in defeat against Luo Xiu, he could still triumph over that second-ranked individual, thereby advancing as the fourth from his group. Thus, he refrained from utilizing his sword, relying instead on his martial arts skills, ultimately losing by a narrow margin. However, he does not perceive Luo Xiu as superior to him. Had he wielded this inferior magical sword, Luo Xiu would undoubtedly have been no match for him. Now, confronted with Jin Wenyu, he dares not conceal his abilities any longer, for he has witnessed the might of Jin Wenyu's halberd and understands that without his weapon, he would face a devastating defeat. Jin Wenyu nods slightly, responding, "Thank you for the warning. My halberd is also a magical weapon of moderate human rank. Shall we commence?" Yu Li nodded solemnly, fully aware that he held no advantage in this battle. Observing that Yu Li was prepared, Jin Wenyu shook his halberd, unleashing a glimmering cold light. The tip of the halberd seemed to morph into countless strikes, enveloping several vital points on Yu Li's chest. This was the technique known as the Golden Rooster Crows at Dawn within the realm of spear techniques. He had astonishingly managed to integrate spear techniques into his halberd skills. Upon the high platform, Luo Lai wore a look of utter astonishment. As the head of the Luo family, he naturally held a certain favoritism for his kin, yet he had not anticipated that such a remarkable figure would emerge from outside his lineage. Although there are some commonalities between spear techniques and halberd techniques, substantial differences exist as well. Spear techniques primarily focus on thrusting, prodding, sweeping, and other such maneuvers. In contrast, halberd techniques build upon spear techniques by incorporating hooking, hanging, slicing, chopping, and smashing, thus embodying certain characteristics of a blade. It cannot be definitively stated which is more challenging to master, but it is certain that without prolonged practice, one cannot yield significant results with either weapon. Jin Wenyu's incorporation of the Golden Rooster Crows at Dawn into his halberd techniques reveals the profound depth of his martial prowess. Furthermore, this particular maneuver was not merely intended to confuse his opponent, it carried a distinct purpose. His target with the halberd was, indeed, the vital points on Yu Li's chest. Generally, martial practitioners invest little effort into studying vital points before sealing them, as their primary focus lies in strengthening their muscles and bones, with the sealing of points being a concern for the future. Thus, there exists a saying, "No sealing, no striking." This means that until a martial artist has sealed their points, they typically lack an understanding of how to attack the vital points of their adversary. However, Jin Wenyu has evidently shattered this convention. He has commenced attacking the vital points of his opponents. Although his precision is not yet impeccable, he has already established a significant lead over other martial artists of the same realm. Upon the elevated platform, Luo Lai once more discerned that this Jin Wenyu had astonishingly progressed to the stage of Lianzong. Just days prior, during the preliminary rounds, he was at the pinnacle of Ninggu, yet in a mere span of 3 days, he achieved another breakthrough. His foundational skills are robust, and thus, His prowess should now surpass that of Luo Xingyun. Luo Lai felt a surge of delight in his heart. He had orchestrated a strategic maneuver with his daughter, deploying Luo Lingling as a dark horse, which unexpectedly led to the elimination of Luo Xingyao. However, against Luo Xingyun and Luo Xinghue, they found themselves somewhat powerless, not anticipating that Jin Wenyu would emerge so spectacularly to deliver yet another surprise. Yuli is undoubtedly no match for Jin Wenyu, nor is Luo Xiao. Consequently, it is plausible that Jin Wenyu may secure the top position in his group, with Luo Xingyun in second place. Although Luo Xingyun can still advance to the top 10, the prospect of claiming second place seems elusive. Not only did Luo Lai perceive the underlying strategy, but many present also recognized Jin Wenyu's formidable strength. Luo Xiao was quietly observing as well. This Jin Wenyu is indeed a formidable adversary. He has entered the Lianzong stage, while I remain merely at Ningjin, a full 2 realms apart. To triumph over him would not be a simple endeavor, let alone the top 10. I perceive that this individual possesses the strength to rank among the top 5 of our entire family's younger generation. With keen observation of Jin Wenyu's application of the halberd, Luo Xiao has already classified him as a formidable foe, even ranking above Luo Xingyun. Meanwhile, Luo Xingyun's expression was one of sheer astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, Jin Wenyu has transcended from bone refining to the realm of organ training. I have reached the later stages of bone refining, while he has achieved the pinnacle of this realm. Although I possess the ancestral skills of my family, overcoming him has now become a formidable challenge. The difference of a single realm makes all the difference. How infuriating. I had assumed that this group lacked any formidable opponents, only to be confronted by such a formidable figure. Sensing Luo Xingyun's inner turmoil, Luo Xiong discreetly transmitted a message to him. Upon receiving Luo Xiong's words, Luo Xingyun felt a measure of calmness return. A temporary setback was inconsequential as long as he secured a spot in the next round. The true contest would commence in the finals. The spectators held varying thoughts, while the outcome on stage was already apparent. Yuli had believed his strength would match Jin Wenyu's evenly, but he was taken aback to discover the latter's spear technique had reached such an extraordinary level. Coupled with immense power, his sword, being a light weapon, was inherently at a disadvantage, and with their initial clash, he felt the sword slipping from his grasp. Clang, clang, clang. Jin Wenyu launched a series of aggressive assaults, and despite Yuli's desperate attempts to hold on, he ultimately could not alter the outcome. Jin Wenyu delivered a sweeping strike that sent Yuli's sword flying. His grip fractured, blood flowed forth. As Jin Wenyu sheathed his spear, Yuli's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, ultimately bowing his head in surrender. In the first match of the third group's semifinals, Jin Wenyu emerged victorious. Chapter 53. The tremor Jin Wenyu emerged victorious in the first match of the semifinals, showcasing an overwhelming advantage. Yuli, who had previously engaged in fierce battles with Luo Xiao, had refrained from drawing his sword during the preliminary rounds. However, when he finally wielded his weapon in the semifinals, he was effortlessly defeated by Jin Wenyu. In the blink of an eye, public opinion shifted in favor of Jin Wenyu, who was now deemed not only capable of securing first place in his group, but also possessing the potential to vie for a spot among the top 5. Following the announcement of Jin Wenyu's victory, the host swiftly commenced the second match of the tournament, Luo Xiao versus Luo Xingyun. This bout promised to be highly intriguing, as Luo Xiao and Luo Xingyun had long been embroiled in conflict. Previously, Luo Xiao had decisively defeated Luo Xuanjie in the arena, thereby incurring the ire of Luo Xingyun, who had repeatedly vowed to exact a severe reprimand on Luo Xiao in their upcoming encounter. Not to be underestimated, Luo Xiao had advanced through the semifinals with an unblemished record, despite not appearing overwhelmingly dominant. This was, without a doubt, the first true clash of titans since the commencement of the tournament. As the host declared the match open, Luo Xingyun eagerly ascended the stage, desperately in need of a victory to solidify his status as a seed contender, while also harboring a desire to release his pent-up frustration upon Luo Xiao, who served as the perfect outlet for his rage. Luo Xiao, come forth. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Luo Xiao calmly adjusted his scholar's robe and ascended the stage at a measured pace. As he passed by Jin Wenyu, the latter suddenly remarked, I eagerly anticipate the moment we face each other. Luo Xiao paused momentarily before offering Jin Wenyu a smile, replying, I feel the same. Concealing one's true abilities may deceive the majority, yet those with discernment are not easily fooled. Upon taking the stage, Luo Xiao found himself facing Luo Xingyun, observing the distorted expression on the latter's face. Luo Xingyun, brimming with malice, declared, Luo Xiao. It was I who expelled you from the Luo family estate all those years ago. Today, this scene will repeat. I shall personally render you powerless and banish you from the Luo family once and for all. From this day forth, your fate shall be that of a beggar, no more than a wretched beggar, inferior even to a dog. Luo Xiao replied calmly, even if I were to become a beggar, I would still surpass you. Are you out of your mind? I am saying you are worse than a dog. Worse than a dog, you say? Who is worse than a dog? Luo Xingyun's countenance shifted as he nearly fell for Luo Xiao's trap once more. Such a clumsy ploy had ensnared him twice. Laughter erupted from the audience. Following Luo Xingyao's elimination, the aura surrounding the seated contestants had dimmed considerably, and with Luo Xingyun's lack of popularity, the laughter was unrestrained. Gritting his teeth, Luo Xingyun hissed under his breath, Luo Xiao, I will ruin you. You have your eyes on Luo Xingya, do you not? Though she is my cousin, I care not. One day, she shall submit to me. Rest assured, I will invite you to witness it, but you may only watch, no touching. As he spoke, a lewd smile crept across Luo Xingyun's face, his voice low enough for only Luo Xiao to hear. In his eyes, Luo Xiao had already become a mere husk. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and retorted, Indeed, you are even inferior to a dog. Luo Xiao, don't overestimate yourself. Perish. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's scathing remarks, Luo Xingyun's temper flared. He advanced, his palm slicing through the air like a blade, aiming a vicious strike at Luo Xiao's neck. Simultaneously, he executed a swift and covert kick aimed at Luo Xiao's lower body. In his eyes, despite Luo Xiao's apparent progress, he remained nothing more than a mere plaything. Someone he had bullied since childhood and never deemed worthy of respect. Though Luo Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, a genuine fury ignited within him. How dare this unworthy creature? Luo Xingyan, even consider harboring intentions towards Luo Xingya? Although Luo Xiao no longer held romantic feelings for her, he would not tolerate such humiliation. With Luo Xingyun's malicious intent clear, Luo Xiao felt no hesitation in extinguishing this threat before it could blossom, thus safeguarding Luo Xingya's future. Luo Xingyun's strike was both swift and brutal. If it landed on Luo Xiao's neck, it could easily sever vital arteries. Luo Xiao, while intent on dealing with Luo Xingyun, did not underestimate his opponent. Luo Xingyun had reached the mid-stage of bone tempering, a full realm above him. Moreover, he had been a key focus of the Luo family's training since childhood, entering the muscle condensation stage with an impressive refinement of 420 units and progressing to the bone tempering stage with 305 meridians. He was indeed a standout in this realm, and most practitioners at the organ training stage would find him formidable. Furthermore, he had mastered the family's secret techniques, making his strength undeniable. Stepping back just in time, Luo Xiao narrowly evaded Luo Xingyun's lethal strike, countering with a forceful kick that collided head-on with Luo Xingyun. The resounding impact echoed, leaving listeners wincing at the sound of flesh meeting bone. As the two individuals retreated 2 steps each, neither gained an advantage from their strike. Luo Xiao currently possessed a leg strength of approximately 3,000 pounds. However, Luo Xingyun's realm surpassed his by a significant margin, and his inherent power was formidable as well, boasting a leg strength that was only marginally inferior to Luo Xiao's, estimated at around 2,006 or 7. Moreover, Luo Xingyun possessed a greater number of muscle fibers, and his leg bones had undergone rigorous refinement, resulting in a capacity to withstand impacts that far exceeded that of Luo Xiao. Consequently, in this exchange, Luo Xiao did not emerge victorious. It was only through sheer force that he managed to match Luo Xingyun. Yet, this singular blow left the entire audience in stunned silence, including Luo Xingya, who considered himself well acquainted with Luo Xiao. At that moment, Luo Xingya gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom that the one confronting Luo Xingyun on the arena was indeed Luo Xiao. This is impossible. The most astonished of all was Luo Xingyun himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not held back in his previous strike, intending to break Luo Xiao's leg with a single blow, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. How could someone in the early stages of muscle refinement compare to him, who was in the mid-stages of bone forging? It was inconceivable for one to possess such immense strength. There must be trickery at play. Luo Xiao, you shall not deceive me. With a thunderous roar, Luo Xingyun surged forward again, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches aimed at Luo Xiao's chest and face, while simultaneously employing the family's signature Luo Yin footwork, delivering swift kicks with his legs. Come at me, Luo Xiao shouted back, channeling his energy into his dantian. Invoking the essence of being as steadfast as a mountain, he grounded himself, fists clenched tightly, and unleashed a spiraling force through his punches. In the face of Luo Xingyun's full frontal assault, Luo Xiao dared not hold back. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. Boom. With a forceful collision, Luo Xingyun felt a sharp pain emanating from Luo Xiao's fist, ruthlessly damaging his sinews and muscles. This young man possessed an unusual strength. At this moment, Luo Xingyun had exerted all his might. Retreating now would only serve to invite ridicule. Thus, even as the spiraling dark energy inflicted excruciating pain, he persevered, channeling his inner energy to alleviate the suffering while relentlessly attacking, striving to defeat Luo Xiao in a swift manner. He could not fathom that someone in the early stage of muscle consolidation could withstand a direct confrontation with him. Surely, Luo Xiao was merely enduring, attempting to force him back with this peculiar strength. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, each strike landing with palpable force. Their fists and legs clashed continuously within a 3-foot radius, neither willing to yield an inch. The spectators were left dumbfounded. They had witnessed ferocity before, yet nothing compared to the intensity displayed by these two. While Luo Xingyun possessed the strength to exhibit such brutality, the fact that Luo Xiao, merely in the early stage of muscle consolidation, could engage in such a fierce melee was beyond belief. Unless witnessed firsthand, one would never accept such a notion. Could it be that Luo Xiao was merely holding on? At that moment, Luo Lingling sat beside Luo Xingye, her own abilities now apparent. And she chose not to conceal them any longer, opting to remain with Luo Xingye as Luo Xingye's close friend. She was acutely aware of his burgeoning feelings for Luo Xiao, and her concern for him grew. No, although I cannot fathom how Luo Xiao achieves this. He has always been astute and calculating. He never undertakes actions without certainty. Did Xingye truly believe that Luo Xiao could emerge victorious? Their realms were vastly disparate, and moreover, Luo Xinjian had yet to reveal his hidden cards. Some claimed that his strength had even surpassed that of Luo Xinjiao. If it came to a direct confrontation, I would hardly have any confidence in defeating him unless I relied on the swiftness of my swordsmanship to launch a sudden strike. I am uncertain. Luo Xingyi pondered for a moment. The current Luo Xiao has become somewhat inscrutable to me, it seems. Ever since that day, he has been different. Below, two young ladies whispered to each other, while the battle on stage escalated rapidly into a fierce contest. Both combatants exchanged several blows, yet more often, they engaged in a fierce clash of strength. Luo Xiao's long hair danced wildly, his white scholar's robe tattered and discarded during the fray, revealing a sleek outfit of moonlight blue that perfectly accentuated his physique, evoking a spark of admiration in Luo Xingyi's eyes. His lips pressed tightly together. Luo Xiao unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, relentlessly attacking Luo Xinjian. With each strike, he utilized the spiral dark energy to its utmost potential. Tian Tua, Qi Hai, Dan Zhong. The 3 critical acupoints reverberated with explosive force. Luo Xiao possessed an astute understanding of acupoint theory. After trading blows with Luo Xinjian, he should have retreated to catch his breath. Instead, he surged forward, propelled by his impeccable core strength, unleashing a sudden burst of power. Luo Xinjian was acutely aware that these vital points must not be struck. He strained to dissipate the spiral dark energy, knowing that a hit to those acupoints would spell disaster. He blocked Luo Xiao's 2 punches with his arms, then brought his hands together in a defensive stance to intercept Luo Xiao's final blow. A piercing pain surged through his arm, the spiraling dark energy striking with such swiftness that he found himself struggling to keep up. A slight stumble beneath his feet alerted Luo Xiao to an opportunity. With a sudden burst of power, his right leg soared, delivering a fierce whip kick aimed at Luo Xingyun's solar plexus. Faced with this lethal strike, Luo Xingyun dared not confront it head-on, leaning back to regain his balance. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiao raised his left leg high and brought it crashing down, executing a powerful kick directed at the Baihui point atop Luo Xingye's head. Off balance and unable to evade, Luo Xingyun resorted to raising both hands and a cross to block Luo Xiao's formidable attack. The impact was thunderous. Under the force of the blow, Luo Xingyun finally faltered, retreating step by step, unable to contest the ground with Luo Xiao any longer. The spectators were left in stunned silence. The 3rd seed, Luo Xingyan, was repelled by Luo Xiao in a direct confrontation. Chapter 54. Unassailable defense. Having successfully landed his strike, Luo Xiao seized the momentum. Advancing with a swift step, and launching his right fist in a powerful assault. Boom. Caught off guard, Luo Xingyun found himself without a solid footing. Resorting to crossing his arms in a futile attempt to guard against Luo Xiu's relentless onslaught, which left him unable to maintain his stance, continuing to retreat in disarray. The spiraling dark energy surged with unrestrained force, and Luo Xiu resembled a swift leopard, shadowing Luo Xingyun once more, delivering another fierce punch. Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, Luo Xingyun could only defend himself, utterly powerless to retaliate. He struggled to maintain his balance, while simultaneously attempting to dissipate the relentless waves of spiraling dark energy that crashed upon him like ocean tides. His internal energy surged violently, and his complexion grew increasingly pallid. Both the elders of the family on the platform and the ordinary spectators below were momentarily rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that Luo Xiu would exhibit such ferocity, overpowering Luo Xingyun to this extent despite being merely at the initial stage of muscle condensation. The aura of the seed competitors had faded, and this year's Luo family internal selection had seen a series of unexpected upsets. Yet none could compare to the shock brought forth by Luo Xiu. Ah, Luo Xiu, I will fight you with all I have. Once more. Luo Xingyun was struck by Luo Xiu's punch, unable to suppress the surge of blood rising within him. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luo Xiu deftly sidestepped, his clothing untouched by the dripping blood. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xingyun finally steadied himself, and with a flick of his hand, a blade devoid of a sharp edge materialized from his ring. Grasping the sword with both hands, his momentum surged. Although his complexion remained pale, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was still glaringly evident, his overall spirit had transformed. This was indeed a mid-grade human-tier artifact. Remarkably, even among mid-grade human-tier weapons, this sword was exceptional. It was unexpected that Luo Xingyun possessed such a valuable item, indicating that he had not been exerting his full strength in the battle against Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Luo Xingyun possessed such a remarkable weapon. This blunt heavy sword, emanating a bluish hue, measured 4 feet in length and was as wide as a guillotine. Although devoid of a blade, this sword bore a weight and impact that ordinary swords could not rival. With a mere glance, Luo Xiu discerned its considerable heft. At this juncture, he was compelled to wield a weapon, otherwise, he would have to rely solely on explosive energy to prevail over Luo Xingyun. With a flick of his sumi ring, a staff of equal length appeared in his grasp. This staff was the very one he had practiced with during his time with Yu Guiwan. It was not a magical artifact, but merely a robust steel staff. The Panlong staff, which he had acquired from Han Qing, remained unused for now, despite his ability to wield it with strength at this moment. Although a high-grade earthly artifact possessed formidable power, overly relying on the advantage of weaponry would lead to a neglect of personal refinement, a lesson imparted to Luo Xiu by Yu Guiwan. A true master could slay with the mere flutter of petals or the fall of leaves. While Luo Xiu had not yet attained such a realm, he harbored the same spirit. Upon seeing Luo Xiu brandish a simple staff, Luo Xingyun erupted into hearty laughter. A pauper is a pauper, he scoffed. Even if your skills have improved, it does not alter the fact that you lack even a low-grade artifact. How can you hope to contend with my Xiantai heavy sword? Luo Xiu retorted, swinging his staff. The Xiantai heavy sword is indeed impressive, yet it is regrettably blunt. While it holds an advantage over ordinary blades, its weight is not significantly greater than my solid steel staff. You possess no true advantage here. Above on the platform, the family head, Luo Lai, silently nodded in approval. Indeed, as Luo Xiu articulated, the Xiantai heavy sword wielded by Luo Xingyun possesses a significant advantage against other blades due to its formidable weight and resilience. However, when confronted with the exceedingly hefty steel staff, this advantage becomes less pronounced. A sharp sword could easily sever the staff, a feat the blunt heavy sword cannot achieve. This Luo Xiu not only excels in martial arts but also demonstrates profound comprehension of weaponry. Humph. Luo Xiu, you merely boast with your words. Today, I shall let you experience the might of my Xiantai heavy sword. Before his words could dissipate, Luo Xingyun strode forward with renewed vigor, dispelling any remnants of his earlier despondency. With a powerful swing, he brought his Xiantai heavy sword crashing down upon Luo Xiu's face. In response, Luo Xiu executed a swift rotation, harnessing the momentum to wield the staff in a circular motion, colliding it forcefully with the descending heavy sword. Clang! The jarring sound of metal striking metal resonated sharply, assaulting the eardrums of bystanders. Those near the arena not only felt a ringing in their ears, but also witnessed the sparks that erupted from the clash of their weapons. Luo Xingyun felt a tingling in his hands. Fortunately, he held the Xian Tai heavy sword. Had he been wielding an ordinary blade, he would have surely faltered under Luo Xiu's strike. Yet, Luo Xiu was not entirely unscathed. The weighty impact caused the steel staff to emit a clear ringing sound, revealing its ordinary nature. If this relentless exchange continued, it would ultimately be Luo Xiu who faced defeat. His opponent held a distinct advantage with weaponry. The Xian Tai sword was roughly twice the weight of the steel staff, allowing Luo Xingyun to compensate for his lack of strength through this superiority. Thus, he resolved to adopt a defensive stance, focusing on attrition while biding his time to unleash his full power when the opportunity arose. Luo Xiu established his tactics, opting for defense rather than offense, as he brandished his steel rod. Luo Xingyun, unleash all your abilities, he declared. Luo Xingyun tightened his grip on the mysterious iron sword. Chuckling malevolently, Luo Xiu, your end is nigh. You dare to make me spit blood. I have altered my decision and shall leave you no path for survival. In this arena, where swords clash without mercy, should misfortune befall you, I hope you remember to reincarnate into a wealthy family. The realm of warriors does not welcome impoverished souls who cannot even afford low-grade artifacts. As Luo Xingyun charged forward again with his heavy iron sword, Luo Xingye felt a heaviness in his heart from below the stage. Beside him, Luo Lingling also sensed the impending danger for Luo Xiu and expressed her concerns. This is dire. Luo Xiu's rod is inadequate. At this rate, he may not endure for long, and once he falters, Luo Xingyun will surely strike with lethal intent. With the backing of his father and Luo Hu, he may evade consequences. Luo Xingyan nodded silently, acknowledging her insight. You are entirely correct. Yet Luo Xingyun's weapon is excessively cumbersome. His aggressive approach will deplete his stamina even more. The longer Luo Xiu endures, the greater his chances of triumph. While her words held truth, the question remained, who could withstand such relentless assault? Luo Lingling wielded dual swords, primarily focused on offense, inherently lacking in defense. She doubted anyone could maintain their ground against Luo Xingyun's frenzied onslaught. High above, Luo Lai also harbored little faith in Luo Xiu's prospects. In his perspective, Luo Xiu's most opportune moment was to decisively bring Luo Xingyun down when neither had resorted to their weapons. Regrettably, that moment slipped through Luo Xiu's fingers. Perhaps his strength was still insufficient to overpower Luo Xingyun. Now, with weapons in hand, the circumstances had shifted entirely, and Luo Xiu seemed to have lost his chance. Luo Xiu, burdened with a heavy heart, recognized that the Xian Tai sword was Luo Xingyun's ultimate trump card, which he had initially intended to wield only during the finals. Unexpectedly, he was compelled to employ it earlier due to Luo Xiu's relentless pressure. Even if he triumphed over Luo Xiu, the ensuing battles would prove to be arduous. Regardless of the spectators' speculation, the clash between the two on stage continued unabated. Luo Xingyun had established complete dominance, his Xian Tai heavy sword transforming into streaks of lightning, launching ferocious assaults at Luo Xiu from every conceivable angle. He slashed, chopped, thrust, flicked, and smashed, fully exploiting the advantages of his formidable weapon. In contrast, Luo Xiu appeared as a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, seemingly on the verge of capsizing with any slight increase in the opponent's offensive. Yet, astonishingly, no matter how fierce the storm raged, Luo Xiu steadfastly maintained his ground, his steel rod's maneuvers, though not particularly intricate, consistently thwarting Luo Xingyun's onslaught with remarkable precision. While Luo Xingyun appeared to have the upper hand, the torment of his struggle was known only to him. Damn it, this kid's staff technique is no trifling matter. He defends almost as if no water could penetrate. Although he is not counterattacked, he has yet to yield even an inch. How can he manage such a feat? I cannot even breach the 3 feet surrounding him. As time flowed by, Luo Xingyun began to feel a tingling numbness in his arm. Although the Xian Tai sword unleashed a ferocious assault, the toll it took on his stamina was immense, given that he was on the offensive. His energy expenditure far exceeded that of his defensive opponent. If this continued, his predicament would become dire. Luo Xiu stood before him like an immovable stone in a cesspit, foul and unyielding, impervious to sword strikes or flames, dismissing his threats as mere bluster. No matter how fervently he fought, he could not dislodge him. Yet now, he found himself in a perilous position, unable to withdraw. The momentum of his efforts must not falter, for if he lost this fervor, he would be unable to withstand Luo Xiu's counterattack, and at that point, surrender would be inevitable. Little did he know that Luo Xiao had already comprehended the immovable essence akin to a mountain. Not only could Luo Xiao withstand his current assault, but even if he advanced to the next level, he could still repel him with the Panlong staff. From the elevated platform, Luo Xiong gradually perceived the troubling state of his son. This was not good. Xingyun's stamina was waning, and Luo Xiao proved to be exceedingly tenacious. Though it appeared as if he were at a disadvantage, he had not retreated an inch. The situation was precarious. Perhaps it would be wise to concede defeat sooner rather than later, as victory over the other two opponents could still lead to a spot in the finals. This thought flickered briefly in Luo Xiong's mind, yet he still held out hope that Luo Xingyun could triumph over Luo Xiao, thus refraining from immediately calling for his surrender. However, in that moment of hesitation, the dynamics of the battlefield suddenly shifted. Chapter 55, the first breakthrough. Luo Xiao had already sensed the waning spirit of Luo Xingyun. After enduring such relentless assaults, he was finally at the end of his endurance. The heavy Xian Tai sword, once an advantage, had now become a burden. A glance towards the high platform revealed Luo Xiong standing, seemingly hesitating to say something. This old man, still concerned for his son's safety, was he preparing to concede? Luo Xiao had no intention of granting Luo Xingyun the opportunity to surrender. After such a prolonged battle, his stamina remained remarkably robust. It was time to counterattack. As Luo Xingyun delivered a strike that lacked its former ferocity, Luo Xiao swiftly thrust the Qimei staff forward. With a resounding clash of metal, Luo Xiao's staff struck the lower half of Luo Xingyun's heavy sword, precisely at the guard, a point of vulnerability, a weak spot in its strength. Luo Xingyun's reaction speed had diminished from its initial prowess. Upon being struck, he felt his grip falter, nearly losing hold of the Xian Tai sword. Retreat. Capitalizing on the momentum, Luo Xiao executed a sweeping strike, marking the commencement of his counteroffensive. Luo Xingyun attempted to block with both hands, yet he sensed an overwhelming force surging towards him. At first, he could withstand such power, but now, it was beyond his capacity. He staggered back a step as Luo Xiao pivoted, harnessing the rotational force to swing the staff in a wide arc, creating a blur of motion, and unleashed a powerful second strike aimed directly at his shoulder. The staff is a long weapon, and under Luo Xiao's deliberate control, Luo Xingyun finds himself within his optimal attack range, enduring the greatest force. With a splutter, he expels another mouthful of reverse blood, his complexion ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Xingyun, hold on. We will concede. Below the platform, Luo Xiong witnesses this scene and immediately rallies his son, preparing to call for the host to declare their surrender. Upon hearing his father's voice, a glimmer of hope ignites within Luo Xingyun. He bellows, Luo Xiao, get away from me. Gripping his sword with both hands, he summons all his strength and fiercely sweeps his sword towards Luo Xiao's waist, attempting to force him back. If this strike can repel Luo Xiao, he might descend the platform safely. He no longer dares to aspire for first or second place. His greatest hope is merely to leave unscathed, for he knows Luo Xiao will not let him off easily. Meanwhile, Luo Xiong is poised to declare surrender to the host, who is also ready to announce the conclusion of the match. Should Luo Xiao retreat, he would have no time left to mount another attack. Thus, Luo Xiao does not retreat. Instead, he leaps into the air, extending his legs to form a perfect split, allowing Luo Xingyun's heavy sword to pass beneath him with a whoosh. With both hands raised high, the steel staff descends upon Luo Xingyun with the force of a mountain, accompanied by the sound of thunder, striking down heavily upon him. Luo Xingyun, this blow will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. Stop. We concede. Luo Xiong cries out from the sidelines, rushing swiftly towards the arena. Luo Xiao halts, and the host also calls out loudly. Clang. Before the host could finish speaking, Luo Xiao forcefully struck the Xian Tai sword with his staff. Luo Xingyun hurriedly raised his sword to defend, lifting both hands high to withstand Luo Xiao's blow. At that moment, the host had only just uttered the concluding words of the match. As Luo Xiao descended and withdrew his staff, Luo Xingyun remained frozen in position, arms raised in defiance. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. With all eyes riveted on the unfolding scene, Luo Xiong rushed onto the stage, striding directly to Luo Xingyun's side, urgently calling out, Yuner, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Crack. A faint sound resonated, yet it pierced through the stillness, and everyone heard it. Luo Xiao instinctively halted, staring in astonishment at Luo Xingyun. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the arena beneath Luo Xingyun's feet began to fracture, radiating intricate patterns resembling a spider's web from his very center. The crowd gasped, pondering the sheer force behind such a devastating impact. The collision had so violently shaken the stone arena that it appeared irreparably damaged. What could be said of Luo Xingyun, the epicenter of this force? Puff! A torrent of blood erupted skyward, resembling a crimson column that gushed forth from Luo Xingyun's mouth. This was no mere trickle. The sanguine fountain continued unabated for nearly 7 or 8 breaths. As the blood spewed forth, Luo Xingyun's gaze suddenly became vacant. The Xian Tai sword slipped from his grasp, and his body succumbed, collapsing onto the stage. Son! Luo Xiong bellowed, dashing forward to support Luo Xingyun's form. In a panic, he checked his pulse, his eyes ablaze with concern. Luo Xiao, how cruel your heart is. You have severely damaged my son's meridians. What enmity do you hold against him that drives you to such malicious acts? Today, I shall avenge him. With that, Luo Xiong sprang forward, ready to strike at Luo Xiao. However, Luo Xiao retreated. No matter how talented he was, he could not match Luo Xiong, who was at the peak of the meridian opening stage. Yet, he would not be slaughtered without a fight, even in death. He would ensure that Luo Xiong bore some mark of their confrontation. Just then, a figure swiftly ascended the stage, intercepting the enraged Luo Xiong. What is the meaning of this, Master Zhu? Luo Xiong glared at the newcomer, Luo Lai, as if he might attack him as well. Undeterred by Luo Xiong's fury, Luo Lai declared loudly, in the arena, one must accept the outcome of their wagers. The duel between Luo Xingyun and Luo Xiao was conducted fairly and justly. Luo Xiao delivered his final strike before your surrender. It is merely unfortunate that Luo Xingyun's inadequate skills led to his meridians being shattered by the residual force. Should my younger brother disregard the elder's authority and lead the way in breaking the rules over this matter? Luo Lai's expression grew grave. Do not forget. The rules are set by the Elder Council. As the appointed master, I am the true authority within the Luo clan. No one else, including you, holds that power. As he spoke, Luo Lai lowered his hands, a faint red glow emanating from his palms. Should Luo Xiong dare to act recklessly in front of the crowd, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to discipline him and uphold the authority of the master. Faced with his elder brother's wrath, Luo Xiong's heated mind finally cooled. Ultimately, Luo Lai's strength at the peak of the meridian opening stage was sufficient to dominate anyone within the clan, and Luo Xiong was no exception. In the realm of martial artists, strength ultimately reigns supreme, especially when one finds themselves in a precarious position. Luo Xiao sighed softly, realizing the danger he faced. It seemed that Luo Xiong harbored resentment towards him, and he could very well resort to underhanded tactics at any moment. Caution was imperative. Luo Lai, however, possessed keen insight. Luo Xiao's victory over Luo Xingyun at the initial stage of muscle condensation was not lost on him, and he fully understood the significance of this achievement. Throughout history, tales of overcoming formidable opponents have captivated many, yet such encounters are predominantly witnessed among martial artists of elevated realms. Instances of crossing ranks during the body refinement stage are exceedingly rare. Moreover, at the muscle condensation stage, where one's power is inherently limited, to surpass an opponent by 1.5 realms is truly remarkable, especially when that opponent is as formidable as Luo Xingyun. A strong presence in the mid-stage of bone tempering. Such feats are virtually unheard of. Luo Lai had already astutely recognized that he might have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Luo Xiao's exceptional performance could very well merit admission into the Sword and Blade sect. Should Luo Xiao and Luo Xingye both gain entry into the sect, they would be able to support one another, thus providing dual assurance for the rise of the Luo family. With a smile, Luo Xiao expressed his gratitude to Luo Lai, stating, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I believe it is best to focus on the competition at hand. We can discuss this further once the event concludes." With that, he declined the offer. As the tournament came to an end, their journey to Yunzhou was imminent, and there was no need to relocate to the Grand Estate. Luo Lai's expression darkened momentarily before he replied, "Very well, then devote yourself to your training. Should any matters arise, feel free to communicate with Xingye. Having grown up together, you know each other well and can converse easily." After saying this, Luo Lai nodded in satisfaction at Luo Xiao before turning to descend the stage. In his eyes, nothing held greater significance than his family and status, including Luo Xingye. As his gaze swept across the room, Luo Xingye met his complex stare, lost in her own thoughts. The host announced, in the second match of Group 3, Luo Xiao emerges victorious. Due to Luo Xingyun's severe injury, he was unable to participate in the next match. leaving only 3 competitors in Group 3, Luo Xiao, Jin Wenyu, and Yu Li, with Jin Wenyu having triumphed over Yu Li and Luo Xingyun having forfeited. Luo Xiao had effectively secured 2 victories, thus qualifying for the next round ahead of time. Following his battle with Luo Xingyun, it became evident to all that Luo Xiao's advancement was assured, while Yu Li was merely a bystander in this contest. Yu Li himself recognized this reality. Having previously been defeated by Luo Xiao, he now realized that Luo Xiao had concealed immense strength during their last encounter, leading him to decisively forfeit. Now, only Luo Xiao and Jin Wenyu remained. Normally, a break would precede the competition, yet unexpectedly, Jin Wenyu approached Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao, your strength has surpassed my expectations, and I eagerly anticipate our duel. However, I believe it would be more beneficial for all if we reserved our battle for the finals. What do you think? Luo Xiao cast a glance at Jin Wenyu and smiled. I concur. The competition rules permitted a forfeit, and Jin Wenyu's decision to concede at this moment did not imply a lack of capability to contend with Luo Xiao, rather, having already secured his advancement. Preserving strength for the finals was paramount. The host announced the results. The matches in Group 3 concluded, with Luo Xiao taking first place and Jin Wenyu second, both advancing to the finals together. A remarkable event has unfolded, akin to a pie falling from the sky, with an exquisite smartphone awaiting your grasp. Follow the official account on WeChat by adding friends and searching for DD to participate immediately. Prizes await everyone, so do not hesitate to connect with the DD WeChat account. Chapter 56. Flowing with the current. As the competition for the third group concluded, twilight approached. The host announced that the contests for the fourth and fifth groups would take place the following day, followed by another 3-day break before the finals commence on the 8th of August. While others may choose to witness the battles of the fourth and fifth groups at this time, Luo Xiao deemed it unwise. His time was far too precious. Having just entered the stage of muscle refinement, he had myriad tasks to attend to. Moreover, from today's confrontation with Luo Xingyun, Luo Xiao recognized that his current prowess was insufficient to secure victory in the Luo family's internal selection. Setting aside the formidable strength of Luo Xingye in the late stages of his training, competitors such as Jin Wenyu and Luo Lingling emerged as formidable adversaries. Additionally, in the fourth group, there was Luo Xinghui, whose abilities surpassed even those of Luo Xingyan. As the sole heir of Luo Hu, all resources were dedicated to him. Ensuring his steady advancement, he had now reached the mid-stage of bone refinement, his strength undoubtedly eclipsing that of Luo Xingyan. In the fifth group, a dark horse named Luo Zhihuan emerged, whose capability to overcome the ceiling stage revealed his extraordinary potential. Presently, Luo Xiao lacked the strength to even contend with the weakest of opponents at the ceiling stage. Thus, this time, Luo Xiao has set his sights on at least securing a position within the top 5, and then striving to achieve an even higher rank. To attain a spot in the top 5, he must overcome at least one of the following 5 individuals: Luo Xingye, Luo Lingling, Jin Wenyu, Luo Xinghui, and Luo Zhihuan. In fact, merely defeating one may not suffice. He likely needs to vanquish 2 to ensure a secure place among the top 5. As for Luo Xingye, he knows he stands no chance against him. The remaining 4 pose a formidable challenge as well, particularly Luo Lingling and Jin Wenyu, against whom Luo Xiao feels uncertain. With 4 days and 5 nights at his disposal, Luo Xiao plans to solidify the remaining 30 meridians of his siblings and hopes to refine around 60 additional smaller meridians, which is the utmost he can achieve under the current circumstances. By solidifying 100 meridians, he anticipates a slight enhancement in his strength, especially since the meridians in his fingers significantly contribute to his power. He estimates that his punching force could increase by 200 to 300 pounds. Luo Xiao quietly calculates, drawing from Han Qing's memories, how to make the most of these 4 days. On the first night, he follows the previous method and successfully refines the 10 meridians located at the nerve endings of his feet. After resting, he embarks on refining the meridians in both hands on the first day. The fingers, being nerve endings, comprise 5 flexor and 5 extensor meridians in each hand, totaling 20. These meridians are crucial to Luo Xiao's current endeavors. This approach is exceedingly extreme. Few martial artists adopt such a nearly limit-defying method for training, although it promises rapid progress. Without a formidable willpower to sustain it, one cannot endure the intense agony of stretching the meridians. Luo Xiao had grown accustomed to it, and he possessed a significant advantage: his impeccable mastery of muscle training. Engaging in such exercises left him with minimal fatigue. allowing his meridians to endure maximum stress and yielding exceptional results. After yet another grueling day and night akin to hell, Luo Xiao emerged as if drawn from the depths of water. The inhuman agony he endured was truly excruciating. Nevertheless, the effects were remarkable. The 20 meridians in his hands had been refined. His efforts were not in vain. Having successfully tempered these 40 meridians, his strength had advanced a notch. Yet, this was insufficient. Every contender on stage undoubtedly harbored hidden secrets and concealed skills. To achieve victory, one must possess an array of trump cards. In the subsequent 2 days and nights, Luo Xiao dedicated himself to refining his finer meridians. Typically, martial artists would not opt to refine these delicate channels entirely due to the pain and their seemingly limited utility, as only a few critical meridians truly contributed to power output. However, Luo Xiao's perspective diverged. While the immediate benefits of these minor meridians might not be apparent, and refining a single one might not yield even 2 pounds of strength, he adhered to the philosophy of accumulating small grains to form a tower, determined to complete their refinement. His flawless muscle training had already demonstrated that by refining merely a few soft tissues in his tongue, his overall strength had surged by 300 to 400 pounds. This exemplified the extraordinary effects of perfect refinement, a truth that remained unknown to others. With formidable willpower and extraordinary recovery abilities from his dantian, Luo Xiao's refining speed was exceptionally rapid. Methodically and in accordance with his initial plan, he refined each meridian one by one. Over the course of 2 days and nights, he astonishingly exceeded his expectations, successfully refining 98 meridians. These 98 slender meridians collectively enhanced his strength by approximately 100 pounds. Coupled with the 40 meridians he had refined previously, he had now refined a total of 138 meridians, augmenting his power by around 400 pounds. His current punching strength was nearing an impressive 2,500 pounds. If he possessed such power when facing Luo Xingyun, victory would undoubtedly be within reach. A 400-pound increase in strength was more than sufficient to overwhelm his opponent. The minimum requirement to progress from refining meridians to tempering bones was the refinement of 248 meridians. Upon reaching this benchmark, one could attempt to break through. By this standard, he had effectively entered the mid-stage of meridian refinement. However, with only 1 day remaining, he could not continue refining. After 3 consecutive days and nights of relentless refining, his neurological load had reached its limit. Enduring further pain would drive him to madness. Moreover, upon reaching 160 refined meridians, the first fleeting hidden meridian might appear, and he was not yet prepared to refine hidden meridians, thus he must pause for now. Even for Luo Xiao, after 3 days and nights of unceasing refining, he found himself at his limit and needed a change of environment to relax. Resolutely deciding, he fell into a deep slumber. That night was dreamless, and by the following morning, Luo Xiao awakened, refreshed and invigorated. Indeed, one cannot solely immerse oneself in martial arts training. A balance of tension and relaxation is essential. The preliminary rounds have long concluded, and only a day remains until the finals. With this day ahead of him, Luo Xiao decided to take a stroll around the Baibo Lake. After 3 arduous days of training, he found himself reluctant to continue with his muscle conditioning, yearning instead for a change of scenery to unwind. And Baibo Lake proved to be an ideal retreat. Departing from Luo family village, Luo Xiao ventured alone towards the lake. Due to the selection process, no disciples from the Luo family were present to practice, rendering the place serene and tranquil. As he walked along the lakeside, memories of his earlier training sessions flooded back to him, particularly the moments shared with Yu Guiwan, who had once rescued him from the water, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. Originally, he had contemplated harnessing the power of the waves to practice his strikes. However, the stillness of the day brought with it a calmness devoid of wind or tumultuous waves, leaving the surface of Baibo Lake shimmering like scattered diamonds. His gaze drifted towards the distant Yingxiu Ridge, where a waterfall roared with a timeless vigor, unchanged through the years. He had visited that waterfall once before, but at that time it had served merely as a means for physical training. For his current endeavors in muscle conditioning, the waterfall held little utility. Yet a visit would not be in vain. Luo Xiao made his way along Baibo Lake towards the waterfall, eventually wading into the water until he reached the closest point. He swam to the edge of the waterfall and clambered up the rocks. The waterfall at Baibo Lake was not a sheer drop. Rather, the rocks had formed a slope of approximately 50 degrees. with the water cascading down the incline and rushing fiercely, only transitioning to a vertical descent at the very bottom. The force of the waterfall's torrent is formidable. Ascending alongside it undoubtedly presents a considerable challenge. In my youth, I endeavored to accomplish this feat several times, yet each attempt ended in failure, as I was swept downstream. I now ponder how I would fare if I were to attempt it again. Xiao, however, was undeterred by such concerns. He began his ascent from the adjacent hillside, successfully navigating past the vertical cascade at the waterfall's base, before stepping boldly into the thunderous torrent. Upon entering, Xiao was immediately beset by the immense force of the water, which knocked him off balance and caused him to tumble. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the crevice of a rock, thus avoiding the embarrassing fate of being swept into the azure depths below. The intensity of the current was staggering, and the ground was exceedingly slippery. He resolved to proceed with caution. Rising to his feet, Xiao carefully made his way up the rocky surface. At times, his footing would betray him, and a slip would send him tumbling several meters, even a dozen, downwards. He persevered in this arduous endeavor for a considerable while, advancing 3 steps only to retreat 2, and after an hour's toil, he had scarcely covered 100 meters. Frustration began to mount within him. Is this relentless torrent truly beyond my grasp? At this rate, I shall never reach the summit of the waterfall. Discontented with his progress, Xiao decided to take action. With a swift motion, he retrieved his staff, which had initially served as a walking aid. However, after a few steps, inspiration struck him, and he raised the staff to strike at the rushing water. With a resounding crash, the staff met the surface, sending a spray of droplets into the air and creating a brief depression in the water. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the relentless current reclaimed the surface, erasing all evidence of his strike. Xiao stood there, momentarily stunned. The water flows forth continuously, an unending force that has persisted for countless years. As long as the mountains stand and the waters remain, this power shall endure eternally. In the throes of battle, when fortunes favor one side, it is akin to the current of water flowing effortlessly downstream. Yet, few possess the ability to perpetually unleash relentless attacks, ultimately leading to a reversal of fate and loss. Conversely, when the tide turns against one, it resembles the resistance of water flowing upstream. The pressure from the adversary may become overwhelming, increasing the likelihood of collapse and defeat. How can one achieve an assault as ceaseless as the tides? Amidst the thunderous roar of the waterfall, Xiao stood in tranquil contemplation, entering a state of profound understanding. Chapter 57. The martial intent of tides. The relentless waves crashed against Xiao's form, yet he remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain. Within this interplay of flowing and resisting currents lies a profound truth. I have trained diligently in the staff techniques alongside my sister Gui Wan for an extended period. Aside from mastering the immovable stance, I have yet to grasp the essence of true staff artistry. Nevertheless, my sister has imparted wisdom. All techniques are mere constructs, while a person is alive and dynamic. Those who rigidly adhere to convention without adapting to the fluidity of the battlefield will never ascend to mastery. At best, they may serve as mere instructors for disciples. The art of wielding a staff follows a similar principle. It is the essence of the technique that truly matters, rather than the specific maneuvers themselves. For instance, the concept of being as immovable as a mountain does not rely on any concrete actions. Xiao stood for a considerable time, gradually opening his eyes, before turning around to face away from the surging waves. Sensing the pressure behind him, he struck down once more with his staff. Boom! This time, the splash was even more pronounced, demonstrating that under the influence of the tidal force, Xiao's strike had gained additional intensity. This exemplifies the advantage of flowing with the current, harnessing the power of the tide to enhance one's offensive capabilities. However, such an environment is seldom available during combat. To truly comprehend the mysteries of flowing with the current, one must prioritize the essence of the technique. There are 2 primary methods of exerting force. One involves direct application, while the other harnesses the strength of the dantian. The greater the power drawn from the dantian, the more formidable the force one can unleash. Similarly, a more potent dantian can amplify the strength exerted through the technique. As Xiao felt the water flowing past him, he remained silent for a moment before placing his staff aside and taking a deep breath, allowing himself to sit within the water. The level of the water reached his waist, and as he settled down, he was completely enveloped by the liquid. He exhaled a few bubbles, immersing himself in the stillness of the water. He did not breathe, devoid of distractions, his mind tranquil, as if he had merged with the water itself. Time became indiscernible, and with his chest nearly devoid of air, he still harbored no urge to rise. On a whim, Han Qing remarked, "I possess a flame of profound essence. It seems the fire embodies a certain spirit. Alas, I find myself unable to grasp the mysteries of the flame. At times, I ponder that perhaps if I were to immerse myself in the fire, I might uncover this spirit. Yet, alas, it remains but a fleeting thought. If fire possesses a spirit, then surely water must possess one as well." Han Qing's inability to comprehend the flame signifies a lingering fear of it. Yet, even if he were to conquer that fear, enlightenment might still elude him. He sensed that the flowing water harbored a certain power. What should he do? Ah, yes. He must draw closer, fully relinquishing his trepidation of the water. As Luo Xiao was swept away by the current, he was tossed against the rocks, rising and falling with the waves. If one were to witness him, they might well mistake him for a lifeless body cascading down from the mountain's peak. His perfectly tempered physique was unafraid of the rocky impacts. Amidst the turmoil, Luo Xiao discerned a glimmer of understanding. Should he seek to protect himself? Even the slightest movement could provoke a more forceful collision. However, if he were to completely surrender, yielding entirely to the flow of the water, he might find himself traversing the most effortless path downstream. With a thunderous rush, Luo Xiao was carried from the mountainside to the base, his form plunging directly from the waterfall into the azure depths below. Gurgling bubbles escaped his lips as he neared the brink of asphyxiation. Yet, paradoxically, at that moment, his mind grew increasingly lucid. I understand. The flow of water resembles the exertion of the human body. Everything must follow its natural course, without forceful resistance. One should allow the body to move as fluidly as the tides, thereby avoiding any injuries caused by exertion and ensuring the continuity of one's offensive spirit. I am like a wave, my attacks akin to the relentless tide. When applied to the art of staff combat, they become an unceasing torrent. His body had already sunk to the depths of the azure lake, while his consciousness had forgotten the peril of his physical state. Though a person may cease to breathe, they are still at risk of death. Yet, in this moment of enlightenment, he remained oblivious to the danger surrounding him. His hands moved gently with the lake's undercurrents, each motion perfectly harmonious with the water's flow, as if the water itself possessed breath, and he inhaled in unison with it. Sensing the deficiency of air within Luo Xiao, a delicate mist stealthily infiltrated his being, akin to the gentle spring rain falling at night, nurturing without sound. In an instant, Luo Xiao's eyes snapped open. This wisp of vapor alleviated the imminent danger of suffocation. Despite being on the brink of death, he had grasped a fragment of the water's essence. The integration of the mist was seamless, as if Luo Xiao were, in fact, the water itself. This vapor condensed at the bottom of the azure lake, now entering Luo Xiao's body, refusing to dissipate. Although it was merely a collection of gases circulating within him at present, given time, it held the potential for transformation. Thus, Luo Xiao shattered the barriers of his enlightenment, comprehending the mystery of flowing with the current. With a powerful push of his palm and a kick of his feet, he soared upwards, swiftly breaking through the surface of the azure lake. With a staff in hand, Luo Xiao was overcome by an intense urge to express his newfound insights. To fully assimilate these revelations, he recognized the necessity of practice. As he wielded the staff, he moved with the current, advancing steadily forward. Everything in the void became his imagined adversary. His staff techniques danced like a windmill, conjuring countless afterimages, akin to the ceaseless waves of the ocean. From the waterfall to the azure lake, and from the lake to the shore, every locale became a battleground for Luo Xiao's trials. As the sky darkened, he maintained an extraordinarily rapid rhythm in his strikes, each motion flowing seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. Everything felt remarkably natural. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a mighty tree toppled as he executed a powerful sweep. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a dense forest. As he lowered his staff, Luo Xiao exhaled deeply. Indeed, this is the method of going with the flow. I need not be confined to mere techniques, as long as I hold the advantage. This flowing staff technique enables me to launch unending assaults against my foes. During my battle with Luo Xingyun, though I adopted an immovable stance, had he understood the principle of flowing with the current, I might have managed to withstand for a time, yet I would ultimately succumb to his sword. Thankfully, this trace of mist unexpectedly entered my body. Without it, my epiphany might not have concluded, and I could have faced suffocation. In his elation, Luo Xiao took a moment to survey his body. Within his meridians, that faint, ethereal mist lingered, exceptionally subtle, yet undeniably present, existing within Luo Xiao like blood, yet utterly dissimilar to true blood. The ethereal essence of the pure water vapor currently scarcely qualifies as a nascent form of spirituality. It can merely be regarded as possessing a hint of spiritual energy. To foster its growth, it necessitates prolonged nurturing and perhaps the absorption of a greater quantity of this pure water vapor. With this substance residing within him, Luo Xiao sensed a transformation. His body not only became significantly lighter and more supple, but his meridians also experienced a degree of expansion. As for whether there are additional benefits, that remains uncertain for the time being. My singular ambition was to acquire a fire spirit to refine a flame for alchemy, yet unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, I first obtained a trace of water's spiritual essence. However, once cultivated, this water spirit energy will undoubtedly prove to be immensely beneficial. Yet, given the contrasting natures of water and fire, I ponder whether the acquisition of a fire spirit would result in a conflict with the water vapor. At present, my comprehension of flowing with the current embodies a principle of leveraging momentum. My form resembles water, my attacks surge like a tide, perpetually relentless until the energy in my dantian is exhausted. Yet, I believe that navigating against the current is far more challenging. Anyone can flow with the current, but very few can swim against it. That represents the true essence of a counterattack technique. Regrettably, I currently lack the strength to grasp this concept. With this trace of water spirit energy, I can delve deeper into the realm of water's essence, and perhaps, one day, I will attain the profound understanding of flowing against the current. Thus, Luo Xiao has finally developed a combat style uniquely his own. If Luo Xiao were solely reliant on his memories, he might not fully comprehend the nature of his epiphany. However, having merged with Han Qing's memories, Luo Xiao discovered that his insights transcended mere techniques. They embodied a profound martial artistic conception. In this world, there exist countless prodigious individuals, among whom some exceptionally gifted ones attain profound insights into martial arts. Upon grasping such martial intent, a person's combat prowess experiences a remarkable enhancement, with each distinct martial intent yielding varied effects. However, those capable of achieving such enlightenment are invariably true geniuses. At least, none have been discovered thus far in the Luo family village. Having unlocked my martial intent, which flows like a relentless tide, I have decided to name it Tide. This name signifies an unending offensive, akin to the ceaseless waves of the ocean. With the understanding of tide, I possess the steadfastness of a mountain in defense and an unstoppable force in attack. Today has brought immense rewards, instilling me with renewed confidence for tomorrow's finals. As the night passed in silence, dawn soon arrived. The villagers of Luo family rose early to witness the finals of the family selection competition. The 10 skilled participants have emerged. The first group consists of Luo Xingye and Cui Yang. The second group features Luo Lingling and Zhao Xianqing. The third group includes Luo Xiao and Jin Wenyu. The fourth group comprises Luo Xinghui and Zhu Zhiyue. The fifth group consists of Luo Zhihuan and Ren Tianqi. 5 from the Luo lineage and 5 from other surnames are poised to commence the ultimate showdown. Chapter 58. The finals begin. It can be said that the internal selection of the Luo family has never been as lively as it is this year. In the past, once the seeded players were determined, they would invariably advance while the others merely played the role of companions to the favored contenders. Even an occasional challenger would struggle to pose a significant threat. However, this year is markedly different. 2 seeded players have already been eliminated, failing to reach the finals. Currently, the only remaining seeded players are Luo Xingye, Luo Xinghui, and Luo Zhihuan, the latter not being a predetermined family choice, but rather selected through an open competition. Among the remaining competitors, Luo Lingling, Luo Xiao, Jin Wenyu, and others possess formidable strength, making them strong contenders for the top 5 positions. Among the final 4, Ren Tianqi is a master in the sealing phase, having just reached the requisite age. Had he been born a few days earlier, he would have participated in the previous competition. Although Ren Tianqi was defeated by Luo Zhihuan, it was a narrow victory, and he demonstrated his formidable prowess against other opponents, decisively overpowering them. Consequently, many believe Ren Tianqi has the potential to secure a top 5 finish. Among the remaining 3, Cui Yang and Zhao Xianqing are relatively weaker and likely to finish at the bottom. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiyue, though ultimately defeated by Luo Xinghui in a fierce contest for the top spot in Group 4, has garnered considerable support, with many believing he has a chance to break into the top 5. Out of 10 competitors, 8 are exceptional talents. When the host announced the participants, both Cui Yang and Zhao Xianqing simultaneously expressed their intention to withdraw from the competition. The members of the family were well aware of the prowess of the two individuals and did not force them to participate. In the end, they engaged in a brief sparring match, where Cui Yang emerged fortunate, resulting in their immediate designation as the 9th and 10th competitors. With their departure, only 8 contenders remained, each of whom believed themselves to possess a certain level of competitiveness. After repeated inquiries from the host, it was confirmed that no one would withdraw further, allowing the elders to determine the order of competition. The tournament adopted a round-robin format, with each participant required to compete in 7 matches. Victors would earn 3 points, while the defeated would receive none. A draw would yield 1 point, though such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Ultimately, rankings would be established based on points, and in the event of a tie, additional matches would be necessary. The first round commenced on the morning of the first day, featuring 4 matches in succession: Luo Xingye versus Luo Zhiwan, Luo Lingling versus Zhu Zhiyue, Luo Xiu versus Ren Tianqi, and Luo Xinghui versus Jin Wenyu. The inaugural match began with Luo Xingye, the future heir of the Luo clan, long recognized as the foremost expert among the younger generation. During this family selection, she demonstrated formidable strength, effortlessly dominating each contest, with no one able to draw forth her true capabilities. Consequently, in the eyes of the majority, Luo Xingye was considered the presumptive champion. Conversely, Luo Zhiwan, as the 5th seed selected from among numerous disciples, also exhibited remarkable prowess, having triumphed over opponents in the sealing phase, which fueled whispers of his potential victory. After all, Luo Xingye was merely in the mid-stages of her training, barely reaching the latter stages. This inaugural match is a clash of titans, a fierce contest that heightens anticipation for the competition. The performances of the younger generation seem to herald the dawn of a prosperous era for the Luo family. Today, Luo Xiu is present, after a restful night. He appears invigorated and arrives early at the arena to observe the competitors. Before taking the stage, Luo Xingye casts a curious glance at Luo Xiu but refrains from further comment. Instead, Luo Lingling approaches Luo Xiu and remarks, "Luo Xiu, you seem rather different today." "Oh? In what way am I different?" "It's hard to say, but you look remarkably well. Your complexion is vibrant, and your skin appears smooth and radiant, even better than mine. Have you perhaps been practicing some dark arts?" Luo Xiu is somewhat speechless at Luo Lingling's imagination. He has indeed changed considerably, due to the infusion of spiritual energy. He emanates a refreshing aura, exuding clarity and grace that makes being near him quite pleasant. "Rest assured, I have not practiced any dark arts. It is merely a matter of fortunate circumstances." "Huh, you speak so nonchalantly, as if fortunate circumstances are as common as cabbages." Luo Lingling does not linger on that topic but instead inquires, "Do you think Xingye can win?" Luo Xiu lifts his gaze to the arena, where Luo Zhihuan has also taken the stage. Luo Xiu has seen Luo Zhihuan before, but paid little attention. Now, observing closely, he notes that Luo Zhihuan wields a long spear, stands tall and slender, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, exuding an intense, commanding presence. The Starry Night should be victorious, yet it will certainly not be effortless. This Luo Zhihuan is undeniably formidable. Surely not, for although both are in the training period, Luo Zhihuan's aptitude is merely at the upper 4th tier, which places him over a realm below Starry Night. How could he possibly be her adversary? While aptitude is indeed significant, it does not encompass everything. This individual appears to possess a resolute spirit and a diligent pursuit of martial arts. Were his aptitude even slightly higher, reaching the mid-5th tier, I would genuinely question whether Starry Night could prevail. Luo Lingling merely curled her lip, choosing silence as she gazed towards the arena. In the face of Luo Xingye, the foremost of the younger generation of their clan, Luo Zhihuan wore an expression of utmost gravity. He first bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss, I must apologize for any offense I may cause in this arena, where blades and spears are heedless." Luo Xingye returned the courtesy, no need for formality. After their exchange, the match commenced in earnest. Aware of Luo Xingye's profound strength, Luo Zhihuan initiated with a preemptive assault. With a swift flourish of his spear, a flurry of cold stars manifested out of thin air, the spear's radiance subtly enveloping the vital points surrounding Luo Xingye. Such swiftness in his thrusts. This is the true essence of the Golden Rooster dances. Previously, Luo Xiu had witnessed Jin Wenyu execute a similar maneuver with a halberd. Yet the floral display produced by the halberd pales in comparison to the authenticity of Luo Zhihuan's technique. The audience erupted in astonishment, with several participants lost in contemplation, pondering how they might contend with Luo Zhihuan's golden rooster dances should they face it. In Luo Xingye's hand rested a Qingfeng sword, a remarkable gift from Luo Lai on her 14th birthday, a top-tier artifact of human rank, renowned throughout the Luo family estate. During previous competitions, she seldom wielded a sword, often relying on ordinary blades. However, the emergence of the Qingfeng sword this time underscored her earnestness regarding the contest. As Luo Zhihuan unleashed a barrage of spear strikes, Luo Xingye sprang into action. A flash of lightning erupted, akin to the dawn's first light piercing the sky, instantly dismantling the intricate web of spears laid by Luo Zhihuan. With a resounding clamor, a flurry of sparks erupted as Luo Xingye parried over a dozen of Luo Zhihuan's thrusts with her long sword. Before swiftly transitioning from defense to offense, her blade's radiance cascading forth like a torrent towards Luo Zhihuan. This exchange of strikes transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet Luo Xiao discerned a wealth of nuances within it. The movements of both combatants bore slight imperfections. Even the slightest relaxation of their dantian energy could lead to losing the initiative or, worse, sustaining injuries that might result in failure. In the face of Luo Xingye's fierce assault, Luo Zhihuan maintained his composure, skillfully maneuvering his spear with precision, clearly a testament to his diligent training. Remarkably, he managed to counter her relentless onslaught with commendable poise, earning Luo Xiao's admiration. Luo Xiao held unwavering faith in Luo Xingye, under the pressure of seizing the initiative. She would undoubtedly deny Luo Zhihuan, this formidable adversary, any chance of a comeback. The outcome of this confrontation was, in truth, already predetermined. Their duel persisted for nearly half an hour, culminating when Luo Xingye finally seized an opening, delivering a decisive blow that severed a corner of Luo Zhihuan's garment. Luo Zhihuan, a solitary figure, acknowledged his inferiority to Luo Xingye and readily conceded defeat. In the inaugural bout, Luo Xingye emerged victorious, accumulating 3 points, while Luo Zhihuan ended with none. Despite his loss, the duration of their fierce engagement and Luo Xingye's slight breathlessness suggested that Luo Zhihuan was not significantly inferior. Following the conclusion of this match, Luo Lingling awaited Luo Xingye's triumphant return, giving Luo Xiao a thumbs up. Your discerning eye is commendable. I am quite eager to witness your prowess. Let us meet on the arena. The second contest featured Luo Lingling, who, after exchanging pleasantries with Luo Xingye, promptly ascended the stage. Her opponent, Zhu Zhiyue, had only suffered a single defeat to Luo Xinghui throughout the preliminary and semifinal rounds. While lacking the prowess to claim the championship, Zhu Zhiyue still harbored aspirations of infiltrating the top 5. Unlike Luo Xingye's courteous demeanor, Luo Lingling wasted no time with words. She unleashed a fervent assault with her twin swords. Zhu Zhiyue appeared ill-prepared for the rapid onslaught of this petite warrior. Within a mere incense stick's duration, Luo Lingling executed a trio of swift strikes, leaving Zhu Zhiyue in disarray, culminating in a discreet kick that sent her tumbling. In this second match, Luo Lingling triumphed, adding 3 points to her tally, while Zhu Zhiyue remained at 0. Thus far, both female competitors among the 8 participants had secured victories, raising eyebrows regarding the combat prowess of the Luo family men. Could it be that the top 2 positions in this internal selection would be claimed by women? Amidst the speculation, Luo Xiao's match finally commenced, pitting him against Ren Tianqi, marking a clash between the 2 participants with the most disparate realms among the 8 contenders. During the mid-stage of the condensation phase, facing the initial stage of the sealing phase, the disparity between the 2 was nearly 3 substantial realms apart. From the perspective of their ranks, this match seemed futile, with Luo Xiao destined to lose without question. Chapter 59. The weakest sealing phase. As Luo Xiao ascended the stage, Ren Tianqi regarded him with a glimmer of pity in his eyes. Luo Xiao, I have witnessed your matches and must concede that you are the most formidable practitioner of the condensation phase one have ever encountered. Yet, that is the extent of your prowess. The gap in our strength is insurmountable. You are no match for me. I advise you to concede and prepare for your next bout, for the might of the sealing phase is beyond your comprehension. Should you persist, I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget. At just 16, Ren Tianqi had garnered quite a reputation among the youth of the Luo clan over the past 2 years. His father was renowned as the wealthiest man in Luo village, a merchant who managed numerous shops and trades. Although an ordinary man, he harbored a profound yearning for martial arts. Regrettably, lacking the aptitude for cultivation himself, he nonetheless rejoiced upon discovering that Ren Tianqi possessed fourth-tier talent and vowed to nurture his son into a master. However, Ren Tianqi was notoriously indolent, fearing hardship above all else. Despite his father's insistence that he pursue martial arts, significant achievements eluded him. His father resorted to purchasing various elixirs to aid Ren Tianqi in breaking through, and each time Ren Tianqi barely met the minimum threshold for advancement, he would swiftly ascend to the next realm. His foundation is exceedingly unstable. At best, he can achieve the pinnacle of blood nurturing in this lifetime, with no hope of entering the realm of channeling. His peers, of a similar age, have either departed or pursued other endeavors following the last selection competition. He narrowly missed the previous selection by just a few days, resulting in his training alongside disciples who are generally younger than he. With ample medicinal support, his progress in cultivation has been swift, and by the time this selection competition arrives, he has finally reached the ceiling phase. Previously, he had relied on his elevated status to bully the lesser-regarded disciples of the Luo family. This time represents his final opportunity. He contemplates whether, with his youthful prowess at the first stage, he might not successfully emerge from the selection competition. Unfortunately, upon registering for the 5th seed, he encountered Luo Jiwan, who defeated him within 10 strikes, denying him the slot for seed competitors. Upon entering the grand competition, he found himself unfortunate yet again, as he was placed in the same group as Luo Jiwan. Faced with Luo Jiwan, he chose not to engage in battle and opted to forfeit. Nevertheless, leveraging his strength at the ceiling phase, he triumphed in each match, ultimately securing 2nd place in the 5th group, thus advancing to the final showdown. He meticulously calculated the opponents in the finals, and in his estimation, only Luo Xiao appeared to be an easy target, regardless of his talent. He is merely at the sinew-condensing stage and could not possibly rival him. Today, fortune smiled upon him as he faced Luo Xiao in his first battle. It seemed destined to be a propitious start. Perhaps by the end, he might indeed secure a position within the top 5. Especially considering that Zhu Zhiwei does not seem particularly formidable either. As Luo Xiao gazed upon Ren Tianqi, who resembled a carefree scion of a wealthy family, he spoke. Ren Tianqi, claimed to be the weakest in the history of the ceiling phase, has managed to break through only by the most minimal standards. You have indeed been fortunate. Within the 5th group, aside from Luo Jihuan, there exists no worthy opponent, allowing you to escape by sheer luck. However, I find it perplexing that with your qualifications, you believe that the Sword and Blade sect would accept you. They do not assess mere realms, they seek potential. These words pierced Ren Tianqi deeply, causing his expression to turn cold. Luo Xiao, do not overstep your bounds. If you refuse to concede, do not blame me for being impolite. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Xiao wielded his Chime staff. Come, let us see just how impolite you can be. Ren Tianqi brandished his weapon, which was unlike any other. He wielded a single-handed steel blade, accompanied by the exceedingly rare shield. The combination of blade and shield utterly shattered Luo Xiao's perception of martial artists. Especially striking was the shield, adorned with gemstones that shimmered brilliantly under the sun, presenting a rather ostentatious appearance. Flashy yet impractical. That emerald of yours cannot reflect sunlight to blind your enemies. It signifies nothing more than your ineptitude, Luo Xiao taunted. Now, observe. He leaped forward, delivering a powerful strike. In his initial attack, he activated the Tide martial intent, while his words were laced with derision. Luo Xiao was acutely aware that the disparity of 3 major realms was not to be taken lightly. The weakest in the body refinement stage could exert a force of 500 pounds. The weakest in the muscle refinement stage could reach 800 pounds. The weakest in the bone refinement stage could achieve 1,300 pounds, while the weakest in the organ refinement stage possessed a staggering 2,000 pounds of strength. As for the early stage of sealing, one's strength must undoubtedly exceed 2,003, matching oneself without any discrepancy. Moreover, during the sealing phase, the capacity of the is significantly larger. After all, Ren Tianqi is at the sealing stage, and his energy surely surpasses my own, although I am constantly nourished by the Black Book. Thus, when facing Ren Tianqi, Luo Xiao exhibits no restraint. This individual possesses some strength, yet lacks stamina and endurance. Only by denying him any opportunity to counterattack and overwhelming him from the outset can I secure a swift victory in this match. Before comprehending the Tide martial intent, Luo Xiao might have had to resort to his unique skill, the sound attack, but that is a trump card he wishes to avoid using unless absolutely necessary. Now, with the tide martial intent at his disposal, it is the perfect occasion to test it against Ren Tianqi. Witnessing Luo Xiu's aggressive approach, Ren Tianqi burst into laughter. Huh, Luo Xiu, you are truly foolish. Do you believe your strength and energy can sustain your assaults for long? Today, I shall make you fully aware of defeat and teach you the true essence of defense. As he spoke, he raised his shield with his left hand and wielded a blade in his right. To him, Luo Xiu's weapon appeared merely as an ordinary stick. Incapable of breaching his defenses, Luo Xiu disregarded his defenses entirely, bringing his Qimai stick down with great force, striking Ren Tianqi's shield and producing a resounding clang. The spectators below covered their ears, frowning simultaneously. Indeed, it was akin to the sound of metal being forged. Ren Tianqi also felt rather uneasy. He had no other skills, and his primary focus had always been on preserving his life. He had indeed invested considerable effort into mastering the art of shield defense. Yet his debut encounter was against Luo Zhihuan, whose sharpshooting was so cunning that it rendered him defenseless. However, Luo Xiu wielded a staff, which lacked the elusive nature of a firearms assault, and Ren Tianqi was determined to believe he could withstand it. The only concern was that Luo Xiu's strength appeared somewhat overwhelming. From the force of that strike, it seemed he was even stronger than Ren Tianqi himself. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that Luo Xiu was the aggressor and would thus expend more stamina. As a mere practitioner at the ceiling stage, could he truly be outlasted? Resolute in his decision to outlast Luo Xiu, Ren Tianqi adopted a comprehensive defensive stance, using his shield and steel knife solely for protection, resembling a sturdy turtle shell shielding him from harm. He remained immovable, even as Luo Xiu's staff danced through the air like a tempest, relentless in its assault. This emboldened Luo Xiu, who unleashed a flurry of strikes with the ferocity of a wild stallion, one blow following another in rapid succession. The arena was soon filled with the dazzling flashes of the staff, accompanied by the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal, echoing like a drumbeat. Observing this from the sidelines, Luo Lingling could not restrain herself from speaking to Luo Xingye. Xingye, does Luo Xiu truly lack sense? Ren Tianqi has clearly retreated into his shell. And with such a reckless barrage, how long can he sustain it? Once he tires, won't he be at Ren Tianqi's mercy? He previously defeated Luo Xingyun using this very tactic. Has he not learned from the experience? While you are not incorrect, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Have you not noticed how fluidly Luo Xiu moves? It appears as if each strike costs him little effort. Indeed, his assault resembles the relentless tide, each wave more formidable than the last. Yet, he is but a mortal, and his stamina must surely be finite. I cannot shake the feeling that Luo Xiu would not succumb to such a rudimentary mistake. He may have a hidden strategy. Contrasting with the discussion between Luo Lingling and myself, Luo Lai atop the platform exhibited a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Could it be, no? Xingye has yet to comprehend the essence of martial intent. Luo Xiu possesses merely a third-grade aptitude, making it improbable for him to grasp it. There must be an issue I have overlooked. Luo Lai's understanding of martial intent is scant, merely hearsay. Had a master akin to Guo Wan been present today, they would undoubtedly discern that Luo Xiu has already attained enlightenment in martial intent, enabling him to unleash an onslaught akin to a surging tide with minimal exertion. Initially, spectators believed that Luo Xiu could not endure for long. However, as time progressed, this fierce battle of forging has surpassed the duration of 2 incense sticks. Yet Luo Xiu shows no signs of fatigue. Conversely, Ren Tianqi, who has been steadfast in defense, is now left half-numb from Luo Xiu's overwhelming force. After another powerful strike from Luo Xiu, Ren Tianqi suddenly slipped, his knees buckling, nearly causing him to collapse. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A master at the ceiling stage could no longer withstand the pressure. Rousingly, Luo Xiu fought with unrestrained vigor. Though the adversary's latent potential was negligible, his resilience, owing to his mastery of pressure point ceiling, was moderately commendable. Throughout this engagement, Luo Xiu showcased the full repertoire of his staff techniques. His staff spun into a vortex of intricate patterns, each rotation fueled by the power emanating from his core, culminating in a strike of thunderous force. With each blow of his brow-level staff, he summoned flashes of lightning, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Remarkably, his stamina remained robust. As long as the tidal martial intent was activated and unbroken, his offense flowed ceaselessly. After such a protracted period, the majority of his Dantian energy remained intact. As the incense sticks burned down, Marking nearly half an hour, Ren Tianqi began to falter. Curse it, he inwardly raged. How can Luo Xiao possess such formidable endurance? Even if I were at the blood-nourishing stage, I couldn't sustain this level of assault. And he's merely at the tendon-strengthening stage. This defies logic. This is impossible. Despite Ren Tianqi's resentment and disbelief, Luo Xiao's attacks grew increasingly swift. His shoulders and arms, under Luo Xiao's relentless barrage, began to numb. Were he to remove his garments, the bruises marring Ren Tianqi's shoulders would be starkly visible, a testament to the concussive force of Luo Xiao's blows. I can't hold on any longer, Ren Tianqi lamented. Lacking an indomitable spirit, his vaunted defenses crumbled under Luo Xiao's relentless onslaught, shattering his confidence. His confidence waning, and his steps growing increasingly unsteady, Ren Tianqi faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xiao pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that left his opponent reeling on the verge of collapse. Recognizing his imminent defeat, Ren Tianqi, a cultivator of the acupoint ceiling stage, refused to succumb to such an ignominious end. With a surge of defiance, he mustered the qi within his dantian, channeling it into a desperate counterattack. He hurled his shield at Luo Xiao while simultaneously brandishing his blade. Luo Xiao deflected the shield with a swift strike, his momentum carrying him into a direct clash with Ren Tianqi's blade. The resounding clang of metal echoed through the air as Luo Xiao's staff shattered under the force of the blow. Ren Tianqi's blade and shield, though unrefined in appearance, were valuable assets acquired at great expense by his father. The shield was a low-grade magical artifact, while the blade was a mid-grade one. Despite the ferocity of Luo Xiao's staff techniques, his staff was no match for such weaponry. Emboldened by the destruction of Luo Xiao's staff, Ren Tianqi's spirits soared. However, before he could mock Luo Xiao's apparent poverty, Luo Xiao remained unfazed. Exploiting the opening created by Ren Tianqi's overextension, Luo Xiao surged forward, delivering a devastating blow to Ren Tianqi's face. Foolishness. Engaging in close combat while sealed, do you not realize that a significant portion of my body's acupoints are blocked, rendering me impervious to your fists? Ren Tianqi laughed heartily, though his words were steeped in bravado. Despite his entry into the realm of blocked acupoints, he remained among the weakest, having only sealed a handful of inconsequential points, aided by the potency of medicinal substances. Nonetheless, he harbored no doubts that Luo Xiao's fists could not defeat him. He slightly retreated, evading Luo Xiao's strike, and was poised to counter when, unexpectedly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Luo Xiao's fist. What had initially been a distance of over 2 feet due to his evasion suddenly unleashed a torrent of energy that surged towards him, as if ignited by explosive force. This energy detonated before Ren Tianqi, erupting in a resounding blast. Boom! The explosion of energy. Through the earlier exchange with Ren Tianqi, Luo Xiao had gleaned insights into his opponent's strength. Indeed, this battle bore elements of fortune. Had Ren Tianqi not been overly confident in his defenses and unaware of Luo Xiao's tidal martial intent, he could have posed a considerable challenge to Luo Xiao with his sealed acupoint prowess. Yet, he chose the most foolish course of action. Luo Xiao, having discerned the depths of Ren Tianqi's abilities, and with his weapon no longer in hand, had no desire to engage in an incessant struggle. Thus, he decisively opted for an explosive release of energy. Utilizing the tidal martial intent consumed nearly half of his internal energy, leaving him with a mere fraction, which was expended in a ferocious blast before Ren Tianqi. A master in the sealing period was sent flying by a single blow from Luo Xiao. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Blood seeped from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and ears, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, losing consciousness mid-air. The audience fell into a stunned silence. What had just transpired? Originally, Ren Tianqi, having severed Luo Xiao's staff, seemed to hold the upper hand. How could Luo Xiao's fist unleash such explosive force, effortlessly annihilating the sealing period Ren Tianqi? Is this a mirage? Did I truly witness this? What concealed weapon did Luo Xiao employ to achieve such instantaneous victory over Ren Tianqi? Concealed weapons. Surely, employing such tactics is rather beneath the dignity of a martial arts competition. If that were the case, wielding a few formidable artifacts would enable one to easily fight beyond their rank. Disqualify him. Disqualify him. The onlookers were oblivious, but those on the stage were not entirely ignorant. Yet, even among the elevated ranks, few comprehended the events that had just unfolded. Only Luo Lai and his brothers, Luo Xiong and Luo Hu, were aware, and they were rendered speechless in astonishment. This Luo Xiao, had actually grasped the essence of explosive energy. It was simply extraordinary. Luo Lai, who had believed he had already overestimated Luo Xiao, stood dumbfounded. He and his two brothers knew of the explosive technique because, 20 years prior, when they were still relatively young, a friend of their father's had visited and publicly demonstrated the technique. The martial technique known as Qi explosion is not commonly wielded by many warriors. The father's friend, having reached the pinnacle of the Ren and Du meridians, comprehended this technique during his initial foray into them. The earth-shattering power of his Qi explosion left Luo Lai and his companions utterly astounded. To their surprise, after many years, they were once again witnesses to this formidable move. Although Luo Xiao's Qi explosion pales in comparison to that of the peak warrior, the underlying principle remains the same. His lesser power is not due to a lack of understanding, but rather his lower cultivation level. Furthermore, to utilize Qi explosion at the muscle condensation stage and incapacitate the channeling stage Ren Tianqi with a single strike is indeed no small feat. While Luo Lai and others were rendered speechless, it was Luo Xingye who appeared most astonished. The girl could hardly fathom that the somewhat frail boy she once knew had grown to such an extent unbeknownst to her. Although she dismissed Ren Tianqi, who was at the channeling stage, she acknowledged that she could never achieve such a feat of incapacitating an opponent with a single unarmed strike. Luo Xiao, what secrets have you concealed from me? Luo Xingye bit her lip tightly, feeling increasingly perplexed by this young man. Ultimately, it was Luo Lai who rose to his feet, publicly proclaiming that Luo Xiao's recent victory over Ren Tianqi was the result of a legitimate martial technique, rather than mere luck. His triumph was beyond reproach, quelling the murmurs of doubt surrounding Luo Xiao. With the conclusion of the third match, Luo Xiao emerged victorious, securing 3 points, while Ren Tianqi remained at 0. As this match concluded, the public's appraisal of Luo Xiao reached unprecedented heights, with some even asserting that he possesses the prowess to claim the title of the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Luo family. Conversely, the prestige surrounding Ren Tianqi's sealing phase has completely dissipated. The ordinary populace has come to a profound realization that rank does not signify everything. The path of martial arts must be traversed with steadfast determination. Any shortcut taken in a bid for rapid success ultimately leads to a fate akin to Ren Tianqi's, which is merely to garner superficial attention. However, Luo Xiao's adversaries in the finals gleaned an important insight from this battle. When facing Luo Xiao, it is imperative not to engage in a protracted struggle. A swift resolution is preferable. This young man's stamina and recuperative abilities are astonishing. The relentless barrage of his staff techniques instilled a deep sense of helplessness within them. How could one possibly counter such relentless assaults? Furthermore, that explosive strike filled them with trepidation, leading each of them to secretly prepare themselves, pondering that if they were to encounter Luo Xiao, they would absolutely deny him the opportunity to deliver a direct punch. It appears that Luo Xiao's strength necessitates a comprehensive reevaluation. The only solace they found was in the fact that Luo Xiao's staff had broken, and that final explosive punch seemed to require immense energy, perhaps indicating that he could not employ it frequently. If he could only unleash such a strike once a month, it would indeed be less intimidating. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Luo Xiao's energy was rapidly regenerating under the nurturing of the Black Book. Chapter 61. Ambush. Following the conclusion of the third match, the fourth commenced, pitting Luo Xinghui against Jin Wenyu. Luo Xiao, having completed his own contest, remained in attendance, partly to replenish his depleted dantian, and partly out of a keen interest in this particular confrontation. From the preliminary rounds onward, this bout promised to be the most evenly matched, as both Luo Xinghui and Jin Wenyu presented formidable challenges to Luo Xiao himself. Observing their contest would afford him valuable insight, enabling him to better understand his adversaries. Upon ascending the platform, Luo Xinghui garnered a considerable amount of support. Of the 3 scions of the Luo family, Luo Xiong's 2 sons, Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun, had both been defeated, leaving him as the last remaining direct male descendant in the running for the finals. However, Luo Xinghui appeared indifferent to this fact, as he was not particularly close to Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun, and their elimination spared him the trouble of having to contend with them. As Jin Wenyu took to the stage, he courteously offered a respectful bow to Luo Xinghui, a gesture seemingly extended to everyone he encountered. However, Luo Xinghui remained unimpressed, unsheathing his flying rainbow sword and pointing it directly at Jin Wenyu. "Spare me the formalities," he declared. "You are merely a runner-up in your group and do not warrant my attention. Come forth and face my blade, so that we may expedite this process and move on to the next match." Jin Wenyu's expression remained unchanged. If young Master Xinghui is of such a mind, he replied, then Jin Wenyu shall endeavor to hasten the proceedings. Beneath the platform, Luo Lingling curled her lip, questioning why Jin Wenyu was being so deferential to Luo Xinghui. A scoundrel in her eyes. She felt that without any assertiveness, no matter how skilled one might be, they couldn't be considered a real man. On stage, Luo Xinghui nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with Jin Wenyu's attitude, yet he uttered, it's fortunate you recognize the situation. I shall grant you a swift exit from this stage. Observe my sword. Luo Xinghui raised his hand, and 3 elegant sword blossoms bloomed in the air, aimed directly at Jin Wenyu's upper, middle, and lower body. A fatal, continuous assault. It must be acknowledged that Luo Xinghui's skills surpassed those of Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun. This fatal, continuous strike targeted 3 vital points, and without considerable skill, it would be difficult to defend against. Jin Wenyu, with his halberd in hand, completely disregarded Luo Xinghui's sword light. He swung the halberd in a wide arc, the massive crescent blade fiercely slashing towards Luo Xinghui's neck. Everyone, including Luo Xiao, paled. Jin Wenyu had completely abandoned defense, adopting a mutually destructive approach. If Luo Xinghui didn't withdraw, his fatal, continuous strike could severely injure Jin Wenyu, potentially even killing him. However, under Jin Wenyu's horizontal halberd strike, he would undoubtedly face decapitation, with no chance of survival. Who was Luo Xinghui? He was a young master of the Luo family, a figure with limitless potential, especially now. With Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun faltering, it was Luo Xinghui's time to rise. How could he perish together with a mere nobody like Jin Wenyu? Therefore, no matter how infuriated he was by Jin Wenyu's tactics, he had no choice but to retract his sword and defend. Upon retracting his blade, he relinquished the initiative, allowing Jin Wenyu to unleash a comprehensive and relentless offensive with his halberd. As he had proclaimed, each maneuver was executed with lethal precision and remarkable swiftness. Luo Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, discerning that their capabilities were ostensibly commensurate based on their initial exchange. However, Jin Wenyu, a man of considerable mettle, harbored resentment towards Luo Xinghui's disdainful treatment and verbal affronts, despite his own courteous demeanor. Thus, he initiated a high-stakes gambit, catching Luo Xinghui off guard and seizing the upper hand. This audacious strategy showcased Jin Wenyu's acumen, as he correctly surmised that Luo Xinghui would be unwilling to risk a mutual demise. Jin Wenyu, possessing both formidable strength and cunning, presented a formidable challenge to Luo Xinghui, whose disadvantage with shorter weaponry was further exacerbated by his loss of initiative, rendering a comeback arduous. Nay, as the scion of the Luo family, destined for second place, I cannot succumb to this upstart. Defeat would irrevocably jeopardize my aspirations. Victory is imperative, originally intended for a future confrontation with Luo Xingye. This stratagem must now be deployed to secure this initial triumph. With a subtle flick of the wrist, Luo Xinghui produced a cylindrical device containing the heart-piercing needle, imbued with the paralyzing venom of Gastrodia elata. In close-quarters combat, Jin Wenyu would inevitably be compelled to intercept the needle to prevent injury. Forgive me, Jin Wenyu, for my ruthlessness, but you have pushed me to this extreme. As Luo Xinghui observed the escalating difficulty of securing a victory, he seized an opportunity and suddenly launched a heart-piercing needle at Jin Wenyu. His choice of target was remarkably strategic, although the martial artist possessed a robust physique. Even a needle of considerable potency would only result in a minor injury if struck in a typical location. Hence, he opted to target the vulnerable area of Jin Wenyu's throat, a crucial point that demanded immediate attention. Even if Jin Wenyu managed to react, he would undoubtedly be flustered and ill-equipped to counter the ensuing assault. Should Jin Wenyu perish, it would merely be a consequence of his inadequate skills. The heart-piercing needle glinted menacingly, swiftly reaching Jin Wenyu. Sensing the imminent danger, Jin Wenyu instinctively discarded his halberd, pressing his palms together to catch the needle in a flash. Its tip mere moments from piercing his skin. Jin Wenyu, you have lost, Luo Xinghui proclaimed as he advanced, driving his sword into Jin Wenyu's abdomen. As a mere mortal, Jin Wenyu's survival from Luo Xinghui's ambush was already remarkable. Now, with his hands occupied and his halberd cast aside, he was left defenseless against Luo Xinghui's onslaught. In a desperate struggle, he writhed, but ultimately, he was struck by Luo Xinghui's blade. Though the wound was shallow, it was sufficient to momentarily incapacitate him. Huh. What does your skill matter? You still fell to me, the young master. Luo Xinghui laughed heartily, prompting Luo Lingling to interject. her voice rising in protest. What skill is there in using hidden weapons? How despicable. Without them, you would hardly stand a chance against Jin Wenyu. How absurd. Is it not permissible to utilize hidden weapons? On that day, there would no longer be any sects employing hidden weapons. Moreover, you, Luo Lingling, consistently initiate battles with a swift and aggressive approach, catching your opponents off guard. Is this not a rather unscrupulous tactic? Luo Lingling, her eyes wide with indignation, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. She turned to the elevated platform, seeking the elder's judgment. A murmur of whispers arose from those on the stage. Luo Xiong and Luo, who were resolute in their intent to protect Luo Xinghui, the last remaining scion of their lineage. Even the elders, including Luo Huan's father, concurred that Luo Xinghui's combat methods were entirely legitimate, thus declaring him the victor of this round. The host announced that in the fourth match, Luo Xinghui emerged victorious with 3 points, while Jin Wenyu suffered defeat, accumulating none. Furthermore, Jin Wenyu was injured, though not grievously. The relentless series of matches would likely prevent him from continuing to compete. This meant that the promising Jin Wenyu was effectively eliminated from the race for the top 5. He refused assistance, and after applying a hemostatic ointment, he used his halberd as a makeshift crutch, hobbling down from the platform. As he passed by Luo Xiao, he offered a wry smile, saying, "I had hoped to face you in battle, but that now seems a distant fantasy. Luo Xiao, my prospects are bleak. I wish you good fortune." Luo Xiao returned the smile, reassuring him, "Do not despair too much. Perhaps circumstances are not as dire as they appear." Jin Wenyu shook his head with a bitter smile, remaining silent. To him, Luo Xiao's words felt like mere consolation. After all, he was in no condition to participate in the upcoming matches. Could there be a fate worse than this? With the conclusion of the first round of the finals, the eventual victor seemed increasingly apparent. Luo Xingye can be said to have secured a position, predominantly occupying the first place. Jin Wenyu has been eliminated, leaving 6 contestants remaining. Among the top 5, the other 4 slots should be filled by Luo Lingling, Luo Xiao, Luo Xinghui, and Luo Zhihuan. As for Rin Qianqi, who is currently at the ceiling stage, along with Zhu Zhiyue, their slightly inferior strength renders them unlikely to attain a spot in the top 5. Today marks the 8th of August, and with the Yunzhou selection competition approaching on the 15th, time remains to ensure the finalists' stamina, particularly for the 2 female competitors. Therefore, today's matches conclude here, with the second round set to commence tomorrow. The second round's matchups were swiftly arranged, and due to the absence of one participant, pairing contestants 2 by 2 was not feasible. Ultimately, at Luo Xingye's request, she was assigned 2 bouts. The first round pits Luo Xingye against Zhu Zhiyue. The second round features Luo Xinghui facing Luo Zhihuan. The third round showcases Luo Xiao against Luo Lingling, and the fourth round sees Luo Xingye contend with Rin Tianqi. In these 4 battles, it can be asserted that Luo Xingye's 2 matches are devoid of suspense, as neither Zhu Zhiyue nor Rin Tianqi poses any challenge to her. The focal battles are undoubtedly those between Luo Lingling and Luo Xiao, as well as Luo Zhihuan and Luo Xinghui, both of which are anticipated with great interest. Discussions abound, primarily asserting that Luo Xingye is certain to secure first place without question, while speculations arise regarding how far the others may advance. Chapter 62, Ambush. Strictly speaking, without employing sound attack techniques, Luo Xiao possesses little advantage when facing Jin Wenyu, Luo Lingling, Luo Xinghui, and Luo Zhihuan, let alone Luo Xingye. Even though he possesses an unwavering defense that allows him to maintain an undefeated stance, the disparity in realms is too significant, rendering his absolute strength insufficient to fully unleash his other techniques. His current punching power, approximately 2,500 pounds, is indeed invincible within the realm of muscle condensation. Even the average bone-tempering practitioner pales in comparison. However, none of his opponents are to be underestimated. Luo Xinghui, the weakest among them, is at least at the mid-stage of bone tempering, and despite not employing hidden weapons during his battle with Jin Wenyu, the 2 were evenly matched, indicating that Luo Xinghui's strength is extraordinary. Luo, who has invested all resources into Luo Xinghui, ensuring that his prowess is formidable, likely exceeding Luo Xiao by more than a realm, and his strength may surpass Luo Xiao by a small margin as well. Utilizing sound attacks can certainly secure a victory in one match, but in the subsequent contest, it may not prove as effective. The explosive force is indeed formidable. Yet this technique, which nearly depletes one's vital energy after a single use, is best employed sparingly. Otherwise, should one find themselves at a disadvantage, their capacity for counterattack would be severely limited. My current strength remains lacking. Were it not for the title martial intent, I would be forced to adopt a purely defensive posture against these opponents, with no chance of victory. However, the enhancement of strength is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. The sole method available to me for strengthening my capabilities is to continue the process of muscle condensation. At present, I have refined 138 meridians and can progress to 160. Yet, the increase in strength from these additional 22 minor meridians is negligible. And upon reaching 160, there are still hidden meridians to consider. I cannot recklessly advance beyond this point, and regrettably, the necessary elixirs for refining the hidden meridians have yet to arrive. In a moment of uncertainty, Luo Xiao found himself devoid of better options. Compelled to persist in refining his tendons, the tempering of 22 delicate veins posed little challenge for him. After 3 hours, with dusk yet to fall, he had successfully refined 21. However, he could not proceed with the final one, as the necessary potion for refining the hidden tendon was still unavailable. Stopping abruptly, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Glancing down, he noticed the sound transmission talisman upon his chest gradually dissipating, and a familiar voice echoed forth. "Brother Luo, we have procured the blood essence petals. Hurry to the Alchemist Guild." Upon hearing this news, Luo Xiao was filled with elation. The blood essence petals, transformation fruits, and void stones were exceedingly rare, particularly the former two. The blood essence petals could only be harvested from the blossoms nourished by the vital blood of powerful beings after their demise, as their life essence seeped into the earth. However, creatures with such potent life force are treasures in themselves, and their natural deaths typically occur in remote, desolate regions. If they were slain by others, their remains would likely be claimed as treasures, making the search for blood essence petals a daunting endeavor. The transformation fruit was similarly elusive, utilized for cultivating the Dantian's energy sea, and could only be found in locales rich with spiritual energy, often associated with prestigious sections. As for the void stone, it was comparatively easier to locate, yet it remained an essential material for crafting the Shumi ring. What Luo Xiao required was a substantial piece of void stone, the mere price of which could deter the average individual. With the acquisition of the blood essence petals, it felt as though a pillow had been presented to him just as he was about to doze off. Noticing that time was still on his side, Luo Xiao hastily departed from his home, heading directly towards the teleportation array. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xingyun, who had suffered grievous injuries from Luo Xiao's earlier strike, lay in wait in the attic of his house, seething with resentment. The blow he received had caused him to spit blood uncontrollably, resulting in multiple ruptures in his meridians. Not only was he now disqualified from the finals, but even if he were to recover in the future, his meridians would bear hidden scars, while not entirely irreparable. Restoring them would demand an exorbitant price, one that the financial resources of Luo Xiong were insufficient to cover. All of this misfortune was the consequence of Luo Xiao's actions. The attic of Luo Xingyun's home was not far from the teleportation array, allowing him to witness Luo Xiao's departure to Yunzhou, igniting a flicker of vengeful intent within him. However, he currently lacked the strength to act, even in peak condition. He was merely a defeated foe of Luo Xiao. Yet, he had allies. The Luo family was one of the 4 prominent clans in Yunzhou. And to the north of Yunzhou city stood another family, the third-ranked Hua family among the 4 great clans. Unlike the Luo family, which boasted only Luo Lai as a martial artist at the Rindu realm, the Hua family had 3 such practitioners, with the family head, Hua Tiansong, having reached the mid-stage of the Rindu realm, a master of the 4th level. On a fortuitous occasion, Luo Xingyun had once saved a direct descendant of the Hua family named Hua Jiannan. Hua Jiannan's prowess far surpassed that of Luo Xingyun. Now having attained the early stage of the training of the organs, with a 5th grade aptitude, firmly securing his position among the top 3 of the younger generation within the Hua family. This individual is both arrogant and cruel. Although he owes a life debt to Luo Xingyun, he shows little respect towards him. He merely concedes to assist Luo Xingyun once, and only once, considering it sufficient to settle the debt. Luo Xingyun feels that if he does not eliminate Luo Xiao, the resentment that weighs heavily on his heart will hinder his future endeavors in martial arts. Observing that Luo Xiao has departed from the Luo family, presumably heading to Yunzhou, he realizes that the Hua family resides between the northern gate of Yunzhou and the Luo family's post. Should Hua Jiannan take action to ambush Luo Xiao, the latter's demise would be inevitable. Promptly, he employs a communication talisman to reach out to Hua Jiannan, suggesting the assassination of Luo Xiao en route. Furthermore, Luo Xingyun asserts that Luo Xiao must possess some secret. A mere third-grade talent has inexplicably advanced in strength to the extent of injuring him in such a brief period. Such a feat would be utterly unattainable without fortuitous circumstances. Regardless of what Luo Xiao harbors, it shall rightfully belong to Hua Jiannan. Luo Xingyun grits his teeth in hatred, yet he finds himself at the mercy of circumstances beyond his control. Following his injury, his standing within the Luo family has deteriorated significantly, leading many to believe he will amount to nothing. Nowadays, he finds himself lacking in eloquence and must reluctantly acquiesce to Hua Jiannan's extortion. What a fool Luo Xingyun is. He cannot even deal with a mere novice at the condensing tendon stage and still seeks my assistance. I merely mentioned a demand of 3,000 taels of gold, and without hesitation, he agreed. Such a fortunate opportunity is not one that presents itself daily. Beside Hua Jiannan stood a young man, resplendent in brocade attire, elegantly wielding a folding fan. Although the Luo family is one of the 4 prominent clans, it is widely acknowledged that they are but a waning lineage, a mere shadow of their former glory. Should he dare to refuse my request, it would indeed be a peculiar turn of events. I had initially intended to accompany you for a leisurely outing, but given your affiliation with the Luo family, I must extend my courtesy to Luo Xingye. Though she remains unaware of her future betrothed, such knowledge will soon dawn upon her. In the eyes of the esteemed Huang Xiao, the Luo family holds little significance aside from Luo Xingye. Nevertheless, I am inclined to pursue this opportunity. It may prove fortuitous if Luo Xiao possesses any remarkable treasures. While my fortunes may not rival those of Huang Xiao, I am confident that I will excel in the upcoming Yunzhou selection competition, perhaps even contend for the top position. Joining the Blade and Sword sect would open boundless prospects. I do not possess unwavering certainty regarding my success in the selections, so I cannot afford to overlook any chance to bolster my strength. If Luo Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize Huang Qiga, the prodigy he encountered at the Yunzhou auction, whose talents have achieved the esteemed rank of mid-6th tier, unparalleled in Yunzhou. However, I too bear my own burdens. Those 2 competitors have been relentless in their pursuit, and the pressure weighs heavily upon me. Go forth, Huang Xiao, if you have taken a liking to Xiaoming. Consider it her fortune. I have long informed her to await your arrival. Ah, you are indeed generous with your sister. I shall remember your kindness, and do not hesitate to call upon me should you require assistance. Huang Qiga chuckled, turning to depart for the inner courtyard. As he watched Huang Qiga recede into the distance, Hua Jiannan spat disdainfully upon the ground. Bah, what a scoundrel! If my family's power surpassed yours, I would have long since reduced you to ashes. It pains me to offer my own sister to the Imperial Pavilion, and thus I can only redirect my fury towards Luo Xiao. As for Luo Xiao, I am merely curious to observe what sort of condensation stage cultivator can inflict such grievous wounds upon Luo Xingyan, a master of the bone refinement stage. By that merit alone, he can scarcely be considered a genius, yet such a feeble genius is merely a fat sheep. I relish the sight of despair in a genius's final moments. Hua Jiannan did not confide in anyone from his family. He mounted his dark steed and departed from the Hua clan, setting out to hunt down Luo Xiao. At this moment, Luo Xiao had just left the Luo family's inn, having rented a horse, and was hastening towards the northern gate of Yunzhou. Chapter 63. Refining hidden tendons. Luo Xiao was preoccupied with thoughts of the blood essence flower petals, urging his horse to gallop swiftly. As he approached the northern gate of Yunzhou, he spotted a lone knight standing on the dimly lit official road. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Danger. His innate intuition warned him that this individual was likely waiting for him. However, he had not made many acquaintances in Yunzhou, save for a few members of the Alchemist Guild. Those reclusive alchemists, who seldom meddled in worldly affairs, would not be here to intercept him. Thus it could only be someone from the Luo family. After a brief contemplation, Luo Xiao deduced the identity of his adversaries. Realizing that it was merely a few young masters who harbored ill will towards him, seeking to eliminate him here, the 2 horses gradually drew closer, and a hint of smugness appeared on Hua Jiannan's face. He believed that intercepting Luo Xiao and dispatching him without a second thought would be simple. A mere boy in the muscle refinement stage, akin to an insignificant insect, whose death would mean little. Halt! Are you Luo Xiao? Commanded the approaching figure. Luo Xiao slightly reduced his horse's speed, and just as their steeds were nearly touching, he nodded at Hua Jiannan. You are absolutely correct, but unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Hua Jiannan, poised to strike, hesitated and instinctively inquired. Unfortunately, your horse has a lame leg and cannot catch up to me. Before Luo Xiu's words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly unleashed the Panlong staff, striking the opponent's horse's leg with tremendous force. Crack! Hua Jiannan's skill did not extend to his horse's ability to evade Luo Xiu's assault. A shriek echoed as one of the horse's forelegs was shattered. Without pausing, Luo Xiu pressed on the horse's belly, urging it forward as they galloped towards the northern gate. In a fit of rage, Hua Jiannan kicked the moaning horse aside, his mouth spewing curses at Luo Xiu. He had never anticipated that this young man would be so alert, launching a preemptive strike the moment he sensed danger, leaving him utterly unprepared. The intensity of Luo Xiu's vigilance and the decisiveness of his actions sent a chill through Hua Jiannan. However, he would never concede that he was outmatched by Luo Xiu. It was merely an ambush that caught him off guard. Are you attempting to borrow my encirclement flag? Huang Qiga was unceremoniously extracted from his cozy bed by Hua Jiannan. His mood decidedly soured. Nonetheless, as it was the brother of his beloved, he felt compelled to show some measure of respect. Indeed, with the trapping banner now in his possession, he discreetly set up the formation, prepared to activate it upon the arrival of that young man. At that moment, it would be just the two of them. He wondered if the boy could possibly breach a formation impervious even to those at the early stages of the Ren and Du channels. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Qiga acknowledged the immense value of his trapping banner, an exquisite set of human-grade magical artifacts. This set consisted of merely 3 banners, and when arranged according to the principles of the 3 talents, it would activate the formation, rendering it impervious to external scrutiny. Even someone at the early stages of the Ren and Du channels would find it impossible to dismantle it through sheer force. He held a degree of trust in Hua Jiannan, and did not perceive any peril in his quest to eliminate Luo Xiu. After a moment's hesitation, he produced the banners, cautioning, "Be careful, this set is worth 2,000 purple crystal stones. Should you lose it, you would be unable to compensate, nor would your Hua family." With the trapping banners secured, Hua Jiannan departed with great enthusiasm, vowing to ensure Luo Xiu's demise. Upon returning to the vicinity of the official road, he meticulously arranged the trapping banners along Luo Xiu's anticipated route. This time, he was resolute. The moment he spotted Luo Xiu in the morning, he would strike without hesitation, leaving the young man no opportunity to escape. Luo Xiu raced into Yunzhou City, heading straight for the Alchemist Guild. He recalled that the individual in question appeared to be a disciple of the Hua family, currently at the refining stage, and seemed to possess considerable talent. Luo Xiu sensed that this opponent was not significantly weaker than Luo Xingye, making victory in a direct confrontation exceedingly challenging. He resolved to exercise greater caution in their next encounter. Luo Xiu surmised that the individual who had suffered such a setback would not easily concede defeat. As he pondered his next move, he gradually arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Upon entering, Zhou Xian approached him. "Brother Luo, you've arrived swiftly. The blood essence petals have been procured. A friend of mine happened to have some in stock, 30,000 taels of gold. Not too expensive, right?" Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Typically, blood essence petals were purchased with amethyst stones. The fact that they were acquired with gold indicated Zhou Xian's considerable effort. 30,000 taels of gold was indeed a reasonable price. "Thank you, Guildmaster. Here are 10 dragon power pills I've refined. Please take them." Zhou Xian's face lit up with a smile as he accepted the pills. "Excellent. These are precisely what we need." The market price for these pills has soared to 7,000 taels. After deducting the guild share and the cost of the blood essence petals, there's still 26,000 taels left. "Elder Luo, what would you like?" Zhou Xian's implication was clear. It would be best if Luo Xiu purchased herbs from the guild rather than withdrawing the gold, a typical merchant's ploy. Luo Xiu smiled. He indeed needed herbs. If he could refine the first hidden meridian, subsequent refinements would gradually require medicinal substances. The large quantity of herbs he had previously purchased for alchemy was insufficient to fully refine the critical meridians. More were needed. "Then, Guildmaster, please provide me with some more herbs. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in procuring transformation fruits and void stones. I will compensate for any price difference by refining more dragon power pills." "That is well and good. At this moment, the transformation fruit eludes my grasp. Yet the void stone should be procurable, as such items occasionally appear at the auction house. I shall inquire further. Perhaps news will arrive shortly. Indeed, I require a substantial quantity of void stone." With that, Luo Xiu took the blood essence flower petals from Zhou Xian's hand and entered the alchemy chamber. The elders each possess their own alchemists, thus Luo Xiao no longer needs to rent a room. Upon entering his own alchemy chamber, he promptly ignited the furnace, preparing for the concoction. Fortunately, the elixir he was about to craft was intended for the muscle condensation stage. Although the medicinal materials were rather precious, they were merely second-tier pills, which did not necessitate the use of alchemical fire. Currently, Luo Xiao stands at the pinnacle of the third tier, capable of refining up to third-tier pills. However, should he break through to the bone-strengthening stage and progress to the internal organ refinement phase without acquiring the fire essence to forge a proper alchemical flame, he would find himself unable to concoct elixirs for himself. Over this extended period, he has been able to refine his body flawlessly and now approaches muscle condensation, largely thanks to his own alchemical skills. Had he relied solely on purchasing all his elixirs, the cost would have skyrocketed, at least 7 or 8 times the original price. For someone like Luo Xiao, devoid of any income, the notion of purchasing elixirs is but a fanciful dream. Thus, the martial artist journey is intrinsically linked to financial resources. The impoverished truly find themselves at a dead end. After pondering these thoughts for a moment, the flames within the furnace blazed vigorously. Luo Xiao first prepared a dragon power pill to warm up. The crafting of the dragon power pill has ceased to be a challenge for him, boasting a success rate of over 70%. This time, he succeeded effortlessly. Feeling invigorated, Luo Xiao then commenced the preparation of the hidden muscle pill. The nomenclature of the hidden tendon pill was gleaned by Han Qing from archaic and obscure texts. Presently, the concoction of this elixir is virtually unheard of, and the very concept of hidden tendons is alien to the common martial world. It is conceivable that such knowledge might be held within the echelons of paramount sects, though it remained unknown to Luo Xiao until now. He initiated the process by introducing several ingredients into the alchemic furnace. The sinew of the golden-armored pangolin beast, renowned for its resilience, was included. The heart's blood of the largest herbivorous terrestrial dragon, celebrated for its vigorous essence, was also added. With the incorporation of several auxiliary herbs to modulate the medicinal properties, Luo Xiao commenced the gradual refinement of the hidden tendon pill, following Han Qing's recollections. Luo Xiao mused. Given the potent blood essence within the dragon's heart blood and the blood essence petals, could the initial hidden tendon be associated with the power of blood and vitality? Intrigued, he observed as 2 full hours elapsed, with the elixir within the furnace nearing completion. The moment has arrived to introduce the blood essence petals. Luo Xiao procured the petals, rhomboid in shape and adorned with crimson striations. Holding them, one could almost perceive the subtle tang of blood. The quality of these petals was remarkable, prompting him to wonder about the intensity of the blood essence exuded by the final concoction. Upon introduction into the furnace, the petals resisted immediate desiccation, valiantly withstanding the flames. The sanguine aura emanating from them intensified. However, being inanimate matter, the inherent aversion of flora to fire soon prevailed. Before succumbing to the flames, Luo Xiao directed the petals to envelop the nearly solidified elixir. A swift confluence of 2 forces, both on the cusp of incineration, ensued. The elixir was complete. With a success rate soaring to 90% in crafting grade 2 elixirs, Roche was poised for triumph. Before long, a sleek, dark red pill materialized within the crucible. Swiftly extinguishing the flames and concluding the process, Roche retrieved the hidden tendon pill once the fire had subsided. It has not been easy, he mused. Were it not for acquiring Han Qing's memories, I would have remained ignorant of the existence of hidden tendons. Perhaps I would have mistakenly believed that I had achieved perfection after refining 485 tendons. Let us hope Han Qing's memories do not fail me. Or else it would be a tragedy if all the time and energy I have devoted to obtaining this pill were in vain. Roche offered a silent prayer, held the elixir in his palm, and promptly commenced refining his 160th tendon. He had ceased at 159. Fearing that the opportune moment to refine the hidden tendon would be squandered without the necessary medicinal aid. With the elixir now in hand, refining the 160th tendon was a natural progression. Before an incense stick could burn, a slender tendon was fully refined. This is the moment. A sheen of perspiration graced Roche's palms as he sat in rapt attention, awaiting the fleeting appearance of the legendary hidden tendon. Let us hope all of this is true. Chapter 64. The first hidden tendon time trickled by in hushed anticipation. A full incense stick's time has elapsed. Aside from refining a slender meridian and gaining a meager increase of less than 5 pounds of strength, Luo Xiao felt no peculiarities. Could it be that all of this was merely hearsay from Han Qing, utterly non-existent? Luo Xiu felt a wave of despondency, this time in pursuit of the hidden meridian. He not only restrained the speed of refining his meridians, but also expended a considerable sum on blood essence petals. If this turned out to be a ruse, he would suffer a significant loss. Had he invested that money in ordinary herbs, he could have refined over 200 meridians by now. Although reluctant, he resolved to persevere a little longer. Perhaps there remained a chance. If it were so easy for anyone to perceive the existence of hidden meridians, they would hardly be worthy of the name. The method of refinement has long been disseminated among martial artists, and since there are records of it, it must indeed hold truth. For an ordinary person, failing to sense the hidden meridian within the span of an incense stick would likely lead to abandonment of the endeavor, returning to their usual pursuits. Yet it is precisely the relentless spirit of individuals like Luo Xiu that allows them to persist in the face of something so elusive. This tenacity may appear foolish at times, but more often than not, it is such individuals who ultimately achieve success. As the half-hour mark approached, suddenly, a subtle stir resonated within Luo Xiu's body. Could this be the hidden meridian? At this moment, Luo Xiu focused intently, distinctly sensing a latent power gently pulsating from his heart. It traversed the Fengqi point, moved through the Shanzhong, past the sun and moon, crossed the Shike, and culminated at the Qihai. Through 5 major acupoints, from the heart to the dantian, there truly exists a hidden meridian. This process is exceedingly subtle. The average individual, if not fully concentrated, would be utterly oblivious to its existence. Even if one were to occasionally sense it, they might dismiss it as mere illusion due to its fleeting nature. And even with preparation, without the hidden tendon pill in hand, one can only sigh in resignation. Just as Luo Xiu felt the power traversing the deadlock about to dissipate, he suddenly ingested the hidden tendon pill and then summoned his energy from the dantian, navigating upstream along this pathway. Upon entering his body, the formidable force of vitality instantaneously surged through this route. Bang, 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 bang. The nearly vanishing hidden tendon began to pulsate violently. Indeed, it is unmistakably the hidden tendon. I comprehend it now. Although Luo Xiu's eyes were closed as he absorbed the medicinal power, his perception was remarkably lucid. This hidden tendon is a conduit linking the heart to the sea of qi, traversing along the periosteum and nestled within the crevices of sinews and bones. Without first-hand experience, no one could possibly discern the connection here. The atrium is the origin of vital essence. Those with robust vital essence possess greater vitality. Such life forms, even when grievously injured, exhibit vitality far superior to others with similar wounds. It can be said that individuals with abundant qi and blood are endowed with enhanced life force and combat prowess. Qi nourishes blood, and blood nourishes qi. While unblocking this hidden tendon may not substantially elevate combat strength, it undeniably augments both vitality and recovery capability. This constitutes an enhancement of one's prowess. If one were to bestow a name upon this hidden tendon, I would deem it the meridian of qi and blood. The vigor of one's vital energy is the primary function of the hidden meridian, the essence of qi. Luo Xiu felt a surge of emotions. The impact of vital energy may not be particularly evident at the foundational levels of physical cultivation, yet as one ascends to higher realms, its influence amplifies exponentially. Han Qing's demise was a consequence of his waning vitality, an affliction beyond remedy, compelling him to resort to dark arts in a desperate attempt to defy fate, ultimately leading to a tragic end. Had he been able to unlock this hidden meridian, prolonging his life by an additional 30 years would have posed no challenge. Although it is a hidden meridian, the difficulty lies in its discovery. With the formidable support of his vital energy, Luo Xiu fervently infused his dantian with energy, and the pulsating hidden meridian swiftly absorbed this life force, contracting and expanding until it finally ceased after approximately half an hour. A trace of vital energy lingered as Luo Xiu dispersed it throughout his limbs and bones. Success! Luo Xiu sensed the emergence of a crimson vein within him. It was no longer concealed but a tangible entity connecting his heart chamber to the sea of qi, silently nurturing his vital energy. The black book nourished the dantian, continuously augmenting its strength, while this hidden meridian fed on the dantian's energy to enhance the heart chamber, forging a profound connection that perpetually cultivated Luo Xiu's vitality. It was as though the black book supplied the dantian's energy, which acted as a conduit, channeling directly to the heart chamber, ultimately serving to enrich the vital energy. Although the pace of this process seemed infinitesimal, what would it yield in 10 years? In 20 years? Luo Xiao began to suspect that decades hence, his vitality would be comparable to that of an earthworm, barring fatal injuries such as decapitation or the extraction of vital organs. He would not easily succumb. Indeed, the application of this hidden sinew proved boundless, and after refining this particular muscle, the rhythm of his heartbeats became more robust, augmenting his inherent strength by approximately 200 pounds. Presently, his punching force could exceed 2,700 pounds. Such a force is characteristic of an early practitioner of the visceral arts, whereas ordinary prodigies typically reach this level only in the later stages of bone refinement. Even the likes of Rintanchi, whose abilities were deemed subpar, could muster no more than this amount of strength. The fact that Luo Xiao, at the mid-stage of sinew condensation, possessed such power would be hard for many to believe. However, there seemed to be a slight drawback. The continuous influx of energy into his heart chamber from the dantian had somewhat slowed the expansion of his dantian itself. Consequently, the rate of his aptitude enhancement had decelerated a tad. After enduring a prolonged nurturing period with the Black Book, Luo Xiao's dantian energy had grown significantly stronger than that of other martial artists of the same rank. The dantian is fundamental to engaging in battles beyond one's level, if one disregards external factors such as martial arts techniques and skills. The individual with the most profound true energy is indeed the foremost expert in the world, underscoring the dantian's significance. Nevertheless, it seems that Luo Xiao's aptitude is already quite elevated. Although the enhancement of his dantian occurs at a slower pace, it is nonetheless progressing. In comparison to nurturing both vitality and blood simultaneously, it remains more crucial than solely focusing on the dantian. Naturally, it would be even more advantageous if the dantian could maintain its previous rate of enhancement. With a wry smile, Luo Xiao reflected that anyone fortunate enough to possess either of these opportunities would consider themselves blessed by the heavens. Perhaps his greed had gotten the better of him. After refining his hidden meridians, he glanced at the sky, which still appeared early, and felt no urgency to depart from the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he resumed the meticulous process of refining the finer meridians. Once he had surpassed the refinement of 160 meridians, he found that the process began to necessitate the use of medicinal substances, marking the commencement of a prolonged and costly endeavor. Some meridians in his limbs required continuous stretching, as did those on the exterior of his body. However, certain vital internal meridians did not require such treatment and could be refined solely through the infusion of medicinal potency, subsequently enhanced by the energy from his dantian. Though this process was intensely painful, Luo Xiao remained undeterred. As dawn approached, he successfully refined approximately 20 critical meridians, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction upon concluding his efforts. In his philosophy, it was better to refrain from action than to act without purpose. Once he engaged, he sought to leave no room for his adversaries to recover, for he had learned from a childhood encounter in the wilderness, failing to kill a snake had led to his own injury. Only the fallen enemy is truly safe. Without alerting anyone at the Alchemist Guild, Luo Xiao quietly exited the refining chamber and mounted his horse, heading towards the Luo family inn. At this moment, darkness enveloped the world just before dawn. Throughout the earlier part of the night, occasional travelers could be seen along the official road, but now not a soul was in sight. Hua Jianan had stealthily set up the formation flags and quietly prayed for Luo Xiao's swift arrival. If that fellow, Luo Xiao, were to arrive only after dawn, amidst the bustling throng on the official road, he would find himself ensnared within the crowd, potentially trapped in the formation alongside others. It is imperative to note that he intends to engage Luo Xiao in a decisive battle within this very formation. Thus, all plans would be rendered futile. Hua Jianan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he hurriedly emerged from his hiding place, intently observing the path ahead, anxious that the approaching figure might be an ordinary passerby rather than Luo Xiao. Indeed, it was Luo Xiao. Aha, fortune favors me. The keen senses of a martial artist are acute, and Hua Jianan, having reached the early stages of his cultivation, possesses considerable strength. In the dimness of night, his vision, while not crystal clear, allowed him to discern Luo Xiao's presence. Silently calculating the distance, as Luo Xiao stepped into the realm of the formation, Hua Jianan instantaneously activated the array flag. Swish, swish, swish. The flags of the formation at the three talents position emitted brilliant beams of light, swiftly enclosing a radius of approximately 50 meters. This phenomenon is peculiar. Passers-by would be utterly unaffected, for without the pinnacle of martial prowess, One could not perceive the energy fluctuations in this area, as if it existed in its own dimension, a testament to the intricacies of the formation. As Luo Xiao galloped forward, he suddenly sensed a disarray of energies surrounding him, prompting him to halt his steed. Before him, the silhouette of Hua Jiannan emerged, encased within a hazy yellow light barrier, resembling an inverted bowl that enveloped both individuals. Haha, Luo Xiao, this time, where will you escape to? Chapter 65. The duel within the ensnaring banner. The horse beneath Luo Xiao was visibly startled, its instincts sensing the profound isolation that enveloped them, rendering it uneasy and somewhat panicked. What an extraordinary formation this is, completely severing the connection to the outside world. The barrier is remarkably resilient, with my current strength. Even if I were to exert my utmost, I could not breach it in the slightest. Hua Jiannan, this time, was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Luo Xiao was akin to a fish trapped in a barrel, having secured such a significant advantage. It would indeed be strange if he did not take the opportunity to mock his opponent. Haha, at least you possess some insight before you meet your demise. Let your brother, the country bumpkin, broaden his horizons. This ensnaring banner is a complete set of exquisite human-tier magical artifacts. I wonder if you have ever encountered such exceptional treasures? Even if you have, they were likely mere ordinary weapons or armor. The ensnaring banner is a luxury of a higher caliber, one that you have probably never even heard of. Luo Xiao nodded sincerely, acknowledging that the most superior item he had previously encountered was the dragon-patterned staff within the Shumi ring, which was merely a human-tier upper-grade artifact. Observing Luo Xiao's response, Hua Jiannan's pride swelled as he continued to boast. The ensnaring banner is not merely a human-tier exquisite artifact. It is a formation artifact of the highest rarity. I can unequivocally inform you that the value of this complete set of ensnaring banners surpasses that of ordinary Earth-tier lower-grade artifacts, rivaling the worth of Earth-tier middle-grade weapon artifacts. Is that so? Then it must be worth several thousand taels of gold. Roshio feigned surprise, his mouth agape. Huh, truly a country bumpkin. You think a mere few tens of thousands of gold can entice me? This set of flags demands millions. It cannot even be purchased with gold. It requires purple crystal. Do you know what that is, boy? Roshio curled his lip. I refuse to believe you possess such high-quality items. Judging by your attire, you must be from the Hua family, right? Your family is not much stronger than the Luo clan. Moreover, as a mere novice in the early stages of cultivation, how could you possibly comprehend formations? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Nonsense. Of course, I don't possess it. This is the treasure of the young master of the Huangqi Pavilion, lent to me. With just my Dantian energy, I can control it. Damn. Why am I even telling you this, Roshio? Today marks your demise. Prepare to face your end. Roshio's heart stirred. So this trapped formation flag belonged to the Huangqi Pavilion. He recalled the Huangqi Pavilion, known for demanding a 6th-grade qualification for prospective wives. The son of the city lord of Yunzhou and the chief disciple of the official martial arts academy, possessing a 6th-grade talent, a genius among geniuses. He had anticipated that he would be involved in this ambush against him, complicating matters further. However, the current situation must be resolved. Since it had come to this point, Roshio decided against further probing. The only way to break free from the formation was to eliminate the formidable Hua Jiannan before him. As for the Huangqi Pavilion, he was, after all, the son of the city lord of Yunzhou. He could not openly admit to participating in the ambush, as long as he refrained from directly confronting Roshio. The latter had nothing to fear. Since you wish to kill me, I shall gladly accept your trapped formation flag. Roshio contemplated this, and then gazed up at the fiercely imposing Hua Jiannan across from him. A scion of the Hua family, are you? It seems you have been instructed by the Luo family. If I am not mistaken, it is Luo Xingyan, isn't it? Reflecting on my departure from Luo family village, I realized that the position of the teleportation array was indeed visible to Luo Xingyun, and thus, Luo Xiao began to comprehend the situation. You are not entirely foolish. Yet it is futile. Reserve your cleverness for the afterlife. Observing that Luo Xiao exhibited no fear and not the slightest inclination to beg for mercy, Hua Jiannan could no longer restrain himself. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his hand. Although you are merely at the muscle refinement stage, your ability to defeat Luo Xingyun indicates you possess some skill. I, Hua Jiannan, am a cautious individual who never engages in ventures without certainty, whether hunting lions or rabbits. I exert my utmost effort. To perish beneath my sword would indeed be an honor. Upon noticing that the sword in Hua Jiannan's hand was a superior-grade human-tier magical weapon, Luo Xiu's expression grew solemn. The opponent clearly intended to offer him no chance. Even disregarding the destruction of the Qi Mei staff, Luo Xiu would not utilize it. To confront Hua Jiannan, he must wield the Panlong staff. With a lift of his hand, the Panlong staff emerged from the Shumi ring, finding its place in Luo Xiu's grasp. There is a saying on the battlefield, a hammer or staff must not be met with sheer force, signifying that both hammers and staffs are weapons of considerable weight, demanding immense strength from their wielder. Now, with a punch force of 2,700 pounds, wielding this Panlong staff, which weighs 1,800 pounds, was no challenge for Luo Xiu. The heft of the staff provided him with an unparalleled sense of security and solidity. This is the true essence of a weapon, allowing one to unleash their power. Upon witnessing Luo Xiu brandish the black staff, Hua Jiannan's gaze sharpened. To my surprise, this rustic fellow possesses some hidden treasures. This staff appears to be quite exceptional, and now it belongs to me. If you desire it, you must rely on your own abilities to claim it. Without further ado, Luo Xiu advanced swiftly, the spiral dragon staff whirling around him, emanating a dark glimmer. As it charged directly at Hua Jiannan, what a splendid move! Hua Jiannan, being at the early stage of the dirty realm and 2 levels above Luo Xiu, naturally possessed a considerable wealth of combat experience. He swiftly retreated, evading Luo Xiu's strike, and immediately unleashed a flurry of 3 sword thrusts, 3 diamond shapes. These 3 strikes were as swift as lightning, targeting Luo Xiu's forehead and both sides of his chest, aimed directly at his vital points. A true expert reveals their prowess upon engagement. The moment Hua Jiannan launched his attack, Luo Xiu felt an overwhelming pressure. The only opponent he had truly faced before was Luo Xingyan. Ren Tianqi, that lackluster adversary, hardly counted as formidable. Furthermore, he had observed the duel between Luo Xinghui and Jin Wenyu, whose strength seemed to surpass that of Luo Xingyun. Yet, in comparison to Hua Jiannan before him, Luo Xinghui and Jin Wenyu appeared trivial. By virtue of this single strike, he stood just beneath Luo Xingya within the Luo residence. An unprecedented, formidable foe. Luo Xiu grasped the staff in both hands, spinning it before him like a windmill. Countless rotations ensued. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 sword energies collided against Luo Xiu's staff as if they were tangible, producing sounds akin to metallic clashes. Hua Jiannan's single strike forced Luo Xiu onto the defensive, instantly augmenting his momentum. With his long sword dancing in the air, he summoned a tempest of sword light, enveloping Luo Xiu from all directions. Luo Xiu. This is the Hua family's ancestral masterpiece, the Falling Blossom swordplay. I shall claim your life within 10 breaths. Each aristocratic family possesses unique skills, and it is evident that the Hua family's Falling Blossom swordplay is more practical than the Luo family's inherited techniques. Luo Xiu found himself without any opportunity to retaliate. He dared not even divert his attention to use sonic attacks, for a moment of carelessness would result in his demise. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Luo Xiu unleashed the coiling dragon staff technique. Immovable as a mountain. The immovable as a mountain technique comprises 3 levels: staff as a mountain, body as a mountain, and mind as a mountain. Through a stroke of luck, Luo Xiu had first comprehended the body as a mountain, the 2nd level, and thus naturally integrated the 1st level. Staff as a mountain. The coiling dragon staff was wielded with increasing proficiency. According to Yu Guiwan, the staff is the ultimate defensive weapon, possessing weight, length, and speed. As long as the opponent's strength does not surpass yours by too much, you can defend immovably, impervious to any attack. Luo Xiu had not had such an opportunity before, but now, facing the formidable Hua Jiannan, he naturally and flawlessly executed the staff as a mountain and body as a mountain techniques. In an instant, the light of the trapped array flag flourished, and Hua Jiannan's swordplay resembled a torrential rain, with a vast expanse of sword light like raindrops, ferociously besieging Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, however, lowered his waist and braced his stance, steadfastly guarding his immediate surroundings, his staff a blur, creating a curtain of black light. Bravely confronting the oncoming sword energy and staff shadows intertwined in the air, indistinguishable from each other, with ear-piercing metallic clashes resounding incessantly. Though the rain of swords fell fiercely, it could not shake the Green Mountain in the slightest. The energy in both of their dantians was swiftly depleting. Such a formidable martial technique, unleashed at their respective levels, was indeed a rarity. Hua Jiannan grew increasingly alarmed, his expression akin to that of a person who had encountered a ghost. This This is impossible. This lad is merely at the mid-stage of muscle consolidation. How can he withstand my falling blossom sword technique? Even a typical practitioner at the acupoint closure stage would be incapable of enduring it. Yet, no matter how tirelessly he summoned his Dantian energy, Luo Xiu's staff technique remained impressively formidable, as if standing before him was not a mere human, but an imposing mountain. Come what may, I stand resolute. No storm or tempest can topple a mountain. At first, Hua Jiannan struggled to accept this bizarre reality. He exerted all his energy in a desperate attempt to shatter Luo Xiu's defenses. In a clash of fate where only the courageous prevail, the essence of their confrontation hinged on momentum, and Luo Xiu, deeply rooted in this principle, resolutely refused to yield. With Luo Xiu standing firm, Hua Jiannan's momentum could not be fully unleashed. As the aggressor, he had boasted of defeating Luo Xiu within 10 breaths. Yet nearly an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and he still had not managed to close the distance to within 3 feet of Luo Xiu. Consequently, his momentum began to wane. As his vigor diminished, Luo Xiu's resolve surged, and in this ebb and flow, Hua Jiannan sensed an ominous shift in the tide. His teeth ground together audibly. Luo Xiu, it is no surprise that you were able to defeat Luo Xingyun with merely the defensive prowess of the staff. Luo Xingyun had no chance of victory. However, it is a pity that the person you face today is me. Let us see how you defend against my forthcoming assault. Hua Jiannan felt a surge of anger and, with a swift motion, summoned a crimson elixir into his palm. Luo Xiu, who was preoccupied with defense, was suddenly struck with alarm. This was dire. The item in Hua Jiannan's grasp was none other than a dragon power pill. Although it was not the refined version, Luo Xiu was acutely aware of its formidable potency. The side effects were considerable, yet it could substantially enhance one's abilities in a fleeting moment. If Hua Jiannan, in the midst of his training, consumed it, he would undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of someone at the ceiling stage, far superior to the likes of Ren Chanqi. Indeed, after ingesting the dragon power pill, Hua Jiannan's sword aura surged dramatically, his attack power and speed magnified. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xiu found himself unable to mount an effective defense. Where is your invincible defense now, Luo Xiu? If you, relying solely on your mid-stage muscle refinement, could withstand my sword techniques enhanced by the dragon power pill, you would surely be the future champion of the world. Alas, you are not. Hua Jiannan laughed maniacally, his hands never ceasing their assault. The effects of the dragon power pill were fleeting. Once the effects waned, his body would succumb to weakness due to the side effects, potentially leaving him incapacitated on the roadside. This is certainly not an era of peace. While many things may be lacking, villains abound. Murderers and thieves are rampant, and any passerby could easily lose their life without a second thought. Luo Xiu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, realizing he had sustained an injury. The strike was neither too light nor too heavy. Had it been an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be affected. Initially, he felt a weight in his heart. Despite his steadfastness, formidable as it was, his current realm posed limitations. To withstand a fierce assault from a prodigious opponent at the refining stage was already an impressive feat. With the adversary consuming a dragon power pill, it would be nothing short of a jest for him to endure. Should his shoulder injury impair his movements, the ensuing battle would become perilous. He would have to gamble on employing sound attacks. However, sound attacks cannot be conjured at will. They necessitate the circulation of energy from the Dantian, requiring a preparation time of about a breath or two. Sound attacks are best suited for ambushes, striking unexpectedly. In such circumstances, unleashing a sound attack amidst a storm of swords could lead to a high probability of demise. Yet, to his astonishment, although his shoulder bled, it did not impact him as severely as he had envisioned. The blood seemed less like his life's essence and more akin to trivial saliva. Indeed, I have refined the hidden tendons of qi, my vital energy is abundant, and this minor loss of blood is hardly significant. However, Hua Jiannan remains unaware. I shall fully exploit this advantage, for there may yet be an opportunity to turn the tide. Luo Xiu resolutely made up his mind. Having refined the first hidden tendon so late last night, he never anticipated it would prove useful today. Truly, diligence is rewarded by the heavens. He continued to wield the dragon-patterned staff, manifesting an unyielding composure that reached its zenith, withstanding the relentless onslaught of Hua Jiannan. It was not that he lacked the desire to retaliate, but rather that Hua Jiannan's assault was so formidable that he found himself devoid of any opportunity for counterattack, forced to bide his time and observe the unfolding situation. Although his steadfastness could not entirely repel Hua Jiannan's current offensive, it was more than sufficient to safeguard his vital areas from harm. Upon witnessing Luo Xiu's injuries, Hua Jiannan was instantly invigorated, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. He recklessly unleashed his internal energy, launching wave after wave of attacks. Injuries accumulated on less critical areas, his shoulders, arms, and thighs, each strike deepening the wounds. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Luo Xiu was drenched in blood, resembling a figure of carnage. Aha! Luo Xiu, why do you not humbly beg for mercy? Perhaps I might spare your life. Continue to resist, and you shall only find the path to your own demise, Hua Jiannan declared, though internally, he was plagued by uncertainty. Curse it! Is this Luo Xiu some kind of monster? Although I cannot strike at his vital points, he has sustained numerous wounds. How can he endure such a prolonged struggle under these circumstances? How can he possess so much blood? An ordinary person would have bled out by now. He genuinely hoped that Luo Xiu would relinquish his resistance and surrender, for the efficacy of the dragon power pill would soon dissipate. Once that happened, regardless of whether Luo Xiu fell or remained standing, his defeat would be inevitable. As he wielded the dragon pattern staff in defense, Luo Xiu cast a scornful glance at Hua Jiannan. Do not harbor illusions. I know I am doomed today. Yet, I shall face my end standing. And I will never plead for mercy from you. The words of Luo Xiu were imbued with a resolute strength, yet Hua Jiannan discerned an underlying tone of vulnerability. It was evident that Luo Xiu was on the brink of collapse, fully aware of his impending doom. Very well, since you are so determined, I shall accompany you on your final journey. In that instant, Hua Jiannan glimpsed a flicker of hope, once again channeling the dwindling energy from his dantian to launch a renewed onslaught against Luo Xiu. This time, he managed to inflict 3 shallow yet significant wounds upon Luo Xiu. Relying solely on his devastating sword techniques, he sought to overwhelm Luo Xiu with sheer volume, inflicting minor injuries that, alas, proved to be of little consequence. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It was clear that Luo Xiu possessed some extraordinary ability. Otherwise, he could not have endured to this extent. If this continued, Hua Jiannan's situation would become dire. Once the effects of the medicine wore off, he would be finished. It was evident that he would not be able to subdue Luo Xiu today. Should he persist, even victory would leave him unable to escape. Hua Jiannan was a man of decisive action. Recognizing the precariousness of his position, he resolved against prolonging the conflict. As long as I can retreat safely today, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Losing such a treasure would bring ruin upon him, for even the Huangqi Pavilion could demand his life, and his family would struggle to bear such a monumental loss. However, Luo Xiu was keenly aware of Hua Jiannan's subtle maneuvers, though he too was straining to hold on. He was evidently in a better condition than Hua Jiannan, thanks to the remarkable effects of the hidden tendons. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. Sensing the possibility of Hua Jiannan's retreat, Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. To think of fleeing now, do you not find it rather late? He said ominously. Hua Jiannan was unfazed. At this moment, he still possessed the potency of his medicine and the strength of a sealed acupoint, rendering him unafraid of Luo Xiu. He was free to leave whenever he wished. Is that so? Then let us test it. Luo Xiu raised his hand and retrieved a golden elixir, promptly swallowing it whole. Ah, that is, a dragon power pill. Hua Jiannan's expression shifted dramatically. Although Luo Xiu was merely at the muscle refinement stage, his combat prowess was formidable. Should he consume the dragon power pill, his strength would rival that of Hua Jiannan. If he was resolute in his intent to detain him, it was not an impossibility. Luo Xiu, you madman! You are grievously injured, and consuming the dragon power pill at this moment could easily claim your life due to its side effects. If you kill me, you shall not escape. Hua Jiannan, disregarding the array flags, shouted frantically at Luo Xiu. You ignorant fool! The dragon power pill has long been refined by me. The potent side effects of your version were likely purchased at a bargain, I assure you. Those wares are already antiquated. Upon finishing his words, Luo Xiu suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He felt stronger than ever before. At this moment, he would dare to confront Luo Xingye. With the enhancement of the dragon power pill's effects, Luo Xiu shook off his fatigue and unleashed 3 powerful strikes, shattering Hua Jiannan's sword net in an instant. Tidal wave. His body flowed with the staff's motion, creating spiraling shadows akin to rising tides, one wave after another, engulfing Hua Jiannan within. Ah, Luo Xiu, you shall not harm me. Such frenzied assaults cannot be sustained for long. Even if I do not depart today, I shall ensure to settle the score before the effects wear off. Is that so? You may boast once you have extricated yourself from my tidal grasp. Luo Xiao remained utterly indifferent to Hua Jiannan's clamorous shouts. Waves of relentless assaults descended upon him, the shadows of his staff looming like ominous clouds. Hua Jiannan could utter but a single cry before he was rendered speechless, completely subdued by Luo Xiao's onslaught. The barrage was so overwhelming that he exerted every ounce of strength to barely withstand one wave, only to find the next crashing upon him almost instantaneously. Before he could recover from the second wave, a third was already brewing. In his bewilderment, Hua Jiannan could not fathom how Luo Xiao achieved such relentless ferocity. At that moment, Luo Xiao felt an exhilarating surge. He had employed this tidal martial intent against Ren Tanqi previously, but alas, Ren had merely cowered behind his shield, rendering the experience far from satisfying. There was no comparison to the thrill of confronting a seasoned practitioner like Hua Jiannan head-on. With each strike of his staff, a new wave surged forth. With each sweeping motion, the subsequent tide followed the former. His relentless assault seemed unending. Had he not consumed the dragon power pill while Hua Jiannan had, there might have been a chance for the latter to escape the grasp of Luo Xiao's tidal martial intent. However, now that both had partaken of the dragon power pill, Hua Jiannan found himself bereft of any opportunity. Clutching his sword with desperate resolve, he was deprived even of the chance to turn and flee, let alone gather his formation flags. His vision blurred, and as the effects of the potion waned, he became overwhelmed by the myriad shadows cast by Luo Xiao's staff. Perhaps in the next moment, he would meet his demise at Luo Xiao's hands. With his life hanging by a thread, the pride he once held crumbled, leading Hua Jiannan to plead for mercy. "Spare my life, and I shall grant you the formation flag. Humph. Should I slay you, your possessions shall naturally become mine. Please, spare me, and I shall reveal a secret." Disinterest. Luo Xiao's offensive remained relentless, and it appeared that he was on the verge of eliminating Hua Jiannan. The Huangqi Pavilion intended to take advantage of the selection in Yunzhou to target Luo Xingyi. "Spare me." Hua Jiannan, in a state of despair, divulged what he believed to be a secret. He understood that Luo Xingyi was adored by countless youths within the Luo family, and Luo Xiao was no exception. If Luo Xiao were to momentarily divert his attention, he could quickly retract the confinement flag and flee, perhaps with a slim chance of survival. Subsequently, a barrage of staff shadows descended upon him. Chapter 67. Surrender. Faced with Luo Xiao's onslaught, Hua Jiannan felt his strength wane. His dragon power pill had lost its efficacy. With a resounding crash, the Panlong staff struck his spiritual center, causing a burst of chaos within his mind. His lifeless body collapsed backwards, and the confinement flags, bereft of their master's guidance, lost their luminous aura, leaving only 3 lonely banners standing in place. With a mere flick of his hand, Luo Xiao made the Panlong staff vanish into his Shumi ring. He executed no superfluous movements. First, he stowed away the 3 confinement flags, then seized Hua Jiannan's Shumi ring, followed by his exquisite human-grade long sword. Grasping Hua Jiannan's lifeless form with one hand, he cast it aside with indifference, casually covering the bloodstains with dirt, restoring the battlefield to its original state. After swallowing 2 healing pills, Luo Xiao retrieved the horse that had been hiding nearby and made his way towards the Luo family's station. Upon arriving at the Luo family's inn, the guard, upon seeing the bloodied Luo Xiao, exhibited little surprise. In these times, sustaining injuries is as commonplace as partaking in meals. He had witnessed it all too often. As he stepped through the threshold, a wave of profound fatigue washed over him, the effects of the enhanced dragon energy pill having worn off. As dawn broke, the selection tournament of the Luo family unfolded with fervor. 4 matches were scheduled for the day. The first bout featured Luo Xingye against Zhu Zhiyue, a contest devoid of suspense. The second match showcased Luo Xinghui pitted against Luo Zhihuan, which promised to be an enthralling clash. In the previous round, Luo Xinghui had triumphed over Jin Wenyu using hidden weapons, even injuring him and eliminating him from the competition. The landscape of the top 5 contenders was becoming increasingly clear, with Luo Xinghui poised to secure a position among them. Conversely, Luo Zhihuan, having suffered defeat at the hands of Luo Xingye, risked further embarrassment should he fall to Luo Xinghui as well. Another key event was the showdown between Luo Xiao and Luo Lingling, both of whom remained undefeated. The victor of this duel would undoubtedly claim a spot among the top 5. Lastly, Luo Xingye was set to face Ren Tanqi. Should Ren Tanqi lose, he might find himself entirely out of contention for the upper echelon. However, should Luo Zhihuan also falter, the prospects of who would advance remained uncertain. Once the matches commenced, Luo Lingling began to search for her opponent, Luo Xiao. Oddly enough, he had yet to make an appearance. Did he not realize there was a competition today? Or did he deem the preceding matches unworthy of his attention? On the arena, the battle concluded swiftly. Luo Xingye emerged victorious, just as everyone had anticipated, reaffirming her status as the foremost contender of the younger generation within the Luo clan. Zhu Zhiyue faced a series of defeats, and the prospect of advancing had become exceedingly bleak. After his victory, Luo Xingye approached Luo Lingling to offer words of encouragement. Lingling, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Although Luo Xiao is currently formidable, your strengths are comparable. If you can leverage the advantage of your twin swords during the match, there remains a glimmer of hope for victory. In truth, Luo Xingye held little faith in Luo Lingling's chances of winning. Luo Xiao's recent performances had been nothing short of astonishing, leaving even Luo Xingye unable to gauge his true capabilities. Naturally, in front of her dear friend, she felt compelled to uplift her spirits. Yet the true desires of her heart were known only to herself. Luo Lingling shook her head. Xingye, you needn't console me. I perceive Luo Xiao's strength as formidable, and my chances of winning appear slim. However, there is no need for you to fret. I am aware of my own abilities, and I am confident I can secure a position within the top 5. Indeed, it is reassuring to hear you are so clear-headed. As long as you place in the top 5, we will have an opportunity to enter the sword gate. Xingye, did you know? The competition for second place is exceedingly fierce. Luo Xiong and Luo who have even joined forces to establish a betting scheme on who might claim the second position. Oh, is that so? Who is the favorite? Currently, Luo Zhihuan is the frontrunner, followed by Luo Xinghui, then Luo Xiao, and lastly, me, Luo Lingling replied, somewhat disheartened. Luo Zhihuan is the favorite? Luo Xingye mused as she observed the stage, skeptical that Luo Xiong and Luo who would engage in a losing venture. There was likely some hidden agenda at play. Meanwhile, the battle on stage escalated rapidly into a fierce confrontation. At this moment on the stage, the fierce confrontation unfolds between Luo Zhihuan and Luo Xinghui, a clash akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, despite sharing the same surname. The disparity in status between Luo Xinghui and Luo Zhihuan is astronomical. Luo Xinghui is a direct descendant of the family, endowed with abundant resources for training, while Luo Zhihuan, an orphan merely bearing the Luo surname, must carve out his position as a seed candidate through sheer struggle. In contrast to the direct descendants of the Luo family, Luo Zhihuan finds a sense of kinship with the outsiders, particularly with Jin Wenyu, with whom he shares a good rapport. The two have comparable skills, often engaging in martial arts sparring. And it was from Luo Zhihuan that Jin Wenyu learned the technique known as the golden rooster stacks its head. Remarkably, during the competition for seed candidates, Jin Wenyu refrained from registering, allowing Luo Zhihuan to seize the opportunity, confident that he could advance regardless of his status as a seed candidate. However, in the finals, Jin Wenyu was eliminated by Luo Xinghui, and the manner of his defeat left Luo Zhihuan feeling disgruntled. Had an outsider, or even Luo Zhihuan himself, achieved victory in such a manner, they would undoubtedly face reprimand from the Elder Council. Yet, Luo Xinghui suffered no repercussions, raising questions of fairness. Thus, upon taking to the stage, Luo Zhihuan launched an all-out assault, intent on eliminating Luo Xinghui as well. Although their skills were comparable, Luo Zhihuan possessed one distinct advantage that Luo Xinghui lacked: unwavering resolve. Initially, Luo Xinghui engaged in a counteroffensive against Luo Zhihuan, but after sustaining several injuries, he began to falter. Fear of further harm gripped him, causing his hands to weaken and his attacks to lose their ferocity, gradually placing him at a disadvantage. The spectators below were keenly observant, with Luo Lingling expressing her excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Luo Zhihuan performed admirably, and it seems Luo Xinghui is on the verge of elimination." However, Luo Xingyi did not share Luo Lingling's optimism. As an elder brother, he understood Luo Xinghui all too well. It is not certain. Luo Xinghui is a despicable and shameless individual, and he may very well have some insidious tactics up his sleeve. Yesterday, Luo Xiong and Luo Hu defended him once, and today they would undoubtedly protect him to the end, provided he does not act too outrageously. But how can that be acceptable? Is there any fairness in that? Luo Lingling expressed her dissatisfaction. He is resolute in his pursuit of second place. Fairness will come eventually, but perhaps not at this moment. Luo Xingyi was acutely aware that as long as she had not yet joined the Sword and Blade sect, her father would not dare to confront Luo Xiong and Luo Hu openly. Until then, she could only endure. As expected by Luo Xingyi, when Luo Xinghui found himself unable to withstand Luo Zhihuan's spear assault, he swiftly retrieved an item from his Shumi ring. It was a thunder firebomb. This was given to him by Luo Hu the previous night, intended for use at a critical moment, and today it had indeed come into play. The thunder firebomb contained immense thunderous power, and even an average practitioner in the initial stages of training would suffer greatly upon encountering it. As the bomb was hurled, Luo Zhihuan was also exceedingly cautious today, having witnessed the fate of Jin Wenyu yesterday. He could not afford to be careless. Upon seeing Luo Xinghui launch the projectile, he hastily withdrew. Though his retreat was swift, he was still caught in the blast of the thunderous power, sustaining minor injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xinghui launched a counterattack, forcing Luo Zhihuan off the stage and claiming victory in the match. Watching the jubilant Luo Xinghui on the platform, Luo Lingling was filled with frustration. Xingyi, Luo Xinghui exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly unscathed by the unfolding events. Luo Xingye managed a bitter smile, for the outcome had already settled in her heart. She pondered who could possibly thwart Luo Xinghui from securing second place. Even those favored by the masses, Jin Wenyu and Luo Zhihuan, had succumbed to him. Although Luo Zhihuan could still return to the stage after a brief respite, he had already been bested by Luo Xinghui, rendering his chances of claiming second place virtually non-existent. Casting a glance at Luo Lingling beside her, Luo Xingye subtly shook her head. Luo Lingling was the type to take unconventional paths. Against Luo Xinghui, her prospects appeared bleak. Her prior intuition had proven correct. Luo Xiong and Luo, who were indeed scheming. Most had placed their bets on Luo Zhihuan for second place, and these two old men seemed eager to seize the opportunity for their own gain, perhaps believing that second place was already a foregone conclusion for Luo Xinghui. At that moment, Luo Lingling could no longer contain herself. Xingye, Luo Xiao has yet to arrive. I am eager to compete. Only after facing Luo Xiao can I confront Luo Xinghui. I am determined to defeat that scoundrel. It was then that Luo Xingye remembered Luo Xiao's absence and began to search the surroundings. Luo Xinghui descended the stage amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, indifferent to their opinions. As long as he secured second place and obtained the fire essence, his strength would ascend further, bringing him closer to surpassing the family's foremost figure, Luo Xingye. One day, he would demonstrate to all that he, Luo Xinghui, was the future hope of the Luo family, while Luo Xingye was merely a woman, incapable of shouldering the family's legacy. Luo Hu, too, expressed his delight, cheering for his son. In his eyes, having triumphed over Jin Wenyu and Luo Zhihuan solidified Luo Xinghui's claim to second place, as none of the remaining competitors posed a threat to him. The host announced the commencement of the next match, yet after searching for quite some time, could not locate Luo Xiao. Instinctively, the host glanced at Luo Xingye, pondering whether the young lady would once again intervene on Luo Xiao's behalf. Luo Xingye, feeling quite troubled, hesitated briefly before deciding to pause the match in order to seek out Luo Xiao. However, before she could utter a word, Luo Xiao suddenly appeared. Clad in a pale moon-white scholar's robe, Luo Xiao emerged beneath the arena, his complexion notably pallid, indicating that he was not in optimal condition. Luo Xiao, you have arrived. Let us begin without delay, called out Luo Lingling, who held a favorable impression of him, merely wishing to engage in a friendly spar, as her ultimate goal was to face Luo Xinghui. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiao waved his hand dismissively, declaring, I concede this match. I forfeit. At this proclamation, the audience erupted into an uproar. Chapter 68, The Grand Gamble. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's concession, the crowd was taken aback. It is worth noting that with Luo Xiong and Luo Hu engaged in a wager, everyone, aside from Luo Xingye, theoretically had a chance to secure second place. While Luo Xingye could also achieve this, no one believed she would fail to secure first place, a sentiment echoed by Luo Xiong and the others. Hence she was excluded from consideration. Previously, there had been fervent speculation that Luo Zhihuan would claim second place, prompting many to place their bets. Only for Luo Zhihuan to be defeated by Luo Xinghui, resulting in a significant loss for the bettors, while others profited handsomely. Originally, there were plans to fervently promote Luo Xiao, yet unexpectedly, he chose to forfeit a match, despite the general optimism surrounding Luo Xiao in relation to Luo Lingling. His withdrawal has effectively severed his chances of securing second place. Luo Xiong and his associates found their efforts to elevate him futile. They swiftly adjusted the odds, which are now as follows. Luo Lingling stands at 1.5 5 for second place, Luo Xinghui at 1, Luo Zhihuan at 5, Luo Xiao at 8, Ren Tianqi at 10, and Zhu Jiyue also at 10. The latter two are merely fillers, as few believe they can attain second place. Although Luo Xinghui is viewed favorably, the odds are rather low, rendering investments less appealing. With Luo Xiao's recent withdrawal, Luo Lingling's momentum has naturally surged. Under the influence of certain individuals, rumors have proliferated, suggesting that certain stakeholders are keen on nurturing female disciples, and whispers of guaranteed placements have led many to mistakenly assume that Luo Lingling is the predetermined second, prompting a surge in purchases. Meanwhile, the match between Luo Xingye and Ren Tianqi concluded, with Ren Tianqi lacking the courage to contend against Luo Xingye, readily conceding defeat, which was a relief in itself. By the following day, the finals had concluded, yielding the current standings. Luo Xingye with 12 points, having played an additional round and benefiting from the automatic 3-point addition due to Jin Wenyu's elimination, thus being recognized as first. Luo Lingling with 9 points, having won both her matches, and Jin Wenyu contributing 3 points, and Luo Xinghui with 6 points, also victorious in 2 matches. Despite having only 6 points, the addition of Jin Wenyu's points and the fewer competitors in the subsequent rounds have made him a favored contender. Luo Xiao has accumulated 6 points, winning 1 match and losing another, which grants him an additional 3 points. Luo Zhihuan has 3 points, suffering defeats in both of his contests. Ren Tianqi also has 3 points, with 2 losses to his name. Zhu Jiyu mirrors this, having lost both of his matches as well. Currently, Luo Xiao stands at 6 points after 2 rounds of competition. Yet he must soon face formidable adversaries such as Luo Xingyi, Luo Xinghui, and Luo Zhihuan. Few believe that Luo Xiao can secure a second place, and the number of those willing to place bets on him is scant. In fact, Luo Zhihuan's circumstances appear more favorable, as he faces opponents with whom he is likely to dominate, save for perhaps Luo Lingling, who might pose a slight challenge. After announcing his concession, Luo Xiao refrained from offering any explanations to those present. He is currently nursing injuries and has yet to recover from the aftereffects of the Dragon Power Pill. In his last match, he was certainly no match for Luo Lingling, and it would be more prudent to forego the current bout in favor of preparing fully for tomorrow's competition. He approached the gambling table, where Luo Xiong's subordinates were busily collecting bets, their faces beaming with delight. In their view, Luo Xiong and Luo, who were indeed adept at amassing wealth, winning several 100,000 taels of gold in a single round was not uncommon, and the total could well exceed 1 million. After observing for a while, Luo Xiao inquired, "If I secure second place, is the payout 8 to 1? At that moment, Luo Xinghui arrived at the gambling table, sneering as he addressed Luo Xiao. "And how much more do you expect? We've already shown you some leniency by not setting it at 10 to 1. You must now contend with the young lady and myself. Do you genuinely believe you have a chance of winning? I dare say you may struggle even against Luo Zhihuan. Your only hope might be to scrape together some points off Zhu Jiyu." Luo Xiao paid no heed to Luo Xinghui's derisive remarks and turned to the staff member, asking, "Is it possible for me to wager on my own victory?" "Certainly. However, the remuneration is rather insufficient for us to accept." With Luo Xinghui and others by his side, the staff displayed a condescending attitude. Luo Xiao nodded and retrieved 7 golden notes from his shumi ring. These notes, issued by the Wealth Bank, are widely recognized across the continent, representing the most formidable merchants. Each note is worth 10,000 taels, amounting to a total of 70,000 taels. Luo Xiao had already exhausted his funds for purchasing medicinal materials. But after slaying Hua Jiannan the previous night, he acquired considerable wealth, including a high-grade magical artifact and 70,000 taels of gold. The arrival of this fortune exhilarated Luo Xiao. It appeared that a more promising vocation than alchemy was indeed profiting from the deceased. A staggering 70,000 taels. It would take him nearly half a month to earn that amount through refining dragon power pills, and even then, he could not afford to rest. This time was exceedingly precious to him, and acquiring such wealth so effortlessly was remarkable. Although he had conceded 1 match, for more awaited him. And Luo Xiao had already devised a comprehensive plan. Witnessing Luo Xiao produce 70,000 taels in one go left the staff astounded. It was Luo Xinghui who first regained his composure, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, "Are you certain you wish to spend 70,000 taels of gold to secure second place?" "Indeed, I am purchasing my own second place." "Accepted." Luo Xinghui decisively took charge on behalf of his father, pondering how Luo Xiao, in his folly, had stumbled upon a windfall and was now flaunting it. Oblivious to the fact that he was essentially offering them money, the registration was swiftly completed, and Luo Xiu's 70,000 taels were secured here. Should he fail to achieve second place, the sum would belong to Luo Xiong. He has now refined his first hidden meridian. And before reaching the milestone of 320 meridians, he can indulge in the process without restraint. The medicinal resources are ample, and not a moment can be squandered. The first match features Luo Xinghui against Ren Tianqi. The second match pits Luo Xiu against Zhu Zhiyue. The third match showcases Luo Lingling facing Luo Zhihuan. The fourth match is a rematch of Luo Xinghui against Zhu Zhiyue. Due to Luo Xingye's additional match, he has a bye on the third day, while Luo Xinghui competes in one less match, which is to be made up today. The sole highlight of the third day is undoubtedly the encounter between Luo Lingling and Luo Zhihuan. Should Luo Lingling falter, the second place will likely belong to Luo Xinghui. While Luo Xiu refines his meridians at home, chaos erupts within the Hua family. The family's beacon of hope, Hua Jiannan, has vanished. No one knows the whereabouts of Hua Jiannan, and the only one privy to his fate, Huang Qiga, is burdened with unspeakable sorrow. He is aware that Hua Jiannan is deceased. The battle flag is his most cherished possession, honed through the refinement of his Dantian energy. Unless someone disperses their own aura with Dantian energy, there will always be a faint resonance, now that it is gone. It signifies that the battle flag has either been claimed by another or ensconced within a Shumi ring. He had ventured to the location where Hua Jiannan intercepted Luo Xiu, indeed sensing the signs of the battle flag's use, ultimately discovering traces of blood. Following the blood trail, he uncovered the lifeless body of Hua Jiannan. The battle flag is missing, and his Shumi ring has also vanished. Yet he cannot act recklessly. Although this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, his father holds an official position as the city guard of Yinzhou. Should this matter come to light, it would deal a tremendous blow to his father's standing. The son of the city guard has been involved in murder and smuggling. While this may not seem like a grave issue, it becomes exceedingly disgraceful when he seeks to reclaim his losses after failure. At that juncture, people will whisper that he, relying on his father's influence, oppresses others, particularly those from the esteemed four great families. Once this information spreads, it will be wielded by his father's political adversaries as a weapon against him. The power of imperial authority remains formidable for the average martial artist. While there are individuals who can disregard it, they are indeed rare. Even a prestigious sect like the Sword and Blade sect, one of the foremost in Yin, coexists symbiotically with imperial power, their fates intricately intertwined, inseparable due to the myriad of shared interests. His father is undoubtedly a martial artist, yet he is also a bureaucrat. As a martial artist, his potential for advancement is severely limited, but as an official, he has many prosperous days ahead to relish. The position of city guard is one he cannot afford to lose. Should he be deprived of his father's protection, his own days would be fraught with difficulty. In the unspoken rules of the martial world, one may seek vengeance for personal grievances, but when martial disputes draw the intervention of official forces, one will face the scorn of all martial artists, unless one acts with utmost stealth. Lo Xiu, you shall keep watch over the formation flags for a few days. When the Yunzhou selection tournament commences, I shall see where you choose to hide. I hope you do not disappoint me, failing even the internal family selection. As for the Hua family's opinions regarding Hua Jinnan's mysterious disappearance, he remains indifferent. In his eyes, the Hua family holds little significance. The strange vanishing of Hua Jinnan will simply fade into obscurity. Chapter 69. The final day. Luo Xiu is a fervent practitioner of martial arts, particularly after refining the hidden meridians of his vital energy. His body is now replete with vitality, and his recuperative abilities are astonishing within a single night. All his wounds have formed scabs. He did not remain idle during this time. He has also consolidated 12 meridians without disturbing his injuries. He has now completed the refinement of 193 meridians, with his strength subtly approaching 2,800 pounds. On the third day, he is set to compete against Zhu Zhiyu. Fortunately, it is Zhu Zhiyu he faces. Had it been Luo Zhihuan or Luo Xinghui, his still healing wounds would likely have ruptured again. In just one more day, he should recover significantly, and within 2 days, he should be fully healed. As the third day of competition commences, the first match features Luo Xinghui facing Ren Tianqi. With another victory, Luo Xinghui currently stands at 9 points, tied for second place with Luo Lingling. The second match pits Luo Xiu against Zhu Zhiyu. Zhu Jiyu is considered the weakest among all competitors, and many anticipated an effortless victory for Luo Xiao. To their astonishment, Luo Xiao fought with utmost caution, engaging in a careful battle with Zhu Jiyu for nearly half an hour before unexpectedly unleashing a decisive strike that led to his triumph. Observing Luo Xiao's pallid countenance after the victory, the spectators' opinions of him diminished further. Although victorious, it can be said that he won rather unceremoniously. Following this match, Luo Xiao also accumulates 9 points, with 3 wins and 1 loss. The third match features Luo Lingling against Luo Jihuan. Although Luo Lingling has accumulated 9 points, 3 of these are due to bonuses, and an additional 3 points were awarded when Luo Xiao conceded defeat. Thus, her prowess remains somewhat unconvincing. Luo Jihuan, despite having lost 2 matches, faced Luo Xingye in one of them and Luo Xinghui in the other. During his match against Luo Xinghui, he exhibited formidable strength, garnering considerable support from the spectators. Ultimately, after an intense engagement lasting an hour, Luo Lingling, fatigued, voluntarily conceded defeat. However, she did not appear to be at a disadvantage, significantly altering public perception of her capabilities. Regardless, Luo Lingling still faced defeat, maintaining her score at 9 points with 3 victories and 1 loss, which puts her behind Luo Xinghui, who has 3 victories. Luo Jihuan stands at 6 points with 2 victories and 2 defeats, hardly resembling a contender for second place. The fourth match featured Luo Xinghui competing against Zhu Jiyu. This contest lacked suspense, as Luo Xinghui swiftly dispatched Zhu Jiyu from the arena without sustaining any injuries. Thus concluded the third day of competition, with the following standings. Luo Xingye, undefeated in 4 matches, amassed 12 points. Luo Xinghui also achieved 4 victories, totaling 12 points. Both Luo Lingling and Luo Xiao secured 9 points with 3 wins and 1 loss each. Luo Jihuan holds 6 points with 2 victories and 2 defeats. Ren Tianqi, with 1 victory and 3 losses, accumulated 3 points, while Zhu Jiyu, having played an additional match, also has 3 points from 1 win and 4 losses. Had it not been for Jin Wenyu's withdrawal due to injury, it is likely that neither Ren Tianqi nor Zhu Jiyu would have secured any points. Subsequently, the schedule for the 4th day was announced. The first match features Luo Jihuan against Zhu Jiyu. The second match pits Luo Xingye against Luo Xiao. The third match showcases Luo Lingling facing Luo Xinghui, and the fourth match sees Luo Jihuan competing against Ren Tianqi. However, his injuries are still a hindrance to his recovery, and today he faces none other than Luo Xingye. As the competition commences, the first match sees Luo Jiwen triumph over Zhu Jiyu. In the second bout, Luo Xiao astonishes all by conceding defeat. Once again, Luo Xingye emerges victorious without a fight. Her score has now reached 15 points, making her position at the top virtually unassailable. With a gaze filled with complexity, Luo Xingye regards Luo Xiao, devoid of any semblance of joy from her victory. Instead, a sense of concern envelopes her as she wonders what troubles him. This Luo Xiao, who concedes defeat consecutively, is not the resilient youth she once knew. In truth, Luo Xiao harbors a desire to compete against Luo Xingye, yet he has his own schemes. His injuries have yet to heal, and the effects of the dragon power pill will take another day to dissipate. Engaging in a match would surely result in defeat, and a rupture of his wounds could jeopardize his plans. Thus, conceding is the wisest decision. The third match proves critical. Although Luo Lingling yearns to defeat Luo Xinghui, her stamina remains a significant flaw. Having observed Luo Lingling's previous bout against Luo Jiwen, Luo Xinghui has devised a strategy to counter her, and to everyone's surprise, he dons a rare, mid-grade magical armor today. With the armor shielding his vital points, he engages Luo Lingling in a protracted battle, ultimately prevailing through sheer endurance and accruing an additional 3 points. Consequently, Luo Xinghui also amasses 15 points, tying with Luo Xingye for the lead. And the hierarchy for second place seems increasingly clear. In the fourth match, Luo Jiwen once again vanquishes Ren Tianqi, with an additional match under his belt. He now boasts 12 points, surpassing both Luo Xiao and Luo Lingling. Ren Tianqi remains at the bottom, while Luo Xiao and Luo Lingling continue to linger at 9 points. After today's competition, Luo Xinghui's odds of securing second place have shifted to 0.5, yet many continue to place their bets. In contrast, the odds for other competitors have significantly increased. Luo Xiao's chances of finishing second have risen to 15. Observing these odds, Luo Xiao felt a pang of regret for having placed his bet too early the day before. as his investment of 70,000 taels could have blossomed into over 1,000,000. However, he soon reconciled with the reality that life seldom unfolds as one anticipates. Even if he were to win 1,000,000 taels, it is doubtful that Luo Xiong and Luo Hu would honor such a payout, for they lack the necessary funds. The schedule for the 5th day's competitions has been released, dividing the events into morning and afternoon sessions, totaling 6 matches. The first match features Luo Xingye against Luo Lingling. The second match pits Luo Xingye against Luo Xinghue. The third sees Luo Xiu facing off against Luo Jihuan. The fourth match has Luo Lingling competing against Ren Tianqi. The fifth match is Ren Tianqi versus Zhu Jiyue. Finally, the sixth match will have Luo Xiu against Luo Xinghue. With only these final 6 matches remaining after the preceding days, the family has decided to conduct them within a single day, thereby solidifying the rankings. The outcomes of Luo Xingye's 2 matches appear to be rather predictable. She is undoubtedly the frontrunner, effectively securing her advancement ahead of time. These 2 contests lack suspense. The match between Ren Tianqi and Zhu Jiyue has garnered little interest, as it appears to be a clash of 2 unfortunate souls. Similarly, the bout between Luo Lingling and Ren Tianqi is hardly anticipated, with few believing in Ren Tianqi's chances of victory. The only match shrouded in uncertainty is the one between Luo Xiu and Luo Jihuan, along with the contest between Luo Xiu and Luo Xinghue. At this juncture, Luo Jihuan could no longer aspire to the 2nd place. This was his final match, even if he triumphed against Luo Xiu thereafter. While Luo Xinghue suffered consecutive defeats to both Luo Xingye and Luo Xiu, he had previously succumbed to Luo Xinghue in their encounters, thus rendering any hope of securing the 2nd position futile. The betting circles had ceased to include his name. Conversely, Luo Xiu still harbored a glimmer of hope for the 2nd position, albeit he would need to triumph consecutively over both formidable adversaries, Luo Jihuan and Luo Xinghue, a feat few believed possible, especially after suffering 2 successive losses that had plummeted public perception of him to an unprecedented low. On the 5th day of the competition, the match commenced with Luo Xingye facing Luo Lingling. At this point, Luo Lingling had nearly secured her place among the top 5 and approached her duel with Luo Xingye with an air of ease. The 2 women engaged in a battle that resembled a graceful dance, captivating the hearts of the youthful spectators who watched, enraptured. Ultimately, Luo Xingye emerged victorious, while Luo Lingling exited the stage. With 18 points to her name, Luo Xingye continued to hold her ground, whereas Luo Lingling remained at 9 points. The preceding bout felt less like a contest and more akin to a performance, as Luo Xingye expended little effort, conserving her strength for the impending challenge against Luo Xinghue. Aware of Luo Xinghue's cunning, she was determined to avoid any missteps that could lead to her downfall. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinghue conceded without contest. This decisive action allowed Luo Xingye to firmly establish herself in 1st place, concluding the entirety of the competition. The public perceived this outcome as entirely reasonable, while Luo Xinghue secretly reveled in his cleverness. The reward for 1st place paled in comparison to that of 2nd. Only a fool would covet the top position. Luo Xingye, enjoy your throne and the hollow accolades it brings. I shall claim the tangible rewards for myself, conserving my strength to confront Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu cast a glance at Luo Xinghue, fully aware of his intentions. At this moment, Luo Xinghue held 15 points but had suffered a defeat. Luo Xiu, with 9 points, still had 2 matches to play against Luo Jihuan and Luo Xinghue. It seemed that Luo Xiu posed no threat to Luo Xinghue, and the 2nd place was already within Luo Xinghue's grasp. Adjusting his attire, Luo Xiu ascended the stage with measured steps. Having reserved his 2 most challenging battles for the end, he was now to face Luo Jihuan, another orphan of the Luo family who shared a similar fate. Luo Xiu believed that if Luo Jihuan were to compete against Luo Xinghue again, the latter would likely not even have the opportunity to employ his Thunderfire bombs. However, this very aspect of Luo Jihuan ignited Luo Xiu's fighting spirit. If the opponent were not formidable, what meaning did the battle hold? Luo Jihuan raised his hands in a gesture of respect towards Luo Xiu, who reciprocated almost simultaneously. The 2 exchanged no superfluous words, with a long spear in hand. Luo Jihuan prepared for combat, while Luo Xiu brandished his coiling dragon staff. No one in the Luo family recognized this coiling dragon staff as belonging to Han Qing. Yet they marveled at Luo Xiu's wealth, astonished that he possessed such a high-quality artifact of the human tier. As the 2 approached each other, the battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 70. Victory over Luo Zhihuan. The long spear of Luo Zhihuan gently met the coiling dragon staff of Luo Xiao, marking not only a greeting but also the clarion call for combat to commence. In the next moment, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Luo Zhihuan's spear transformed into a dragon soaring through the clouds, while the golden rooster flailed its head in chaos, unleashing a myriad of spear lights like cold stars piercing through the air, relentlessly striking at Luo Xiao's vital points. Naturally, Luo Xiao would not allow Luo Zhihuan to have his way. The Panlong staff stirred the tempest, releasing the tidal intent of martial arts with abandon, meeting attack with counterattack. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of over 100 moves, spear lights and staff shadows enveloping the arena. Both wielded long weapons with tremendous destructive power, leaving the stage in disarray, bricks soaring and dust rising in clouds. Beneath the stage, Luo Xinghui clenched his fists tightly. How could these two be so formidable? Luo Zhihuan's defeat at my hands only seemed to bolster him, facilitating his breakthrough once more. That would suffice. But why is Luo Xiao also so incredibly powerful? At that moment, he felt a sudden chill coursing through his body. No wonder Luo Xiao was willing to invest 70,000 taels to secure his victory. He had thought that with 15 points, and Luo Xiao only possessing 9, his victory was assured. However, he had failed to account for the fact that only Luo Xiao defeating Luo Zhihuan mattered. Although Luo Xiao had merely 12 points, he still had a match yet to be contested against himself. The 3-point difference could be deemed negligible, for if Luo Xiao managed to conquer him in battle, the regulations dictated that in the event of a tie, the outcome would be determined by their head-to-head results. In other words, as long as Luo Xiao defeated Luo Zhihuan and then himself, he would secure the second place in the selection tournament by virtue of this advantage. No, I absolutely will not permit such a scenario to unfold. Luo Xinghui inwardly prayed for Luo Zhihuan to display some resolve. As long as Luo Zhihuan emerged victorious, his second place would be guaranteed. The velocity of the duel between the two combatants on the stage rendered their movements somewhat indistinct. However, both parties were acutely aware of the peril inherent in their confrontation. Luo Xiao, if he chose to remain as steadfast as a mountain, could easily outlast Luo Zhihuan. Yet he refrained from such a tactic. In this contest, he aspired to vanquish Luo Zhihuan solely through sheer offensive prowess. The long spear of Luo Zhihuan lunged towards Luo Xiao's chest like a venomous dragon. Luo Xiao deflected it with his staff, and their bodies intertwined as they exchanged a flurry of strikes, swiftly finding themselves back to back. A glimmer of determination flickered in Luo Zhihuan's eyes. He had awaited this very moment. Luo Xiao, it ends here. With a swift motion, the spear pierced the air. Luo Zhihuan was taken aback, sensing a menacing gale above him in the blink of an eye, and he comprehended the gravity of the situation. In a desperate scramble, Luo Zhihuan had no time to evade. He could only retract his spear with one hand, bracing the shaft to withstand Luo Xiao's blow. After days of honing his muscles, Luo Xiao's strength had approached an astounding 2,900 pounds. How could Luo Zhihuan hope to withstand the full force of such an assault? With a thunderous clang, Luo Zhihuan's spear trembled in his grasp. Though it had not yet slipped from his fingers, blood began to seep from his palm, and his grip faltered. Seizing the momentum from his successful strike, Luo Xiao spun like a whirlwind, the ends of his staff whirling at full speed as he closed in on Luo Zhihuan, launching an attack from an astonishing angle. The tide surged. Unless Luo Zhihuan denied him the opportunity to unleash his tidal force, once given the chance, escaping from such martial intent would be nearly impossible, provided that one's strength did not vastly exceed his own. Luo Xiao wielded his staff across his shoulder, spiraling around his waist, both ends capable of delivering a strike. Though ostensibly a long weapon, he employed it with the efficiency of a close-range armament. With his body pressed closely against Luo Zhihuan, the latter's spear was rendered ineffective, leaving him in a state of desperate defense. The sound of the staff sweeping through the air echoed as Luo Zhihuan gritted his teeth, enduring more than a dozen strikes until his hands felt numb. Habitually preparing to block the next blow, he was suddenly taken aback as he felt a release in his grip. Luo Xiao had feigned a strike, swiftly retracting the staff before pivoting and bringing it down in a fiery arc. Luo Zhihuan braced himself, attempting to withstand the blow with both hands gripping his spear. The impact resonated with a metallic clang, leaving his palms drenched in blood and his body weakened. To his astonishment, a fissure appeared in the ground beneath him. With a flurry of strikes, Luo Xiao unleashed 3 swift blows, leaving Luo Zhihuan unable to counter with his spear. His feet sank into the ground, which was composed of solid blue stone. A warmth surged in his chest, and he realized with alarm that if this continued, he would be forced to cough up blood from Luo Xiu's formidable strength. At that moment, it became impossible for him to concede gracefully. He could not utter a word. He was left to stifle the energy within his dantian, knowing that a single utterance would cause his resolve to crumble and likely lead to his collapse. Having felt unsatisfied after his previous defeat to Luo Xinghui, he had diligently trained in seclusion, believing he could easily overcome Luo Xiu. However, he had not anticipated Luo Xiu's overwhelming prowess. Now, he no longer dared to hope for victory, instead merely wishing for a brief respite. A moment to catch his breath and find the opportunity to concede. With a resounding crash, Luo Zhihuan felt stars dance before his eyes, aware that the next strike would herald his defeat. To his surprise, after delivering the blow, Luo Xiu withdrew his weapon and regarded Luo Zhihuan with a smile. Luo Zhihuan, it appears your spear may be somewhat weary from the blows. Continuing in this manner would grant me a victory devoid of honor. Perhaps we should switch weapons and continue our duel? Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, Luo Zhihuan fixed his gaze upon his spear. Under the relentless assault from Luo Xiu, the central section of his spear had indeed developed a slight bend. As a mid-grade magical weapon, it paled in comparison to Luo Xiu's dragon staff, and such deformity was to be expected. A flush crept across Luo Zhihuan's face. The arena rules did not impose restrictions on the grades of weapons, and defeat was defeat. Regardless of whether Luo Xiu wielded a mid-grade weapon, he doubted his chances of victory. Luo Xiu's words were merely a gesture of respect towards him. Bowing to Luo Xiu, he expressed, "Thank you, brother Luo Xiu, for your mercy. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. I concede this match wholeheartedly. There is no need to exchange weapons. I admit defeat." With that, he nodded at Luo Xiu and descended from the arena, his expression not one of disappointment, but rather contemplative, clearly reflecting on the insights gained from his bout with Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu observed Luo Zhihuan's descent with a slight nod, recognizing him as a person deeply passionate about martial arts, though regrettably lacking in innate talent. Otherwise, he would surely achieve great feats. Following Luo Xiu's victory over Luo Zhihuan, the morning's competitions came to a close, with 3 more matches scheduled for the afternoon. At this moment, the people were astonished to discover that the fate of the second place would be determined in the final match of the afternoon between Luo Xiu and Luo Xinghui. The outcome of their duel would dictate who claimed the coveted second position. Witnessing Luo Xiu's formidable performance against Luo Zhihuan, many were led to believe that Luo Xinghui stood little chance against him. Instantly, a throng surged towards the betting scene. Yet the cunning Luo Xiong and Luo, who had already secured the wagers, refusing to accept any further bets, much to the dismay of the crowd. Had they known of Luo Xiu's formidable prowess, they would have wagered on his victory long ago, but now they faced impending losses. The news of Luo Xiu betting 70,000 taels on himself had already spread. Initially, people suspected he was merely posturing, anticipating a spectacle. However, they soon realized it was they who had underestimated him. Despite Luo Xiu's 2 previous defeats, he had meticulously calculated every possibility, fully aware that the decisive battle for second place would unfold between himself and Luo Xinghui. After all, no one could best Luo Xingye, rendering his match against Luo Lingling inconsequential. Even if he were to tie with Luo Xinghui, a loss would still deny him the second position. The distinctions of third, fourth, or fifth held little significance for Luo Xiu. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xingye approached Luo Xiu. The fragrant breeze enveloped him as he opened his eyes to behold the enchanting Luo Xingye, to whom he smiled and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Xingye?" Since he had clarified his own feelings and completely relinquished any lingering thoughts of Luo Xingye, he no longer referred to her as Miss Xingye, but simply as Xingye, as he had in the past. This form of address felt far more natural to him in their conversation. Indeed, Luo Xingye's expression brightened with joy as he was pleased to be addressed as Xingye by Luo Xiu. With a smile, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on this afternoon's match?" "Of course, I will strive for victory. Luo Xinghui is not my opponent," Luo Xiu replied confidently. "I understand that." Luo Xingye continued, "But I find myself increasingly unable to see through your abilities. How have you cultivated your skills?" "I have practiced for an additional year and benefited from the foundation laid by my family. Yet I do not feel assured of a guaranteed victory over you. Not to mention the potential hidden cards you may possess. Even your current display is enough to give me a headache. I know you are confident in your abilities." He added, "But I must remind you that Luo Xinghui will not yield easily in the final match. He is bound to have some unexpected tricks up his sleeve." "What kind of tricks?" Luo Xiao was equally curious about this, pondering what Luo Xinghui could possibly be planning at this juncture. "Have you ever heard of mechanical arts?" Luo Xingye asked. "Mechanical arts?" Upon hearing this term, Luo Xiao's expression suddenly turned grave. Luo Xiao had indeed heard of mechanical arts, perhaps gleaned from Han Qing's memories. On the continent, there exists a variety of auxiliary professions, such as alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formations. These are considered mainstream professions, and apart from these, there are other branches as well. For instance, there are the mechanists, beast tamers, and the dark enchanters, among others. The defining characteristics of these professions have emerged from the diversification of various mainstream vocations. The originator of the mechanist profession was initially an enchanter who, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 6th rank, realized the limitations of his innate talent and the improbability of ascending to the sacred level. Consequently, he sought an alternative path, turning his focus towards the art of formations. Through his studies in formations, he did not forsake his enchanting skills. Rather, he discovered that by embedding formations within certain mechanisms, he could imbue them with mobility. After years of diligent research, he succeeded in creating constructs such as mechanized beings and mechanized beasts, which not only assisted warriors in their tasks but also possessed formidable combat prowess. Through this groundbreaking research, he achieved a significant breakthrough, proclaiming himself the first sacred mechanist and thus establishing a new vocation. Since then, the art of mechanisms has gradually proliferated, and countless years have passed since that era. Today, the number of mechanists across the continent has grown considerably. Upon hearing Lu Xingye's words, Luo Xiao gazed into her eyes and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Luo Xinghui currently possesses a mechanized beast to aid him in battle?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "This information was relayed to me by my father. Luo, who once procured a mechanized beast, reputed to possess the combat capabilities of a sealed martial artist. In this confrontation between Luo Xinghui and you, it is evident that he is not your match. Luo, who will not remain passive. He will certainly have bestowed this mechanized beast upon Luo Xinghui. A mechanized beast with the strength of a sealed martial artist?" Luo Xiao was taken aback. He was well aware of the combat prowess of those at the sealing aperture stage. Ren Tianqi could hardly be considered a true contender at that level. A genuine master of the sealing aperture, standing alone, would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Although it was said that there existed combat power at the sealing aperture stage, his father had explained that mechanical beasts were ultimately lifeless entities, animated solely by internal formations that bestowed upon them the instincts of battle. They could never possess genuine strength at the sealing aperture level. Rather, they merely exhibited the force and speed characteristic of that stage, coupled with a reckless disregard for their own lives. If one were to assess their overall combat capability, it would likely equate to that of a mid-stage practitioner of the refinement of viscera. Luo Xiao felt a measure of relief. If they were merely at the refinement stage, then there was still hope for victory. "Do not underestimate them," he cautioned. "Luo Xinghui possesses formidable strength, and with the aid of mechanical beasts, he will undoubtedly pose significant challenges. You need not worry, for I have devised a strategy to counter them," Luo Xingye reassured. She nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Luo Xiao, in truth, you have already secured a position among the top 5. You are assured of accompanying me to Yunzhou, should you perform exceptionally well. Entering the sword and blade sect may not be beyond your reach. There is no need for such recklessness. If danger arises..." Luo Xingye's words trailed off. Yet Luo Xiao could perceive a subtle shift in her demeanor. She was not devoid of compassion. Rather, she had chosen to bow to the realities before them. Now that Luo Xiao shared a similar destiny, her transformation was only natural, albeit expressed in a rather cryptic manner. Although Luo Xiao seemed to speak of Luo Xinghui, his words carried a deeper implication. Luo Xingye slightly nodded, her expression unchanged, leaving Luo Xiao uncertain whether she had grasped the underlying message. She chose not to press him further and turned to leave. Luo Xiao perceptively noted that Luo Xingye's pace quickened, as though she were evading something, which starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor as a poised young lady. In that moment, Luo Xiao was overwhelmed by a profound longing for Guiwan. As the afternoon battle commenced, nearly all members of the Luo family gathered in the central square to witness the final outcome. Not only had the first place been determined, but the identities of the top 5 contenders were also clear. Luo Xingye claimed the first position, while either Luo Xinghui or Luo Xiao secured the second. The remaining two in the top 5 were Luo Lingling and Luo Jihuan. The focal point of the crowd's attention was undoubtedly the duel between Luo Xinghui and Luo Xiao, as from the outset. There had been significant intrigue surrounding who would emerge as the second victor. The reward for second place was even more enticing than that for first, marking the event as a farcical spectacle orchestrated by Luo Xiong and Luo Hu. However, as the drama unfolded, the conclusion was slipping from their grasp. From the moment Luo Lingling made a stunning entrance to eliminate Luo Xingyao, and Luo Xiao decisively shattered Luo Xingyun's meridians with a single strike. They had lost control over the narrative, now relying solely on the cultivation of Luo Xinghui in hopes of turning the tide. Ultimately, all would be resolved that afternoon. The first match featured Luo Lingling against Ren Tianqi. In this bout, Luo Lingling once again showcased the formidable power of her dual swords, leaving Ren Tianqi, who was at the ceiling phase, utterly defenseless. In less than 15 minutes, he succumbed to defeat, marking his third consecutive loss. Consequently, Luo Lingling's score was solidified, tying her with Luo Jihuan at 12 points. However, due to her previous defeat at his hands, she was relegated to 5th place. She found satisfaction in this outcome, for the distinction between 4th and 5th was inconsequential, as long as she could make her way to Yunzhou. The second match commenced, with Ren Tianqi facing off against Zhu Zhiyue. This pair of unfortunate brothers finally met. Both had yet to secure a victory. Zhu Zhiyue was in the dirty training phase, while Ren Tianqi was at the acupoint ceiling stage. Initially, Ren Tianqi possessed the strength to overcome Zhu Zhiyue. However, after his previous bout with Luo Lingling, which had drained his vigor and forced him into a hasty retreat, he found himself somewhat fatigued. In this contest, he unexpectedly faltered and was once again defeated by Zhu Zhiyue. Zhu Zhiyue finally claimed his first win, while Ren Tianqi completed the entire competition without a single victory, maintaining the record of the bald contestant until the end, thus earning the title of the most consistent performer. A dignified acupoint sealer had become a laughingstock. And from that moment on, Ren Tianqi lost his confidence and succumbed to despair. None of this seemed to matter anymore. Following this, the focal point of the entire Luo family selection competition arrived, the decisive battle for second place, Luo Xiao versus Luo Xinghui. At this moment, the crowd surrounding the arena could only be described as a sea of humanity. Nearly 10,000 people from the Luo family village, young and old, had gathered. The central square was not particularly large, unable to accommodate such a multitude of onlookers. The square was packed as tightly as sardines in a can, and even rooftops and tree branches were filled with spectators. Occasional screams echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches as individuals fell from above, landing in a disoriented heap. Luo Lai made a point to approach Luo Xiao, as he was a master at the Ningdu stage and possessed a keen eye for talent. Luo Xiao's performance far exceeded his expectations, prompting him to regard Luo Xiao with newfound respect. Luo Xiao, you must secure victory in this competition. The reward for second place must not fall into the hands of Luo Xinghui. Work diligently, and afterward, you shall go to Yunzhou with Xingya. I have faith that both of you can emerge successfully from the selections in Yunzhou and enter the Sword and Blade sect. The insinuation in Luo Lai's words was unmistakable. Should Luo Xiao triumph over Luo Xinghui, he would no longer oppose the union between Luo Xiao and Luo Xingyi. In the past, such words would have filled Luo Xiao with exuberance, causing him to leap for joy. However, that was not the case now. Of course, even without Luo Lai's urging, he would strive wholeheartedly for victory, offering nothing but a smile and a nod in acknowledgement, without further explanation. Luo Lai then walked away, somewhat reassured, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Meanwhile, Luo Hu summoned Luo Xinghui over. When the time comes, do not hold back. This Luo Xiao possesses formidable combat prowess. Should you grant him an opportunity, he may not even afford you the chance to deploy your mechanical beasts. Once on stage, act immediately to ensure absolute certainty. Rest assured, Father, I will undoubtedly claim victory. The mechanical beasts are already secured within the Shumi ring. Luo Xinghui was resolute in his determination to triumph. That is well. But I remain somewhat uneasy. I just spoke with your second uncle. He has entrusted me with one of his treasured possessions, which I now pass on to you. Should the situation become dire, do not hesitate to utilize it. As he spoke, Luo Hu handed an item to Luo Xinghui, who, upon glancing at it, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is also for me. Your second uncle is truly generous. He finds himself with no other choice. With both Luo Xingyao and Luo Xingyun defeated, he can only rely on you." We are all grasshoppers on the same string, bound together in our fates, and he comprehends this truth. This is splendid. While I had some lingering worries, I am now utterly unafraid. I am certain of my victory in this match. He stuffed the items given by Luo Xiong into the Shumi ring, excitedly waving goodbye to Luo, who before turning to ascend the stage. Luo who grinned, but was plagued by an unsettling premonition. Why are you waving farewell to me from the stage? It feels as though you are departing into the chill of the winds, never to return, which is rather ominous. Once on stage, Luo Xinghui held a sword in one hand, while pointing directly at the meditating Luo Xiao not far away. Luo Xiao, come to the stage and meet your demise. Countless gazes fell upon Luo Xiao. The most crucial battle had finally arrived. Chapter 72, The Mechanized Beast. The nine-headed serpent faced with Luo Xinghui's finger and the multitude of eyes upon him. Luo Xiao slowly rose to his feet. Luo Xinghui sneered. What is the point of saying such nonsense? Competitions on the stage are inherently perilous. Our destinies are left to fate. I, Luo Xinghui, am fortunate. Thus I am the young master of the Luo family, while you, Luo Xiao, are nothing but refuse, merely an orphan, that is fate. Do you understand? Well said. Life and death are fated by destiny. Now, shall we engage in a battle today, daring to wager our very lives? Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, many faces turned pale. Luo Xinghui, with a sullen expression, questioned, What did you say? Quite simple, Luo Xiao replied. If I perish on the arena, no one will pursue you for retribution. However, should you inadvertently meet your demise, it would be a senseless death. Do you dare? Luo Xinghui could not possibly acquiesce to Luo Xiao's challenge. Despite his confidence in defeating Luo Xiao, he was a scion of the Luo family, and his life was of utmost value. To him, Luo Xiao was merely an insignificant figure, unworthy of such a wager. He cast a glance at his father, Luo Hu, who shook his head in disapproval, indicating that he should not accept Luo Xiao's terms. Resolute in his refusal, Luo Xinghui's voice lacked conviction as he muttered, That is not feasible. This is merely a contest. Why should I bet my life against you? The crowd scoffed, deeming Luo Xinghui to be of cowardly stock. Luo Xiao, having anticipated this reaction, burst into laughter. Since you lack the courage, I shall not press you further. I will now take care of you. With that, Luo Xiao brandished the panlong staff and strode confidently onto the stage. This seemingly trivial act instantly dissipated the momentum that Luo Xinghui had previously built. Now, faced with the advancing Luo Xiao, Luo Xinghui's spirit faltered, and a sense of trepidation began to creep in. Luo Xinghui instinctively sought to evade this sensation. Yet the more he attempted to do so, the greater his trepidation towards Luo Zuj grew. As Luo Xiao ascended the arena, his strides quickening with each step towards Luo Xinghui, the young man's heartbeat inevitably quickened in synchrony with Luo Xiao's approach. In a moment of urgency, Luo Hu bellowed. Luo Xinghui, what are you waiting for to commence the duel? Luo Xiao's gaze sharpened. This old fool truly possessed a lack of shame. Had it not been for this interruption, Luo Xinghui would have already been sent tumbling from the stage. Nevertheless, the disruption bore some fruit. As Luo Xiao had seized the initiative, he leapt forth, his dragon-slaying staff slicing through the air, conjuring a streak of dark light as it surged towards Luo Xinghui. It manifested as a serpentine creature, a hydra with 9 heads, stretching several dozen feet in length. The hydra, an ancient beast of formidable ferocity, began its existence with a single head. Upon attaining 9 heads, it ascended to the status of a sovereign. Legend spoke of the hydra's king wielding 9 distinct elemental assaults, rendering it nearly invulnerable. The emergence of this formidable creature startled Luo Xiao momentarily, yet his staff swung mercilessly and forcefully towards it. This was a blow long in the making, an all-out assault. If it failed to destabilize this seemingly formidable hydra, then the contest would be rendered moot. Crack! The hydra had scarcely materialized before it encountered the full force of Luo Xiao's strike, one of its outermost heads being violently severed. The snake's head was cleaved, revealing its skeletal structure and the materials within. Astonishingly, the hydra's bones were indeed authentic. This mechanical beast was no mere imitation. If it were an ordinary beast, a single strike would suffice to send it fleeing in disarray to recuperate. However, this was a mechanized creature, and it would not retreat unless thoroughly incapacitated. Under the command of Luo Xinghui, the 9-headed serpent unleashed its remaining 8 gaping maws, lunging fiercely at Luo Xiao. Within those cavernous jaws lay elongated venomous fangs. glimmering with an eerie blue luminescence, unmistakably coated in poison. Luo Xinghui was taken aback, astonished that Luo Xiao could so ferociously sever one of the heads of this mechanism beast, which possessed the strength of a sealing aperture stage. Fortunately, the serpent had multiple heads. Had it been another mechanized creature, it would have been rendered utterly useless. He concealed himself behind the nine-headed serpent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Luo Xiao wielded the coiled dragon staff with such dexterity that it seemed impervious to the tempest of the serpent's assault. The serpent attacked from numerous angles, making defense exceedingly challenging. In such a defensive posture, Luo Xiao could not unleash his full power as he had previously, rendering it difficult to inflict harm on the serpent. Even with his unwavering resolve akin to a mountain, he found himself repeatedly in perilous situations. Most critically, the serpent's fangs were venomous, causing Luo Xiao to hesitate to engage directly, resulting in this predicament. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiao, you're faltering now, aren't you? Allow me to showcase the prowess of the mechanized beast. Even if you lose, at least you'll have broadened your horizons. With the nine-headed serpent gaining the upper hand against Luo Xiao, Luo Xinghui's arrogance surged. Meanwhile, spectators Luo Xingye and Luo Lingling clasped hands tightly, with Luo Lingling sensing the beads of sweat forming on Luo Xingye's anxious palm. Luo Lingling was exceedingly vexed. This Luo Xinghui was utterly shameless. Initially relying on hidden weapons and now on mechanical beasts. Which of these was his own skill? With so many heads, the Hydra was obstructing one attack while evading another. How was one to strike it? After observing for a considerable time, Luo Xingye finally spoke. If I were on stage, I doubt I could withstand the Hydra's offensive for as long as Luo Xiao has. The Hydra boasts formidable defenses. Unless one strikes with the full force of a blow like Luo Xiao did at the outset, it would be challenging to inflict harm. However, as the saying goes, a snake has its weak spot. I wonder if this Hydra possesses one? Upon hearing Luo Xingye's suggestion, Luo Lingling immediately focused her gaze and soon exclaimed with excitement, it seems there truly is one. Look at the Hydra's weak point. It appears to be encased in a piece of iron. Surely, that is its vulnerability. Luo Xingye also recognized this and nodded in agreement as Luo Lingling enthusiastically shouted, Luo Xiao, strike at the Hydra's weak spot. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghui shot a fierce glare at Luo Lingling, thinking to himself how these two women were indeed traitorous, constantly defending Luo Xiao. The idler. Once I deal with Luo Xiao and become a disciple of the Sword and Blade sect, I shall seek my chance to settle the score with you both. Even without Luo Lingling's reminder, Luo Xiao had noticed the anomaly of the Hydra. The weak point of the Hydra was covered by a thin layer of iron, forged from mysterious metal. Luo Xiao was inclined to attack the weak spot. However, with so many heads, each weak point was plentiful. Furthermore, Luo Xiao remained skeptical. How could a mechanical beast possess a weak spot? Han Xin possessed minimal knowledge regarding the mechanism beasts, yet he understood a few fundamental principles. These creatures were governed by internal formations and propelled by purple crystal stones, enabling their movement and attacks. They were not genuine animals, and therefore, lacked the vulnerabilities typical of ordinary fauna. Should any weaknesses exist, they would likely pertain to the core of their formation. By locating and striking this core, all 8 remaining heads would be incapacitated. As for the sealed black iron at the 7-inch mark, Luo Xiao perceived it as a mere bait to lure one into a trap. A hasty assault would place him in peril, rendering him incapable of subduing the Hydra and instead exposing him to its venomous fangs. With a thoughtful glance, Luo Xiao devised a plan, his gaze frequently shifting to the 7-inch mark of the Hydra. Noticing Luo Xiao's intermittent focus on the 7-inch mark beneath several of the snake heads, Luo Xinghui's heart leapt with joy. Consequently, he began to gradually reveal the location of the Hydra's 7-inch mark, enticing Luo Xiao to strike. However, Luo Xiao's attention, while seemingly directed at the 7-inch mark, was actually fixated on the junctions where the snake heads met the serpent's body. In the case of other mechanism beasts, Luo Xiao might require additional time to locate the formation's core. Yet, for the Hydra, a unique mechanism beast, the energy of the formation could only be conveyed to each head from the nearest point, specifically, the intersection of the 9 heads and the serpent's body. This was the only location that could ensure the swift transmission of energy to each head. However, this crucial spot lay beneath the protection of the largest central head, making any attempt to attack exceedingly challenging. Upon perceiving that Luo Xinghui was deliberately guiding him to strike at the vulnerable point, Luo Xiao revealed a faint, cold smile, feigning ignorance of the scheme. As he drew near, the moment Luo Xinghui lifted several serpent heads, Luo Xiao unleashed a sudden, fierce blow. This strike had been meticulously prepared, aimed squarely at the central serpent's vulnerable point, the very heart of the creature. With all his might, he delivered a resounding blow that shattered the central serpent's head, rendering it incapable of shielding the core of the formation below. At this juncture, Luo Xinghui erupted into laughter. Luo Xiao, prepare to perish. The remaining 7 serpent heads lunged at Luo Xiao from every direction, poised to ensnare him. Chapter 73. The final confrontation, witnessing Luo Xiao ensnared by the serpent heads. With imminent wounds threatening to mar his body and poison him into unconsciousness, the onlookers shook their heads in dismay. High above, Luo Lai pondered silently. Luo Xiao is far too reckless. While striking at the vulnerable point of a serpent is crucial, this is a 9-headed serpent. Shattering one head is of little consequence. It may even plunge him into dire straits. Such a loss would be regrettable. Meanwhile, Luo Hu felt a surge of excitement. For his son had secured second place, and all plans could now proceed smoothly. Luo Lingling, however, was consumed by remorse, had she not rashly intervened. Perhaps Luo Xiao would have evaded the trap. Just as the spectators' thoughts diverged, the arena erupted with unforeseen developments. As the 7 serpent heads closed in on Luo Xiao, he suddenly unleashed a punch that soared with the intensity of a raging inferno. A shockwave erupted. The once vibrant energy within his dantian was abruptly drained by this explosive force. Thunderous roars resounded. A powerful gust of wind erupted before Luo Xiao, enveloping the 7 serpent heads within the blast's radius. While a typical ferocious beast would have sustained severe injury from such a strike, the formidable defenses of the 9-headed serpent merely exposed some of its skeletal structure. The connecting sinews remained intact, though the heads recoiled. This was the moment. No. Upon witnessing Luo Xiao's aim directed at the junction of the 9 heads and the torso, Luo Xinghui shouted in terror, for he was well aware of the creature's weakness. A blow to this precise location would render the mechanical beast utterly incapacitated. However, Luo Xiao paid him no heed. With unwavering determination, he struck the core of the formation with his staff. Crack! The 9 serpent heads thrashed wildly, then gradually succumbed, collapsing one by one. With a resounding crash, the massive 9-headed serpent lay flat upon the ground, utterly destroyed. You actually ruined the 9-headed serpent. Luo Xiao, do you realize you could bankrupt yourself in compensation? Luo Xinghui howled in desperation. In response, Luo Xiao offered him a cold smirk. Oh, so you expect me, as your opponent, to handle your mechanical beast with care? Must I refrain from even the slightest contact? In that case, I might as well forfeit this match without further ado. Having obliterated the 9-headed serpent, Luo Xiao had expended one use of his explosive energy, leaving him with only half of his chi reserves, leaving him undeniably fatigued. Yet, the absurdity of Luo Xinghui's lamentations amused